Chapter 1. The undulating mountains rise and fall, shrouded in mist, with towering trees spiraling amidst them. Beneath a tree resembling a green pine, a woman's eyes gleamed with intensity as she fixated on her prey ahead. The tattered cloth draped over her form had long lost its original hue, now a mottled gray-black with flecks of fresh crimson staining it. The woman, agile and lithe, leaped forth to bring down the quarry in front of her. Beneath her tousled hair, her small face was dull and ashen, obscuring her true complexion. Yet her exposed little tiger teeth shone bright and white. Hee, the prey smells so delightful. How exquisite, with a single bite. The prey beneath her claws remained unscathed, its hide intact. What is happening? Surely it must be due to my prolonged fasting. I lack the strength. I shall bite again. The corpse, having never tasted the flavor of blood, furrowed its small brow. The skin is not tough. Why is there no blood? I shall bite again. Sasha, rubbing and grinding. Yet the skin remains unbroken. A claw strikes down. Still, the skin does not yield. Wait, something seems amiss. Crack. I raise my head, releasing the prey beneath my claws. I touch my little sharp teeth. Where are my little sharp teeth? None on the left, none on the right. Oh, and no wonder I cannot bite the prey. My little sharp teeth are gone. Woo-woo. Tooth gone. How shall I hunt in the future? How will I taste the delightful blood? Woo tooth, I want my tooth. Beneath her, a snow-white little fox with coral-red vertical pupils glanced around, realizing that it was not a mere little female, but a level 3 ferocious beast, the giant tooth bear, pursuing her. How could it be just a little female? Could it be that he had sustained a head injury in his previous battle and was now hallucinating? How could a little female be atop him, grinding her teeth? He shook his dazed head and inquired, "Are you a little female?" Who? Who is speaking? The briefly returned consciousness of the corpse detected no anomalies and continued its lament. Woo-woo, I shall starve to death. Here, the hides of the prey are utterly unyielding, even my long claws are absent. So hungry. The corpse feels utterly despondent and defeated. As a highly intelligent advanced corpse, how could I lack sharp teeth and sturdy claws? If other corpses were to witness this, they would undoubtedly mock me mercilessly. Woo-woo, I wish to cease living. Thud. Suddenly, something moved, causing her entire body to lose balance and topple down. In an instant, Hubai transformed into human form, wrapping his arms around the little female atop him. Though the little female was dirty, her body felt soft and delightful to the touch, and her weight was hardly noticeable, sending a tingling sensation throughout him. He took a deep breath. Struggling to pat her back, he cooed, Do not cry, your teeth will grow back." The corpse ceased its whimpering in an instant. Really? Her sparkling black eyes blinked up at the person beneath her. Yes, indeed. Hubai nodded fervently. The little female was easy to soothe, so obedient and adorable. It took a while for the slow-witted mind of the corpse to register. Where had her prey gone? Looking left and right, she saw nothing, absolutely nothing. As her gaze returned, she was startled to realize she was atop an ability user. She leaped up with the speed of a leopard. Ability user. Had she encountered a high-level ability user? This is disastrous. Where are her companions? Hiss. Calling out. No, there were no signs of her companions nearby. Her little sharp teeth were gone. Her long claws were absent. How could she possibly contend against the ability user before her? Today is truly a day of misfortune. She was still terribly hungry, with hardly any strength left. Hey, don't run. I'm not a bad person, nor am I an ability user. I'm a beast man from the fox tribe, and my name is Hubai. Hubai feared scaring the little female who was inexplicably alone. The corpse tilted her head, not quite catching what he had said. However, she could sense that he bore no murderous intent. Seeing that the little female seemed to doubt his words, Hubai pressed on. I truly will not harm you. Which tribe do you belong to, little female? I can escort you back. If you are uneasy, you can lead the way. I will follow behind and will not approach without your permission. The forest is perilous. How did she end up here alone? She is so small, and he wonders if she is even of age. Just moments ago, he had encountered a level 3 giant tooth bear. If they did not leave soon, they could both end up in dire straits. They currently stood in the middle section of the Ophi forest, with the inner forest ahead, home to level 5 and even 6 ferocious beasts, a place no beastman dared to tread. Beyond lay the forest's outskirts, where level 1 and 2 ferocious beasts resided, making hunting comparatively safer. He had intended to hunt a level 2 white bear as a gift for his sister who had just given birth, but had not anticipated encountering a level 3 giant tooth bear. After a bloody battle, he had narrowly escaped. Restored to human form, Hubai stood tall and imposing, resembling a magnificent mountain, leaving a striking visual impact. His muscular physique was well-defined, hard as iron. Exuding a sense of strength, his broad chest seemed capable of holding the entire world. His long, powerful legs caused the ground to tremble with each step. Such a formidable figure would make anyone swoon. Unfortunately, standing opposite him was a little corpse, oblivious to the allure of his captivating form. He took a step forward, and the little female retreated a step back. The little female, who had just been so compliant, suddenly appeared on high alert. Hubai pondered how he might gain the little female's trust. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the right. The ground trembled slightly, a powerful presence approaching. Not good. The level 3 giant tooth bear is in pursuit. Without a moment to consider the little female's feelings, he dashed forward, seizing her hand and running back. When the corpse sensed the colossal beast nearing, her eyes brightened. Such a large prey, so much blood, so much meat. Even though she seldom ate meat, she was now famished. Not picky. Her stomach churned painfully, a cramp setting in. "I'm so hungry, so hungry." She swallowed hard, but before she could act, she was being pulled away. Hubai sprinted desperately forward, the formidable presence close behind. The giant tooth bear revealed its menacingly curved fangs, each as long as a forearm, terrifying in appearance. Fixated on the two-legged beast sprinting ahead, drool dripping along the way. The corpse, gazing back at it, was similarly salivating uncontrollably. Her eyes glimmered with heightened desire. This intimate gaze would lead an unsuspecting observer to believe they were parting ways as long-lost friends. Meanwhile, the culprit, Hubai, was panting heavily, already injured, struggling to carry another. He was literally running for his life. Even with all his might, he was soon overtaken by the giant tooth bear. He witnessed the bear's massive paw lunging forward, aiming to crush the two-legged beast beneath its claws. Hubai reacted swiftly, turning to shield the little female, rolling aside to evade the attack. "Hold it off, you run." In a brief pause of conversation, the bear's rancid maw lunged at them, and he grabbed a large rock nearby, hurling it. With a crack, the stone shattered instantly, and Hubai transformed into a three-tailed white fox, leaping to evade the debris, landing on a nearby branch. Typically, the fox tribe would only display one tail in their natural state, revealing all three only in the face of a formidable enemy. Activating their bloodline power would double their combat effectiveness. As a three-tailed white fox, he had crossed into the ranks of three-tier beastmen, boasting considerable strength within his tribe. However, compared to the massive three-tier ferocious beasts, he still fell short. It was a well-accepted fact that beastmen could not match the combat prowess of ferocious beasts of the same tier. Only if 3 or more three-tier beastmen worked together could they potentially wear down a three-tier ferocious beast. Alas, he was alone now. Even with his bloodline power activated, he was still no match for the three-tier ferocious beast. This time, he aimed to buy time for the little female to escape, disregarding the aftereffects of activating his bloodline power. He would risk it all. The white fox nimbly dodged the giant tooth bear's attacks among the branches, inciting the already agitated bear further. Trees fell in droves around them, and just as it appeared the white fox would run out of places to land, the agile little creature made a quick move, leaping onto the bear's back, clawing down and leaving a bloody gash, flesh flying. Roar! The giant tooth bear, in pain, howled, its eyes aflame with fury. How dare it be harmed? Die! The colossal figure crashed into a nearby tree, while the white fox transformed into human form, resolutely clinging to its opponent. The immense force nearly toppled him. Sishi sat on a stone not far away, her small finger pointing at the battle, alternating between the white fox and the ability user, Hubeichi. Her little mind was utterly overwhelmed. Her prey had returned. Her prey had vanished. Her prey could transform. But did that mean her prey was still her prey? Conflicted, her mind was a muddled mess. Despite the ravaging blows of the giant tooth bear, which left countless bloody wounds on Hubeichi's back, he was still thrown down. He crashed into a tree stump, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Once more, he shifted back into the white fox, desperately attempting to flee. The giant tooth bear, undeterred by its profuse bleeding injuries, lunged forward. Sishi, caught in her turmoil, watched as the giant tooth bear was about to swallow her prey whole. She was furious. Ida, food thieves shall perish. Even without sharp teeth, rugged claws, or a formidable physique, her formidable psychic power, belonging to a high-tier zombie, could envelop her diminutive form, rendering her as resilient as iron. With the swiftness of the wind, she darted in front of the giant tooth bear, seizing its fangs to prevent it from devouring the white fox. The single word carried the madness of a high-tier zombie fiercely guarding its food. An invisible psychic force locked onto the bear, and with a mighty effort, she wrenched its fangs from the roots. Warm blood gushed forth. With a flick of her small foot, bam, the massive black creature was sent flying. The giant tooth bear, unable to utter a scream in time, fell to the ground in a parabolic arc, stirring up a flurry of leaves. Hubeichi, prepared to unleash his trump card, was profoundly shaken by the scene before him. He closed his eyes and opened them again. What lay before him was no illusion. He witnessed a frail little female kick a third-tier giant tooth bear away. She had even shattered its fangs. Having engaged in battle, he knew just how tough those fangs were. How could she have accomplished this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Females were typically weak and lacked combat prowess, requiring males to protect them. In that moment, the young boy's perception shattered into a million pieces. Had he been so ignorant? Which female in the tribe was not well protected, often lying on a stone bed for days after sustaining even minor injuries? Unlike males, who could recover within a day or two from minor wounds. If females were such fierce hunters, what purpose did males serve? Sishi turned to reclaim her prey, noticing the numerous wounds on its body from the recent battle. Without needing to make an incision, she could directly consume the blood. Her keen nose caught the tantalizing scent of fresh blood. What a delightful wish! Yet, as she turned, she found a tall man standing behind her. Has he transformed again? How could he bully Sishi like this? But the blood on him still smelled so delicious. She sniffed. Her hunger intensified. She had nearly exhausted her stored energy. Feeling terribly weak, Sis's tearful eyes brimmed with accusation. As if to say, who compelled you to change? Who compelled you to change? She did not consume high-tier ability users. The survival rules of zombies in the apocalypse warned her that even if the blood of high-tier ability users was enticing, she must not partake. Those were lessons etched in blood. Sishi did not wish to dwell on them. Silently, she turned and dragged her weary body forward. Fortunately, there was still a mutated beast, though it did not smell particularly pleasant. In fact, under normal circumstances, it would still be a rather satisfactory prey. But how could it compare to the exquisite scent preceding it? The fragrant aroma continually invaded her nostrils. It was quite a feat for her to refrain from pouncing on her target. Thank you, little female, for saving me today. I am willing to. Hubeichi's confession remained unfinished. To his embarrassment, he discovered that the little female in front of him had already turned to leave. She just walked away like that? Gone. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Frustrated, Hubeichi chased after Sis's retreating form, naturally catching her murmured words. Are you hungry, little female? So hungry, so hungry. So hungry, so hungry. Woo! Pain, pain, pain. The giant tooth bear, bereft of its fangs, writhed in agony on the ground. Sishi stood at just the right height, level with the fallen beast. It squirmed restlessly. With her dwindling psychic energy, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. No, be good. Bang, bang, bang. Hood, hood, hood. That will teach you to misbehave. The beleaguered giant tooth bear was mercilessly pummeled. Gasping for mercy, but the blows did not relent. Sishi would not accept its pleas. She was famished. After a considerable time, the giant tooth bear finally lay still. With eager hands, she aimed at the gaping, bloody wound, ready to sink her teeth in. Soon, she would be able to drink the blood. Joyful. But in the next moment, her chin was forcefully held down. Grandfather, too, chuckled warmly, gently tapping Lin Xiao's forehead with his rough fingers. Tomorrow morning, I'll go digging in the soil with your brother Tao. Come early, so we could go together. All right, Grandfather Tuesday. You return home and let brother Tao know. I'll seek you both out first thing in the morning. Good. The bonfire over there is about to be lit. Hurry over. Brother Tao should be there too. Find him and let him take good care of you. Got it, Grandfather Tuesday. I'm off to have some fun. With that, she waved goodbye to Grandfather Tu and ambled towards the village square upon her arrival. Lin Xiao found several young men preparing to ignite the bonfire. Among them was Grandfather Tu's grandson, Tao Yi. Grandfather Tu, originally named Tao Ni due to his family's long-standing pottery craftsmanship, had earned the affectionate nickname Grandfather Tu from Lin Xiao, who felt he had spent a lifetime in communion with the earth. Just as Tao Yi finished lighting the fire, he turned around to see Lin Xiao squatting nearby, curled up and lost in thought as she gazed at the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Yi stealthily approached her from behind. Hey, he said, expecting to startle her, but instead, she calmly rolled her eyes at him. Tao Ge, I saw you ages ago. If you scare me again, I'll tell Grandfather too. She then flashed him a playful smile. It's been a year since we last met, and you become increasingly mischievous, even learning to threaten me. Why are you squatting there? Why not come closer? I am waiting for you to prepare a special treat for me. As she spoke, she pulled out a sweet potato from her arms and placed it on the ground, gesturing towards the bonfire. The fire is too big. It's impossible to roast the sweet potatoes. Let us make a smaller fire, and I'll share half with you. Lazy girl, wait here. I'll get it ready for you. Tao Yi affectionately ruffled Lin Xiao's hair before swiftly assembling a small fire in front of them. Eagerly, Lin Xiao tossed all her sweet potatoes into the flames. Seeing her boldness, Tao Yi anxiously grasped her hand. Be careful. Those hands of yours are meant for surgery. You mustn't get burned. He gently pulled her back, fearful that she might get too close to the fire. Oh, it's fine. I'm not a child anymore. Just look at the sweet potatoes. Tao Yi looked at the girl, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation for the roasted potatoes, and couldn't he help but shake his head. If your mother saw you like this, she'd likely have a heart attack. The mention of her mother. Lin Xiao drooped her head, feeling a sense of despair. I came here to relax. Please let me escape from my mother-esque clutches for a while. All right, stop being so dramatic. You simply don't want her to pressure you too much. You don't actually dislike being a doctor. Just don't be so reckless in your work. Lin Xiao shot him an exaggerated eye roll. Humph. How do you know I like being a doctor and not merely succumbing to my mother-esque tyranny? Because you carry 2 surgical knives and emergency medication in your bag every day. Don Tu? Ugh. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Just hurry up and check on my sweet potatoes, and don't burn them. Observing the girl, whose heart was clearly exposed, Tao Yi could only shake his head in resignation as he diligently tended to the potatoes in the fire. Tao Ge, I heard there has been a discovery of some, or in our village. Is that true? Tao Yi, unfazed by her question, casually replied while rearranging the fire. Yes, they say Wu Grandma's grandson is studying those stones at university. A while back, he came back and found a piece of stone in the mountains, claiming it was diamond or something that I don't really understand. Then, some professor insisted on mining the mountain, but the villagers refused. So, they organized this bonfire gathering to discuss whether to mine or not. Exactly. The elders of our village have protected this land for generations. Even though technology has advanced outside, we still adhere to our traditional ways to preserve this pure land. Now, someone wants to mine the mountain. It's not just a mountain they're digging into, but the hearts of the villagers. Lin Xiao was well aware of this sentiment, yet she knew that the discovery of metal or as Wu Ti simply be ignored. Where is that mine located? What do you want to do? Don't get any bad ideas. Lin Xiao pouted, feigning innocence that I'm not plotting anything. Every time I come, I must venture into the mountains. I just don't want to accidentally wander into forbidden areas that ITS on the West Mountain, but I can't tell you exactly where. Lin Xiao nodded, understanding, and began poking at the fire with a stick. When suddenly she exclaimed, Tao Ge, The sweet potatoes are ready. Hurry and help me take them out. She nudged his arm excitedly. Without delay, Tao Yi grabbed a stick and carefully moved the smaller sweet potatoes to the edge of the fire, checking to ensure they were cooked before pulling them away. Lin Xiao's eyes were fixed on the roasted sweet potatoes, her eagerness evident, prompting Tao Yi to chuckle softly. Don't rush. They're still hot. Wait for them to cool down before eating. They're all yours. I won't steal any. You're grown up now, yet you're still the same little glutton. Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed. Whether from the fire or his teasing, it was hard to tell. I'll peel it for you. She picked up a long sweet potato, blowing on it as she peeled it with careful puffs. Here, eat it while it's warm. Take your time. Don't burn yourself. Yes, she handed him the peeled sweet potato. Lin Xiao wasted no time in taking a bite. The sweetness of the potato flooded her mouth, causing her to sigh contentedly. Her stomach felt warm, satiated by the delightful treat. Just as she prepared for a second bite, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing her throat to feel a slight burn. The wind came and went quickly, and after it subsided, Lin Xiao swallowed gently, feeling no discomfort. So she shrugged it off and focused on her sweet potato. After devouring 7 or 8 sweet potatoes, Lin Xiao finally paused, thankful she had taken enough. Otherwise, she might have gone hungry. Have you not eaten anything today? I have. I had several large bowls of tea this hour. The village should have finished dinner, and Tao Yi had initially thought Lin Xiao took the sweet potatoes out of mere idleness. But now, seeing the remaining 2 potatoes in the fire, he was at a loss for words. It seems the village elder has finished speaking, that I'm almost done eating too. I'll leave the rest for you. Brother, I'm off now. I'll find you first thing tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, I'm going to dig clay. You want to come along? Lin Xiao nodded, waving goodbye to Tao Yi as she departed. Watching her leave with the remaining sweet potatoes, Tao Yi shook his head helplessly and tucked the potatoes into his coat to take home. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao returned to her little courtyard, consumed by an unfamiliar sense of panic. She was acutely aware of her own appetite. Today, she had eaten nearly a day's worth of food, yet after consuming so many sweet potatoes, she didn't feel full at all. Rubbing her flat stomach, she pondered, where did all this food go? This is illogical. Could it be that I have worms? But surely, worms wouldn't cause such an exaggeration. As she absent-mindedly rubbed her belly, she contemplated her unusual day and eventually drifted off to sleep. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm rang, and a slender, pale hand emerged from the covers to vigorously silence it. The once sleeping figure on the bed rubbed her head against the pillow a few times before rolling out of bed. Her eyes still heavy with sleep, yet her body instinctively began its morning routine. Xiao Xiao, you're up so early. Breakfast will take a little while longer. Will you make it in time? At her grandmother's voice. Lin Xiao, her face submerged in water, abruptly straightened up. The droplets of water, glistening in the morning sun, cascaded down her fair cheeks, exuding a unique allure. I'll be just fine. Thank you, Grandma. Upon hearing the response, the elderly lady continued her tasks with a cheerful demeanor. Having freshened up, Lin Xiao stepped into the kitchen and was greeted by the delightful aroma of delicious dishes. Wow, it smells so good. What has Grandma prepared? A steaming bowl of steamed egg custard, several cobs of corn, sweet potatoes, boiled eggs, and noodles were laid out. How bountiful! Originally, the old lady had not intended to prepare such a feast. But recalling her precious granddaughter's hearty appetite from the previous day, she decided to prepare breakfast in abundance, just in case. Her foresight was justified as Lin Xiao devoured 2/3 of the noodles, munched on 2 cobs of corn, and finished a substantial portion of the egg custard. Watching the diminishing breakfast in the pot, the old lady felt a mix of joy and concern in her heart. She believed that a child's hearty appetite is a blessing, yet she was acutely aware of her granddaughter's voraciousness, fearing that Lin Xiao might overindulge. After a satisfying meal, Lin Xiao grabbed a small bamboo basket and filled it with sweet potatoes, corn, and eggs, intending to have a snack in case she felt hungry while digging in the soil. Grandma, I'm off. I'll return for lunch, she said, waving goodbye to the old lady as she headed towards Tao Ye's house. The Tao family's residence was not far from Lin Grandma's home. A 6 or 7 minute walk would suffice. Old man too, I have arrived. You and the girl are here quite early. Have you eaten yet? Come and have something to eat. Since I came to work, I must rise early that I've already had my meal. I'm off to fetch a basket to go ahead. Go ahead. There are 2 baskets that are not very sturdy. Keep an eye on them and don't mix them up. Understood. With that, Lin Xiao made her way to the Tao family's storage room. Each year, when she came to the village, Lin Xiao would join the Tao family in excavating clay and firing pottery. So she was quite familiar with their storage room. While selecting baskets, she heard a commotion in the yard, seemingly caused by a girl. Out of curiosity, Lin Xiao stealthily opened a crack in the storage room door. She saw a girl in a white dress with a high ponytail standing in front of Tao Yi. Brother Yi, I want to go to the riverside with you all. What do you want to go to the riverside for? We're going to dig clay. Not for a picnic. Go back where you came from. Don't follow us that I won't. I want to follow you. You can't drive me away. Old man 2, calm and composed, knocked on his pipe and shouted toward the storage room. Have you finished selecting the baskets? We should be on our way. Hearing the call, Lin Xiao could only helplessly click her tongue. I've chosen them. I'm coming now. She emerged from the storage room, cradling a stack of baskets. Lin Xiao had arrived when Old Man 2 was the only one in the yard. Tao Yi was unaware of her presence until he saw her, startling him momentarily. When did you arrive? Why were you so quiet? I just got here and went straight to the storage room to pick baskets. After inspecting the baskets for any issues, Old Man 2 slung his pipe over his waist and said, Let's go. It's getting late. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Since Lin Xiao had come out, the girl in the white dress glared angrily at her, noticing that the others had no intention of including her. The girl dashed up to Tao Yi. Why can she go? But I cannot. Do you like her? I want to go too. You cannot stop me. Tao Yi, thoroughly exasperated by her persistence, impatiently pushed her aside. If you want to go, then go. Your legs are your own. Go wherever you please. Just don't bother me. With that, he sidestepped the girl and quickly caught up with Old Man 2 and Lin Xiao. The girl stomped her foot in frustration, biting her lip as she followed behind. Observing the girl in her flowing white dress and small white shoes, Lin Xiao felt a strong urge to remind her that they were going to dig clay, and such attire would surely be ruined. However, given the evident hostility directed at her, Lin Xiao wisely kept her mouth shut. Just like before, Xiao girl, you and this old man will handle the clay. Tao Yi, you lift the cart. The 2 young individuals nodded and rolled up their pant legs and sleeves, commencing their clay excavation. They occasionally engaged in playful banter with Tao Yi, entirely oblivious to the girl trailing behind them. The girl, witnessing Tao Yi's cold demeanor towards her but warm treatment towards Lin Xiao, felt an instant surge of jealousy as her eyes brimmed with tears, ignoring the potential damage to her carefully chosen outfit. She stomped into the clay. The 3 of them worked diligently, completely unaware that the girl had silently positioned herself behind Lin Xiao. Just as Lin Xiao straightened her back, the girl forcefully shoved her. Ah! Lin Xiao instinctively cried out, landing face first into the mound of clay. Xiao, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Yijia, what are you doing? Originally a bit frightened, Yijia, confronted by Tao Yi's fierce tone, defiantly retorted, Do you like her? Why are you so kind to her but cold to me? What makes her better than me? Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Feeling wronged, Yijia wiped her tears and ran away. Ugh. Xiao, are you all right? Let me see your hand. It must not be hurt. Ugh, I'm fine. Just had a mouthful of mud. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Tao Yi let out a slight sigh of relief and looked up to see the once pristine girl, now unrecognizable. Her face smeared with clay, with handprints marking her eyes. Ha! What are you laughing at? This is all your fault. I've been wronged, and you still laugh. Upon finishing her words, she raised her hand and playfully swatted at Tao Yi's face. Aware that this girl was embroiled in her predicament, Tao Yi did not shy away. Instead, she grinned broadly, allowing her muddy little hands to wreak havoc on her face. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Yijia, who had made a sudden return. Initially, Yijia believed that her jealousy had clouded her judgment and had intended to apologize to Tao Yi in hopes of changing her perception of herself. However, she was taken aback by the glaring sight before her. Observing the affectionate interaction between the two, Yijia clenched her skirt tightly and turned away. After engaging in a playful bout with Lin Xiao, reassured of Tao Yi's well-being, resumed her task of digging. Yet her mind was anything but tranquil. The previous sensations resurfaced. It began with a chilling feeling in her throat while eating fish, followed by a similar coolness in her stomach. Later, during the bonfire gathering, the sweet potatoes she consumed felt as if they were ablaze. And just moments ago, the earthy taste she had savored left her belly feeling distended. As a physician, Lin Xiao conducted a self-examination and found no apparent issues. Nevertheless, she resolved to visit the town hospital for a thorough checkup once her tasks were completed. Furthermore, her appetite had been noticeably abnormal in recent days. Having been instilled with discipline from a young age as a doctor, she was resolutely against overeating. Yet these days, she felt insatiable. While preoccupied with her thoughts, Lin Xiao continued her work, entirely oblivious to the fact that she effortlessly lifted a full basket of clay onto the cart. Grandpa Tu and Tuya, standing nearby, gazed at her in astonishment, unable to comprehend how, after merely a year apart, she had transformed into a veritable powerhouse. Te, who had intended to offer a word of caution, refrained upon noticing Lin Xiao's contemplative demeanor and returned to her own tasks, occasionally glancing up. Meanwhile, in a mysterious land, an enigmatic ritual seemed to be unfolding. Men, women, and children adorned in various animal hides knelt reverently on the ground, their skins sun-kissed and healthy. The inhabitants were notably tall, with women averaging around 1 meter 80, while men exceeded 2 meters. The men, bearing their upper bodies, displayed 1 to 3 distinct markings, while many women bore intricate patterns reminiscent of different animals, some nearly covering their entire bodies. In this moment, the gathered crowd, with an air of solemnity, clasped their hands before their chests, uttering incomprehensible incantations. Atop a high altar, an array of whole cattle and sheep, alongside fruits, lay arranged as offerings in the open space before the offerings. An individual adorned with colorful feathers and garments, their face painted in vibrant hues, danced in a mysterious rhythm. Should one witness this spectacle, they might presume it to be a ritual of some unknown primitive tribe. O great beast god, guide your devoted followers along the right path. Your people suffer under the sweltering heat of summer and the biting cold of winter. O great beast god, please save your children. As the fervent pleas echoed from the crowd, a beam of golden light gradually descended from the sky, illuminating the figure atop the altar. In that instant, all fell silent, their eyes transfixed upon the radiant glow. The golden light persisted for over half an hour before slowly dissipating. As it faded, the vibrant feathers adorning the dancer vanished at a visible pace, along with the colorful adornments upon their face. Moments later, the individual revealed their true visage. Amidst the sun-kissed crowd, this man bore alabaster skin, possessing an almost ethereal beauty. Standing approximately 1 meter 90 tall, his height stood out starkly among the others, and the golden markings on his body set him apart distinctly. That moment, the man's complexion was ashen, his lips tinged with blue, a portrait of frailty. The boy with short feathers adorning his head hastily approached the man. "Master, how do you fare? Please, do not leave us." "Ayu, this is my final divination. You must remember it well," the man uttered. The boy, named Ayu, gazed tearfully at the man lying on the ground, nodding fervently. "O beast god, grant us a revelation. Soon, a wise one shall arrive near our tribe. We must treat them with utmost respect. If they are female, you may become their companion, integrating them into our community. But master, as a priest, I cannot take a companion. The wise one is different. You may indeed become their companion. However, if they are male, you must diligently follow and learn from him to strengthen our tribe. Understand, master. You'll be all right, won't you? Ayu, you are already capable of being a competent priest. I shall offer my final blessing. Remember, treat the wise one with kindness, that I promise to treat the wise one with kindness." As he spoke his last, Ayu broke into tears. The man, with his waning strength, touched his forehead, and golden light streamed from his fingertips into Ayu's brow. As the golden markings on the man's body faded, his hand fell limply to the ground. Suppressing his sorrow, Ayu rose and approached the edge of the altar, calling out to the gathered crowd, "Our master has ascended to the side of the beast god. His final prophecy foretells the arrival of a wise one. We must treat them with respect. However, the nature of the wise one, whether male or female, was not revealed. Henceforth, I, as the priest, decree that all members of our tribe must remain humble and treat everyone with kindness as we await the arrival of the Wise One. By the time Lin Xiao comprehended her actions of loading the clay onto the cart, it was too late to find an excuse. She could only awkwardly scratch her cheek, covered in mud. Hee, I've been working out, gaining strength. Which gym do you go to? Introduce me, I must try it out. Look at me, a veritable strongman now. Upon hearing Taiya's playful banter, Lin Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment. All right, let's head back and wash off this mud. Observing her appearance, caked in dirt from head to toe, she lamented, where can I wash this off? Any drain would surely clog. Grandpa too, you, and Taiya head back first. I'll just tidy up a bit in the shallow river ahead. I can't go home like this. Noticing the direction she pointed, a shallow, clean river with gentle currents, he nodded. Very well. I shall return shortly after delivering the clay. Lin Xiao waved her hand, heading towards the river. Don't forget to bring me a change of clothes. Understood. With that, Taiya and Grandpa too set off to deliver the clay home. Upon reaching the clear river, Lin Xiao, feeling the warmth of summer, swiftly shed her clay-covered outer garments, plunging into the water clad only in her undergarments. The clay dispersed the moment it met the water. She swiftly rinsed herself clean. Unable to resist the allure of the pristine river, Lin Xiao dove in, swimming like a nimble fish, reveling in the sensation. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, the water, though warm, felt cool against her skin, as if it shared an intimate connection with her. She frolicked in the water for over an hour before reluctantly swimming towards the shore. Taiya had been waiting at the bank and quickly laid out a towel and clean clothes upon a nearby rock. Turning to keep watch. Emerging from the water, Lin Xiao raised her hand, curious if her skin had wrinkled from soaking tea. Oh, her surprise! Upon inspection, her hands were not only unwrinkled, but appeared more supple than before, as though she could almost squeeze water from them. With Taiya present, Lin Xiao hesitated to linger too long in her contemplation, swiftly dressing to conceal her puzzlement. Taiya, shall we be on our way? Yes, I've already started the fire. Grandpa is tending to it. We'll prepare the meal once we return. It has been a year since I last engaged in this craft, and my hands have grown unaccustomed to it. I hope you won't look down upon my efforts. Even when you struggled to find your footing, I never once criticized you. Now, it is merely a matter of practice to regain my skill. The two of them chatted and laughed as they made their way to Taoye's residence. Grandpa, too, employed the most traditional earthen kiln, which had been in place since Lin Xiao was a child. According to Grandpa, too, his father had utilized this very kiln to fire various ceramics. Come on, let us get to work. We must fill an entire kiln before nightfall. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and Tao Yi wasted no time. Rolling up their sleeves and diving in, Tao Yi, having followed Grandpa too since childhood, was adept at processing the clay and shaping it into forms. In contrast, Lin Xiao was merely driven by curiosity. Despite visiting every year, she rarely had the opportunity to practice, so her skills remained rudimentary. As Tao Yi skillfully prepared the clay, Lin Xiao eagerly placed the earth on the potter's wheel. The instant her hands made contact with the wet clay, that peculiar sensation of being submerged in water returned. In the depths, she felt an intimate connection with the water, and now, the clay evoked a similar sense of closeness. Previously, every attempt at shaping a pot required numerous trials before success. Yet this time, she produced a guanine vase on her very first try. Well done, Xiao Xiao. This hardly resembles the work of someone out of practice. Your craftsmanship is exquisite. Of course, not only do I shape well, but the finished product will surely be beautiful. The young girl had certainly honed her boasting skills over the year. They toiled until dusk, at which point Tao Yi escorted Lin Xiao back home. The following morning, Lin Xiao took a ride to the town. Although she did not feel unwell despite the changes in her body, she decided, for the sake of caution, to undergo a comprehensive medical examination, including tests for her brain and mental health. The nurses at the hospital were surprised to hear that Lin Xiao required a brain examination, though they found nothing particularly odd about it. They simply noted that the procedure was costly and seldom requested. However, when Lin Xiao inquired about the availability of psychological counseling, the nurses were genuinely taken aback and rendered speechless. After completing her paperwork and watching Lin Xiao leave, the nurses could no longer contain themselves and gathered to discuss. This person is quite peculiar. Her accent suggests she is not from around here, and it's strange for someone to come to our small town for a brain examination, let alone seek psychological counseling. Many of the terms she used were quite technical. Could she possibly work a hospital? Are you foolish? If she worked in a hospital, would she not have her examinations conducted there instead of traveling to our small town? As they chatted animatedly, they remained oblivious to the head nurse quietly standing behind them until she cleared her throat softly, prompting them to cease their chatter. Focus on your duties. Refrain from discussing irrelevant matters while on the clock. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving the nurses to stick their tongues out at her before returning to their posts. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, who had just finished donating blood and was preparing for her brain examination, the hospital did not offer psychological counseling services. By the time she received all her examination results, it was already evening. Holding the report that confirmed her excellent health, Lin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Regardless of the reasons behind her bodily changes, as long as her health was intact, she could find solace. With the burden lifted from her heart, Lin Xiao's steps were considerably lighter as she headed back to the village. After a long day, she was ravenous, eager to discover what delicious meal her grandmother had prepared to soothe her grumbling stomach. Yet, it often seemed that the more one rushed, the more obstacles appeared. As Lin Xiao entered the village, she was intercepted by Yi Jia, who had been waiting at the entrance. Before Lin Xiao could speak, Yi Jia arrogantly declared, "I don't know where you came from, but Tao Yi is the one I have my eyes on. If you know what's good for you, keep your distance. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." With that, she turned away like a haughty peacock. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. What era are we in? How can someone still be so immature? Ignoring Yi Jia's words, Lin Xiao felt weary from the day's tests but was grateful for the positive results. Clutching her purchases from the town, she hurried towards her grandmother's small courtyard. Upon arriving at the door, she was greeted by a fragrant, spicy aroma. Without a doubt, her grandmother had prepared a spicy dish for her. Lin Xiao's instincts were correct. The elderly lady was in the kitchen crafting fragrant, spicy river shrimp. Though her grandmother had grown older and no longer indulged in rich flavors, this spicy dish was made especially for her beloved granddaughter. "It smells divine, Grandma. What delicious meal have you prepared? I could smell it the moment I entered the village." "Hee, is Grandma's cooking that good? I guess our Xiao Xiao could catch a whiff of it as soon as she arrived." Indeed, Grandma's culinary skills are extraordinarily delectable. If you don't believe me, just ask the villagers. Surely, none would dispute that Grandma Lin's cooking rivals that of imperial chefs. "Oh, stop flattering me. Go set the table for dinner." Before leaving, Lin Xiao snatched a river shrimp and popped it in her mouth, prompting her grandmother to brandish a spatula as if to swat her. "You naughty girl, can't you wash your hands?" "No doctor would be so careless." Lin Xiao merely chuckled, hurrying to set the table, as she had not eaten well all day and her stomach was protesting vigorously. The meal for the elderly lady and her granddaughter was simple: a pot of rice, 2 dishes, and a soup. Grandma Lin did not eat much, finishing a small bowl of rice, while the rest ended up in Lin Xiao's belly. Having confirmed her health earlier, Lin Xiao felt no guilt in enjoying her meal. After dinner, she quickly tidied the kitchen and meandered over to Grandpa Tu's house. Due to her hospital visit, she had missed the kiln opening, yet she could not resist the urge to see how her creations from the previous night had fared. "Ah, Xiao girl, you've come. Have you finished your errands? You missed the first batch of the kiln." "Grandpa Tu, I was just curious to see if I'd been a hindrance that I rushed over as soon as I finished eating." "Huh, you were no hindrance at all. Your pieces turn out even better than Tao Ji's." "Oh, please don't jest, Grandpa. Tao Go has been working with clay since childhood. How could I possibly compare?" "Oh, you must believe me." With that, he turned and called out, "Tao Yi, come here." Responding to the call, Tao Yi replied from a distance, and soon Lin Xiao heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Moments later, as the light illuminated the scene, she saw Tao Yi rushing over, clad in a tank top and glistening with sweat. Having known him for so long, she had never seen him like this before. His sun-kissed skin glistened under the light, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, tracing the contours of his chiseled jaw, with his strong hands casually lifting the hem of his tank top to wipe away the sweat. His well-defined abs were momentarily revealed. The Tao Yi before her was a stark contrast to the one she had seen under the sun earlier, exuding a raw, wild allure. Lin Xiao found herself involuntarily swallowing hard. It wasn't until Tao Yi waved his hand in front of her face that she snapped back to reality, feeling her cheeks flush with warmth and her ears radiating heat. At that moment, she was immensely grateful for the cover of darkness. Otherwise, her blushing would have been all too evident to Tao Yi. "What are you waving for? I see you," to mask her flustered state. Lin Xiao adopted a feigned sternness. However, to Tao Ye's ears, it sounded like playful banter, and he chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. "You came to check on this morning's batch, didn't you?" Lin Xiao shot him an irritated glance. "You know very well I did. Stop stalling and take me there." Grandpa, too, enjoying the playful banter between the two, chuckled heartily. "Let us go. I'll take you, just so you know your grandpa praised you to the skies today." "I nearly got scolded like a grandson." Lin Xiao feigned confusion as she blinked her eyes. "Aren't you just a grandson? Even if I don't scold you, you are still a grandson." Upon hearing this, Tao Yi bit his teeth in frustration. Although the statement held some truth, uttered from Lin Xiao's lips, it felt utterly discordant. In a fit of indignation, he vigorously ruffled Lin Xiao's hair, exclaiming, "Please, just shut your mouth. Speaking with you makes my cells regenerate slower than they die." Amidst their playful banter, they arrived at the storeroom where Tao ceramics were kept. Inside, the ceramics had already been glazed, and for a moment, Lin Xiao truly could not distinguish which one she had crafted herself. Grandfather said the guanyin vases you shaped, though merely basic models, are perfect in proportion, form, and the smoothness of the surface after drying. It is nearly flawless, so the glazes you applied were personally selected by him. Hearing this, Lin Xiao gazed at Tao Yi with sheer delight, astonished that her creation had garnered such high praise from the venerable grandfather. As a man who had dedicated his life to ceramics, when he claimed her piece was flawless, it was indeed without blemish. Tao Yi retrieved a pair of vividly colored guanyin vases from a pile of pottery. Observing their shape, Lin Xiao surmised these must be the very ones she had crafted. Noticing Tao Ye's hesitance, she shot him a glance, unceremoniously stating, "Stop dawdling. You're not being manly at all. I simply wish to inquire how you achieved this. I've dealt with these materials since childhood, yet over the years, I have never produced a piece worthy of grandfather's commendation." Observing the crestfallen expression on Tao Ye's face, Lin Xiao scratched her head, contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. "You might not believe it, but when I was shaping the clay, I felt a certain kinship with it. I wonder if you understand that sensation, as if the clay were a child, utterly reliant on me." Lin Xiao was uncertain whether Tao Yi comprehended her, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Meanwhile, Tao Yi, having listened to Lin Xiao, fell into deep thought. Neither of them noticed that behind them, grandfather too was quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. The old man was genuinely intrigued. Having only dabbled in ceramics once a year for amusement, he was curious how Lin Xiao had managed to create such a perfect guanyin vase. However, upon hearing her describe the clay as childlike and close to her, he was both astonished and enlightened. How this young girl had attained such affinity with the clay was beyond him. In his memory, his own father had experienced a similar connection, resulting in ceramics that fetched an astonishing 3 million. His father had once remarked that all things in nature possess such affinity. When a particular material resonates with an individual, their achievements in working with it are bound to be significant. It was unexpected that something he had never felt in his lifetime would manifest in a young girl. Not wishing to intrude upon their moment, grandfather quietly retreated, now understanding the reason behind Lin Xiao's remarkable ceramics. The two in the storeroom remained oblivious to the fact that an elder had been listening outside. "I must admit, I have never encountered such a situation before. I shall inquire with grandfather. Perhaps he knows something." "All right, I thought you would doubt me, considering how mystical this sounds," Tao Yi replied, affectionately tousling Lin Xiao's hair. "So, how will you transport these 2 guanyin vases? I want to take them." "Why would I? You should keep them." Grandfather mentioned that ceramics of this quality would fetch a good price. Lin Xiao waved her hand dismissively. "I'm a doctor, a surgeon, and my income is quite decent, so you can keep them." Seeing Lin Xiao's insistence, Tao Yi chose not to press further, carefully placing the 2 ceramic vases into a wooden box. Fearful of damaging them, Over the next few days, Lin Xiao spent her time crafting ceramics at Tao Ye's home. Each piece she produced could be deemed perfection, prompting Grandfather Tu to exclaim that he wished to adopt Lin Xiao as his granddaughter. Lin Xiao's holiday spanned only a month. It was impractical for her to spend every day playing with clay. After 4 days of ceramics, she resolved to visit the mountain rumored to have mineral deposits. On the final day of her clay indulgence, Tao Yi escorted Lin Xiao home. "Are you heading to the mine tomorrow? I shall accompany you. It would be too perilous for you to go alone. That area is sparsely wooded and devoid of people. We must avoid any potential danger." Upon hearing Tao Ye's words, Lin Xiao's face turned pale with fear as she vigorously shook her head and waved her hands. "Please don't follow me. Did you not see how I was treated by Yi Jia these past few days? If looks could kill, I would have turned into a porcupine." Upon hearing Lin Xiao mention Yi Jia, Tao Ye's handsome brows furrowed tightly. "Don't pay her any mind. She is merely a spoiled young lady. After a few days, when I no longer pique her interest, she will leave on her own." Lin Xiao merely pursed her lips in silence, knowing that the young lady seemed to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards her, yet she could not allow Yi Jia's jealousy to derail her plans. After a moment of inner turmoil, she chose to cast thoughts of her aside. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Jia, the young lady mentioned by Tao Yi, had been trailing them closely. Ever since Tao Yi had told her to leave, she had been secretly observing him from the shadows. Watching him frolic with Lin Xiao daily made her blood boil with rage. Upon learning that Lin Xiao intended to venture to the mine alone the following day, a glint of madness shone in Yi Jia's eyes. Why have I pursued Tao Yi for a year, only to be met with disdain at every turn? Why does she get to capture his attention? If she were to disappear, only then would Tao Yi notice me. Her venomous gaze fixated on Lin Xiao's retreating figure until it vanished completely from sight. Only then did Yi Jia retract her stare. Once inside her home, Lin Xiao forcefully shut the door, her heart racing as she patted her chest, exhaling a heavy sigh. That scared me. Since the moment, I sensed a chill down my spine. I felt as though something unclean was watching me. She murmured as she paced around her room. "Pa, pa, pa. Lin Xiao, you are a doctor. You must trust in science. There is no such thing as unclean entities. Pulling night shifts at the hospital is no issue. What is there to fear here?" After boosting her own morale, she plopped down on her bed nonchalantly. However, before even a minute had passed, she suddenly leapt onto her bed. "Wah, science has its limits. It borders on the mystical. My sixth sense tells me that something unclean is indeed watching me." Thus, Lin Xiao remained in a state of turmoil until the midnight hour, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber at dawn. The crowing of a rooster roused her from her sleep. Although she had fallen asleep in the middle of the night, she had dreamt a myriad of chaotic dreams, leaving her feeling more exhausted than if she had stayed awake. Groggily, she splashed her face with water, immersing herself completely. The sensation of swimming in a river washed over her once again, with her face submerged. It felt as though countless tiny spirits were kissing her, and her previously muddled thoughts began to clear. Strangely, even though she was holding her breath, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. It wasn't until she heard the old woman calling her for breakfast that Lin Xiao abruptly pulled her head from the water. The droplets clinging to her hair glistened like gems in the morning sun. Perhaps once or twice could be attributed to psychological factors, but how many times had it been now? The earth felt endearingly close to her while crafting ceramics, and now this water seemed equally affectionate. After days of validation, Lin Xiao understood this was no mere dream, yet the reason behind it eluded her. Since clarity was unattainable, she decided to let things unfold naturally. After hastily preparing herself, she joyfully hopped into the dining room, only to find Tao Yi setting the table. "Tao Ge, what brings you here? Are you here to mooch off a meal?" Before Tao Yi could respond, Grandma Tao emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. "How could you speak to your Tao Ge like that? Young Tao knows you're going to the mountain with mineral deposits today and fearing for your safety. He came to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as she quickly glanced toward the entrance. Only after confirming no one was there did she breathe a sigh of relief. After all, when she had been digging in the earth, Yi Jia had pushed her down in a fit of madness. Who knew if she would go to such lengths upon discovering that Tao Yi was accompanying her to the mountain? Aren't you working on ceramics today? Will grandfather be coming over to help? It's quite all right. Just a few days ago, we managed to complete nearly a month's worth of work in pottery. During this period, I shall take it upon myself to protect you, allowing you to enjoy yourself without worry. Rest assured, as long as it does not interfere with our main tasks. Lin Xiao has little to say, and having an additional free bodyguard is rather advantageous, though I can't help but worry that this bodyguard might bring trouble upon himself. Come, let us eat. We must finish our meal quickly so we can set out. The sooner we leave, the sooner we shall return. With that, I lifted the large bowl before me and eagerly began to consume the porridge, although I had initially felt only mildly hungry after a pancake. Seeing her relish her meal compelled me to drink down 2 large bowls of porridge as well. Lin Grandma observed the 2 youngsters with a smile, her eyes twinkling with delight. After all, what elder does not cherish children with hearty appetites? The 2 of us ate swiftly, leaving no remnants behind. Afterward, Tao Yi rushed into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lin Xiao, too, was busy packing a substantial amount of provisions into her bag, as a trip to the mountains would certainly mean we would not return by noon. Once all preparations were complete, we bid farewell to Lin Grandma and set off together. Today we head to the mountains. I hope that little peach blossom of yours won't follow us. After all, we are venturing into the mountains, and if that little peach blossom pushes me again, I fear I may not be as fortunate as I was last time when I fell into the dirt pile. Tao Yi said, a hint of embarrassment tugging at the corners of her mouth as she recalled the last incident, where Lin Xiao had landed in quite the unfortunate state, ultimately due to her own mischief. Now, hearing her mention it made Tao Yi feel slightly guilty. She turned around, ensuring no one was following, and let out a small sigh of relief. Do not worry, no one is behind us. Lin Xiao did not elaborate further. As reaching the mountain with the ore required passing by Tao Ye's home, Grandpa Tu, what are you up to? Upon spotting Grandpa Tu seated in the courtyard with a pen in hand, adorned with reading glasses, he was meticulously sketching something. Hearing my voice, the old man did not look up immediately. Instead, he finished his last stroke before glancing in our direction at, Xiao girl, are you off to the mountains? Yes, I heard there are minerals up there, and I'm curious. Grandpa Tu, are you busy? Perhaps let Tao Gu assist you at home. Without further ado, she shoved Tao Yi into the courtyard, due to Lin Xiao's newfound strength. Tao Yi, a tall young man, found himself stumbling slightly as the petite girl propelled him forward. After pushing him, Lin Xiao waved goodbye to the grandfather and grandson duo and briskly departed, previously concerned that Yi Jia might cause trouble. Lin Xiao had subtly refused to let Tao Yi accompany her, which left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable but not overly concerned. However, her rejection now was unmistakably clear, catching Tao Yi off guard, though he understood her intentions were to avoid any misunderstandings. He felt a pang of disbelief that she did not trust him after all these years of camaraderie. Watching Tao Yi stand before him, lost in thought, Grandpa, too, couldn't help but yell, "Aren't you supposed to be protecting Xiao girl? Hurry along, or you may not catch up." Grandpa, Xiao has made her refusal abundantly clear. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to follow her. You little rascal. Do you not comprehend why she declined you? Moreover, just because she rejected you, are you truly comfortable letting her go up the mountain alone? What if something happens? Heeding his grandfather's words, Tao Yi discarded his pride and hurried after her. If she did not wish for him to accompany her, surely he could still follow discreetly behind. With a backpack and a high ponytail, Lin Xiao took small strides up the mountain, entirely unaware that Tao Yi was shadowing her once more. Meanwhile, at the mountain's entrance, Yi Jia waited. Owing to disputes regarding the mining rights, the mountain remained semi-closed, with only one path for ascent and descent. Should Lin Xiao wish to ascend, this was her sole option, and Yi Jia was unperturbed by the prospect of crossing paths with her. Presently, Yi Jia gazed anxiously toward the mountain's entrance. Even she was unsure why she had come to wait for Lin Xiao as soon as she heard of her intentions to climb. Previously, they had been strangers, and if there was any animosity, it stemmed from her distaste for seeing Lin Xiao and Tao Yi grow close. Witnessing their playful banter ignited a surge of jealousy within Yi Jia. A year ago, Yi Jia had her bag stolen in town, and it was Tao Yi who had helped her retrieve it. Even involving the police, he could see that moment. She had deemed him incredibly handsome and felt he was her destined partner. Ignoring her family's objections, she tracked him down, following him to this desolate place. Though he had been indifferent towards her, his proximity to other women had remained minimal until Lin Xiao arrived. From Tao Yi's expression, Jia sensed a depth of affection she had never witnessed before, leading her to believe that he harbored feelings for Lin Xiao. This realization drove Jia to the brink of madness with jealousy. When they were digging in the earth, she could not help but shove Lin Xiao down. Jia glared at her own hands, her expression growing increasingly menacing. Lin Xiao, I hope you come alone to the mountains. Otherwise, I shall make you regret ever setting foot in this village. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from below, prompting Jia to conceal herself behind a relatively sturdy tree, watching as Lin Xiao appeared at the entrance. Her backpack slung over her shoulders. The moment she spotted Lin Xiao alone, a sense of relief washed over her, softening her previously fierce demeanor. At least you were sensible enough to come alone. Otherwise, I would have shown you that this mountain is no easy climb. Jia remained hidden until Lin Xiao's figure disappeared from sight before she moved to leave. However, just as she began to stir, another set of footsteps caught her attention. Jia furrowed her brow and concealed herself once more, only to see Tao Yi approaching. The state of the two was indicative that Tao Yi had stealthily followed Lin Xiao. Jia, whose expression had softened moments ago, now fixed her gaze on him with intensity until he too vanished from her view. Without a second thought, Jia followed suit. The mountain was sparsely frequented. Should anything happen to Lin Xiao, no one would be the wiser. Oblivious to the peril looming over her, Lin Xiao continued her ascent. As she journeyed up the path, she reached a point midway up the mountain. I have no knowledge of these stones, nor what kind of or they might be. I might as well gather fruits in the forest. She lamented that the mountain was devoid of enjoyment, and resolved to consider it merely a form of physical exercise. As she trudged along, muttering her grievances, Lin Xiao found herself regretting her impulsive curiosity in climbing the mountain, glancing around at the barren landscape. She sighed repeatedly, standing tall to wipe the sweat from her brow before retrieving her water bottle to drink. While quenching her thirst, her eyes wandered, and suddenly a flash of light caught her attention in the distance. Lin Xiao hastily stowed her water bottle and walked toward the source of the glimmer. The rocky terrain made the short distance feel treacherous, yet she stumbled her way forward. Upon reaching the illuminating object, she couldn't resist picking it up. That it was a black diamond-shaped stone, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun, utterly captivating. This stone truly is remarkable. I wonder if it is it would make a lovely necklace if I took it home. Holding the stone aloft in the sunlight, she squinted in admiration, completely unaware that a faint aura enveloped her being. Tao Yi, trailing behind, could not help but take a few steps forward, the sound of his footsteps startling Lin Xiao. Tao Ge, what brings you here? Realizing he had been discovered, Tao Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose and chuckled. Well, this mountain is filled with stones and scarcely any people. I couldn't bear to let you wander alone. Lin Xiao smiled in resignation. Now that he was here, she couldn't very well send him back. Did you bring food? I fear I may not have enough provisions for both of us. That I did. I did. Do not worry. Then let us proceed. The day is quickly approaching noon. We must find a sheltered spot to eat before climbing to the peak. There is little amusement to be found here. We shall treat it as a means of exercise. With a sigh, I acknowledge my familiarity with the mountain. Having sought refuge here before, I quicken my pace, matching steps with Lin Xiao, both of us oblivious to the figure trailing behind. Watching the two depart side by side, Jia clenched his fists and struck a nearby tree trunk with force. Tao Yi, you are the one I have set my sights on. How dare you disregard me? You will come to regret this, he declared before turning to descend the mountain. The barren landscape, coupled with Tao Yi's presence, rendered him incapable of making any move against Lin Xiao. He could only retreat and plot his next steps. Under Tao Yi's guidance, Lin Xiao arrived at a modest cave. While not expansive, it comfortably accommodated two individuals. The lack of vegetation on the mountain ensured that the cave remained dry, making it suitable for starting a fire. How did you stumble upon this place? Lin Xiao inquired. Previously, some professor brought a team for research, and I tagged along, discovering it then that I have no idea how this cave came to be, but it serves as a fine resting spot. Tao Yi replied. They set down their bags, with Tao Yi volunteering to gather firewood while Lin Xiao emptied her provisions onto the ground. Noticing Tao Ye's absence, she took out 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, setting them to boil, eager for a meal once Tao Yi returned. She also retrieved a steamed bun, slightly cold, and decided to roast it instead of soaking it in soup. When Tao Yi entered the cave, arms laden with firewood, he was greeted by a spread of delectable food, including the steaming hot pot. "You brought all this?" he asked, surprised. "Indeed. I've been particularly hungry lately, and you know me well enough to understand I must prepare adequately. What if I don't have enough and my legs give way on the way down?" Lin Xiao's whimsical reasoning left Tao Yi speechless, prompting an indulgent smile as he hurriedly ignited the fire. Lin Xiao, unable to contain her excitement, placed the bun on the flames to roast. "If only we had some barbecue seasoning. This bun would be perfect." She skewered the bun over the fire. She glanced at her hand, surprised to feel no warmth from the flames. Seizing the opportunity while Tao Yi was distracted, she gingerly placed her hand near the fire, and a tiny flame, resembling a playful sprite, danced to her fingertips. Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiao enclosed the little flame in her palm and then abruptly opened her hand, as if the flame was offended, causing it to leap playfully. Unable to suppress a giggle, Lin Xiao's laughter caught Tao Ye's attention. He looked up, puzzled by what had elicited her joy. Seeing him glance her way, she quickly clenched her fist, feigning innocence. The two took their time, enjoying their meal while engaging in easy conversation, their animated gestures matching their delight. In the midst of their revelry, Lin Xiao inadvertently brushed against a sharp stone, cutting her hand. Though the wound was shallow, blood flowed freely, and instinctively, she reached for her shirt pocket to retrieve some bandages. "Don't move. Where's the bandage? Let me take care of it. We can't have any debris in the wound," Tao Yi instructed. "It's in my pocket." Having previously encountered a grave injury without proper supplies, he was haunted by the memory of a person who had nearly succumbed to blood loss, saved only by the arrival of medical assistance. Since then, Lin Xiao had always carried surgical tools, hemostatic agents, and bandages, keeping them in her ample shirt pockets, which she considered a treasure trove. Tao Yi rummaged through her pocket, extracting its contents, including a beautiful diamond-shaped stone. "I'll clean it with water." "Bear with me," he said, returning with an unopened bottle of mineral water, but he accidentally knocked the diamond stone to the ground as he turned. Lin Xiao extended her hand for him to clean her wound, and the blood from her injury dripped onto the stone below, unnoticed by either of them. The unassuming gem absorbed the blood, emanating a gentle glow that gradually transformed into vibrant grains of light, which seeped into Lin Xiao's body through her wound. Simultaneously, a similar aura began to envelop Lin Xiao, but its faintness went unnoticed by Tao Yi, who remained focused on treating her injury. Initially, Lin Xiao had felt no particular sensation upon entering the cave, but at that moment, she sensed herself cradled in a firm yet gentle embrace, reminiscent of the earth and water. Along with that playful flame, it bore an added quality of protection. Shaking her head to dispel these fanciful thoughts, she caught Tao Ye's puzzled gaze as he observed her strange behavior. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" he asked. "Not at all. Not even a bit," she replied truthfully. Logically, a wound should elicit some pain, yet Lin Xiao felt none, even as Tao Yi finished bandaging her hand. "Your skills are quite impressive." "Have you trained?" he inquired. "Yes, I practiced in case you ever got hurt, and I needed to assist," she replied, blinking innocently, sensing an undertone in her words. She shyly mumbled, "Couldn't you just wish for me to be well?" Tao Yi, busy organizing their belongings, missed her quiet remark. When he turned to ask, he found her in a daze. He ruffled her hair playfully. "You're my little sister. It's only right that I keep an eye on you." Feeling relieved by his words, Lin Xiao shot him a mock glare. "Stop patting my head. Your height is partly to blame for my short stature." Observing the feisty girl before him, akin to a puffed-up rabbit, Tao Yi couldn't resist ruffling her hair further. After their playful banter, they tidied up the cave as they packed away the bandages and hemostatic agents. Lin Xiao paced back and forth, searching intently. "What are you looking for? Did something go missing?" Tao Yi inquired. "A little stone, a black diamond-shaped one. Quite pretty. I saw it when you were retrieving the supplies, but now I can't find it." "Let it go. If it's lost, we can look for another one later," he suggested. "Fine. I suppose that's all we can do, she conceded, shouldering her nearly empty backpack while Tao Yi gathered the trash to place at the cave entrance. We'll leave the trash here for now and take it down with us later. All right, let us move quickly, Lin Xiao urged. Although the mountain appeared barren, she felt a sense of incompleteness if they didn't reach the summit. As Lin Xiao ascended, the faint glow surrounding her intensified, nearing a tangible form. Initially, Tao Yi mistook the luminescence for sunlight reflecting off the stones, but upon reaching the peak, he beheld the kaleidoscopic aura enveloping Lin Xiao. As if she might vanish at any moment, startled, Tao Yi rushed forward, grasping Lin Xiao's wrist and pulling her into his arms. Tao Ge, what are you doing? Lin Xiao exclaimed, startled. Realizing their close proximity, Tao Yi quickly released her. Embarrassment flushing his cheeks, I am sorry, I thought you were going to disappear. Lin Xiao chuckled. Tao Ge, what are you imagining? I'm not a fairy that vanishes suddenly. This isn't some myth. Embarrassed, Tao Yi scratched his head. Acknowledging his overreaction, divert her attention. He gestured toward the view. Xiao, come up here. Although the mountain is barren, from this vantage point, you can see the village, and the scenery is quite lovely. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward, reaching the summit of the mountain. Gazing at the scenery below, it indeed resembled what Tao Yi had described. Quite splendid. The village retained its most primitive form, maintained by the elderly residents. From above, the entire village radiated with vibrant life. This moment, some household in the valley had already begun cooking, wisps of smoke rising gracefully, adding a unique hue to the quaint village. It was truly beautiful. Having grown accustomed to towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, this tranquil village brought a profound sense of peace to her heart. Perhaps, by the time you return next, this mountain may no longer exist. Lin Xiao sat on the ground, her hands absent-mindedly sifting through the stones beneath her. Was this mountain destined to be exploited? The villagers yearned to preserve their home in its original state. Yet if precious minerals truly lay hidden within the mountain, they would be unable to safeguard it. Lin Xiao understood the reasoning, but her heart felt uneasy, as if a cherished sanctuary within her was on the brink of destruction. However, there was little that could be done. The village was filled with elderly folks, and should the mountain be mined, no amount of effort would stop it. Observing the girl's melancholic expression, Tao Yi felt a pang of sadness as well. This was the place he had grown up in, a treasure in its own right. Once the mountain was exploited, could any other place be preserved? What fate awaited this village? No one could say. The topic was too sorrowful, casting a shadow over both their spirits. There were still a few days left in this holiday. When we return, I will accompany you. Sounds good. I've taken the entire month off for my annual leave. And since it's only been 2 weeks, I can still enjoy a few more days. What are your plans for the next few days? Lin Xiao smirked, pointing towards the lush mountain in the distance. I plan to go there. It's the season for foraging wild vegetables. I want to dig some up and see if the berries I had before are still around, and if they are, I'll pick some and make juice. The mountain Lin Xiao referred to stood in stark contrast to the one beneath their feet. It was abundant with vegetation, teeming with various wildlife and an abundance of wild vegetables and fruits. The villagers did not consume wild game, but each year they would venture into the mountains to gather wild fruits. Tao Yi was not concerned about her getting lost. To be by the way, Aunt Fong's big yellow dog and little black dog have had puppies. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled. They had them together. It's quite rare for cats and dogs to become good friends. Both Big Yellow and Little Black are beautiful. Their puppies will surely be delightful. Tomorrow, the little ones will be a month old, and I've arranged to take one from Aunt Fong, just like the cats and dogs. Lin Xiao's envy was nearly overflowing. No girl could resist those adorable, fluffy little pets. Yet, as a doctor, no matter how much she adored them, she knew she couldn't keep one. She had to be responsible for her patients. Nevertheless, that didn't hinder Lin Xiao's envy. Would you like to set aside a day tomorrow to help me bring them home? Is that possible? I'm free. Seeing the girl's excited smile, Tao Yi couldn't help but smile in return. It was surprisingly simple to make her happy. It's just a pity you can't hold them. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao hurriedly retorted, Who says I can't hold them? I'm on vacation. I can hold them as long as they're clean. Tao Yi was amused by Lin Xiao's childishness. After a moment of stunned silence, he burst into laughter. indulgently ruffling Lin Xiao's hair. He replied, "You can hold them, but I'll make sure they're clean first at a doctor. You must always be mindful. If there is an emergency, holding cats and dogs wouldn't be appropriate." Lin Xiao bit her lip, pouting and turning away from him. She was eagerly anticipating the chance to pet the cats and dogs, yet he had to dampen her enthusiasm. "Don't speak from now on. I'm going to sever ties with you for 10 minutes. I don't want to talk to you anymore." With that, she turned and walked down the mountain, watching Lin Xiao's sulking figure. Taoyu wiped his face, stifling his laughter, and hurried after her down the mountain. Upon returning home, Lin Grandma was boiling water, preparing to cook. "Grandma, I'm back. Xiao Xiao is back. Take a break. I'll call you when the food is ready." Glancing at the small chicken and potatoes on the counter, Lin Xiao immediately recognized what dish was to be prepared. Even before it was made, her mouth was watering. Since childhood, her favorite dish had always been this one. The tender, stewed potatoes paired with rice were simply heavenly. Lin Xiao quickly set her backpack down and rushed into the kitchen. "Grandma, please take a break. I'll handle this." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and deftly chopped the chicken into pieces. Seeing her granddaughter take over, the elderly lady stepped aside to make room for her. This grandma couldn't eat spicy food. Lin Xiao only added ginger, garlic, and star anise while frying the oil. Once the spices released their fragrant aroma, she poured the chicken into the pot, stirring until the surface of the meat gleamed with a golden hue. Then she added all the chopped potatoes, stirred once more, and covered the pot with water. Listening to the bubbling sounds as the broth began to boil, the enticing scent of chicken mingled with potatoes wafted through the air. How fragrant! My culinary skills are still remarkable. Lin Grandma, who was preparing a cold dish nearby, smiled indulgently upon hearing Lin Zhao's boastful remark, "You're quite shameless." "Why should I be? I'm merely stating the truth." "Grandma, take a whiff of this aroma. I sent it delightful." Lin Grandma played along, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. It's no wonder you're my granddaughter. This dish is incredible. Just smelling it makes me hungry." Hearing her grandmother's praise, Lin Xiao didn't care whether it was sincere or just playful banter. As long as she was being complimented, she felt elated. Amidst their joyful laughter, the dish in the pot was nearing completion. Lifting the lid, a gust of steam rushed out, followed by the unmistakable scent of chicken. This was the home-raised chicken. It smelled divine. As she spoke, Lin Xiao grabbed the seasoning box, sprinkling in salt and MSG to adjust the flavor, stirring thoroughly before garnishing with chopped green onions and serving it. "You love it. Take a few home with you when you leave." "Well, I'd rather not. If I take chicken home, my mother will definitely nag me, asking if I've been cooking again and if I know how important my hands are. What would happen if I injured them?" Seeing Lin Xiao mimic her mother's tone, Lin Grandma couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You mimic her so well. That's exactly how your mother speaks, but she means well. She just has the wrong approach. Let us not talk about her. I've finally managed to take a break, and I don't want her to ruin my mood." Noticing her granddaughter's expression dimming, Lin Grandma sighed softly, puzzled as to why her daughter-in-law felt the need to pressure her child so tightly. Was it merely to show off? Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it. As long as Lin Xiao could find a moment of relaxation here and ease her tension, she was content. "Grandma, dinner is ready. Come and taste my cooking." The chicken was tender and flavorful, while the potatoes had nearly disintegrated into a creamy consistency. Lin Xiao soaked her rice in the broth, devouring 3 large bowls. "You're becoming quite the eater. Be mindful of your stomach." Seeing Lin Xiao consume so much once again, Lin Grandma's concern was palpable. Though she cherished her granddaughter's hearty appetite, she had previously only eaten a small bowl. Now, the disparity was alarming. The elderly lady genuinely feared Lin Xiao might strain her stomach. "Rest assured, Grandma, I've had a checkup at the hospital, and I'm in perfect health. That I suppose it's because I run around the mountains every day, which burns off energy, allowing me to eat more. It's all good." Upon learning that Lin Xiao had undergone a physical examination, the elderly lady withheld her comments, believing that as long as the child was in good health, the quantity of food consumed was inconsequential. Breakfast was a mere formality. The elderly lady consumed a bowl of rice and a few bites of vegetables, while Lin Xiao devoured the remainder. After tidying up, Lin Xiao sat in the courtyard, gazing at the stars, reflecting on the extraordinary events that had transpired in recent days. As she recalled the flickering flame that danced in her palm. She couldn't resist opening her hand, her mind drifting back to the scene in the cave. Suddenly, she heard a soft pop, and a small flame burst forth from her outstretched palm. The crimson flame flickered in the evening breeze. And Lin Xiao stood frozen, captivated by the sight. Quickly, she clenched her hand into a fist, her expression turning vigilant as she scanned her surroundings. The elderly lady had long since retreated indoors, leaving only the gentle rustle of the evening wind amidst the flowers and trees. Faced with such an unfathomable occurrence, Lin Xiao felt compelled to retreat to her room. Sitting on her bed, she opened her palm once more, recalling the flame's dance, and upon witnessing its reappearance, she no longer felt the same panic as before. What was happening? Why was fire emerging from my hand? Lost in thought, Lin Xiao gradually succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and Lin Xiao, with her eyes still closed, experienced a sensation of weightlessness. Soon, she heard voices whispering in her ear. She attempted to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt as though they were burdened with immense weight. With no other recourse, she suppressed her fear and focused on the voices. Help them. Save them. Let them live. Help them. Save them. Let them live. Help whom? Who cannot survive? After several repetitions, she finally discerned the message, prompting her to inquire, but only silence answered. Just as she was about to despair, the voice returned. Fragmented, yet pleading. Strength, save them. Let them live. I implore you. Though the voice was intermittent, it was unmistakably a call for rescue. A physician. Albeit one coerced into the role, she understood that from the moment she donned her white coat, saving lives became her calling. Now, knowing someone was pleading for her assistance, yet being unaware of who needed saving, filled Lin Xiao with both urgency and helplessness. Thus, she spent the night in a state of half-wakefulness. And when morning arrived, Lin Xiao opened her eyes to a lingering haze in her mind. She found herself unable to discern whether she had been dreaming or awake until the crowing of a rooster jolted her from her stupor. As she regained her senses, she endeavored to recall her dream, but found her memory elusive. What dream did I have last night? Why can't I remember? After sitting on her bed for a while, still without any clarity, she heard the familiar voice of her grandmother. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao. Are you up? Xiao Yi is here to see you. Grandma, I'm up. I'll be right out, she called back, hastily rising to dress and wash up. When she exited her room, she found her grandmother and Tao Yi had already set the breakfast table, awaiting her arrival. You little rascal, always making Xiao Yi wait for you. Come eat. Xiao Yi has brought his homemade pickles. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Lin Xiao pushed aside her fragmented thoughts of a dream. Wow, Tao Ji's pickles are truly exceptional. I was just thinking of asking you for some the other day. As expected of my brother, he understands me, she exclaimed, promptly adding a helping to her porridge. Observing her granddaughter's carefree demeanor, Grandma Lin couldn't help but chuckle, chiding her lightly. You little girl, you hardly act ladylike at all. Thank goodness Xiao Yi doesn't mind. Tao Yi, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head while Lin Xiao feigned indifference to her grandmother's teasing, devouring her meal with delight. Grandma, has Aunt Fong's big yellow and little black had their puppies? Should we bring one home? Without waiting for Grandma's response, Lin Xiao quickly swallowed her mouthful of bun and leaned in, coaxing, Grandma, please let us keep one that can keep you company when I'm not home. And I would love it. Grandma Lin extended her dry, slightly roughened hand and gently patted Lin Xiao's forehead. You little rascal, always full of ideas. If you want to raise one, then go ahead. Yay, don't worry. Grandma, I'll definitely choose the most well-behaved one. With that, she returned to her meal, though her pace had noticeably quickened. After all, one must indulge their granddaughter, a physician. Lin Xiao had always loved small animals. Yet her mother had never permitted her to keep any, often pulling her away if they encountered one on the street, fearing germs. Xiao Yi, eat more, don't be shy. Noticing Lin Xiao fully engrossed in her meal, Tao Yi merely watched her, prompting Grandma Lin to encourage him to eat, redirecting his gaze. The elderly lady genuinely appreciated Tao Yi. He was tall and handsome, possessed a family trade, treated Lin Xiao well, and was familiar with their background. However, she had no intentions of meddling in their relationship, primarily because her daughter-in-law would surely disapprove of Tao Yi, and more importantly, her granddaughter did not seem to harbor any romantic feelings. Though she wished to facilitate a connection between the two, she ultimately deemed it best to refrain from any interference. Both of them finished their meals swiftly, as was customary, without requiring Grandma Lin's assistance. They efficiently tidied the kitchen and dining area, completing the task in no time. Initially intending to wear a jacket, Lin Xiao reconsidered. Today was a day to play with cats and dogs, and having items in her pockets would be inconvenient. Instead, she grabbed a backpack, placing her surgical instruments and other supplies inside. Her previously haphazardly tied hair was now styled into a high ponytail. At the age of 25, she appeared no older than 18 or 19 at first glance. After bidding farewell to Grandma Lin, she was about to leave when she noticed Tao Yi still standing in place, prompting her to call out, "Tao Go, let us go," snapped out of his reverie. Tao Yi quickly caught up with the girl ahead of him. Whose kittens and puppies are Big Yellow and Little Black? I don't know. I haven't seen them yet. Only a few families in our village raise cats and dogs. And they all look rather nice, so their offspring should be quite charming too. Tao Go understands me well. After all, both Big Yellow and Little Black are good-looking, so their offspring should be as well. Aunt Fong's yard was a considerable distance from Grandma Lin's, one at the east end of the village and the other at the west. Fortunately, neither of them was slow on their feet, and as they chatted, they soon arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. Before even stepping inside, they heard the soft whimpering of puppies, and Lin Xiao's heart melted at the sound. "Is Aunt Fong home?" "It's Tao Yi." Moments later, footsteps echoed from within. "Xiao Yi, come in, come in. Xiao Xiao is here too." "Are you two dating?" Aunt Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Lin Xiao quickly waved her hands in denial. "No, no. I came to see if Aunt Fong's Big Yellow and Little Black had their puppies. Come in, come in. These two little ones just turned a month old today and can leave the nest. Let me tell you, Big Yellow had 5, and Little Black had 4. Aunt Fong's words. Lin Xiao's steps quickened, her desire to cuddle the fluffy, adorable puppies intensifying. Tao Yi, sensing her eagerness, grabbed her arm to temper her enthusiasm, fearing she might come across as overly eager. Aunt Fong's yard was modest, and both litters were nestled in the storage room. Despite being a storage area, it was tidy, and the birthing beds for Big Yellow and Little Black were well kept, indicating the care put into their upkeep. All right, for the adoption process, you both need to agree on your choice that if they don't want to come with you, I can't let you take them even for money. But if they wish to follow you, feel free to take them, as long as you treat them kindly. Upon hearing these words, both individuals nodded eagerly. Aunt Fong spoke sincerely, genuinely fond of small animals, wishing only to provide these cats and dogs with a loving home. Initially filled with enthusiasm, Lin Xiao now felt a tinge of melancholy, pondering whether it was somewhat irresponsible of her to take them back only to leave them in her grandmother's care. As she wrestled with her thoughts, she suddenly felt something tugging at her pants, attempting to climb up. Her shoelaces had also come undone. Curious, she glanced down to discover a small puppy, entirely black, tugging at her shoelaces while shaking its head in an effort to loosen them, and a small orange and white kitten clinging to her jeans, striving to ascend her. Fearing the kitten might tumble, Lin Xiao hastily bent down to scoop it up, and the little creature nestled obediently in her arms. With the puppy still at her feet, she hesitated to lift her foot, anxious about inadvertently stepping on the mischievous little one. Reluctantly, she decided to pick up the puppy as well, with a cat at her left arm and a dog in her right. She looked at Tao Yi with a helpless expression, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Upon seeing the two little beings clinging to Lin Xiao as if they were mere trinkets, Aunt Fong could not help but burst into laughter. "Xiao Xiao, you're simply too popular. These two little ones are vying to burrow into your embrace. You might as well take them both." Lin Xiao's face reflected a mix of conflict. She considered setting them down, yet the soft, fluffy sensation of their fur made it difficult for her to part with them. "I will be leaving in a while, and cannot take them with me. I can only ask my grandmother to help care for them." Aunt Fong waved her hand dismissively. "And no worries. As long as they are treated well, it matters not if they stay with your grandmother. When I have the time, I'll come by to visit." Tao Yi also affectionately ruffled the heads of the two little creatures. "Rest assured, I live nearby, and can look after them too." With their encouragement, Lin Xiao tightened her hold on the two little companions. Tao Yi, too, had been chosen by a particularly robust puppy, although Aunt Fong mentioned that the animals had chosen their owners and could be taken home immediately. Both of them still left their gifts at Aunt Fong's house and on the way back. The smile on Lin Xiao's face was uncontainable. She felt such joy that, of course, once I leave, these two little ones can keep my grandmother company. Do not worry. I will take good care of them. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao entrusted the two little creatures to Tao Yi before heading to the town, since she had decided to adopt them. She understood the responsibility that came with it. She hurried to the largest pet store in town, gathering an ample supply of pet essentials and common medications. She even prepared items for Tao Ye's little puppy. Thankfully, Lin Xiao possessed considerable strength, allowing her to manage the load despite its bulk. After an extensive shopping spree, her petite figure became half obscured by the items, which, though light, proved cumbersome to navigate. Meanwhile, Tao Yi anxiously awaited Lin Xiao's return at home, concerned that the three small creatures might become disoriented in their new surroundings. After much contemplation, he decided to gather the three little ones into his arms. Come, let us find your owner. As he approached the village entrance, he spotted a rather large shadow slowly making its way toward the village. Initially, Tao Yi feared that an intruder had entered the village, promptly clutching the three little ones closer to him. Worried that they might run away to alert others, just as he was about to turn back and call for help, a familiar voice reached his ears. Xiao Xiao. Tao Ge. How wonderful. Please help me. The load is too heavy. I cannot see the road. Just as she finished speaking, she stumbled over a protruding stone. Tao Yi quickly shielded the little ones with one arm while using the other to assist Lin Xiao with her burdens. You brought them out, just in time. I have a cat carrier to put them in. Fortunately, the three little creatures were small enough that, despite the carrier's limited space, they could all fit inside. Albeit snugly. Let us hurry back. It is too cramped in there. With Tao Ye's assistance, Lin Xiao's pace noticeably quickened. Upon returning home, she hastily discarded her bags and eagerly opened the cat carrier. As the cat and two dogs emerged, they appeared slightly dazed, shaking their little heads vigorously. The kitten then raised its paw and playfully swatted each puppy on the nose, meowing incessantly as if to scold them for being clumsy. Watching the two silly puppies bow their heads in submission, Lin Xiao worried that the kitten might inadvertently scratch their faces with its tiny claws and quickly scooped it up. Be good. Do not hit them. It was my fault. I brought you some treats. The kitten seemed to understand her words and settled quietly in her embrace, although the puppy's gaze reflected a hint of disdain. As Tao Yi retrieved their food bowls, Lin Xiao hurriedly extracted cat and dog food, mixing it with milk. The three little ones were evidently starving. While the kitten ate with relative grace, the two puppies nearly buried their heads in their bowls. Seizing the opportunity, the pair quickly set about arranging their sleeping area. By the time everything was in order, night had fallen completely. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's grandmother had left food for them, sparing them from going to bed hungry. After tidying up, Tao Yi took his own puppy and the supplies Lin Xiao had prepared back to his home, while Lin Xiao settled her two little ones before heading off to wash up. However, upon emerging from the bathroom, she found the kitten sprawled on her pillow and the puppy resting at the foot of her bed. Reluctantly, Lin Xiao placed the two sleeping creatures back in their designated spots. Yet, curiously enough, the moment she set them down, their eyes flew open. As soon as Lin Xiao released her grip, they swiftly scrambled back to their previous positions on the bed, after several attempts, resulting in a sweaty ordeal for Lin Xiao. The two little creatures stubbornly insisted on sleeping with her. All right, today you may sleep on the bed, but tomorrow you must return to your own beds. If they understood, the two little ones nudged the pillow and blanket with their heads. Seeking a more comfortable position, unable to resist, Lin Xiao climbed into bed quietly, turning off the light. Just as she settled in, she felt the kitten nestling in her neck and the puppy cuddling her feet. As she stroked the kitten's soft back, Lin Xiao gradually drifted into slumber. Time slipped away, and she soon sensed a familiar weightlessness. The dream she had forgotten during the day resurfaced, and like before, her eyelids felt heavy, refusing to open. She could only silently scream in her mind, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yet, all that met her was an endless silence, and she lost track of how long she had been calling out in her heart. Suddenly, she felt warmth enveloping her neck and legs, akin to the sensation of lying in bed with the two little animals nestled against her. Before she could comprehend what was happening, the voice returned. This time clearer yet still fragmented. Holy beast of the Xinyuan continent, save them. Help them survive. Lin Xiao listened in confusion, her mind racing with questions. What was the Xinyuan continent? What was a holy beast? Who needed saving? Just then, the crowing of a rooster echoed, jolting Lin Xiao upright. Although she could not recall the entirety of her dream, she retained a mention of the Xinyuan continent and its holy beast. This unfamiliar phrase ignited a flicker of unease in her heart. Meow, meow, woof, woof, the soft sounds of the two little creatures brought Lin Xiao back to reality. Embracing them, she showered them with affection. Every day is filled with such peculiar dreams. You too are the best. As long as you're well-fed and content, you have no worries at all. After a brief tussle in bed, the sounds of Grandma rising echoed through the house. Since arriving in the countryside, Lin Xiao had been eager to unwind, especially knowing that breakfast would be prepared by her grandmother. Feeling a twinge of guilt for being the first to rise, she hurriedly got out of bed to wash up. Upon seeing Lin Xiao awake, Grandma was momentarily taken aback. Is there a special occasion today? Why are you up so early? Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. Oh, I just woke up. During workdays, I always get up early. I thought I could indulge a bit while at Grandma's face broke into a radiant smile, and she affectionately remarked that now that Lin Xiao was at her home, she could shed the burdens of city life and enjoy herself. Eat when she wanted, sleep when she wished, and truly relax. Yes, soon as the words left her lips, Lin Xiao embraced her grandmother's shoulders, playfully rubbing her face against them. Grandma, you should rest. Let me make breakfast today. No, I insist. This morning I want to prepare hand-pulled noodles for you. I've already kneaded the dough. Grandma insisted. Could see the mention of the dough. Lin Xiao glanced over to see a large bowl containing a smooth, pliable mass. All right, we'll have hand-pulled noodle for breakfast, then my skills in rolling out the dough are the true inheritance from you. Grandma, seeing Lin Xiao's determination, Grandma relented. Then I shall prepare the sauce. We can mix it together later. With that, she retrieved a large bowl filled with pre-soaked wood ear mushrooms. Grandma swiftly sliced the mushrooms into thin strips, followed by some shredded meat, carrot, and cucumber. Noticing Grandma was already in motion, Lin Xiao wasted no time in dividing the dough into 4 portions. She spread a thin layer of flour on the countertop, kneaded 1 portion of dough until it was smooth, and then took out a rolling pin nearly half a meter long. Hand-pulled noodles have a delightful chewiness, requiring a firmer dough, and rolling out the noodles is quite a labor-intensive task. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had not neglected her physical fitness during her work, and the strange occurrences she had experienced had also enhanced her strength and stamina. In no time, 1 portion of dough was transformed into a large flat noodle. Folding the noodle a few times, she cut it into uniform widths, shaking off the excess flour with her hands. Lin Xiao's speed was remarkable. By the time Grandma finished preparing the sauce, she had cut all 4 portions of dough into noodles. Ah, youth indeed. So much dough, and you've completed it so quickly. Hearing her grandmother's praise, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Of course, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Grandma. Observing her granddaughter's joy, Grandma couldn't help but smile. Lin Xiao had learned to cook on her own, believing that while her granddaughter might not need to cook, she ought to know how to. Little did she expect that Lin Xiao would take such pleasure in bustling about in the kitchen. The thought of her daughter-in-law complaining about this made Grandma chuckle inwardly. However, seeing Lin Xiao so happy reassured her that she had made the right choice in teaching her. While Grandma was lost in thought, Lin Xiao had already begun boiling the noodles. Next to the pot, she placed a large basin filled with ice water. As soon as the noodles were cooked, she quickly transferred them to the cold water to cool. With a basin of noodles, a bowl of sauce, a plate of cucumber strips, and a small bowl of pickles, Lin Xiao's stomach began to rumble audibly. Come eat. Your stomach is singing. Just as Lin Xiao was about to sit down, she felt something scratching at her leg. Looking down, she saw 2 little creatures gazing up at her with their big, wet eyes, seemingly pleading for food. Oh dear, Grandma, you eat first. I nearly forgot about these 2. Lin Xiao exclaimed, rushing to prepare milk for the cat and dog. The scent wafted through the air, prompting the cat and dog to nuzzle against her legs. their mouths emitting soft, urgent mews that melted Lin Xiao's heart. All right, I won't let you go hungry. Just a moment. Only when the two food bowls were placed on the ground did the cat and dog settle down. Lin Xiao felt as though she were starving. But Grandma had thoughtfully mixed the noodles for her. Sitting at the table, she swiftly polished off a bowl of noodles. With her hunger satiated, she felt more relaxed about continuing to eat. Xiao Xiao, isn't your vacation nearly over? Yes, I've had a month off, but there's just half a month left. I'll be heading back a week early. Where do you plan to go? I intend to go up the mountain. The wild fruits should be ripe by now, along with mountain walnuts and hazelnuts. I'll gather some and bring back. Grandma nodded, contemplating, perhaps you should take Xiao Yi along. I am not comfortable with you going alone. Lin Xiao quickly waved her hands, insisting, no, there's no need for that. How could she not recognize Grandma's intentions to matchmake, setting aside her feelings for Tao Yi? She had encountered his little admirer several times in the village. Each time the girl saw her, it was as if her gaze could devour Lin Xiao whole. The way the girl had shoved her into a mud pile illustrated her impulsiveness. Lin Xiao wasn't afraid of her, but she worried that if the girl found out about Grandma's matchmaking, she might take her anger out on the old lady. Moreover, her mother was fixated on finding her a partner in the medical field. It was a mystery why she had such an obsession with doctors. It was the season for fruit picking. There were plenty of people on the mountain. Lin Xiao thought she would be safe following them. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's refusal, Grandma decided not to press further. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Lin Xiao retrieved a large bamboo basket from the storeroom, strapping it securely on her shoulder. She donned her jacket, stashed her treasures in the pockets, zipped it up, and slung the basket on her back. Grandma, I'm off. I'm just going to scout the path up the mountain. It's been a year, and I can't quite remember the way. Grandma waved her hand, acknowledging that she had heard. Once Lin Xiao was out of sight, she hurriedly set off in search of Tao Yi. He was busy moving freshly fired porcelain when he noticed Grandma and was briefly startled. Xiao Yi, do you have some time to spare? What is the matter, Grandma? Xiao plans to go up the mountain alone, and I'm worried that I was hoping you could keep an eye on her. Of course, Grandma, don't worry. I just finished my work here. I'll go after her right now. Satisfied with his response, Grandma felt a little more at ease as she made her way back home. After agreeing to Grandma's request, Tao Yi wasted no time, changing out his work clothes into something more casual before striding out the door. In his haste, he completely overlooked Yijia, who was approaching him. At that moment, Yijia held a delicate gift box in her arms. Upon spotting Tao Yi, her eyes lit up, and she opened her mouth to call out to him, but saw him with his head down. Hurriedly passing by without noticing her, Tao Yi, she paused for a moment before turning to call after his retreating figure, but Tao Yi was too absorbed in his thoughts to hear her. Yijia bit her lip, placing the gift at Tao Yi's doorstep before chasing after him. Since the last time she had chased after him to dig mud and ended up in a disheveled state. She had learned her lesson and now donned jeans and sneakers whenever she sought him out. After running for a while, she finally caught a glimpse of Tao Yi's back. Just as she was about to sprint a few more steps to catch up, she spotted Lin Xiao ahead, the girl with the bamboo basket. Lin Xiao, I was chasing after her just now, which is why I didn't see me. Though Yijia had already come to a conclusion in her mind. She couldn't suppress her frustration and gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with jealousy as she gazed at Lin Xiao. Why does Tao Yi ignore me, yet you managed to capture all his attention? Lin Xiao, this isn't over. When Tao Yi caught up with Lin Xiao, he initially intended to stride alongside her. However, upon noticing the bamboo basket slung over her shoulder, while he carried nothing at all, it seemed as though he had come specifically to seek her out. After some contemplation, he refrained from impulsively approaching her and instead chose to quietly trail behind, ensuring her safety. Lin Xiao, on her excursion up the mountain, merely wished to survey her surroundings and had no intention of lingering. Thus she had not brought any lunch, preferring a swift expedition as they journeyed. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that the wild grasses brushed against her without inflicting any pain. The mountain was abundant with thorny vines, and even clad in long sleeves and trousers, one could typically feel the sharp pricks against the skin. Yet, as she found herself halfway up the slope, prepared for the inevitable scratches, she was astonished to discover that she felt not a single sting. Moreover, a familiar warmth enveloped her heart, yet its origin remained a mystery. standing amidst the underbrush, Lin Xiao turned her head, attempting to pinpoint the source of this inexplicable comfort. However, apart from the lush greenery surrounding her, there was nothing else to be found. Collecting her thoughts, she continued along a narrow path trodden by the villagers, reaching the outskirts of the deep mountain. Beyond that, it was said that no one dared to venture further, for the elders spoke of numerous deep caves within, for which one could never return. Lin Xiao did not believe herself immune to such dangers. Thus, she gathered some wild fruits, such as mountain walnuts. This season, the mountain's bounty was plentiful, and before long, she had filled half a basket. Glancing at the sky, she realized it was already noon, and her stomach began to grumble. Without a moment's hesitation, she decided to descend. Behind her, Tao Yi, upon seeing her departure, let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had rushed out without long sleeves and trousers, and now his arms and legs were stinging and itching from the thorny vines. Jia was not faring much better. Having been pampered at home, her face, neck, and hands bore angry red scratches wherever exposed. "Grandma, look, I've gathered quite a few wild fruits and mountain walnuts." Upon hearing her voice, Grandma Lin emerged, astonished by the sight of the half-full basket. "You collected so much in such a short time?" "Indeed. There's an abundance on the mountain. I was simply hungry. Otherwise, I could have gathered a whole basket. Tomorrow, I'll bring some provisions and gather even more." Grandma Lin, thinking that it would be impossible for her granddaughter to have done this alone, suspected that Tao Yi had lent a hand. Thus, after dinner, she took a small basket and filled it to the brim with wild fruits and walnuts, making her way to Tao Yi's home. "Xiao Yi, thank you today. Here's some wild fruits and mountain walnuts for you and your grandfather to enjoy. Thank you, Grandma Lin." Xiao Yi, tomorrow Xiao plans to go back up the mountain. She might leave early in the morning and stay for the whole day. "Are you busy tomorrow?" "Not at all. I'll go find her first thing in the morning and accompany her up the mountain." Having received the answer she desired, the old lady returned home with a cheerful demeanor, her empty basket in tow. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, who was preparing to rest, her grandmother had gone to arrange for her little protector. At this moment, she cradled a small puppy in her arms, with a kitten nestled against her neck, once again succumbing to the same dream. "Who are you? Why do you invade my dreams so persistently? Get out of my dreams and cease your haunting." This time, without waiting for the voice to materialize, Lin Xiao erupted in her heart, demanding it leave her dreams. The voice remained absent for a prolonged duration, long enough for Lin Xiao to believe that the night would pass peacefully. Just as she began to relax, the voice returned once more, this time strikingly clear, yet ethereal. "The people need you. The beast god is dying and requires your protection. Save his people. Your arrival is imminent." "What beast god? What people? Where must I go?" Lin Xiao anxiously questioned within herself, yet the voice fell silent once again. It wasn't until the crowing of roosters that she lazily opened her eyes. The words spoken by that voice lingered in her memory, though their meaning eluded her. "The beast god is dying. An imminent arrival. What could that possibly mean? I am an atheist. What nonsense about a beast god, dreaming such absurdities." She vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the unrealistic thoughts. Today, she was set to enter the mountain, ready to embrace nature's gifts, with no time to dwell on dreams. Initially believing she had risen early enough, she stepped outside only to find a tall figure bustling about in the kitchen. "Tao Ge," hearing Lin Xiao call his name, Tao Yi turned around abruptly, a grin spreading across his face. "The meal will be ready shortly. Just a moment." "Tao Ge, what are you doing here?" "I decided to come find you since you mentioned wanting to venture into the mountains a few days ago. I thought I'd ask if you wanted to join me." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao noticed that beside her bamboo basket lay another. With the arrival of another, it would be impolite to send him away. And since she intended to go into the mountains, having company would be beneficial for gathering more. "All right, let me grab some potatoes and sweet potatoes. The cooked ones are easy to squash, so I'll just take them raw. There should be places to start a fire on the mountain, right?" "Yes, there's a cave where many people live. We can roast something to eat." Satisfied with the response, Lin Xiao took the opportunity to fill her basket with several potatoes and sweet potatoes before the meal was ready. Unbeknownst to her, this trip to the mountain would lead to unexpected occurrences. "Grandma, we're off. We'll bring back mountain goods for you to enjoy tonight. Take care and remember to stay safe. Don't venture too deep into the mountains." "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiao Xiao, Tao Yi assured Grandma Lin, who watched the two depart, her heart racing with concern. She opened her mouth to call them back, but their swift pace soon rendered them out of sight. With her own legs unable to keep up, Grandma Lin could only furrow her brows and return to the yard, continuously reassuring herself that she was merely overthinking things. Since the day prior, Ijia had stealthily lingered near Lin Xiao's home before dawn. She watched as the two, each carrying a bamboo basket, walked side by side toward the mountain. Filled with resentment, Ijia clenched her teeth and followed closely behind. I heard from the village women that there's an abundance of wild chestnuts on the mountain this year. When I explored yesterday, I truly found many. The wild fruits are ripe as well. And if we don't gather them soon, the birds will devour them. Today, with the two of us, we can gather quickly. I remember Grandma Lin particularly enjoys chestnuts. If we bring back a basket for her, she'll surely be delighted. The two chatted and laughed, oblivious to the figure trailing behind them. Lin Xiao, your eyes are only for Lin Xiao that I've chased after you for a year. Yet your gaze remains fixed solely on her. If only Lin Xiao weren't around, would you finally notice me? The more she thought about it, the more Ijia's heart simmered with discontent. Fixated on Lin Xiao's silhouette as if it were poisoned, I warned you to keep your distance from Tao Yi. He is the one I've set my sights on. Why do you refuse to listen? Continuing onward without pause, they followed the path forged by the villagers, ascending to the mountain's side. Tao Ge, over here, I found a plethora of chestnuts yesterday. Upon hearing her call, Tao Yi, who had contemplated going in another direction, instantly turned to Lin Xiao's side. Many. Xiao, step back. I'll gather while you stand aside to avoid getting pricked. Were several layers of gloves to protect your hands. The outer shell of chestnuts is a prickly hard casing, making it impossible to open by hand. Typically, one would pick the chestnuts, drop them to the ground, and crush the shells with their feet. Fortunately, Lin Xiao wore a pair of sturdy marten boots, making it effortless to stomp on the chestnut shells. All right, Tao Ge, you should wear several layers of gloves as well. We wouldn't want you to get hurt. Rest assured. With that, he swiftly began to gather point. One person picked while the other stomped, and before long, their basket was overflowing. Tao Ge, the basket is full. Let us take a break. Upon hearing her, Tao Yi glanced at the bamboo basket, then slowly made his way out of the chestnut thicket, promptly offering her a bottle of water. Tao Ge, could you please take the basket down for me? It's still not noon, and there's only one basket left. One tea suffice for the afternoon. Tao Yi harbored similar thoughts. Yet the mere idea of leaving Lin Xiao alone on the mountain filled him with unease. If sensing his trepidation, Lin Xiao hastily spoke up. Why don't I return with you to deliver it? You can wait here for me. With that, she made a move to fetch the basket of chestnuts. Tao Yi swiftly seized Lin Xiao's hand. What nonsense is this, little girl? You needn't deliver anything. I shall do it myself. I'll make haste, and you are to remain here without moving. Do you understand? Lin Xiao responded with a beaming smile, vigorously nodding her head in an attempt to enhance her credibility, being naturally restless. It was inconceivable for her to remain still, yet she was wise enough to know her limits and refrained from venturing too deep into the mountains, which assuaged Tao Ye's concerns to some extent. However, the moment she lost sight of Tao Ye's figure, Lin Xiao hastily shouldered the basket and set off to gather fruits. Upon her ascent, she had already noticed a certain fruit tree, its vibrant red fruits invitingly begging to be tasted. The tree was conveniently located not far from the chestnut grove, alleviating any worries of Tao Yi failing to find her upon his return. Just as Lin Xiao was engrossed in her gathering, Ijia drifted up behind her, an immediate chill coursed down Lin Xiao's spine, her scalp prickling as she instinctively turned to glance behind her. Meeting Ijia's malevolent gaze, Lin Xiao felt as though her heart might cease beating. Forcing herself to regain her composure, she silently extended a fruit towards Ijia. Would you care for a taste? Ijia raised her hand as if to strike, prompting Lin Xiao to swiftly retract hers, her heart still racing. Thankfully, the withdrawal was timely. Otherwise, the fruit would have been wasted. With an expression of disapproval, Lin Xiao glanced at Ijia. If you don't want it, then don't waste it. With that, she rubbed the fruit against her clothing and took a hearty bite. The fruit was slightly larger than a sand fruit, its brilliant red hue exceptionally appealing. With the first bite, its unique sweetness flooded her mouth, causing Lin Xiao to involuntarily squint her eyes. Her gaze, however, roamed the surroundings in search of an escape route. Jia had effectively blocked the only narrow path, and Lin Xiao, wishing to avoid confrontation, simply desired to distance herself from her. I told you to stay away from him. Why can't you just listen? Jia's voice dripped with resentment that I pursued him for a year, and he hasn't even smiled at me. Yet he is so gentle with you. Why is that? Unable to endure Jia's relentless monologue, Lin Xiao retorted, I've known Tao Yi since we were 3. We've been friends for 22 years. We are more like family than mere friends that, if you cannot win his affection, perhaps you should reflect upon yourself instead of lashing out indiscriminately. After delivering the sharp retort, she shouldered half a basket of fruits and brushed past Jia, departing. Yet, Lin Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that she had veered off the correct path, having not ventured into the mountains for quite some time. She was only a short distance from where she had gathered chestnuts, but Jia's interference had agitated Lin Xiao, who was solely focused on escaping her presence, leading her to stray off course. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was quick to realize her deviation and promptly retraced her steps, collecting a fair amount of fruits, including walnuts and chestnuts along the way. However, Jia was determined to thwart her, once more obstructing Lin Xiao's path during her gathering. You might as well die. If you do, Tao Ge will finally notice me. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in shock, and she could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Initially, Lin Xiao believed it to be a joke, until she saw Jia brandishing a knife and lunging at her. It was then that Lin Xiao comprehended the gravity of the situation. Jia had truly lost her mind. As she dodged, her foot inadvertently caught on a patch of wild grass. Although she narrowly escaped the blade, her arm was grazed, leaving a wound. Ignoring the pain, Lin Xiao turned to flee, but misfortune seemed to plague her. Just a few steps in, she stumbled into a pit. She thought she heard Tao Yi calling her name, but she was destined to remain unresponsive. Lin Xiao curled into a ball, clutching her head in an attempt to shield herself. Unbeknownst to her, the once vibrant red fruits in the bamboo basket gradually transformed into green, gravel-like substances, seeping into her wound and healing it at a visible pace. Tao Yi, entirely unprepared for the turn of events, had simply descended the mountain to deliver a basket of chestnuts, only to find Lin Xiao absent upon his return. Just as he contemplated calling her, he heard a commotion in the distance. The location where they had gathered chestnuts was already on the edge of the deep mountain, where one more step could lead to treacherous depths filled with perilous pits. Rushing towards the source of the sound, Tao Ye's thoughts raced as he navigated through the dense underbrush, which severely hampered his speed. Upon arrival, he was met with the shocking sight of Jia attacking Lin Xiao with a knife. Stunned, Tao Yi could hardly fathom that a simple foraging excursion could culminate in such chaos. Regaining his senses, he shouted and rushed towards the two, but tragically, Lin Xiao fell into the pit before his very eyes. Jia, have you lost your mind? Why would you push Xiao into the pit? Jia, equally bewildered, had merely intended to frighten her into leaving Tao Yi alone. She had never meant to cause harm. Tao Yi forcefully separated Jia from Lin Xiao and leaned over the edge of the pit, calling out her name desperately. Lin Xiao, can you hear me? Please respond. The pit was choked with weeds, obscuring the view of its depths, and Tao Yi was reluctant to leap in recklessly. If he too fell, who would save Lin Xiao? After several fruitless calls, he turned to Jia, his eyes ablaze with fury. If anything happens to Lin Xiao, I will make you pay dearly. With that, he began to clear the surrounding foliage, knowing that they had not ventured far into the mountains and had not brought any tools, save for a small knife for protection. Jia, now slowly calming down, observed Tao Yi laboriously clearing the area, and she finally spoke. Tao Yi, do you like Lin Xiao? Tao Yi remained silent, which in Jia's eyes was tantamount to an admission. I didn't mean for this to happen. I just wanted to scare her off, not to truly harm her. I only wanted her to leave you. Before she could finish, Tao Yi sprang up and gripped Jia's neck tightly. What gives you the right to harm her? She has been a cherished part of my life for so many years, and you dare to hurt her? Jia's eyes rolled back in fear as she grappled for breath, genuinely believing he intended to kill her. Just as she felt herself on the brink of suffocation, the pressure suddenly released. You can save your explanations for the police. If Lin Xiao dies, it will be murder. And if she survives, it will be attempted murder. Either way, you will find yourself behind bars. With that, he dashed down the mountain, urgently seeking help, fervently praying for Lin Xiao. Please be safe. I haven't yet confessed my feelings to you. As Jiao watched him retreat, her pallor deepened, realizing the gravity of his words. Regardless of Lin Xiao's fate, she could not escape the impending consequences. If I had to go to prison, I might as well die. She murmured, crawling to the edge of the pit where Lin Xiao had fallen. But gazing into the obscure depths, she ultimately lacked the courage to jump. Instead, she collapsed on the ground, weeping for the punishment that awaited her. The sudden sensation of weightlessness as Lin Xiao plummeted into the pit sent shockwaves of fear through her. She wished to scream, yet her throat felt constricted, stifling her voice. The shock caused her to lose consciousness, and she remained unaware that her wound had fully healed. The surrounding weeds and branches formed a thick net, securely catching her descending body. Lin Xiao felt as though she were once again ensnared in that dream. But this time, her eyes could open and her mouth could speak. As she surveyed her surroundings, dread enveloped her. The space was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, just as despair threatened to overwhelm her. That familiar voice echoed once more, "Welcome to the Holy Yuan continent. I know nothing of this Holy Yuan continent, nor do I wish to be here. I want to go home." The voice seemed to be startled by Lin Xiao's sharp tone. Remaining silent for a considerable time, Lin Xiao tightly embraced herself, uncertain of how long had passed. The originally pitch-black space gradually revealed shimmering specks of colored light. First came blue, followed by red, earthy yellow, gold, and finally green. The lights multiplied, slowly swirling around Lin Xiao. "They have chosen you. I implore you to save the people of the sacred Yuan continent and lead them to survival," the voice echoed. The lights eagerly rushed into Lin Xiao's being. "I want to go home. My grandmother will be heartbroken if I disappear. I still have my parents. Please choose someone else and let me return home." Lin Xiao buried her head deep in her arms, her voice choked with emotion. Soon after, she felt her body enveloped in a warm embrace. "Child, this is your mission. The you in this world will be replaced by another you. I beseech you to save those people. The power of nature has chosen you. Only you can ensure their survival. Go. Child, you will come to love this place." Before Lin Xiao could comprehend the meaning of these words, she was once again plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Tao Yi led the villagers to the deep pit where Lin Xiao had fallen. Accompanying them were police officers in uniform. Upon seeing the officers, Jia instinctively attempted to flee, but having sat on the ground for too long, her legs had gone numb. As she managed to rise, she stumbled heavily back to the ground. Tao Yi paid her no heed, securing a safety rope around his waist as he wielded a sickle, clearing the weeds in the pit while cautiously probing deeper. The opening of the pit was rather narrow, just wide enough for a person to descend vertically. After descending about 3 to 4 meters, Tao Yi finally spotted the person he had been longing for that moment. Lin Xiao lay unconscious against a sturdy tree root, her body marred with bloodstains from being scratched by wild grass. Without a moment to lose, Tao Yi controlled the safety rope and approached the old tree root. As he embraced Lin Xiao, the warmth of her body and her faint breath brought a profound sense of relief. Unbeknownst to him, the Lin Xiao in his arms was no longer the girl he had known for over 20 years. This Lin Xiao was the substitute mentioned in that voice. She possessed Lin Xiao's memories and skills. From this moment forth, she would be the Lin Xiao of this continent. Regaining consciousness, Lin Xiao slowly opened her eyes, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. She found herself leaning against a towering tree. With no discernible path, surrounded by lush vegetation, am I still in the mountains? Did I not fall into a deep pit? Could it be that there is another world within the pit? As she pondered, she absent-mindedly patted her somewhat dazed head and stood up to examine her surroundings. Beside her lay the bamboo basket she had carried up the mountain, still containing the chestnuts and wild fruits she had gathered, along with the potatoes and sweet potatoes she had brought from home for lunch. Fully alert now, Lin Xiao furrowed her brow at her environment. It was evidently a forest, observing the decaying leaves beneath her feet and the robust trees surrounding her. It was clear this was not the mountain near the village. Suppressing her rising fear, she cautiously called out, "Taugu, Taugu," but was met only with the rustling of leaves in response, recalling how Jia had threatened her with a knife, causing her to fall into the pit. Lin Xiao had never felt such intense hatred for someone before. Quickly, she checked her pockets, relieved to find that the zippered pouch contained its contents. She needed to bandage the wound on her arm. In these remote woods, being injured was far too perilous. Lost in thought, she retrieved the hemostatic powder and gauze, then removed her jacket to tend her arm. Yet upon inspecting her arm, she was taken aback to find it completely unharmed. Hastily, she checked her other arm, only to discover it too was unscathed, without even a scratch. Stunned for a moment, she then examined her clothing, finding indeed there were slashes on the sleeves and bloodstains on her garment. Not just the sleeves, but other areas of her clothes, and even her pants bore similar damage, some stained with blood, yet her body showed no signs of injury. After several thorough checks, convinced she bore no wounds, she finally regained her composure. Extending her hand, she closed her eyes and pinched her thigh hard. She felt the flesh beneath her fingers, but the anticipated pain never came. Indeed, it was a dream. Only in dreams does one feel no pain. Once I awaken, I will return home. Unbeknownst to her, approximately 2 meters away, a man with a bare upper body, clad in a bee-skin skirt and adorned with fuzzy ears atop his head, his tail swaying behind him, was staring at her in astonishment. He had noticed Lin Xiao when she lay unconscious beneath the tree, marveling at her presence in this place. Out of caution, he refrained from approaching immediately. However, the longer he gazed, the more entranced he became. He had never encountered such a beautiful young female. She appeared not yet to have matured, delicate and petite. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, carrying an enchanting fragrance he had never experienced before. The man, enchanted by her allure, dared not disturb her and remained at a distance. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, a python, about the same width as her waist, had silently appeared behind her. A tease slithered towards her, its eyes filled with cold hunger, fixated on the delectable meal before it, poised to devour her at the opportune moment. Without a second thought, the man let out a thunderous shout. "Little female, be careful," and leaped from behind the tree, transforming midair into a towering wolf over 3 meters tall. Lin Xiao, lost in her thoughts about awakening, was startled by the howl. Before she could react, she witnessed a person before her morph into a wolf. Believing the wolf was charging at her, her heart raced, and she froze in terror, urging herself to flee, yet her body refused to move. At that moment, Lin Xiao finally understood what it felt like when patients had described the disconnection between mind and body as the giant wolf approached. Lin Xiao squeezed her eyes shut, but the expected pain never came. Tentatively, she opened one eye, only to find that the giant wolf had vanished. An illusion. This must be a dream. It is surely an illusion. How could a person transform into a wolf, let alone such a massive one? Just as her self-soothing thoughts lingered, a tremendous noise erupted behind her. Lin Xiao spun around to see the giant wolf from moments ago pinning the python down with one of its paws. The python writhed beneath the wolf, desperately attempting to coil around its neck, but no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the wolf's grasp. Seizing the moment, the giant wolf opened its gaping maw and bit down on the python's vital point. Blood flowed from the wolf's mouth, staining its fur crimson. Only when the python lay lifeless did the wolf release its grip, sharp teeth tearing away a piece of flesh from the serpent's body. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Lin Xiao felt the hairs on her neck stand on end, her back drenched in cold sweat. As the giant wolf turned its gaze toward her, she trembled, wishing to say something or flee, yet found herself utterly paralyzed. The wolf, having just engaged in a fierce struggle, retained a glimmer of ferocity in its eyes, and with a scar marking the edge of its gaze, the look it gave Lin Xiao was inexplicably fierce. At that moment, Lin Xiao wished she could knock herself unconscious. Why did she have to witness such a gruesome sight? The giant wolf, noticing the slight tremor in the little female's body, realized it had frightened her. Promptly, it reverted to its human form, hastily retrieving the beast skin it had discarded during the transformation. Once presentable, it cautiously approached Lin Xiao, halting about a meter away. "Little female, I am a Gu. Which tribe do you belong to?" What brings you to this forest? It is perilous here. Do you need me to escort you back? In an effort to appear less intimidating, Agu endeavored to soften his voice. However, Lin Xiao, still reeling from her earlier shock and witnessing Agu's transformation back into human form, found herself utterly unable to think that it wasn't until Agu spoke to her that she gasped for air and fainted, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed, observing the small female fall limp. Agu hastily rushed forward to catch her, that a fall in this state would surely injure the young female, who, with her delicate and tender features, appeared to be barely of age. A single misstep could lead her straight to the beast god. The moment Agu held Lin Xiao in his arms, his heart began to race uncontrollably, an instinctual urge clamoring within him. I must become her mate. As he gazed at the unconscious girl nestled against him, Agu gritted his teeth and shifted back into his beast form, placing her gently on his back. Before departing, he made sure to take her bamboo basket and coat with him, since the young female lacked the consciousness to grasp the fur on his back. Agu could only proceed at a slow and steady pace towards the tribe. Lin Xiao did not remain unconscious for long. After approximately 10 minutes, she gradually regained awareness. She felt enveloped in a warm, furry cocoon, as if she were still nestled in her bed, accompanied by the two small creatures she had recently adopted. With her eyes still closed, a faint smile unconsciously graced her lips. Indeed, it was all a dream. Once she awoke, she would be home again. Yes, she mumbled to herself and began to fumble around. She suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed she was in motion, and beneath her was a soft fur, far too large for the little creatures to wrap her up. Though she had begun to piece together the truth, Lin Xiao was reluctant to open her eyes, preferring to avoid confronting the reality before her. Sensing the movement from his back, Agu slightly turned his head to check on the young female. However, recalling how frightened she had been by his beast form, he felt a pang of sadness and lowered his gaze, continuing on his way. After a considerable amount of time had passed with no indication of stopping, Lin Xiao had no choice but to cautiously open her eyes and sit up, noticing her movements. Agu promptly halted. "Little female, is something the matter?" he inquired. Yet, Lin Xiao could not comprehend his words. To her ears, it sounded as if he was warning her not to move. Alarmed, she clung tightly to his fur, sitting astride his back. Seeing that the small female had fallen silent and remained still, Agu resumed his journey. The hunting ground were not far from the tribe, and under normal circumstances, it would only take him about 10 minutes to return. However, now, he was proceeding cautiously and slowly, stretching the journey to over an hour. Agu harbored a selfish motive. Whoever found a female outside had the privilege of choosing their mate first. This little female, so fragrant, would surely attract many beastmen in the tribe once they returned. Yet, due to the scars on his face, he had long been mocked, and he intended to use this journey to build a connection with the young female, to assure her that she need not fear him. However, it seemed that plan was failing. Perched atop the giant wolf, Lin Xiao's perspective improved significantly. Soon, she observed that the trees were thinning, and they were nearing the edge of the forest. Below her was a well-trodden path, indicating frequent passage and suggesting that normal people might inhabit this area, rather than solely beastmen who transformed at the slightest provocation. Perhaps this was some fantastical realm, and the creature she rode was merely a domesticated beast, leading her to its owner. The more she pondered, the closer she felt to uncovering the truth, her heart swelling with anticipation for where it might take her. In the distance, Lin Xiao spotted several caves, where numerous individuals were roasting meat. The sight of human presence sent a thrill through her body. Agu, sensing her excitement, instinctively quickened his pace and soon entered the tribe. "Agu, you're back. What do you have in your mouth?" "Oh my, Agu, is that a young female on your back? She smells delightful." Agu quickly set her down. "Little female, come see me." A chorus of voices surrounded Agu, each clamoring for information about the young female he had brought back. No one considered that Agu might have found her. After all, females were exceedingly rare in the Holy Origin continent. Tribes possessing females would go to great lengths to protect them, ensuring they would never be picked up by others. The arrival of a new female in the tribe incited great excitement among the members. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained utterly bewildered as the questions directed at Agu sounded to her like a cacophony of unintelligible noises. Gently, Egu set down the items he had carried in his mouth, ensuring none were damaged, before bending down to glance at the female on his back. Lin Xiao, momentarily taken aback by his gaze, failed to immediately comprehend his intentions. It wasn't until Egu gently tugged at her leg, signaling her to dismount, that she realized she was expected to climb down from his back. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she was immediately surrounded by a throng of towering figures. Each of them stood around 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, their muscular forms clad in animal skin skirts, a mere 1.65 meters. Lin Xiao found herself engulfed in a sea of robust chests. Having encountered numerous patients in her career, few had such impressive physiques, and even Lin Xiao, typically composed as a doctor, felt a momentary flutter of unease. Instinctively, she leaned closer to Egu at that moment. Egu had reverted to his human form and was donning animal skins. When the smaller female pressed against him, it sent a jolt of exhilaration through his heart. "She's the female I found," he declared, "and according to custom, I have the right of first choice for a mate. Keep your distance. You might frighten her." Although Lin Xiao did not understand his words, she noted that the surrounding figures no longer encroached upon her as closely as before, and she felt a sense of gratitude towards him, observing that everyone bore ears upon their heads and tails behind. Lin Xiao surmised that they too possessed the ability to transform. She marveled at her own capacity to accept such fantastical occurrences so swiftly to Egu, noticing the young female's anxiety as she surveyed her surroundings, felt a surge of delight as he smiled gently. "Would you like to return to my cave?" he asked, extending his hand toward Lin Xiao. Despite her inability to comprehend his words, she sensed no malice in his demeanor. Without much thought, she placed her hand into his large one. That this gesture elicited a wave of jealousy from those around Egu. For a female to agree to accompany a male to his cave was nearly tantamount to sealing their bond as mates. Though the onlookers were envious, they felt powerless. As males typically did not question a female's choice, Egu led Lin Xiao by one hand while holding her belongings in the other, cheerfully guiding her back to his cave. The cave was approximately 3 meters deep. Although the sun shone brightly outside, the interior was dim. Towards the back, a spot was covered with animal skins, presumably a resting area. Egu settled Lin Xiao on the pelts and softly instructed her before stepping out. Left alone, Lin Xiao's mind swirled with confusion. Egu exited the cave and entered another nearby, where 2 women, one older and one younger, awaited. "Mother, sister, I'm back. Did I get hurt?" No, but I brought back a young female. She appears to be underage. I'm not sure what she needs. Can I take a look at her? My Egu is the bravest warrior in the tribe. The female he likes must be the best. Mother, please go check on her and bring back the most tender piece of meat from the roasting fire. Of course, I will." With that, Egu turned and exited the cave. Not far away, several fire pits were set up, and a group of men grilled meat over the flames, ensuring the embers were well tended and would not extinguish. "Rest assured, my leader, I shall keep a vigilant watch over the embers," the middle-aged man, addressed as the leader, turned to see Egu approaching from a distance. "Egu, have you come to bring roasted meat for your mother and sister? Today, we have a young of the humming beast. Their flesh is particularly tender." "I have brought back a small female," Egu replied, "and I am here to fetch some meat for her as well." The leader was not surprised by Egu's acquisition of a female, as the news had already reached his ears. "There are precisely 3 young humming beasts. Feel free to take them all that I in their tribe." A female offspring born to Egu's mother was considered a great achievement, elevating their status significantly. From the moment a female is born, she is cherished and protected by all males. Lin Xiao's stomach growled with hunger, yet she yearned for something warm to eat. Thus, the items she had gathered were raw and inedible in their current state. Being in unfamiliar territory, Lin Xiao wished to conceal her ability to summon flames from the palm of her hand. Although she was unsure of her location, she accepted that this was not merely a dream. Adjusting her coat and feeling the contents of her pockets, she curled up into a ball. Unable to comprehend their language, Lin Xiao found herself lost in this unfamiliar place, unable to consider her next steps. A profound sense of helplessness surged within her. When Egu's mother entered the cave, she noticed the small female curled up tightly. Alarmed, She rushed forward, fearing the child might be unwell. It is known that females are exceptionally delicate. Should one fall ill, it is all too easy for her to meet the beast god. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Hearing the voice, Lin Xiao slightly lifted her head. The light filtering through the cave entrance allowed her to discern the two figures before her. The woman speaking to her wore animal skins, her hair in disarray, and her skin appeared rough. Behind her was a noticeably younger individual, also with messy hair, whose striking black and white eyes curiously scrutinized Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao could not understand the woman's words, her tone and expression were filled with concern. Lin Xiao gently shook her head in response. Are you hungry? Egu has gone to fetch the roasted meat. You will be able to eat soon, so do not fret. After speaking, the woman affectionately stroked Lin Xiao's hair. The gentle touch relaxed Lin Xiao slightly, allowing her to observe the woman more clearly. The woman's exposed skin was adorned with numerous patterns. This Annie is quite fashionable, sporting so many tattoos, all depicting animals. Do they hold any significance? Noticing Lin Xiao's curiosity about her patterns, the woman softly caressed the designs. These are all my companions. They are the mightiest warriors in our tribe. Lin Xiao, overwhelmed by the woman's rapid-fire speech, was utterly bewildered, unable to discern the language of any nation. Gritting her teeth, she tentatively inquired, May I ask where this place is? Upon hearing the small female speak, both women beamed with joy, yet they could not comprehend her words. That moment, Egu returned with the roasted meat. Ari has gone inside to eat the roasted meat. A middle-aged woman named Ari called out. Upon hearing the sound, she turned to Lin Xiao. Egu has returned. Eat something. He will take good care of you. With that, she departed with her daughter, leaving Egu's cave. Please, have a bite. This is the meat of the young humming beast. It is very tender. You should try it. Although Lin Xiao could not understand what the man was saying, she surmised he was urging her to eat. However, looking at the charred, unappetizing meat, she felt no desire to partake. Yet, Egu held the roasted meat in both hands, kneeling on one knee, his gaze earnest and expectant, reluctant to dismiss his kindness, especially as her hunger was becoming unbearable. Lin Xiao finally took a bite. However, regret washed over her immediately. The meat had not been properly prepared. The first taste was not the savory flavor one would expect, but rather a strong, unpleasant odor of raw flesh. While she detected a hint of saltiness, she could not comprehend the gritty texture in her mouth. Upon further inspection, she realized the meat was still uncooked inside. Unable to contain herself, Lin Xiao retched, expelling the contents of her mouth. Egu stared at the scene in shock, quickly followed by an expression of concern. The last female who had rejected the meat had soon succumbed to the beast god. Would this little female meet the same fate? Egu's eyes grew red with anxiety, knowing there were no shamans in the tribe to tend to her. Frightened by his expression, Lin Xiao assumed her rejection of the meat had displeased him. But she truly could not stomach it. It was too repulsive. Remembering the wild fruits in her bamboo basket, she cautiously pointed to the basket nearby. Egu promptly set down the meat and retrieved the basket. Gazing intently at the small female, Lin Xiao's delicate hand rummaged through the basket, producing several fruits the size of her palm. After wiping them on her clothing, she eagerly devoured them, savoring their sweetness. You prefer fruits over meat. Then, I shall go and gather more for you. Egu, witnessing the scene, rambled on, but Lin Xiao furrowed her brow, contemplating whether he wished to eat meat. With that thought in mind, she tentatively pushed the meat toward Egu, mimicking an eating gesture. Egu was taken aback by the sudden delight. The female was willing to share her food with a male, an indication of her affection. Ignoring the fact that the meat had gone cold, he seized it and began to devour it ravenously. This child must be starving. How long has it been since she last ate? Can she truly consume raw flesh without consequence? Lin Xiao quietly munched on her fruits, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Gu like the tea that moment. She closely observed the man before her, adorned with ears and a tail. His silvery white hair framed a pair of fluffy ears that twitched with every movement. His skin was a healthy wheat tone, neither too dark nor too pale, creating a pleasing appearance. His face was ruggedly handsome, and the scar at the corner of his eye added a wild charm rather than detracting from his beauty. With his bare torso, he displayed a physique full of muscle and strength that on his right arm, 3 black horizontal stripes were tattooed. Lin Xiao scrutinized the markings for some time, but could not decipher their significance. Assuming they were merely tribal symbols from this primitive community, is there anything else you would like to eat besides wild fruits? A female's body is fragile. If you only consume fruits, it may not sustain you. Egu said, but upon receiving no response, he glanced at the small female again. Seeing her expression of confusion, Egu found himself momentarily at a loss. Can you understand my words? Little female, can you speak to me? Lin Xiao, feeling increasingly irritated by his incessant chatter, found his voice melodious yet utterly incomprehensible. Her patience waned, and she attempted to convey her feelings of frustration. Noticing her annoyance, Egu bit his lip, determined to validate his assumptions. Little female, can you comprehend my speech? If you can, please nod your head. Lin Xiao's patience was wearing thin, and the unfamiliar language only deepened her fear. Yet, she could not afford to provoke the man before her. She furrowed her brow and tried to soften her tone. What language are you speaking? I do not understand. In that instant, Egu confirmed his suspicions. Without hesitation, he scooped Lin Xiao into his arms and dashed out of the cave. The speed of the wolf was astonishing, leaving Lin Xiao with no choice but to bury her face in Egu's bare chest. Lacking clothing to grasp, she could only wrap her arms around herself. Before long, Egu arrived at the entrance of another cave that was distinct from the others, adorned with various decorations. Unlike the barren interiors of the other caves. Priest, please take a look at her. She seems unable to understand my words. Upon hearing this, Ayu hastily set aside his tasks and quickly approached Agu's side. Quickly, place her upon the animal hide. Agu cautiously laid Lin Xiao onto a piece of fur. Her expression filled with concern as she gazed at the girl, leaving Lin Xiao utterly perplexed. Are you certain she cannot comprehend your speech? Indeed, I am sure. I tested her for quite some time. The young female must be growing impatient and responded to me, though her words were beyond my understanding. Very well, I comprehend. You shall await me at the entrance. Ensure that no one enters my cave. The necessity of guarding the entrance indicated the gravity of the situation. Gu nodded in agreement. Though aware that the young female could not grasp her words, she still gently held Lin Xiao's hand, softly assuring, you are in the presence of the most formidable shaman of the tribe. Though you may not understand me, the shaman can aid you. With that, she turned and departed. Lin Xiao paused momentarily, her gaze warily fixed upon this singular man adorned in clothing. Unlike Ayu as a shaman, did not venture out to hunt, resulting in his skin being remarkably pale, rarely exposed to sunlight. Coupled with his vibrant feathered adornments, his complexion bore a hint of pallor. His features were notably softer, and combined with his ashen skin, he possessed a somewhat ethereal beauty. Ayu's obsidian eyes remained fixed on Lin Xiao upon the animal hide, studying her intently for an extended period. Lin Xiao gripped the surgical knife in her pocket, prepared to defend herself should this man harbor any ill intentions. Ayu continued to observe her, his thoughts wandering back to a long-forgotten past. Unbeknownst to everyone in the tribe, including the leader, the shaman had conducted a private prophecy prior to the significant one. The shaman had proclaimed that the sage capable of leading them to greatness hailed from another realm. It was the beast god who had brought her to the holy Yuan continent to rescue its denizens. Furthermore, he had entrusted her with a vial of water, rumored to be one of the last remnants of sacred water in the holy Yuan continent. Initially, he had been skeptical, yet now, this very person seemed to be standing before him. The scent of the young female was pleasantly intoxicating, suggesting that she had not yet reached adulthood, before departing to the side of the beast god. The shaman had stated that should the need arise, he could become her companion. Could he truly become her partner? It seemed a notion he could entertain. Lin Xiao, perceiving the increasing fervor in the gaze of this feather-clad stranger, was startled into rising from her seated position. Liu, taken aback by her sudden movement, quickly regained his composure, realizing he had momentarily lost focus. After casting one last, deep glance at Lin Xiao, he turned to rummage through a chaotic heap of unfamiliar items. The sight of the disarray triggered Lin Xiao's obsessive-compulsive tendencies. As a doctor, she could scarcely tolerate such disorder. However, this was not her office, and she had no right to meddle with another's possessions. Lin Xiao clenched her fists, closing her eyes to avoid the chaos. Shortly thereafter, Yu emerged holding a palm-sized piece of hide, confirming it was indeed what he sought. Before presenting the sacred water to her, he needed to perform one final verification. Although he was uncertain of the incantation, the shaman had indicated that it would reveal whether the individual before him was the sage from another realm. Lin Xiao regarded the man who had returned to her side with a look of confusion. He gently closed his eyes, his lips moving in silent utterance, though the words eluded her comprehension. Moments later, he opened his eyes, now solemnly fixed upon her. Lin Xiao involuntarily tensed in response to his intense gaze, swallowing hard as she awaited his next move to Yu, cradling water in a leaf. Circled around Lin Xiao, sprinkling the liquid upon her. As the droplets made contact with her skin, Lin Xiao felt her blood surge, her palms becoming increasingly clammy, as if something were striving to emerge from her grasp. As Yu returned to his original position, holding the palm-sized pouch, Lin Xiao's palms grew heavier with moisture. Gradually, a sphere of water began to form in her hand. Unfortunately, her hand hung limply, and neither of them noticed this transformation. Lin Xiao merely assumed it was a result of her nerves. Just as her heart raced in her chest, Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Hello! Hello! Hello!" The words echoed incessantly in her ears, and only Lin Xiao understood what an exhilarating moment this was for her. Since first encountering this strange environment and witnessing a shapeshifter, coupled with the language barrier, Lin Xiao maintained a facade of calmness while internally teetering on the edge of despair. Yet, those words ignited within her a glimmer of hope. Before Yu could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Xiao seized his hand. "You speak Mandarin, don't you? Where is this place? I wish to return home. Please, tell me how I can go back," observing the fervent young female gripping his hand. Though he was unsure of her words, Yu was certain she comprehended the incantation he had just spoken. With the vital object still in his possession, he feared her excitement might cause her to inadvertently topple it. So he gently but firmly guided her back onto the animal hide. Lin Xiao complied willingly, settling onto the fur as Yu extended the pouch toward her, gesturing for her to drink. Accepting the palm-sized hide pouch, Lin Xiao's expression was one of bewilderment, yet her gaze toward Yu shimmered with hope as he was the first to utter words in her language. Noticing the young female hesitating with the pouch, Yu felt urgency build within him, though he maintained a composed demeanor, his eyes twinkling as he watched her. Lin Xiao squeezed the pouch, steeling herself. There could hardly be a more dire situation than this. As if fearing her own regret, she closed her eyes and poured the contents into her mouth. In an instant, Lin Xiao felt as if her head might burst. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, yet her mind flooded with a torrent of knowledge. Holy Yuan continent. Beast god, beastmen, sacred beasts. Simultaneously, she perceived 5 distinct points of light in a desolate expanse, the brightest being blue, followed by red, while the remaining 3 colors were somewhat dimmer. Uncertain of the barren land's identity, she found no fear within this realm. Meanwhile, Yu, who had been closely monitoring the young female's condition, wore a mask of concern, observing her pained expression when the shaman had entrusted him with the object. He had only mentioned that it was necessary for the sage, without disclosing what would occur after consumption. Now, Yu feared that this exquisite young female might collapse under the weight of her experience and be unable to endure the presence of the beast god. Gu, having overheard Lin Xiao's pained groans from within the cave, felt compelled to rush inside to assess the situation. Yet, as she was not Lin Xiao's partner, she lacked the right to remain by her side. Furthermore, as a shaman held a revered status in the tribe, surpassing even that of the leader, she could not defy him. Thus, Gu remained anxiously stationed at the cave entrance, fervently praying for the beast god to safeguard the young female. After what felt like an eternity, the throbbing in Lin Xiao's head began to subside. Gazing at Yu before her, she could not help but roll her eyes in exhaustion before losing consciousness. Young female, young female. Lin Xiao heard Yu's voice before succumbing to the darkness, a faint smile gracing her lips, for in her heart lingered but a single thought. He truly is from Huagua. I can understand his words. Yu reached out to touch Lin Xiao's forehead, finding no warmth, and his racing heart calmed slightly. He turned to the cave entrance and called, "Gu, come inside." Gu's eyes remained fixed ahead. Yet her ears were attuned to the sounds emanating from within. Upon hearing the shaman call for her, she required no moment of deliberation, her body rushing into the cave with remarkable speed. How is the young female? Is she unwell? She is fine. She merely fainted. She should awaken shortly. Please fetch her some food. She will likely be hungry upon regaining consciousness, though she longed to stay by the young female's side. She could not allow her to be left unfed. Casting one last glance at the young female resting on the hide, she nodded. Then I shall go and bring her some roasted meat. Once again, Lin Xiao found herself ensnared in the familiar dream. This time, however, she stood alert within that ethereal space. Before she could pose her inquiries, the voice from the dream echoed in her ear. Child, welcome to the Holy Yuan continent. This land has chosen you, and you are the sage destined to save all beings within its realm. This continent bestows upon you power, a force that will grow ever stronger. I implore you to wield this power to guide the creatures of this land toward a path of survival. Lin Xiao felt a surge of despair. What was this Holy Yuan continent? What did it mean to be chosen by a land? And what of this power? She had no desire for any of it. I do not wish to be a savior. I want to go home. Please, send me back. I have my father, mother, and grandmother. They will worry if they find me missing. Oh, not be afraid, child. Your world will remain unchanged. There will be another you beside your loved ones. Save this continent is your mission. With that, the voice gradually faded, leaving Lin Xiao to call out in vain, receiving no response. What mission? I am merely an ordinary person. I do not wish to be a savior. Let me return. Let me return. In utter despair, Lin Xiao curled into a ball, burying her head in her arms. In the cave, you observed the small female on the animal hide, inexplicably shedding tears, which startled him into a flurry of activity as he sought something to wipe them away. Yet, after searching thoroughly, he found nothing suitable. Just as he was in a state of frenzy, Lin Xiao slowly opened her eyes. You're awake. That's wonderful. Are you feeling unwell? If, prior to her fainting, Lin Xiao had heard a Yu's voice, she would have leapt up in joy, for she could comprehend his words. But now, the realization that she might not return home left her withered, akin to a parched flower. It was as if she had not heard a Yu at all. Lying motionless upon the hide, when Gu returned with roasted meat, he found the anxious priest and the dazed small female. You're awake. That's fantastic. I brought you some roasted meat. Please eat a little. You only had some wild fruit today. You must be hungry. This is the tenderest part of the hum beast, and I've sprinkled it with salt. Try it. He spoke while offering the meat to Lin Xiao. But she remained still, unresponsive. Even Gu, usually oblivious, sensed that something was amiss. He glanced at the priest. Seeking an explanation, Yu quickly shook his head. She was like this when she woke up. I don't know why. What on earth did you do to her? She appears utterly dazed. Gu pressed. Noticing Yu's silence, he set the roasted meat aside and abruptly lifted Lin Xiao into his arms. I will take her back to my cave. I will care for her. You must find a way to restore her to normal. Despite being a revered priest, harming a female was a grave sin. If he could not bring Lin Xiao back to her senses, he would lose his standing within the tribe. That a priest without respect would not fare well in the end. Yu did not obstruct Gu's decision to carry Lin Xiao back to his cave. He needed to thoroughly investigate the remnants left by his master. Logically, after drinking the holy water, she should not be in such a state. Upon entering the cave, Gu's mother and sister emerged from their own dwelling, gazing at him with curiosity. Lin Xiao remained motionless since her awakening, scarcely blinking that if not for the subtle rise and fall of her chest, Gu might have suspected she had met the beast god. Days passed, and Lin Xiao continued to lie still, refusing food or water. Gu brought the most tender roasted meat and placed it before her, but she did not even glance at it. Knowing that Lin Xiao enjoyed fruit, he ventured out daily to gather various kinds, washing them thoroughly and presenting them to her. Yet Lin Xiao remained in her previous state, unmoving. Frustration welled up in Gu, causing blisters to form on his lips. Who had rarely entered the priest's cave before, now found himself visiting daily, eliciting curiosity among the tribe members. Meanwhile, Yu scoured all the scrolls left by his master, but could not uncover the reason for Lin Xiao's condition. He spent days in the cave, the once treasured scrolls strewn carelessly on the ground. As he read and reread them on the fourth day, without a drop to drink, Agu could no longer care whether Lin Xiao would resist him. He scooped her up from the cave. "Look, little female, this is my tribe. If you like, I can take you away. Just tell me where your tribe is, and I will return you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao, who had been unresponsive for so long, subtly moved her eyes. Agu, who had been watching her intently, noticed this slight shift and urged her further. "Please, tell me where your tribe is. I will do everything in my power to return you. So I beg you, speak, eat something, or your body will not withstand this." Lin Xiao lifted her gaze to the man who held her. His beautiful eyes were now a shade of crimson, his previously fearsome expression softened by a pleading vulnerability. She moved her chapped lips and in a barely audible voice asked, "Do you know of Huagua?" Seeing the small female willing to speak, Agu's face broke into a broad smile. "I do not know where Huagua is. But we can ask the priest. He knows many things and might have information about your Huagua. Before that, little female, you must eat something. You are far too weak," he said, offering the previously washed fruit to her lips. The bright red fruit, adorned with droplets of water, looked enticing. This time, Lin Xiao did not refuse. She accepted the wild fruit and began to eat slowly. After so many days, Lin Xiao finally accepted that she was not dreaming. She had truly fallen into a strange world. Now, she needed to ascertain whether the voice in her dream was indeed real. Watching as Lin Xiao consumed 3 fruits in succession, Agu finally felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as she was willing to eat, he knew she was on the path to recovery. Many females, before reaching the beast god, often began by refusing food. Once outside the cave, Lin Xiao noticed her strength gradually returning, which astonished her. She had not consumed anything for several days and was still feeling weak. Yet upon stepping outside, her body was rejuvenating. As a doctor, she found this phenomenon impossible, but the occurrence was undeniable. Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled the voice speaking of power. She wondered if her bodily changes were connected to that force. As she slightly raised her head, her gaze met Agu's captivating eyes. Recalling how he had transformed from a wolf into a man in the forest, Lin Xiao felt her cheeks flush with warmth. "Little female, what is the matter? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling hot?" As he spoke, his warm hand rested on her forehead. "No, it's nothing. What is your name?" Agu was momentarily taken aback, then realized that the small female could understand him and was even conversing with him. Struggling to contain his excitement, he steadied his voice. "I am Agu, a 3-star peak holy beast. I am quite formidable." Agu enthusiastically introduced himself, and the scar at the corner of his eye appeared softer. Seeing his excitement, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscent of a delighted puppy receiving praise. "Agu, could you take me to find the priest?" Never has a young female smiled at herself. For the scar upon her face has elicited nothing but disdain from her reflections. Those few who dare to approach do so with the ulterior motive of making her their follower. Once ensnared in this role, she is bound not only to forsake companionship with other females, but must also endure trials for the sake of the one who leads. Yet now, gazing upon the beaming visage of the young female in his arms, Agu contemplates that perhaps becoming her follower is not such a lamentable fate after all. With Lin Xiao cradled in his embrace, Agu strides to the priest's cave, where Lin Xiao turns. Her face a canvas of remorse. "Agu, could you guard the entrance for a moment? I wish to speak with the priest." Agu nods in assent, promptly turning to leave the cave, his movements reminiscent of a clumsy puppy. Alas, if he were not a wolf by nature, his tail would surely be wagging with exuberance. The young female he has taken a liking to possesses a remarkable gentleness. She shows no fear of him. Her voice soft and endearing, even charmingly playful. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, what she perceives as mere politeness is, to Agu, an irresistible display of affection. Inside the cave, only Lin Xiao and Ayu remain. Just days prior, the young female had appeared on the verge of meeting the beast god. Yet now she sits serenely within her cave, leaving Ayu quite astonished. "Young female, are you well?" "I am quite well. Thank you. My name is Lin Xiao. You may call me by my name." Ayu tilts her head in surprise. Taken aback by the revelation that the young female possesses a surname, it is known that only those favored by the beast god are entitled to such distinctions and totems. Then I shall call you a Xiao. Are you feeling better? Much improved. That I came to inquire if you are. A you, intently watching the young female, notices that she halts mid-sentence. Unperturbed, a you patiently waits for her to continue. Lin Xiao, fearing that the answer may not align with her hopes, bites her lip and presses on. Are you from Huagua? Seeing a you's silence, Lin Xiao gazes at her with determination, desperately seeking a response. A you, puzzled, regards the young female with confusion, uncertain why she poses such a question. Is Huagua tribe. I grew up in the Abuna tribe and am unfamiliar with Huagua. Refusing to give up, Lin Xiao persists. Then why do you speak Huayu? I do not speak Huayu. You clarifies. You greeted me with hello. With a gentle smile, a you explains that phrase is a spell left by the shaman. He once foretold that a sage would descend upon this continent, hailing from another realm. These words are a part of the incantation. Upon hearing them, the sage would willingly partake of the holy water. Fortune-telling, a sage, an incantation, holy water. Lin Xiao is taken aback, her mind racing with confusion. Then why can I understand your words now? Because of the holy water. The water you consumed allows you to comprehend this land, enabling communication with us. This is Sheng Yuan continent. Indeed, the dream is in fact a reality. She has truly stumbled into the so-called Sheng Yuan continent that it feels as though she has fallen into a deep pit, somehow landing in another world. One last question. Lin Xiao states, a demeanor serious, prompting you to reciprocate with an air of gravity. Can I return? If a way back exists, she will strive for it. If not, she must devise a means to survive in this unfamiliar world. Presently, a gu and you seem harmless, yet Lin Xiao cannot fully relinquish her apprehensions. You likely cannot return, with the confirmation. Lin Xiao exhales deeply, the answer aligning with her fears. If that dream was genuine, then the voice proclaiming that someone has taken her place beside her parents and grandmother must also hold truth. She cannot return, I understand, she murmurs, rising slowly to the cave's entrance. After days without sustenance, she has only nibbled on a few wild fruits. Though her body is gradually recovering, it requires time. At the cave's entrance stands a gu, resembling a knight, who upon hearing Lin Xiao call for him, instantly suppresses his imposing demeanor, his expression transforming into one of unrestrained enthusiasm. Should Lin Xiao witness this transformation, she would undoubtedly perceive a gu as an eager puppy yearning for affection. Lin Xiao's call of a gu is merely rooted in the fact that he is the first person she encountered upon arriving here. Humans possess an instinctual attachment to the first benevolent soul they encounter in foreign lands. And Lin Xiao is no exception. Young female, have you finished your conversation? There is roasted meat outside. Allow me to escort you back to the cave while I fetch some for you. With that, he scoops her up effortlessly. A gu, please let me stay outside for a while. I've spent days in the cave, and it's rather stifling. Also, my name is Lin Xiao. She told me her name. The young female I adore is so gentle. Ha ha ha. A gu maintains a serious facade, yet his tail wags fervently behind him, and his lips curl into a joyful smile, his heart blooming with delight. To conceal his feelings from the young female, he merely nods in acknowledgement. Upon reaching a relatively cool clearing, a gu sets Lin Xiao down. Having settled her, he turns towards the nearest fire pit to prepare roasted meat. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stands in stunned silence, bewildered by the sight before her. What on earth are they doing? Why are they holding the meat with their hands? Do they not burn themselves? She recalls that a gu can transform into a wolf, whose paws are likely covered in fur. Isn't he afraid of singeing his fur by holding the meat directly? As she approaches, her expression reflects her incredulity to a gu, believing Lin Xiao to be hungry. Tenderly urges Xiao, please rest nearby. The flames are dangerous. They could burn you. Lin Xiao swallows hard before managing to voice her concern. And aren't you getting burned? That fire doesn't hurt you. A gu's eyes widen in surprise as he gazes at Lin Xiao. Xiao, are you worried about me? How delightful. Fear not. I am a peak-level sacred beast, the mightiest warrior in the tribe. This mere flame cannot harm me. Xiao, it is quite hot here. Step back. Once the meat is ready, I will bring it to you. Seeing that Agu shows no signs of discomfort and bears no injuries, Lin Xiao tentatively returns to her previous position, reflecting on the voice from her dream that urged her to save the continent's inhabitants. She muses, with such formidable beings, do they truly require a mere girl to save them? How utterly absurd. Observing the muscular men surrounding the fire pits, she realizes that, since her arrival in the tribe, her encounters have predominantly been with Agu and the priest. When Agu carried her back, her consciousness had been hazy, yet she distinctly sensed the presence of men. Only within Agu's cave had she encountered two women, his mother and sister. Lost in thought, Agu approaches her with a piece of roasted meat that looks far from appetizing. Xiao, please eat, gazing into Agu's sparkling eyes and then at the gruesome roasted meat in his hands. Lin Xiao felt her brow twitch. She began to comprehend, albeit slightly, the meaning behind the words in her dream urging her to save them. Consuming this daily, one would inevitably develop an aversion, while Lin Xiao merely stared at the meat. Showing no inclination to accept it, Agu's lips pressed together in disappointment. Observing the man before her, whose expression mirrored that of a forlorn dog, Lin Xiao steeled herself and reluctantly took the meat. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. If this man could transform into a wolf belonging to the canine family, then that expression was not merely dog-like. It was indeed that of a dog. Lin Xiao couldn't help but admire her own adaptability. A man capable of turning into a wolf was now squatting before her, and she felt no fear, only a wandering mind filled with inconsequential thoughts. Noticing Lin Xiao lost in thought regarding the meat, Agu could not help but urge her to eat, warning that neglecting to do so could lead to illness. "Do you all consume this?" he asked, assuming Lin Xiao feared the meat was not tender enough. He quickly reassured her that this was the most succulent part of the humming beast, tender enough for even young females to chew. However, Lin Xiao remained unconsoled. For a true foodie, this meat was simply too difficult to swallow. Although she had sampled it once before, her previous experience was clouded by fear, and all she remembered was the fishy, tough texture with grains of sand. She had intended to bite into it with her eyes shut, yet lacked the courage to do so. Instead, she attempted to divert the conversation, asking, "Why have I not seen any women?" Agu tilted his head, puzzled by her inquiry. "What is a woman?" Lin Xiao's lips twitched as she bit down on her molars. The group around her was constantly referring to females. Could it be that women were also shape-shifting creatures? And what about her? She couldn't transform, but I meant, why have I encountered so few females? I've only seen your mother and sister. Agu's confusion deepened. Females were exceedingly rare and precious. Our tribe comprises so many. Yet there are only this few females, he said, extending his hands with fingers spread wide. Only 10 females. How many people are there in your tribe? Agu blinked, at a loss for words, perhaps realizing that this group of beast men struggled with numbers. Lin Xiao decided not to dwell on it. However, the next statement left her utterly taken aback. Each female can have many partners and followers. Once one becomes a follower, apart from the one being followed, males cannot take other females as partners. Xiao, I wish to be your follower. Many partners? Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, startling Agu, who nodded obediently, interpreting Lin Xiao's reaction as a sign of her disdain for his scarred face. His expression shifted to one of profound sorrow. "Xiao, do you think I'm particularly ugly? Yet I am the only 3-star peak sacred beast in the tribe, the most powerful beast man here. You are still not an adult and need followers for protection. Even if you do not choose me as a partner in the future, I am willing to guard you." The absence of a bonding beast mark on the young female indicated she had neither a partner nor suitors. The scent emanating from her was reminiscent of milk, a fragrance only present in cubs. Thus, Agu believed the young female had not yet reached maturity. The young female who had not matured required protection, for her fragility made her susceptible to danger. This information left Lin Xiao momentarily speechless. The idea of having multiple partners and followers, in a matriarchal society no less, was bewildering. Moreover, who was he to declare her immature? She was 25 years old. "I'm an adult. I am 25, she exclaimed while displaying 10 fingers, flipping them twice, then raising another hand to show 5 fingers. Although Agu did not comprehend the significance of 25. He understood her gesture. "Heavens, you are so young. Only 25. Truly a mere cub. My sister, at 225, has just reached adulthood. Lin Xiao felt disheveled. In this fantastical world, adulthood was reached at 50. Xiao, normally your father and mother should have arranged for you to have followers at your birth. Why is there no male scent on you? Have you truly lived these 25 years without a follower? Lin Xiao found herself at a loss for a rebuttal as Agu regarded her with pity. Xiao, you have suffered. Which tribe would treat a young female this way, without a follower to protect you? Surely, you must have faced many dangers to be wandering alone in the forest. Xiao, please do not reject me. Let me be your follower and protect you. I will strive to become a 4-star sacred beast and will not allow the stray beasts and rogue beasts to harm you. Two new terms. Rogue beasts and stray beasts overwhelmed Lin Xiao, leaving her at a loss for words to describe her current emotional state. Agu continued to gaze at Lin Xiao with moist eyes, hopeful for her acceptance. In that moment, Lin Xiao felt her heart soften. Yet, having just arrived in this land, she was entirely unfamiliar with it and did not wish to hastily accept a follower. Moreover, this follower could not take other females apart from herself. Can I think about it? Agu assumed the young female had been hurt in the past, hence her reluctance. He gazed at her with concern, saying, "It's all right, Xiao. If you choose not to accept me, I will still protect you. No other female has made me feel this way. You are the first. I will safeguard you until the day you accept me." Lin Xiao could distinctly feel her eyelids twitching. Did these beastmen, transformed into humans, always speak so straightforwardly? If she were to wait a little longer, she would realize how much more convoluted Agu's straightforwardness was. "Xiao, the roasted meat has cooled. Should I warm it up for you?" No, I can manage it myself." As soon as Lin Xiao's words fell, she noticed Agu's ears drooping, as did his tail. "Xiao, caring for females is a duty of males, even if you do not wish to accept me. There is no need to distance yourself. I will take good care of you. That is unnecessary. I nearly lost my life eating this meat." Yet, seeing the forlorn expression on this big, dog-like man, Lin Xiao found herself unable to utter any harsh words. "It's not that I don't want your care. I simply haven't eaten in several days. This meat is too dry. It will make me uncomfortable." Upon hearing her explanation, Agu's ears perked up, and his previously disheartened expression transformed into one of delight. The young female actually explained to me. Typically, females need not provide reasons to males, yet she chose to explain. How gentle she is! Although Lin Xiao was unaware of Agu's thoughts, it seemed that this beast-turned-human remained remarkably innocent. Joy and sorrow were clearly written across his face, making it difficult for her to overlook. However, she could not allow him to take the meat away. For the sake of her own life, she needed to consume something more manageable. She searched for a pot, but found none. "Xiao, what are you looking for?" "I'm looking for a pot. A pot? What is that? Is it something to eat? What does it look like? If you tell me, I will find it." Lin Xiao sighed in exasperation. She had heard of taking the blame, but never of eating a pot. She decided it was futile to argue with the beast man. After several deep breaths, she managed to calm herself. "Could you kindly find me some fruits to eat? I will return to the cave." With that, she turned and slowly made her way back to the cave. As a warm-hearted snow wolf, Agu could not bear to let his beloved young female walk back alone. With a swift stride, he scooped her up in his arms. "Xiao, I will carry you back. You rest in the cave while I search for the pot." "Find me a pot," she thought, bewildered by his ignorance. "Yes, a doctor." Lin Xiao had maintained a rather good temperament, but these past few days, she felt as if a little demon had taken residence in her heart, periodically stirring up her emotions and making her quite irritable. "Put me down. Do you even know what a pot looks like?" Lin Xiao's tone was far from pleasant, even somewhat harsh. Yet Agu remained cheerful and showed no signs of annoyance. Xiao informed me that as long as I'd seen it, I would be able to locate it. I patted Agu's arms, which were tightly wrapped around me, signaling him to set me down. Though reluctant, I could not go against the wishes of the female. So I begrudgingly placed him on the ground. Xiao, what kind of pot are you looking for?" Lin Xiao lowered her head in silence, contemplating how to describe it so that this large canine, not a wolf beast, would understand her intention. "Tea should be round, very hard, with a concave center and fire-resistant," Lin Xiao explained while gesturing with her hands at Agu, tilting his head attentively, listened intently, and upon finishing her description, he chuckled. What you mean is the stone fruit, right? I know where to find it. Xiao. You wait in the cave. I'll go pick some. With that, he settled Lin Xiao in the cave and went to another nearby cave to ask Mu and Mei to keep an eye on her. They must not allow any scheming males to approach their cave, for females are precious. Every male desires to be chosen as a partner by a female. Conversely, females can select multiple partners, primarily for reproduction and to ensure their safety. If there were only one partner, when he went hunting, the female would be left alone in the cave. Should a rogue beast or feral creature appear, the absence of a partner for protection would prove catastrophic for the female. Naturally, Lin Xiao was unaware of these dynamics. At first, she thought this was a matriarchal society. However, after observing, she noted that women were indeed cared for by men, albeit merely as if they were parasitic plants. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt somewhat perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend the survival model of this continent. As it stood, the issue of sustenance was the first challenge she had identified, since returning was not an option. She resolved to strive to survive in this new land. Lost in thought, the sun began to dip towards the west, and Agu entered the cave bathed in the evening glow. Inside the cave, Lin Xiao gazed at the silhouette against the sunlight, its outline adorned with a soft halo, a gentle smile gracing his handsome features. Had she not already known he was a shape-shifting beast capable of transforming into a wolf? Lin Xiao surely would have been smitten. Xiao. I'm back. I brought you some fruits. Give them a try and see if you like them. With that, she placed the large leaves on the ground, revealing a dozen plump, red wild fruits, seemingly washed and glistening with droplets of water, exceedingly enticing. However, Lin Xiao's attention was captivated by the two round objects he carried on his back, which he claimed were the stone fruits. They were larger than unpeeled coconuts and of a deep brown hue. Noticing Lin Xiao's curiosity, Agu promptly removed the stone fruits from his back. This fruit is exceptionally hard, harder than stone. It previously took me 4 or 5 strikes to split it. Lin Xiao, intrigued, prodded the surface of the stone fruit, finding its texture akin to that of a coconut shell. Quite fascinating. Agu. Could you please split this stone fruit in half for me? No problem. Leave it to me. Xiao. You eat some fruits first. I'll split the stone fruit for you, and you can drink the juice inside. With that, he took the stone fruit and departed. After Lin Xiao left the cave, Ayu also exited and made his way to the chief's cave. The chief was a middle-aged man with a pair of brown, furry ears atop his head and a short, bushy tail of the same color closely adhering to his backside. His arms bore 3 stripes, akin to Agu's, but while Agu's were black, the chief's were deep blue. Upon seeing the priest approach, the chief was momentarily taken aback. Typically, the priest only sought him out for significant matters. Rubbing his deep brown hair, he pondered what was about to unfold in the tribe. Previously, it had been a used mentor who sought him out for a divination, predicting the arrival of a wise one to the continent. Yet, many harsh seasons had passed, and still, no wise one had appeared. Shaking off his thoughts, the chief quickly rose to greet the priest. Priest Yu, what brings you to me? Ayu wasted no time. His gaze indifferent as he informed the chief. The wise one has arrived. The chief was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of elation, and he promptly knelt before Ayu. Priest Ayu, please tell me, who is the wise one, and where can I find them? The wise one is that little female Agu brought back. The chief's eyes widened in disbelief. Here, although males indulge females without limit due to their ability to bear young, females were inherently fragile beings, susceptible to any disturbance that could lead them to meet the beast god. Now, the wise one was a delicate little female, and the chief was at a loss for how to respond. Priest Ayu, could there be a mistake? There is no mistake. I've confirmed it. That little female is indeed the wise one, capable of leading the tribe to greatness, though reluctant to accept this. The chief understood that priests do not lie. Then I shall inform everyone that the little female is the wise one. He began to rise, but was halted by Ayu. Chief, I recommend keeping this matter confidential. We're not the only ones aware of the wise one's arrival. All formidable priests can foresee this. If news of the wise one in our tribe inadvertently reaches other tribes, they may come to seize the little female. Ayu's words successfully persuaded the chief to reconsider. Then this matter shall remain between us. You may inform Agu. The little female relies heavily on him, and having him nearby for protection will put her somewhat at ease. I understand, priest Ayu. I will quietly inform Agu. With the discussion concluded, Ayu turned to leave, but the chief called out to him urgently. Priest Ayu, can the wise one truly lead the tribe to prosperity, ensuring that no one will succumb to hunger and seek the beast god's side? Upon hearing this, Ayu faced the chief, nodding solemnly. Yes, as long as you believe in her. Noticing the little female's unwavering gaze upon him, Agu felt invigorated in his task. Xiao, the fire has been lit. Is there anything else you need? Lin Xiao gently cradled the stone fruit shell in her hands as she approached the fire pit. In the village, the pots used for cooking over the flame were iron, and the chains hanging above were also iron, impervious to the fire's heat. After assessing the fire pit and the stone fruit shell in her hands, she decided to roast it directly. She needed to fill her stomach. After so many days with only a few wild fruits, this meager amount would not suffice given her current appetite. Agu, do you have a knife? Although unsure of what the little female needed a knife for, Agu obediently produced a bone knife. Xiao, this is very sharp. It could injure you. What are you planning to do? Let me handle it. Lin Xiao clenched her fist. After going so long without a proper meal, she had little strength left and thus did not reject Agu's offer. Then I will trouble you. Agu like tea that moment. Agu felt as though fireworks were exploding in his heart, overwhelmed by the tenderness of the little female, who cared that he might be burdened. How could his beloved little female be so considerate? Regardless of the thoughts racing through his mind, Agu maintained a calm demeanor, though his tail wagged furiously behind him. It's no trouble at all. I'm a male, and it's my duty to take care of you. As he spoke, he accepted the large leaf from the little female, on which lay the cooled grilled meat he had prepared for her earlier. Agu held the grilled meat in both hands. Looking quizzically at Lin Xiao, awaiting her next instruction. Agu, could you please help me cut this grilled meat into smaller pieces? As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers to indicate size, although he felt a sense of confusion. As a male, he would not refuse the reasonable requests of a female, especially when it was the one who had captured his heart. Even if the little female made some unreasonable demands, Agu would likely not hesitate to comply. The dull bone knife in Agu's hand seemed to become unusually sharp, and soon 2 palm-sized pieces of roasted meat were sliced into thumb-sized chunks. Observing the cut surface of the meat, Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. The exterior of the meat was charred, while the inside was surprisingly raw. This piece of meat appeared to be pork belly, likely from the belly of a pig, which was indeed quite tender. What was Lin Xiao supposed to do with this? Eating the roasted meat that was burnt on the outside but raw inside could lead to illness. If Lin Xiao's guess was correct, this hunging beast was probably a wild boar. Such wild animals inevitably carried parasites, and if not cooked thoroughly, Lin Xiao felt that consuming it would be akin to ingesting worms. Upon hearing the words "will get sick," Agu became flustered. Even the strongest males in the tribe would seek the beast god's favor when ill. Many males nearby, upon hearing the mention of illness, stood up in alarm. What was this little female saying? Eating roasted meat could make one sick? I heard it too. Did the little female really say that? How could it possibly make one sick? Haven't we always eaten this way? Yes, the little female knows nothing. Hurry and roast the meat. The murmurs from the crowd reached Lin Xiao's ears. From their reactions, it was evident that they often consumed half-cooked meat. However, Lin Xiao chose not to elaborate further to them. She was a stranger, and they would not openly contradict her, as she was the little female in their eyes. Yet, this did not imply that she would rush to alter their perceptions. Looking at the meat beside her, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reflect on why there were so few people in this tribe. Hunting was inherently dangerous, and consuming such undercooked meat surely strained their survival. It was a wonder that the people here had not perished. Their bodies must be remarkably resilient. Lin Xiao instructed Agu to stabilize the stone fruit shell over the fire. Agu was unafraid of the flames. But Lin Xiao was cautious. Luckily, Agu did not require her assistance, allowing Lin Xiao to relax and simply give verbal directions. She placed the meat directly into the stone fruit shell. Afterward, she found a relatively straight stick nearby. In such a primitive tribe, finding a stick was exceedingly easy. She requested Agu to smooth the stick to resemble chopsticks, which would be used to flip the meat in the shell. Indeed, the stone fruit shell was as Agu had described, very sturdy. After being heated for so long, it showed no signs of damage. The pork belly inside the shell sizzled delightfully, and a good amount of rendered pork fat accumulated at the bottom. Lin Xiao handed the other half of the stone fruit shell to Agu, asking him to pour out some fat and then add a generous amount of water. After some thought, Lin Xiao turned and entered the cave, retrieving 2 potatoes from her bamboo basket. You could see that moment. She was exceedingly grateful for the numerous potatoes and sweet potatoes she had brought along. She washed the 2 potatoes without peeling them, tossing them directly into the shell. Since the other half held the fat, there was no cover, and it would have to stew as is. The aroma wafting from the fire gradually attracted the attention of those nearby, who began to gather and murmur amongst themselves. What was happening? Agu was preparing food for the little female, or was it the little female who instructed Agu to cook? This little female seemed rather impressive. My goodness, this little female can even cook. This isn't roasted meat. It smells so good. The chatter reached Agu and Lin Xiao's ears. Yet, the two remained oblivious, focused solely on their tasks. After simmering for over half an hour, as the stone fruit shell was not particularly large, they had to add water several times. Once the meat and potatoes had become exceptionally tender, Lin Xiao signaled to Agu to bring the stone fruit shell over. While roasting the meat, Agu had already added salt, but that salt was not only unsavory, but also bitter and astringent. Therefore, during the stewing process, Lin Xiao did not allow Agu to add more. Fearing for her teeth, Agu carefully placed the shell of stewed meat before Lin Xiao. She effortlessly lifted the food to her mouth with 2 sticks, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. While everyone else grabbed the meat with their hands, the little female, delicate as she was, often risked burns for the hot roasted meat. If she used the sticks to eat, she would be spared from such injuries. Realizing this, the surrounding individuals stared intently at Lin Xiao's hands as she wielded the chopsticks. However, Lin Xiao was far too hungry to pay them any mind. To be frank, the stewed potato and meat was not particularly appetizing. Lacking various spices to enhance its flavor, it was almost devoid of any seasoning. Yet it was far more palatable and digestible than the roasted meat. The scene in the square did not escape the notice of Yu and the tribal chief, who observed from a distance. Initially skeptical, the chief finally believed that the wise one they had long awaited was indeed just a little female. Lin Xiao ate quickly. The potatoes were so soft that they required little chewing. Though the pork was not melting in her mouth, it was still quite tender. In no time, Lin Xiao had polished off the entire shell of potato and meat. Though still hungry, she felt a sense of satisfaction. With her belly no longer gnawing at her, Lin Xiao's mood lightened. The sun had long set, and the sky was awash with stars. Such a beautiful sight was one she could not witness in her grandmother's village. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt an unexpected sense of tranquility in the passage of time. Yet, the sticky sensation on her skin marred her current mood, having spent nearly a week in this place. She realized she hadn't washed or bathed, nor had she properly used the restroom. The thought made Lin Xiao feel itchy from head to toe. That Agu, hearing the little female call for him while he was extinguishing the fire. Agu quickly turned around. The tribe was quite safety-conscious, aware that after roasting meat, they needed to completely douse the fire to preserve the embers. What's the matter, Lin Xiao? I would like to take a bath. Can you take me to the river? Agu nodded, extinguishing the last flicker of flame before heading to his mother's cave. Lin Xiao was puzzled when she saw Agu return with 2 pieces of animal hide. I don't have any female hides in my cave, so I went to my mother's to get you 2 that you can wear these for now. Looking at her own tattered clothing, Lin Xiao could only accept Agu's kind gesture with resignation. Agu led her to a very shallow riverbank. The water was clear, revealing the bottom, and the starlight shimmered on the water's surface, creating a picturesque scene that I'll keep watch over you, Lin Xiao, so wash without worry. You must not peek. Agu couldn't help but chuckle at the little female's fierce warning, causing Lin Xiao to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Anyway, you mustn't peek. Rest assured, I understand that you're shy that I won't peek. I'll stay on the shore. Just let me know if you need anything, and I'll come to your side immediately. Lin Xiao felt her face flush with embarrassment at the creature's words. Had she not known it was a beast, she might have mistaken it for a seasoned romantic. Ignoring Agu, Lin Xiao placed the beast's skin on a stone by the riverbank, and, upon confirming that Agu was indeed not looking her way, she hurriedly turned her back to don her clothing. In truth, Lin Xiao wished for Agu to leave her be. However, in this unfamiliar world, he was her only acquaintance, and the desolation around her filled her with unease. After a day of observation, she realized that the beasts here held the females in high regard. The notion of summoning a she-beast for companionship was utterly implausible. After much contemplation, Lin Xiao found herself swallowing back her words of refusal and instead insisted that he not be lazy. When Lin Xiao had arrived in this strange realm, she was clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans, topped with a large coat. Her wardrobe was limited, and shedding her garments was a swift affair that Gu gazed skyward, yet his thoughts were entirely focused on the petite female behind him. The sound of water splashing caused Gu's heart to race as if it might leap from his chest. He longed for the little female to be his mate. In that case, they could swim together. Merely contemplating this brought him excitement. The river, warmed by the sun throughout the day, remained pleasantly tepid even as night fell. Standing in the water, Lin Xiao found it to be just deep enough to swim without fear of danger, the water level reaching her chest. Bending her legs, she submerged herself entirely like the tea that moment. An inexplicable affinity washed over her once again. Although her eyes were closed, she perceived countless tiny bubbles rushing toward her like playful sprites. She once more envisioned the desolate place with 5 luminous orbs, the blue one shining particularly brightly. What was this place? She had seen it before when she fainted at the priest's, and what did those 5 orbs signify? Now, while in the river, that orb shone brightly, and she could feel a flicker of flame springing from her palm. Water, fire, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Could this truly be the power that the person in her dream spoke of? The thought startled Lin Xiao. As a doctor, she was trained to trust in science. Yet, when considering Agu, a being capable of transforming into a wolf, perhaps this was the very frontier of science. Mysticism? She vigorously shook her head in the water, attempting to dispel the chaotic and unrealistic notions swirling within her mind. Feeling she had lingered in the water long enough, she feared Agu might notice her absence and grow anxious. Hastily, Lin Xiao stood upright and emerged from the water's surface. As she had anticipated, Agu had been listening intently for her sounds, and when silence persisted, his concern grew. Just as he was about to turn, he heard the splashing of water behind him. Lin Xiao, are you all right? It's nothing, just washing my hair. All right, don't stray too far. Call for me if you need anything. Rest assured I shall be fine. There is no shampoo, no body wash, not even the simplest bar of soap. Lin Xiao could only scrub vigorously with fresh water, yet it seemed she could never feel truly clean. After approximately an hour, she reluctantly made her way back to shore. However, she faced yet another dilemma when it came to donning the beast's skin. With her undergarments washed and unwearable, the beast's skin consisted solely of a bandeau and a skirt, without any undergarments. She would have to wear the beast's skin in a state of complete nudity. Yet, not wearing it was not an option either. With no alternative, she closed her eyes and slipped the beast skin over herself, repeatedly reassuring herself that these were not humans but beasts, merely beasts. Yet, the more she comforted herself, the more tears threatened to spill. The term beast was indeed a apartment after a prolonged period of hesitation. Agu could no longer contain himself and gently asked, "Do you need assistance?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly shook her head, but realizing Agu was turned away from her, he could not see her gesture. She swiftly responded, No, I can manage." Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Xiao awkwardly tugged at her tired eye. "I'm ready." Agu turned promptly. In the next instant, he stood frozen in place. The little female's hair cascaded smoothly down her back, and she wore the beast skin he had previously given her. He found her so obedient in the first outfit. Yet clad in the one he had provided, she radiated a wildness that rendered him unable to look away. Agu, whose true form was that of a wolf, could see clearly even in the night, while Lin Xiao remained blissfully unaware of this, feeling quite self-conscious as she pulled at the skirt and bandeau. Shall we head back?" Lin Xiao urgently wished to return to the cave. The cool breeze beneath her skirt left her feeling quite vulnerable. Observing the bashful little female, Agu did not hesitate to reach out and lift Lin Xiao into his arms. "That would be improper. My skirt is, after all, devoid of undergarments, she thought instinctively. Taking a step back, Dadagu maintained his outstretched arms, gazing at her with a look of innocent grievance. Lin Xiao, your strength has yet to return. I simply wish to carry you back to the cave. Lin Xiao hurriedly waved her hands. I can walk back myself. I haven't moved in days, and my legs have grown stiff. Dadagu, could you assist me a little? Upon hearing her explanation, Agu's expression of grievance vanished instantly. He stepped closer, taking hold of Lin Xiao's garment. Curiously tilting his head, he observed the beast skin she wore, noting that it lacked fur and did not resemble the skin of a serpent beast. It actually looked quite appealing on her. Dadagu did not linger on this thought for long. One hand held Lin Xiao's clothing while the other steadied her arm. His gaze occasionally flickered toward Lin Xiao, who fell short of his shoulder. What a tiny little female, he mused, so adorable. She smells even sweeter after a bath. Tomorrow, when I go hunting, if I encounter any beautiful pelts, I must bring one back for her. As they walked beneath the starlight, they gradually made their way back to the cave. The only spot adorned with beast skins inside was certainly designated for Lin Xiao. Dadagu noticed her tension and blinked in confusion. Lin Xiao, sleep early. Tomorrow morning, I will go hunting and will surely bring back the finest meat for you. Lin Xiao rubbed her nose, feeling somewhat at a loss. Please take care and rest well. Hearing Lin Xiao's concern, Agu joyfully began to circle within the cave, reminiscent of a large dog chasing its tail. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao felt the tension that had gripped her for days suddenly dissipate, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. Rest assured, Lin Xiao, I shall be at the entrance. Should anything arise, simply call for me, and I shall hear you. Having spoken, he turned and strode away from the cave. From a swishing tail that danced in the air, it was evident that at this moment, Agu's mood was exceedingly joyful. Watching the tall figure depart, Lin Xiao cast a grateful glance in his direction. Since arriving in this continent, Agu had always shown great concern for him. Regardless of his motives or reasons, Lin Xiao kept this kindness in his heart, vowing to repay it if given the chance. Yet, much later, when he found himself pinned beneath Agu, enduring days of aching limbs, Lin Xiao could hardly suppress the urge to slap the soft-hearted version of himself from back then. As the cave returned to silence. Exhaustion overwhelmed Lin Xiao, and he sank onto the animal hide, slipping into a deep slumber. It was the most restful sleep he had experienced in days. At dawn, he was roused by a rustling sound, and upon opening his eyes, he saw the cave illuminated by bright daylight. Although Lin Xiao had once been somewhat sensitive to unfamiliar beds, the weariness of recent days had allowed him to sleep soundly until morning. Remembering that Agu had mentioned he would go hunting today, he patted his painfully empty stomach and quickly rolled off the hide. Stretching vigorously, he felt a noticeable increase in vigor compared to previous days. As he was about to exit the cave, 2 stone shells caught his attention nearby. The roasted meat here left much to be desired, and after some contemplation, he decided to continue simmering meat today. Lin Xiao had resolved not to take any more potatoes from his basket. The food deliveries from Agu had made it clear that the tribe's diet was rather monotonous, consisting solely of undercooked roasted meat and wild fruits. With no vegetables in sight, he would save the few potatoes for later, and if necessary, he might explore if the climate of this continent was akin to that of Blue Star, seeking a place to plant his potatoes and sweet potatoes. Lost in thought, he approached the stone shells. Upon closer inspection, he realized one of the shells had been heated. Hadn't he only roasted one yesterday? Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiao cautiously picked up one of the shells. To his surprise, it was still warm, and he noticed a crack that allowed him to open it. Without hesitation, he lifted the lid, revealing a portion of braised pork prepared in a manner strikingly similar to his own, albeit without potatoes. If only the seasonings were complete, it would undoubtedly be a perfect rendition of red braised pork. Beside it lay the 2 sticks he had crafted into chopsticks the previous day. It was clear who had placed these items in the cave. To his astonishment, this wolf was rather clever. Having cooked once, he had already learned, showcasing potential as a chef. With a teasing smirk, Lin Xiao quickly devoured the meat from both shells. Smacking his lips, he found the richness a bit overwhelming. Thankfully, he still had some wild fruits in his basket. He took out a fruit, not bothering to clean off the dirt, and took a hearty bite. The sweetness of the fruit instantly alleviated the greasiness lingering in his mouth. The weather outside the cave was splendid, and unable to resist, Lin Xiao stepped out, intending to wash his face by the river where he had bathed the day before. However, he had scarcely ventured far when a man obstructed his path. That I in this tribe. Lin Xiao only trusted Gu, and the sudden appearance of a stranger startled him into a defensive posture. Little female, I wish to be your mate. Forsaking that ugly fellow Gu, allow me to become your male, he proclaimed. Lin Xiao was utterly taken aback by this audacious proposition. The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. His comment about Gu being ugly deeply displeased Lin Xiao. Before Lin Xiao could fully comprehend the situation, the man abruptly yanked his hide from around his waist, standing boldly before him. Although Lin Xiao was a doctor and had seen many bodies, they had always been patients. This was an entirely different experience, as a living man stood directly in front of him. Pretending to see nothing, Lin Xiao stiffly turned and dashed back into the cave, as if something were chasing him. Amidst a chorus of cheers, Lin Xiao realized that hunters had returned, likely with a good haul. Sure enough, shortly after, Gu appeared at the cave entrance, carrying something in his arms at Xiao. Look what I brought back. Lin Xiao remained nestled on the animal hide, completely motionless. His legs had fallen asleep. And more urgently, he had not relieved himself all day, his bladder feeling as if it might burst. Spotting Gu, he wasted no time, extending his hand and gritting his teeth to say, Gu. I need to use the toilet. Gu tilted his head, perplexed by what a toilet was and why the little female needed to go. Noticing Gu's lack of action, Lin Xiao grew anxious. He dared not move, knowing that any exertion could lead to an accident. Luckily, Gu was perceptive enough to see that the little female was in distress. He set down what he was carrying and approached, lifting Lin Xiao into his arms. Initially intending to take him to the priest, Gu eventually understood that the little female needed to relieve himself. Lin Xiao vowed that in his 25 years of life, he had never felt as embarrassed as he did at that moment. Gu carried him to a pile of stones, the designated place for the tribe's inhabitants to relieve themselves. Without further ado, he found a relatively secluded spot, and Lin Xiao quickly found relief. However, what followed from Gu left Lin Xiao wide-eyed in astonishment. After Lin Xiao steadied himself, Gu approached the spot where Lin Xiao had just relieved himself and covered it with his own urine. Perhaps sensing the little female's confusion, Gu chuckled, "This masks your scent. Your aroma is quite pleasant, but if left uncovered, it could attract other males, akin to a dog marking its territory." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. Gu, however, regarded Lin Xiao with a complex expression. Although the little female had not yet reached maturity, such knowledge was common sense, taught from the moment one could walk. Yet, Lin Xiao appeared oblivious to it all. Gu pondered what manner of tribe could raise a little female like Lin Xiao if left unattended. He feared what might happen should Lin Xiao wander outside. As they emerged from behind stones, they encountered the man who had blocked Lin Xiao earlier. Startled, Lin Xiao quickly hid behind Gu at Xiao. "What's wrong?" Upon hearing Gu's inquiry, Lin Xiao pouted and reluctantly replied, "When I left the cave today, I ran into him that he wants me to be his mate and even tore off his own hide." Lin Xiao did not inform Gu that someone was speaking ill of him right before her eyes. In Lin Xiao's perspective, the scar at the corner of Gu's eye did not detract from his attractiveness in the slightest. After hearing the words of the little female, Gu's demeanor shifted drastically, the atmosphere around him becoming noticeably tense. Lin Xiao instinctively rubbed her arms, glancing up at the blazing sun, feeling an unexpected chill in the air. Noticing the little female's agitation, Gu hastily suppressed his imposing presence to avoid startling her. Yet his wolf-like gaze remained fixed on the individual in question. The male beast, who had been engaged in conversation with others, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively sensing that he was being scrutinized. After safely escorting Lin Xiao back to the cave, Gu mentioned he would go prepare some stew for her, and departed. Having only had one meal that day, Lin Xiao's stomach was already growling in protest. She waited for over an hour, and when Gu returned, he appeared to be in exceptionally high spirits, drawing Lin Xiao's curious glances as she ate, although she was aware of her intrigue. Agu had no intention of providing any explanations. After all, the males only showcased their charm in front of the females during special events within the tribe. Otherwise, they typically concealed their true selves from the little females. While preparing the stew for Lin Xiao, Agu took the opportunity to confront the individual who had been strutting around in front of her. Agu, being a peak-level 3-star sacred beast, easily subdued the other, who had yet to reach that level, delivering a thorough thrashing and issuing a stern warning that in a world where strength reigned supreme, the individual had no choice but to endure the punishment. Of course, should the day come when that individual surpassed Agu in strength, he might seek revenge, but the likelihood of such an event was exceedingly slim. After finishing her meal, Lin Xiao pondered deeply and ultimately decided to seek Agu's assistance. After all, she would be living here from now on. She could not continue to live in such a primitive manner. With no salt, no vegetables, and a diet solely consisting of meat, her health would eventually suffer. Agu, when will there be a day you don't go hunting? Agu was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly thinking that Lin Xiao felt lonely because she had no one to accompany her while he was out hunting. Tomorrow, I can skip it. What's wrong? Are you bored? If I'm not around in the future, you can go find a Mu and a Mei. Lin Xiao immediately recognized his misunderstanding and quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, I'm not bored. I want to go into the forest with you. The forest? Agu was astonished by Lin Xiao's desire. After all, little females typically waited in the cave for their meals and never expressed a wish to venture into the woods. Yes, I want to go into the forest and see if there are any edible resources available. I am the mightiest warrior in the tribe. I can bring back plenty of meat to ensure you never go hungry. Agu grew anxious, fearing that Lin Xiao was dissatisfied with the amount of meat he had brought back. Lin Xiao quickly reached out, gently grasping Agu's bewildered in his excitement. Agu had inadvertently extended his claws. Upon feeling the plush texture of his enormous wolf paw, Lin Xiao impulsively grasped it, causing Agu to freeze in place, concerned about inadvertently harming the little female. Meanwhile, oblivious to Agu's state, Lin Xiao continued to knead his paw with both hands, though she knew they had important matters to discuss. I know you are the strongest warrior in the tribe and can always hunt plenty of game. But what about in winter? Lin Xiao was uncertain if winter existed in this realm, but that did not deter her from articulating her thoughts. After all, in the mountains of her village, wild animals were virtually non-existent during the winter months. Winter, seeing Agu's confusion, Lin Xiao could only explain that it referred to an extremely cold season. That moment, Agu's eyes sparkled with interest. Lin Xiao, are you suggesting that you can find food during the great cold and lesser cold seasons? The great cold season lasts significantly longer than the lesser cold, and the little female's fragile body might encounter difficulties during the lesser cold. During this time, prey becomes scarce, and hunting becomes increasingly challenging. It was during such times that many tribespeople would seek the presence of the beast god. Food was only part of the reason. The bitter cold made it difficult to preserve fire, leading many tribes to extinguish their flames and ultimately perish. Although Lin Xiao had not experienced this herself, Agu's vivid descriptions allowed her to envision the dire conditions. Consuming half-cooked meat was already perilous, and in such frigid weather, the risks were amplified. Lin Xiao recalled the voice from her dreams, urging her to save the people of the continent if they continued to live as they had. The creatures of this land were not far from extinction. Noticing Agu's silence, Lin Xiao regarded him with a puzzled expression. The beast before her wore a smile that radiated warmth. Unable to comprehend the situation, Lin Xiao furrowed her brow and waved her hand in front of his face. When Agu returned to reality, he gazed at the petite little female with a look of disappointment. The little female had yet to reach maturity, and he felt he must wait until she did to avoid inadvertently causing her harm. Observing the beastman's fluctuating expressions, Lin Xiao assumed he rejected her proposal and ceased her entreaties. Turning to lie on the animal hide, seeing the little female settle down, Agu hurriedly lay beside her on the cool ground. The chill of the earth could lead to illness, causing stomach aches. Although he did not fully understand what catching a chill meant, he grasped the concept of a stomach ache. No, I won't catch a chill. I am very robust and won't suffer from stomach ache. After some contemplation, Agu recalled that a female's partner would typically transform into their beast form to guard the cave entrance at night. This served two purposes. to block the cold wind from entering the cave and to provide protection, as beast forms are more vigilant and powerful than human forms. However, with only himself present beside the little female, if he stayed in the cave with her, no one would shield her from the wind. Weighing the pros and cons, Agu reluctantly stood up. That I should go guard the entrance. If I come in, there will be no one to shield you from the wind. As he spoke, he moved towards the exit. But his heart was heavy, and he found himself unable to take even a single step. Lin Xiao glanced at the dark cave, the fear she had previously felt resurfacing. Instinctively, she grasped Agu's hand. Can you stay inside? I'm scared. Though Agu was reluctant to leave, he was also concerned about Lin Xiao catching a chill, creating a conflict within him. Finally, Lin Xiao mustered her resolve and suggested, can you transform? Will the cave be spacious enough? The cave size was indeed carved according to Agu's beast form. However, recalling the first time he had encountered the little female, she had fainted in fear at the sight of his beast form. Agu had refrained from changing in front of her. Even now, despite Lin Xiao voicing her request, Agu still harbored concerns that aren't you afraid. Upon hearing Agu's inquiry, Lin Xiao recalled that the first time she encountered him, she was rendered unconscious by his sudden transformation. However, given his attentive care over the past few days, it seemed unlikely that he would revert to a beastly state. Moreover, his beast form was merely slightly larger, which hardly seemed significant. After engaging in a lengthy mental preparation, Lin Xiao shut her eyes tightly, as if fearing her own change of heart, and nodded vigorously that Agu's gaze remained fixated on Lin Xiao. Upon witnessing her nod, he acted without hesitation, tearing away the beast hide from his waist and transforming directly into his beast form. Lin Xiao had been grasping Agu's hand, and she distinctly felt that his slender hand had become furry, gradually thickening, reminiscent of the time when he had been so joyful that he inadvertently allowed his hand to morph into a claw. Perhaps having accepted this extraordinary occurrence, Lin Xiao did not feel fear at that moment. Instead, she experienced a tinge of excitement, regretting slightly that it was night, depriving her of a full view of his transformation. Agu transitioned into his wolf form. The cool breeze that had been flowing into the cave ceased abruptly. Cautiously, the wolf-bodied Agu lay beside the beast hide. Lin Xiao, lie down. I will shield you from the wind. If it gets cold tonight, you may cuddle with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao obediently reclined upon the beast hide, feeling Agu's fur brush against her occasionally, which inexplicably provided her with a sense of comfort. Agu, could you share a tale with me? At the sound of Lin Xiao's voice, Agu slightly tilted his enormous wolf head towards her. Yet, fearing to frighten her, he raised a paw to shield his face. Lin Xiao, however, paused mid-sentence, mentally organizing her words. Recognizing herself as an anomaly in this world, she felt apprehensive, although Agu had not displayed any hostility towards her during this period. It did not guarantee his acceptance of an outsider. Lin Xiao dared not take that risk. What would you like to know, Lin Xiao? I grew up in the tribe where I lived, and I have never ventured outside. The people in my tribe never spoke of the outside world. Could you enlighten me about it? Anything would do. In the darkness. Agu's gaze turned sharp to him. Lin Xiao's words conveyed the plight of a young female confined within her tribe, denied the freedom to explore, merely awaiting her coming of Ag in the Holy Yuan continent. Imprisoning females was considered a grave sin, punishable by law. However, in one particular place, such matters were disregarded. Fallen Beast City. Agu pondered this internally and voiced his thoughts. Lin Xiao, did you come from Fallen Beast City? It is the only place in the Holy Yuan continent where females are imprisoned. How did you escape? Lin Xiao, feeling guilty, instinctively recoiled, surprised that Agu had fabricated an entire backstory about her origins, especially regarding Fallen Beast City, which sounded ominous. I am unsure of the tribe's name that I can identify food, and they allowed me to venture out to gather it, so I took the opportunity to escape. Internally, she worried about encountering the lords of Fallen Beast City. If that happened, her fabricated tale would unravel. It was no wonder that the young female could not comprehend his words and lacked companions. In Fallen Beast City, merely surviving was a stroke of luck for females. What exactly is Fallen Beast City? Agu explained, Fallen Beast City is far from a benevolent place. If one were to consider where the beastmen of the Holy Yuan continent disregard the punishment of the beast god, it would undoubtedly be the beastmen residing in fallen B City. As Agu spoke, Lin Xiao's curiosity about this city grew. Fallen B City is located quite a distance from our tribe. One must traverse a forest and scale a mountain. If you manage to arrive in the forest safely, it is evident that my dear Lin Xiao possesses remarkable luck. Lin Xiao, who had been listening intently, suddenly felt her cheeks flush at Agu's endearing words. Unbeknownst to Agu, he had inadvertently caused her embarrassment. As he continued speaking, the majority of inhabitants in Fallen B City are cold-blooded beasts and stray beasts. Cold-blooded beasts are perpetually icy, which makes them unappealing to females. Thus, if they desire offspring, they must seize females from other tribes. Stray beasts, on the other hand, are predominantly males who were abandoned by their female partners after forming a bond. These forsaken males lose their beast marks and can never form a partnership again, resulting in a life devoid of companionship. Consequently, stray beasts capture and imprison females merely to unleash their frustrations, rendering them even more detestable than cold-blooded beasts. Escape from such a place unscathed. Lin Xiao, you must indeed be cherished. You are truly a fortunate young female. Initially engrossed in the conversation, Lin Xiao again felt guilty and shrank her head slightly. Thankfully, the cave was dimly lit. Otherwise, she would have felt too embarrassed to probe further. It's getting late. Let us continue this tomorrow. Don't forget to accompany me up the mountain at dawn. Rest assured, Lin Xiao, I will diligently remember your words. He concluded. He recalled what other males had mentioned, that their partners particularly enjoyed cuddling with their beast forms while sleeping. Contemplating this, he placed his fluffy tail into Lin Xiao's embrace. At that moment, Lin Xiao had drifted into a half-sleeping state, and, upon feeling something soft burrowing into her arms, mistook it for her toy. Unceremoniously, she wrapped her arms around it and casually draped her legs atop it. Observing his tail being held by the young female who adored him, Agu's countenance radiated with joy. My dear young female, you must mature swiftly if you do not mind. I wish to be your first partner. If my appearance displeases you, I would still like to be your first guardian. With this thought, he leaned his furry head closer to Lin Xiao, closing his eyes and quickly slipping into slumber. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Agu opened his eyes. Seeing that the young female slept soundly, he refrained from disturbing her and cautiously extracted his tail from her grasp. The tails of beastmen are quite sensitive. Throughout the night, Lin Xiao had clung to Agu's tail, causing him considerable discomfort. Upon exiting the cave, the first thing Agu did was dash to a nearby river, submerging himself entirely to let the cool water wash away his restlessness. By the time Lin Xiao stretched and opened her eyes, the sky had just begun to brighten. Preoccupied with thoughts of entering the forest, despite feeling drowsy, she compelled herself to rise. Habits are indeed formidable. It had only been a short while since she arrived, yet she could sleep so soundly in this makeshift nest. As she spoke, she retrieved her previously clean jeans, given that the inhabitants here could transform into animals. There might be unknown creatures lurking within the forest, so wearing long pants provided a sense of security. However, her white shirt and jacket were riddled with holes and utterly unwearable. Thankfully, the denim was relatively thick. When she fell into a pit, it merely incurred some fraying. Otherwise, she would have had to venture into the forest with bare legs, which sent shivers down Lin Xiao's spine, just as she was contemplating whether to wear her clothes. Agu entered the cave, carrying a pot of stew. Since discovering that Lin Xiao relished the tender, stewed meat, Agu had been preparing it daily. Lin Xiao, come eat. Hearing this, Lin Xiao turned to see Agu silhouetted against the light. Hastily setting down her clothes, the stew had cooled to a perfect temperature. Watching Lin Xiao enjoy her meal brought a persistent smile to Agu's face. While I was preparing the stew earlier, several males inquired how I made it. Should I teach them? Of course, you need not seek my permission. Feel free to teach as you wish. You are truly kind, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao blinked, remaining silent. Was it truly this simple? She found it surprisingly easy to satisfy him. Eager to venture into the forest, Lin Xiao ate quickly, causing Agu to watch her with wide eyes, fearful she might choke. Once everything was tidied up, Lin Xiao donned her jacket and slung the bamboo basket over her shoulder. Lin Xiao, what is this for? It's for carrying items. Once we find something edible, we can place it here for convenience on our way back. Let me carry it. It will surely be heavy once filled. Upon reflection, it seems reasonable. After all, he possesses great strength. The males of the tribe, upon spotting the newcomer female emerging from the cave, gazed at her with eyes that sparkled with intrigue. However, due to the presence of Agu beside her, the group merely observed from a distance, hesitant to approach. There was little they could do. Agu was the mightiest orc in the tribe. Even the chief was no match for him. During this time, the chief and the shaman frequently observed Agu, for Lin Xiao rarely ventured from the cave, making it difficult for them to study her. Now that they finally laid eyes on a person, they heard that the young female intended to enter the forest. Young female, the forest is fraught with danger. If you seek something, I can send the warriors of the tribe to retrieve it for you. Please do not venture there alone. Lin Xiao turned towards the source of the voice and saw a burly man who endeavored to soften his tone as he spoke to her. Agu, perceiving Lin Xiao's uncertainty, quietly whispered to her that this was the chief of the tribe, named Ada. I am going to the forest to gather food. Initially, Lin Xiao thought him to be a peculiar old man. Upon learning he was the chief, she felt slightly reassured and expressed her intentions. Upon hearing that the young female was to seek sustenance in the forest, the chief widened his eyes in excitement. Is there truly food in the forest? I do not know. I have never been there. Although this was not the answer he hoped for, the chief remained undeterred. It was reasonable for the young female not to know. Having never ventured into the forest, what if there were indeed food? With this thought, the chief cautiously looked at Lin Xiao, asking, May I accompany you? I can protect you. While his desire to protect her was genuine, it was clear he also wished to learn how to identify food. Lin Xiao, however, remained guarded and chose not to reveal too much, initially refraining from calling out to them, as she felt like a stranger and feared they would not trust her. If the chief was willing to believe in her, he could bring along a few more people. She was willing to share all that she knew. The chief's eyes glistened with excitement, a testament to his wisdom. In any tribe, the discovery of food would be fiercely guarded, lest others learn of it. Only a wise leader would selflessly offer assistance. All right, you young female, I shall summon others to accompany us to the forest. In truth, his calling for others was unnecessary. The conversation had not been conducted in secrecy. They were already surrounded by eager onlookers, all wishing to press their faces close to Lin Xiao's, hoping to be chosen. Typically, the forest is abundant with food, yet in this otherworldly realm, everything felt unfamiliar to Lin Xiao. Fearing the disappointment of returning empty-handed, she ultimately decided to bring along 10 individuals, including Agu and the chief. The forest lay a distance from the tribe, and the group swiftly shed their animal skins, transforming into their beastly forms. Although Lin Xiao had previously witnessed Agu's beast form, the sudden appearance of various other creatures still caused her heart to flutter. Yet, she maintained a facade of calmness, not wishing to reveal her unease. Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixed ahead, ignoring the antics of those boisterous beings around her. However, she forgot that they were beasts, entirely unacquainted with the concept of restraint. Noticing her lack of attention, they occasionally darted in front of Agu, attempting to capture the young female's gaze at that moment. A black wolf, smaller than Agu, pranced back and forth in front of him, making it difficult for Lin Xiao to ignore. Had she not been perched upon Agu's back, she might have received a claw to the face by now. The other orcs were no different. One moment, a bear was thumping its chest with its hefty paws, and the next, a leopard was speeding up to showcase its agility. Lin Xiao surveyed the scene, feeling as though she were amidst a chaotic dance of beasts. However, it must be said that with this lively entourage frolicking around, the journey to the forest was far from dull. The group moved swiftly, and Lin Xiao felt they were progressing quite rapidly, much faster than when Agu had carried her back to the tribe. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Lin Xiao patted Agu on the head, prompting him to set her down as the young female dismounted. The others transformed back into their human forms, each clutching their animal skins while striking poses they believed would impress the young female, showcasing their masculine prowess. This was crucial for winning her affection that moment. Lin Xiao wished fervently that she could avert her gaze at it. It must be acknowledged that these beasts were quite handsome. Any one of them, if placed in her former world, would undoubtedly drive young women wild, especially with their well-defined abs. Thus far, Lin Xiao had only briefly encountered Agu's mother and sister. She had not seen any other females. However, during those encounters, her mind had been preoccupied, and the cave's dim lighting had obscured her view. Observing these males, she found them all quite appealing, leading her to assume that the females must be equally impressive. Put on the animal skins. We have come to seek food, not to court mates. Moreover, the young female is not yet of age. Do not harbor such intentions towards her. Stern admonition compelled the group of naked orcs to reluctantly don their animal skins. Though some remained defiant. You are not the young female's guardian. She is not yet of age, and we are all willing to be her protectors. What right do you have to stop us? Agu wished to retort, but he was not, in fact, the young female's guardian, and thus had no grounds to prevent them. Lin Xiao, initially pleased that Agu had intervened, now felt a pang of frustration upon hearing the other party's words, which left Agu unable to counter. Uncertain of how to proceed, she furrowed her brow and approached Agu, clasping his hand. Feeling the warmth of her touch, Agu's earlier irritation dissipated significantly, although the young female had not explicitly requested him to be her guardian, which left him somewhat disheartened. She also had not permitted any other males to assume that role. As the only male by her side, Agu felt confident he could become her first protector. Let us not delay. We should enter the forest swiftly. Upon hearing this, Agu slung the bamboo basket onto his back and lengthened his strides to match Lin Xiao's pace. The chief, meanwhile, observed the group of individuals still struggling with their animal skins with a smile. In the tribe, as long as the orcs did not offend the young female, the chief would not intervene in their courtship. In fact, the chief hoped that the young female would accept all these males, ideally leading to the swift arrival of offspring, thus fostering her sense of belonging to the tribe and discouraging her from leaving. It can only be said that Ada was indeed a wise leader. Always considering the long-term future. Agu, where do you usually gather wild fruits? Lin Xiao, unfamiliar with the forest, thought it prudent to have Agu guide her to their familiar areas first. After all, it was her first visit, and she had no idea what season it was. She did not expect to find anything, preferring to take things step by step, which was better than doing nothing and solely enjoying delicious stews. The place where we pick wild fruits is not far. Come, Xiao, ride on my back, and I shall carry you there. He began to undo his animal skin, but Lin Xiao quickly pressed him down. Let us walk. Perhaps we will find something worthwhile along the way. Upon hearing this, Agu ceased to insist and nodded. Following closely behind Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao advanced. She reveled in the affinity emanating from the surrounding flora. The verdant orbs of light in that desolate expanse now radiated a resplendent glow, while the earthy yellow and golden spheres flickered with a faint luminescence. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, she was merely aware of the comforting affinity enveloping her after entering the forest. Most notably, she was astonished to discover her ability to sense these plants. This moment, she found herself grasping a brown fruit, roughly the size of her fist, the instant she made contact with it. She understood intuitively that it was harmless. All eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao as she plucked the brown fruit, requesting Agu to crack open its shell, revealing the white flesh within. It bore a striking resemblance to the sweet and delectable taste of the mangosteen she had previously enjoyed. This fruit was indeed edible, and she believed the young female would find it quite appealing. She extended the fruit toward her companions, prompting a surprised exclamation from one of the beastmen with pointed ears. Can this be eaten? The last one I tried was hard, unpalatable, and exceedingly astringent. He stuck out his tongue and waved his hand as if to dispel the lingering bitterness. This cannot be consumed directly. The outer shell must be removed, though it is somewhat thick and cumbersome to handle. Fear not, for I am here. Let us gather a few more, and upon our return, I shall assist you in peeling them. With that, she turned and began collecting the fruit into a basket. The primary objective of their venture into the forest was to seek food that was both nourishing and easily storable. Thus, she did not urge Agu to gather in abundance, content with a few as they continued onward. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Lin Xiao suddenly spotted a familiar leaf, fearing she might be mistaken. She quickened her pace. The leaves before her resembled those of wild ginger from her recollections. With the presence of ginger came the promise of seasoning. Exhilarated, Lin Xiao crouched down carefully to excavate the rhizome. Its appearance confirmed its identity, and she sensed that it was non-toxic. Agu, extend your claws and slice this open. Without hesitation, Agu revealed his claws, deftly slicing the ginger in half with a gentle stroke. Lin Xiao extended her tongue to taste the cut, and the familiar pungency spread across her palate. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed the chief watching her with palpable excitement. "This is not food," she declared, to her words. The chief's expression shifted from elation to disappointment. However, she reassured him, "This is an excellent spice and a commonly used medicinal herb." The mention of medicinal herbs ignited a spark in the chief's previously dim eyes, leading him to exclaim in disbelief, "You are a shaman. You are a shaman who recognizes herbs." His statement was not a question, but a certainty that in their tribe, shamans were revered figures akin to priests. While priests wielded powerful divination skills to guide the tribe, shamans were the healers that in most tribes, it was nearly impossible for both a priest and a shaman to coexist in a small tribe like Abuna. The existence of a priest was already miraculous. Thus, the chief was astounded to discover that the wise one was not merely wise, but also a shaman. Although Lin Xiao did not comprehend the reason behind the chief's fervor, she accepted her role as a healer, which she presumed was what he meant by shaman. "Little female, I never anticipated you to be a shaman. Your arrival is truly a blessing for Abuna." Agu stood in stunned silence, realizing that he had been caring for the little female for many days without discerning any clues. The other beastmen were equally astonished, with a shaman among them. The mortality rate within the tribe would surely decrease significantly. This little female must be a gift from the beast god. Lin Xiao, wishing to avoid prolonging the conversation on such matters, swiftly redirected the topic. Let us discuss this when we return to the tribe. Would you kindly assist me in unearthing the ginger?" No sooner had she spoken than a group surged toward the patch of ginger. Eager not to fall behind, be careful not to damage the rhizome, Lin Xiao cautioned, fearing that their claws might inadvertently ruin the ginger. While the males diligently dug, the chief approached Lin Xiao with small, measured steps. "Shaman," he began, but Lin Xiao interrupted. "Eta, you may simply call me Xiao." All shamans were typically proud beings, and a gentle shaman like her was nearly unheard of. The chief silently expressed gratitude to the beast god for bestowing such a gentle and charming shaman upon Abuna. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, the imposing chief harbored a soft and sentimental side, waiting for the remainder of his sentence. "Very well, Xiao. Upon our return to the tribe, I shall have my kin dig you a larger cave and assign several males as your followers." The moment these words left his lips, Lin Xiao hurriedly waved her hands in protest. No. I sleep quite well with Agu. His presence is sufficient. There is no need for additional followers." The chief appeared troubled. Though Agu is the mightiest warrior in the tribe, he is but one individual that, if he goes hunting and is not by your side, you'll have no protection in this land. Females often had numerous partners and followers. This was due to the scarcity of females. Any male wishing to procreate would go to great lengths to court a female. Furthermore, whether it be cold-blooded beasts, strays, or conflicts between tribes, females were often targets for abduction. If one had too few followers, safety could not be assured. Yet, Lin Xiao found it exceedingly uncomfortable to be surrounded by so many beasts. She had yet to fully acclimate even to Agu's presence. "Thank you. When Agu is away from the tribe, I shall endeavor to remain within the cave. Please refrain from assigning any followers for now." The chief recognized Lin Xiao as someone from another world and, observing her demeanor, chose not to insist further. "Whenever you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will arrange for the mightiest males to protect you." "Thank you." Lin Xiao sincerely appreciated the chief's concern. Regardless of his motivations, whether stemming from her status as a shaman or a desire to ensure her safety, he genuinely wished to shield her from harm. As their conversation continued, the ginger had been mostly unearthed. Given that they still needed to venture deeper into the forest, carrying these items would be impractical. Thus, the chief instructed a swift male to deliver the findings to Agu's cave before returning. The leaves of the ginger remained unpicked, and Agu swiftly gathered several strands of unknown grass, expertly binding all the ginger together before placing it on the back of a transformed beastman. Little female, wait for me. I am swift, and shall return shortly to protect you in the forest. That Agu, unable to tolerate the male's incessant chatter, kicked him firmly in the backside. He then turned back, smiling warmly, and took Lin Xiao's hand in his own. Do not mind him. I will lead you as we explore further. Lin Xiao nodded obediently, not withdrawing her hand. The warmth of his grip instilled a profound sense of security within her. The group's pace was unhurried, as the forest remained untouched, with thick layers of decaying leaves and twigs underfoot, concealing a wealth of food. Thus, Lin Xiao occasionally crouched down to sift through the detritus, hoping to uncover nature's hidden bounty. After rising once more, Lin Xiao halted abruptly, sensing that the large tree beside the small grass was beckoning her. Proceed forward, proceed forward. There is an abundance of food ahead. Although the reason eluded her, Lin Xiao resolutely chose to heed her inner voice. Guided by the subtle prompts she felt that moment, floating amidst the desolate expanse of green orbs, a pointed angle began to emerge, the verdant glow becoming even more dazzling. After walking for approximately 5 minutes, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that there were no trees surrounding her, but rather a vast stretch of taro. Once again, Lin Xiao exercised caution, carefully digging up the tubers, and instructed Agu to cut the taro in half. Confirming its edibility, Lin Xiao could not contain her excitement and embraced Agu. This was food that could be stored for an extended period and would provide sustenance. An entire patch of it. We must hasten to bring it back to the tribe. The chief and other males quickly gathered around, eager to discover what she had found. The priority was to secure food, to preserve it well for the impending harsh winter. With food in abundance, the small females and young ones would not so easily succumb to hunger. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to speak, the chief waved his massive paw. Come with me. Let us transport all this sustenance back to the tribe. This year, we shall not go hungry. His proclamation, coupled with the assurance of no more hunger, ignited a frenzy among the crowd. They surged toward the wild taro, minds ablaze with thoughts of plentiful food and the promise of winter without starvation. Lin Xiao stood at a distance, quietly observing them. She suddenly realized that these beast folk were remarkably simple. Their aspirations were merely to eat their fill and remain uninjured. The beastmen worked swiftly, and soon the bamboo baskets Lin Xiao had brought were filled to the brim. The remainder lay piled aside. The chief beamed, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Little female, how do we consume this? Can it truly be stored for long? With the minor cold season approaching, followed by the harsh winter, Lin Xiao believed that as long as there was a source of fire and ample food, the females in the tribe would surely survive. For a moment, Lin Xiao was still trying to grasp how the seasons were divided in this continent. But merely hearing the names gave her a chill that I presume Chief Ada is concerned. There are many ways to prepare this, and I will gradually teach everyone, provided the tribe's members are willing to trust me. The chief moved, placed a hand upon his chest. Little female, you have been sent to us by the beast god to save us. Lin Xiao quickly waved her hand, insisting that the notion of salvation was far-fetched. She too was a reluctant arrival in this world, merely striving for a more comfortable existence here. Xiao, we have excavated everything. Let us take turns carrying it back to the tribe. Lin Xiao did not respond directly, but instead glanced at the sky. They had been out for quite some time, and it was time to return. Let us conclude for today. Preparing the taro will require tools. We shall return tomorrow. Agu, of course, did not contest Lin Xiao's words, nodding in agreement before turning to beckon the others, producing animal skins to wrap the taro securely. However, there was simply too much taro to transport in one trip. After some discussion, they decided to leave 2 individuals behind to guard the site, while the rest would escort the small female and a portion of the taro back to the tribe. Once the chief entered the tribe, he immediately proceeded to the shaman's cave without pausing. He likely intended to inform the shaman of Lin Xiao's identity as a healer. Agu directed the others to pile the taro under the sun before gathering more individuals to venture into the forest for additional taro. Once everything was arranged, he approached Lin Xiao's side, knowing that he was not the only one aware of their location. His sole duty was to protect the small female, Xiao. Is there anything else you require of me? Lin Xiao nodded, stating, "The taro cannot be roasted. I wish to stew it with meat, but I lack a sufficiently large pot." Having prepared meat for Lin Xiao over several days, Agu was well aware of what a pot was. Scratching his head as he replied, "But the stone fruit is only that big. What shall we do?" Lin Xiao gazed at the stone fruit for a long while, then recalled the stone nest Agu had crafted for the rabbits. "Let us try using stone." After saying this, she made her way to the stone grove. Given that the tribe was situated near the mountains, stones were in abundant supply, though finding suitable ones was no simple task. The outskirts of the stone grove were where the beastmen relieved themselves, and ascent was far from pleasant. Fortunately, their waste was confined to the periphery, leaving the deeper parts of the grove clean. Otherwise, the thought of bringing back a potentially contaminated stone was unthinkable. As the beastmen busily transported taro, the females who had been cooped up in the caves emerged, curious about the flurry of activity. What are they doing, and why are they carrying back so many stones? One female remarked, "My partner mentioned that a small female has joined the tribe who seems adept at foraging. Perhaps this is food she has discovered." What can a small female do? All we need to do is eat, drink, and bear young to tea. That moment, the shaman, Yu, and the chief sat facing each other. "Shaman, it seems that small female might indeed be a healer. She has managed to locate medicinal herbs." This revelation took Yu by surprise, prompting an incredulous response. "Chief, are you certain she can find medicinal herbs?" "I am certain that at one point she discovered a patch of what I thought was ginger. However, that small female insisted it was not food, but rather a medicinal herb." The previously composed Yu abruptly stood. "By the blessings of the beast god, our tribe shall prosper henceforth." Turning to the chief, her face alight with excitement, she continued, "Let us not disclose the small female's identity as a sage to the tribe. Only a goon need be informed. However, her identity as a healer can be made known to all." The chief did not contest this suggestion. If Lin Xiao's identity as a sage were to be revealed, the current combat strength of the tribe would be insufficient to protect her from those who might seek to capture her. Yet as a healer, the situation was different. In the sacred Yuan continent, beast folk, whether cold-blooded or wandering, were forbidden from harming shamans and healers. Very well, the time for pair bonding is swiftly approaching. I shall reveal the small female's identity to all in the tribe then. In the stone grove, Lin Xiao and Agu searched for suitable stones while engaging in casual conversation. "Agu, I heard Chief Ada mention that the minor cold season is upon us. You know my background. Could you share with me about this season?" Agu looked at Lin Xiao with concern, inwardly cursing the fallen bee city for imprisoning such a wonderful small female. Nevertheless, he spoke, "Indeed, this continent experiences minor rain seasons, major rain seasons, minor cold seasons, and major cold seasons. The minor rain season coincides with the minor heat season, a time for prey to mate and bear young. The major rain season is also a time of great heat. The weather can become sweltering, and sometimes the rivers dwindle, yet it is also when prey is most abundant. The minor cold season can be somewhat chilly for the females, but it is bearable with food in sufficient supply. The most arduous time is the major cold season, when food becomes scarce. It is not only the females and elderly beast folk who struggle, but even many adult beast folk cannot endure the major cold season. It is difficult to preserve fire during the major cold season. Once the flame extinguishes, the entire tribe faces the threat of freezing to death, compounded by the constant vigilance against marauding beast folk. Upon hearing Agu's explanation, Lin Xiao began to grasp the situation that it seemed that regardless of location, the changing of the seasons remained constant. It was merely the summers and winters here that were particularly grueling. The scarcity of food, the inability to treat injuries, coupled with the harshness of the seasons, underscored the resilience required for survival in this land. According to Agu, her window for stockpiling food was limited to the minor cold season, essentially the autumn months. This realization left Lin Xiao feeling uncertain. She was unsure whether she would survive her first winter in this unfamiliar continent. Observing the concern etched on Lin Xiao's face, Agu misinterpreted it as anxiety about the upcoming minor cold season and quickly reassured her. "Xiao, fret not. As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. That I will always protect you." As he spoke, Agu's eyes shone with an unusual brightness, as if the prospect of safeguarding Lin Xiao filled him with immense pride. Unable to suppress a chuckle at his earnestness, Lin Xiao then solemnly promised, "I will protect you too. I shall not let anything happen to you." The two lingered in the stone grove for quite some time, until Lin Xiao suddenly spotted a cluster of bluish-gray stones. Without a moment's hesitation, she approached them. Examining the stones closely, they appeared strikingly similar to blue stones. She quickly turned to call Agu. "Agu, come quickly!" Upon hearing the sound, Agu took a long stride and swiftly approached Lin Xiao. She smacked her lips, enviously glancing at his long legs, then at her own short ones, sighing inwardly in dismay. Redirecting her gaze to the stone, she resolved to ignore Agu's impressive limbs. "Agu, can you lift this stone?" The moment the words left her mouth, Agu felt insulted. Strength was an essential trait for every male, and the question of whether he could lift it was utterly absurd. He approached the largest piece of blue stone, firmly grasped it with both hands, and with a mighty effort, he hoisted it up. Under Lin Xiao's direction, Agu carefully placed the stone in a relatively flat area. However, the next task of shaping it posed a challenge for Lin Xiao. Given the size of the stone, crafting it into a pot without any tools seemed nearly impossible. Noticing the disappointment on the young female's face, Agu could not help but inquire, "What's wrong? Why aren't you happy now that you've found the stone?" "I lack the tools to shape it into a pot," she replied. Upon hearing this, Agu burst into laughter. "Silly, I am here. Just tell me how to do it." "Ah Xiao." Lin Xiao, puzzled, glanced at the boastful wolf beast before her. Without hesitation, she described the desired shape while gesturing on the stone's surface. After about 3 minutes, Agu transformed his right hand into a wolf claw and deftly carved out a large hollow in the center of the stone, astonishingly leaving the surrounding area intact. In just a few swipes, the pot began to take shape. Lin Xiao watched in awe, occasionally lifting her own hand to compare, her eyes wide with surprise. "Ah Xiao, look, is this the shape you want?" "Yes, exactly. Here, create a handle for easy lifting, and make the pot as thin as possible so it heats quickly and cooks faster." Agu carefully traced his claws across the stone, leaving behind a series of scratch marks. Lin Xiao worriedly observed, concerned that his claws might wear down, as they were vital for his hunting. After a while, realizing that his claws had not lost even a speck, she gradually relaxed, curiosity piquing about the material of his claws that made them so resilient. Meanwhile, Agu was completely unaware of Lin Xiao's fascination with his claws, thinking she was merely supervising his work. After what felt like an hour, the blue stone pot was finally complete, though not perfectly smooth. It was indeed a pot. Embracing the principle of making the most of their efforts, Lin Xiao gathered 5 additional stones to craft bowls and plates. When they returned, Uncle Chief, Priest Au, and all the males and females of the tribe who had not gone hunting were gathered around a yam, murmuring in hushed tones about how to eat it. Uncle Chief was the first to spot Agu and Lin Xiao, upon seeing Agu carrying a particularly large shell and several smaller ones. He was filled with curiosity about their purpose. At "Agu, you've returned. Everyone is eager to know how to eat these things." Lin Xiao smiled and asked Uncle Chief to wait a moment, as the pot needed to be heated with water for cleaning and sterilization first. Without needing to be told, Agu had already set up a fire, drawing from his previous experience of stewing meat in stone shells, making the task much simpler with the pot. Seizing the opportunity while Agu was busy, Lin Xiao discreetly scrutinized the few females who had remained hidden. What she saw left her speechless. Initially, when she first encountered the males of this land, each one appeared quite handsome, leading her to assume that the females would be equally appealing. Yet, who could explain the situation before her? Where were the beautiful maidens she had envisioned? Instead, she found herself surrounded by matronly figures. Each female had unkempt hair, seemingly neglected for a long time, their skin dark and rough, and each one was rather plump. Lin Xiao glanced at her own flat abdomen and fair skin, pondering that if this world's aesthetic standards were akin to those of her previous life, she might still be considered a beauty. The females were clad in animal skin bustiers and skirts, with only one younger female bearing slightly faded markings, estimated to be a dozen in number, while the others were nearly covered in their beastly insignias. Lin Xiao realized that these markings represented their mates, and she was taken aback by how pervasive they were, almost enveloping their entire bodies. A sudden recollection of a previous encounter with a beast man parading in front of her sent a shiver down her spine. Forcing herself to focus back on Agu, she noticed that the water in the pot had long since boiled. Agu was washing the pot with his hands, then disposed of the water and tossed a piece of fatty meat into the pot, which soon rendered lard. Agu inspected the pot closely, noting its non-stick quality. Lin Xiao, watching from behind, felt a surge of pride. If this were not another continent, she might very well be the pioneer of non-stick cookware. Yet amidst her thoughts, she knew that satisfying their hunger was of utmost importance. After cleaning the yams, she pondered how to peel them without a peeler. Observing her troubled expression, several beastmen approached her with friendly smiles, offering assistance. However, their lingering gazes made her uneasy, prompting her to decline their help. It was only when Agu finished his task and noticed her pleading look that he set down what he was doing and hurried to her side. "Is there something you need me to do? I want to peel the skin, but I lack a knife." That Agu affectionately ruffled Lin Xiao's hair and smiled gently. He then called out to the crowd, "A few of you come over and help with the peeling." His words provoked a near scuffle among the crowd over who would assist, until Uncle Chief finally selected a few individuals. Those chosen raised their chins in pride, as though peeling skin was a matter of great honor. Watching these endearing beastmen made Lin Xiao unable to suppress a smile. Thus far, she had encountered nothing but kind-hearted individuals, and for the sake of both herself and these charming beastmen, she vowed to ensure they all safely weather this brief cold season. Surviving was the priority. That night, as they prepared for sleep, Agu transformed into his beastman form, allowing Lin Xiao to lean against him. Once he was certain she was soundly asleep, he quietly exited the cave, making his way towards the priest's dwelling. Priest Au and Uncle Chief had been waiting in the cave, exchanging silent glances, eagerly anticipating Agu's arrival. Agu's mind was filled with questions, aside from the young female. He could not fathom the reason for their summons. "Agu, hurry, we've been waiting for you," Uncle Chief exclaimed, waving him into the cave. Since Lin Xiao was already asleep inside, Agu felt uneasy and got straight to the point. "What did the priest and chief call me for?" "I am worried about Xiao sleeping in there. I need to return quickly." Hearing this, Au recalled that the young female hailed from another world, with Agu being her sole male companion. Not wanting to delay, Au opened his eyes wide, his expression serious as he addressed Agu. "According to our divination, the young female is the wise one we have been waiting for to ensure her safety and prevent other tribes from attempting to seize her. We have decided to keep her identity a secret. Since you're her only male companion, I believe it is imperative for you to know. However, for precaution's sake, I hope you can have her accept you as her follower." Agu was taken aback by this sudden revelation. He had merely stumbled upon the young female and never expected her to be the wise one awaited by the entire tribe. As soon as Au finished speaking, Agu solemnly assured him, "Rest assured, priest, even if Xiao does not accept me as her follower, I will never betray her." Rising to his feet, he added, "I will not disclose Xiao's identity to anyone else, and I will protect her with my life." Had Lin Xiao heard Agu's declaration at that moment, she would undoubtedly have remarked, "Now that is a true devoted follower." This very moment, Lin Xiao lay peacefully upon the animal hide, once again succumbing to the realm of dreams. Within the enveloping darkness surrounding her, countless grains of sand shimmered with varying hues of light. Unlike before, Lin Xiao felt no fear. After all, familiarity breeds comfort. Even before her descent into this continent, she had begun to dream. Now that she had fallen into this realm, she found it perplexing that she continued to dream. Before Lin Xiao could ruminate too long, the grains of sand began to coalesce, gradually forming 5 luminous orbs of distinct colors. The green orb was the largest, while the golden one was the smallest. Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiao gently prodded the nearest green orb with her finger. Though no tangible sensation met her touch, the orb indented slightly, only to spring back when she withdrew her finger. Captivated by the spectacle, Lin Xiao continued to poke the orb repeatedly. It seemed the green orb grew irate, swirling around her several times before abruptly diving into her mind. Alarmed, Lin Xiao instinctively raised her hand to her forehead. Following suit, the remaining 4 orbs similarly penetrated her consciousness, just as she was at a loss for what to do next. That familiar voice echoed once more. "Thank you for discovering new sustenance, which will spare my kin from hunger. I have arrived in this realm. Perhaps you could reveal your identity, along with the nature of those 5 orbs. I am but a whisper of this land's consciousness. Those 5 orbs are the gifts of power bestowed upon you by this continent. Forces of nature. Engage with them earnestly, and you shall uncover the answers you seek. With that, the voice faded away, leaving Lin Xiao calling out in vain for a response. Before Agu could reach the cave entrance, he heard the distressed cries of the young female, leading him to believe that she had encountered some misfortune. With little time to ponder, he transformed into his beast form and dashed forward, vowing to avenge any harm done to her. Upon entering the cave, he found Lin Xiao with her eyes shut, seemingly lost in a dream. The fierce demeanor he had carried abruptly vanished, and he promptly settled beside her, offering her his large tail to grasp. The following morning, Lin Xiao sat upon the animal hide. Visibly agitated, the voice in her dream had played coy with her. Should she discover who was orchestrating this mystery, she would not hesitate to exact her revenge. When Agu entered the cave bearing meat, he found Lin Xiao furiously shaking her fists at the air. Though he was unaware of her actions' context, as her devoted companion, he refrained from questioning her motives. In his eyes, whatever Lin Xiao chose to do was undoubtedly right. Lin Xiao, are you eating? Will you venture into the forest today? Agu inquired. Thank you. Agu, I wish to explore further today and see if there are new sources of food. The chill season is fast approaching, and you should focus on hunting. I shall remain obediently in the cave. Seeing Lin Xiao's petite and obedient form, Agu could not resist ruffling her hair. This gesture caught Lin Xiao off guard, reminding her of the fond memories of her elder brother, Tao, who had cherished such actions. When she first visited her grandmother's house, no one was willing to play with her. It was Tao who took her to the riverbank to dig in the soil. Although she returned home that day to a scolding from her mother, it had been her happiest day, igniting her love for pottery. As she reminisced about those days, melancholy filled Lin Xiao's eyes as she stared blankly into the distant sky. Believing he had unintentionally hurt her with his affectionate gesture, Agu wore a worried expression, contemplating how to soothe her without causing further discomfort. However, when Lin Xiao noticed Agu's concerned demeanor, she could not help but chuckle, teasing, "Oh, you silly creature. I merely recalled some past events. Come, accompany me to the river to freshen up." Before she could finish, she turned to exit the cave, only to be startled by the sight of a crowd gathered outside. Alarmed, she quickly retreated back inside. Noticing her frightened state, Agu furrowed his brow in concern and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lin Xiao steadied her breath and replied, "There are many people outside, and I'm uncertain of their intentions." Hearing this, Agu frowned. His cave was rarely approached, and today it seemed they had grown audacious to block his entrance, especially alarming Lin Xiao. After reassuring her, he stepped outside the cave. "What are you doing surrounding my cave? Leave at once, or I shall not spare you." Discontented murmurs arose from the crowd. "Agu, though you're the only male by Lin Xiao's side, you have yet to earn her approval. You are not even a follower. What right do you have to dismiss us? Indeed, what right do you have? We wish to accompany Lin Xiao into the forest. You cannot prevent us from following her." Ignoring Agu's displeasure, the crowd continued to chatter incessantly. Agu clenched his teeth in frustration, glaring at the group. Lin Xiao was so beautiful and intelligent. Surely, she would drive males to madness. It was infuriating that, being neither her partner nor her follower, he was provoked by this group, yet could not retaliate. He resolved to find a way to have Lin Xiao accept him as her follower. Inside the cave, Lin Xiao heard every word spoken outside. That moment, she desperately wished to rush out and declare Agu as her follower. Yet, she hesitated. Being a follower implied he was her suitor. As a human, she found it difficult to accept the notion of a romantic relationship with a beast. Moreover, if she only allowed him to be her follower, he would remain unable to find other females, which meant he would never have offspring. She could not be so selfish. Outside, Agu longed for Lin Xiao to step forward and declare, "I wish to have you as my follower." But as time passed, the awaited figure did not emerge. The disappointment weighed heavily on him. However, the thought that he was still the only one by her side provided some solace. After considerable effort, Agu finally managed to disperse the bothersome crowd. Grabbing the animal hide, he led Lin Xiao to the river for a bath. Lost in the joy of the impending wash, Lin Xiao failed to notice a female lurking within the cave. Squinting her eyes at her, it was not until the pair disappeared from sight that the female inquired, "Is she the new young female?" The individual behind her nodded vigorously. "Yes, she is. This young female is quite impressive. The taro you ate this morning was found by her. Wasn't it delicious?" Before the male beast could finish his sentence, the female whirled around and struck him across the face. The sharp sound echoed throughout the cave, and the male beast, taken aback, silently lowered his head to resume his tasks, indicating this was not the first occurrence. Shaking her tingling hand, the female disdainfully addressed the kneeling male beast. "Remember who you serve as a follower. I, Ahua, am the most beautiful female in the tribe, far surpassing the immature young female. Should I hear you praising her in my presence again, I will strip you of your beast mark." The male orc gritted his teeth, lowering his head in silence. His decision to become Ahua's follower was entirely due to her recent coming of age and gentle disposition. He had envisioned that by serving her, he would eventually become her mate and father a few offspring of his own. However, to his dismay, several harsh winters had passed, and he remained her follower, enduring her relentless scolding. The laws of the Holy Yuan continent imposed no constraints on females. Yet they were particularly stringent towards males. If Ahua were to remove the beast mark from this male orc, it would have no effect on her, but the orc would become a wandering beast, never to sire any offspring again. This was why, when Ahua threatened him, the orc dared not utter a word. The two by the river were oblivious to the events unfolding in the tribe. Clad in animal skins, Lin Xiao had no intention of shedding them. Instead, she plunged headlong into the water. Alarmed, the wolf fur on Agu's back bristled, and without a second thought, he dove in after her. Lin Xiao swam gracefully beneath the surface like a nimble fish. Upon noticing Agu had also entered the water, she mischievously swam behind him and playfully grabbed his tail. The previously anxious Agu froze in place, taken aback by the unexpected sensation at his tail. Only someone as innocent as his little female could be so unreserved in seizing a male's tail. This thought crossed his mind. His tension eased considerably, yet the tingling sensation at his tail was driving Agu to madness. "Little female, stop fooling around and come out." Although submerged, Lin Xiao discovered she could breathe in the water, not through her nose, but through every pore in her body, absorbing oxygen from the water. Could this be the force of nature that the voice had spoken of? As she swam, Lin Xiao pondered this natural power. If it was indeed a force of nature, then the green light orb represented wood, the blue one water, the red fire, and the yellow or golden ones earth and gold. With this realization, Lin Xiao suddenly emerged from the water, eager to experiment with her newfound abilities, focusing her thoughts on fire. With a soft pop, a small flame appeared in her palm, though it flickered weakly, likely due to her immersion in water. When she thought of water, the tiny flame emitted a wisp of smoke before extinguishing. Determined to conjure water, she felt a jet of water surge from her palm, glistening in the sunlight. This truly was the force of nature. The green light orb was the largest. She wondered what shape it would take. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao, curious about her special abilities, decided to test all 5 forces. She concentrated on wood. A small, lively sapling materialized within a glowing orb in her palm. "How adorable! Will you grow just like this little sapling?" she mused, enchanted as the sapling swayed its branches in response. Lin Xiao had never found a tree so endearing, feeling an irresistible affection for it. However, recalling that there were still 2 forces she had yet to explore, she reluctantly bid farewell to the sapling, though a hint of disappointment lingered as it didn't vanish as swiftly as she had hoped. Next, she tried the smallest light orbs, gold and earth. The gold represented a beautiful diamond she had found in the mines, leaving her momentarily stunned. She never imagined that the small stone she had casually picked up would symbolize power. As for earth, it manifested as a lump of clay in her palm, morphing shape according to her thoughts. This reminded her of the time spent at Grandpa Tu's home, molding pottery with ease, unaware that she had possessed such power from the very beginning. Withdrawing her hand, Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, realizing that with this newfound power, she could create a tribe in this foreign world that was suitable for survival. Meanwhile, noticing that Lin Xiao had been submerged for quite some time, grew anxious. The sensation of her grasping his tail had startled him, prompting him to leap out of the water and seek refuge beneath a large tree. However, the moment he emerged, regret washed over him. Despite spending every day together, they had never shared any intimate moments, and he had foolishly fled from the one chance they had. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. The little female was oblivious to the nuances of their relationship. He could have pretended that nothing was amiss. Yet, the longer she remained in the water, the more her skin would wrinkle. Resolving this, Egu furrowed his brow and stepped out from behind the tree, just in time to witness the astonishing sight of Lin Xiao gathering power in her palm. What followed was utterly bewildering. The little female could indeed harness power. As a formidable 3-star apex sacred beast, Egu was not merely a beast that tore and bit, on the contrary. Every orc who reached 3 stars awakened a unique power, and Egu's was ice. However, he had never heard of females awakening powers, as they were typically delicate and well protected by males, leaving no room for thoughts of their own awakening. Yet here was Lin Xiao, defying expectations. After the initial shock, a profound sense of pride welled within him. Not only was she his favored female, but she was also a healer and a sage, having awakened powers typically reserved for males, and it seemed she possessed more than one. Completely unaware that Egu had witnessed her secret, Lin Xiao hurriedly retracted her hand after exploring all 5 abilities, casting a vigilant glance around to ensure no one was watching before she felt at ease. Surrounded by trees and immersed in the water, the green and blue light orbs had noticeably swelled, shining far brighter than the other 3. Glancing at the feeble little orbs, Lin Xiao frowned slightly, realizing that she had inadvertently allowed them to grow too large. What would become of the remaining 3? After much contemplation yielded no solution, she decided to set the matter aside, confident that a resolution would present itself in due time. Having lingered in the water for quite a while, she feared Egu might be growing anxious, so she quickly washed herself and emerged from the river. Egu had been keeping a watchful eye on Lin Xiao, and upon seeing her surface, he rushed forward, refraining from mentioning what he had just witnessed. Lin Xiao, quickly change out of those wet animal skins. You might fall ill. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao accepted the animal skin and stepped behind a nearby rock to change. Unbeknownst to her, not far off, a large green snake, as thick as a bowl, lay coiled on a tree branch, its forked tongue flickering as it observed the little female changing clothes. Had Lin Xiao turned around, she would have locked eyes with the serpent. Only after Lin Xiao had finished changing and moved away did the snake slowly begin to slither, yet its gaze remained fixed on the direction she had departed, not wavering until the 2 figures vanished from sight. With a speed visible to the naked eye, the snake began to transform, and soon, a man with flowing hair and golden eyes appeared atop the tree. However, he retained the upper half a human, while his lower half remained a green serpent's tail, tightly coiling around the trunk of the tree. This little female is so enchanting, clean and devoid of any other male's scent. I will claim her as my mate. The serpent-like beast gazed intently in the direction where the 2 individuals had vanished, murmuring to itself, its visage brimming with excitement and determination. Unbeknownst to the pair returning to their tribe, Lin Xiao had caught the attention of the cold-blooded beast. As preparations for their upcoming venture into the forest ensued, the previous day's successful hunt had drawn an unusually large number of males eager to accompany them. Aside from those who had ventured out for hunting, the males with partners had assigned 2 of their number to tend to the young female, while the rest congregated in the clearing. The tribe's leader, aware that the young female only placed her trust in Agu, understood that if Agu went hunting, the young female would likely remain behind in a bid to secure ample food. The leader had nearly summoned the entire tribe's strength for this endeavor, hoping to return laden with provisions. As Lin Xiao stood before the eager assembly of males, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. Upon realizing this was the leader's arrangement, she could only shake her head in resignation, prompting Agu to transform into his beast form. Grasping a bamboo basket in preparation for departure, Agu's transformation seemed to serve as a signal, prompting all the surrounding males to shift into their beast forms collectively. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Xiao felt as though she had stepped into a zoo, experiencing an up-close encounter with these formidable creatures. Holding Agu's hand, she instinctively tightened her grip. Perhaps sensing the young female's tension, he let out a wolfish howl and darted away. With the speed of a peak-level 3-star warrior, it was not easy for the other beasts to keep pace. Even if they quickened their speed, they could only catch a glimpse of his indifferent silhouette fading into the distance. Fortunately, all were familiar with the direction of the forest, thus avoiding the risk of losing their way. By the time everyone arrived at the forest's edge, Agu was attentively offering Lin Xiao a drink of water. Their leisurely demeanor incited envy among the males, who could only begrudge their powerlessness. Observing how a mere group of individuals had already exhausted themselves after such a short distance, Agu disdainfully muttered, "What a disgrace to masculinity! No wonder the young female disregards you." His voice was not deliberately lowered, and every male heard him. Each shot him furious glares, yet Agu appeared oblivious, focused solely on tending to the young female beside him, not even casting them a glance. Noticing the hostile gazes of the others, Lin Xiao helplessly scratched Agu's arm. "You should tone it down a bit. Do you see how everyone is looking at you?" Agu merely pouted, unconcerned. "If they are weak, who can they blame? If they had the ability, they wouldn't be glaring at me. They should challenge me instead." Upon hearing this, everyone in unison averted their gazes, unwilling to look at Agu. What a joke. Even the leader of the tribe was no match for him, and this group of individuals together could not inflict any harm upon him. This was the stark reality of their hierarchical disparity. The division between 2-star and 3-star warriors was a significant threshold. Only upon reaching 3 stars and awakening their powers could one truly be considered a sacred beast. As Lin Xiao observed the dejected expressions of the furry-eared beasts, she contemplated offering some words of comfort. However, just as she opened her mouth, a fruit was shoved into it, its sweet and tangy flavor instantly diverting her attention and swallowing her intended words along with the wild fruit. The beast's recuperative abilities were astonishing. During their banter, each had fully regained their strength. "Ah Xiao, let us venture into the forest. The sooner we find our quarry, the sooner we can return to rest. I do not wish for you to tire yourself." Agu remarked. Gazing into his eyes, Lin Xiao suspected he was flirting with her, but he was a beast, after all, and could not possibly comprehend such notions. Shaking her head to dispel these unrealistic thoughts, she rose and, with a flourish of her small hand, declared loudly, "Into the forest." Approaching a large tree, she gently placed her hand upon its trunk, closed her eyes, and, following the voice from her dreams, sought to feel with all her heart. Before long, Lin Xiao began to see an abundance of green points of light within the forest, with those nearest to her swirling around her. Exhaling softly, she cleared her mind and refocused on the task of foraging for food. The others looked upon the young female with puzzled expressions, uncertain of her actions. After about 5 minutes, Lin Xiao abruptly opened her eyes. She had just seen numerous mushrooms and wood-ear fungi. For some reason, this forest boasted an extraordinary variety of mushrooms, harmoniously growing together, unlike the distinct varieties found in the southern and northern regions. Perhaps it was due to the enchanting nature of this land. Turning to Agu, she cheerily announced, "I just recalled a food item I encountered when I previously got lost in the forest. Tea can be dried and stored for a long time, so we need not fear the harsh winter. I will lead you there." Lin Xiao hesitated to reveal her unique ability, fearing she might be labeled a monster and face dire consequences. Upon hearing the young female mention food that could withstand the winter, the group of beasts became animated, urging her, "Young female, is there truly such food? If so, we need not starve during the harsh winter." Yes, young female, please lead us. Young female, take the lead. We will heed your every word." Seeing their eager expressions, Lin Xiao did not delay, promptly guiding them deeper into the forest. The males of the tribe were accustomed to hunting in the forest, yet they had little knowledge of what else might be edible. Thus, the depths of the forest were filled with the scent of decaying leaves, perpetually shrouded in dampness due to limited sunlight. Agu and the other males followed Lin Xiao with serious expressions, aware that various insects often lurked in the forest's depths, that a bite from such insects could be both painful and itchy. Even with their remarkable recuperative abilities, they would endure some discomfort. The males worried for the delicate skin of the young female, imagining the consequences if she were to be bitten. Ultimately, their concerns were unwarranted. Lin Xiao possessed the power of nature, her body radiating a protective aura that prevented even the smallest of poisonous insects from penetrating her defenses. After traversing for over half an hour, the decaying leaves underfoot caused discomfort among the group. However, the thought of food kept their spirits high. Lin Xiao crouched down, peeling back the thick layer of leaves, revealing a palm-sized mushroom before her eyes. Yet upon seeing what had been uncovered, Agu's expression instantly changed. Ah Xiao, that is inedible. The sudden outburst startled Lin Xiao, causing her to tremble as she shot an annoyed glance at Agu. What are you doing? You scared me. This is quite delicious, and it can be preserved for a long time when dried. Only then did she notice the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. And she curiously asked Agu, what is the matter? Shouldn't you be happy to find food? Agu blinked, realizing Lin Xiao was serious, before finally responding, this is not edible. There was a male in the tribe who consumed this and ended up meeting the beast god. It is not safe to eat, as it may summon the beast god. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao could not help but burst into laughter, her amusement echoing through the air. After regaining her composure, she raised a mushroom in her hand and explained to everyone, what I have here is called a mushroom, and it is a delectable food item. However, there are two types, one that will lead you to meet the beast god, and another that will satisfy your hunger. With her words, all eyes were fixated on the mushroom in Lin Xiao's hand. Before anyone could speak, she continued, if you come across beautifully colored mushrooms, those are not to be eaten. The plain, unattractive ones like this are safe. Mushrooms grow beneath the leaves. Simply peel them back to find them, that if you're ever uncertain about the edibility of the mushrooms you find, feel free to ask me. Agu completely trusts the words of the young female, for he knows she is wise and that whatever she says must be true. He took the mushrooms from Lin Xiao's hands and observed them for a moment before lowering his head to begin foraging through the leaves. The others, however, were filled with doubt, as the tale of how a male had consumed a similar mushroom and subsequently departed for the abode of the beast god had spread throughout the entire tribe. Now, when this young female claims that some mushrooms are edible, the group of beast men felt a genuine sense of trepidation. Yet, when they set out, the chief had repeatedly instructed them to heed the young female's words. After much internal conflict, they gritted their teeth and bent down together. After all, Agu would certainly partake first, and if anything were amiss, they could simply refrain from eating, albeit with a bit of effort involved. With many hands, they quickly amassed a pile of mushrooms. Fearing that the beastmen might mix in poisonous varieties, Lin Xiao chose to keep her distance, moving instead to the mound of mushrooms to select and sort them. As expected, she soon unearthed several toxic mushrooms. At the same time, she categorized the edible ones into those that could be consumed directly and those that required drying for preservation. Unbeknownst to them, the day had begun to darken. One by one, a group gathered around Lin Xiao. One astute beastman picked up a toxic mushroom that had been set aside and exclaimed loudly, "This is it. This is the very one that Alan consumed before he left for the beast god's side. This pair is the same." At his proclamation, all eyes turned toward him. Lin Xiao smiled and explained, "That is what I referred to as the toxic mushroom. I've already separated it out, and what remains is edible." The male, gazing at the two piles of mushrooms, queried in confusion, "Why separate them? Aren't they all edible?" Lin Xiao pointed to the gray mushrooms, saying, "This pile can be cooked and eaten directly, while the other can be dried for preservation, allowing you to eat it whenever you desire." "Can it be preserved even during the scorching season?" he inquired. Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, it can be preserved, but it must remain dry. Exposure to water will spoil it." Though the group harbored lingering fears about the potential danger of consuming these mushrooms, the prospect of preservation prompted them to consider the possibility of consumption. Agu stepped forward, directing the others to carry the sorted mushrooms back to the tribe. The beastmen treated the mushrooms as if they were rare treasures, fearful of damaging them on their way home. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. These beastmen were incredibly gullible. Though she was grateful that her intentions were pure, she had initially set out to find salt. But that plan had now fallen by the wayside. Agu remained by Lin Xiao's side until she finished sorting all the mushrooms, then transformed into his beast form, allowing her to climb onto his back as he carried her back to the tribe. Upon their arrival, Men, women, and children alike gazed curiously at the mushrooms brought back by the beastmen, whispering among themselves. There had been a male who had consumed similar mushrooms and subsequently departed for the beast god. How could they have returned with so many? Had they not gone out to gather food alongside the young female? Some of the older beastmen even displayed expressions of sorrow, with the chilly season fast approaching. Could this be food for them, the elderly? Our chief is very kind to us. In other tribes, when males grow old or lose their hunting abilities, they are cast out to fend for themselves. But our chief still keeps us, one elder remarked. I doubt it is for us if the chief won't provide for us. What of the new young female? If she can find food, and if she chooses not to share with us? The chief will be powerless to intervene. Several elderly males cast grim looks at the pile of mushrooms, as if they were poison meant to send them to meet the beast god. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Hegu returned to the tribe with Lin Xiao. Aside from the elderly males, the gazes of the others toward Lin Xiao were filled with curiosity. She jumped down from Hegu's back, ignoring the onlookers, and walked straight to the pile of mushrooms. However, the sheer quantity of mushrooms overwhelmed her. Glancing up at the gathering beastmen, Lin Xiao decided to seek assistance. Is there anyone who wishes to learn cooking with me? Males and females alike are welcome. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. It was well known that those with a skill in the tribe typically kept it to themselves, revealing their knowledge only to their mates. This young female's willingness to teach cooking was truly astonishing. Before the crowd could process her request, Hegu's sister squeezed through the throng. Xiao, I want to learn to cook? Aya, though not yet of age, already had 5 suitors, 2 of whom were present in the tribe. Upon hearing her wish to learn cooking, they rushed forward to dissuade her. Aya, we can learn too. You need not take on this burden. Indeed, Aya, we will all be your mates. We will take good care of you, so you need not toil so hard. But Aya was displeased, standing at a towering height of 1.8 meters, robust in stature, and now stamping her feet in frustration. Pouting to express her discontent, she declared, Silence. Xiao is not yet of age and is still quite small, yet she goes out to gather food and cook. Why can't I learn? I want to learn, so leave me be. With that, she turned and positioned herself behind Lin Xiao, ignoring the concerned looks from her suitors, having spent every day in the cave. Though the males cared for her well, Aya still felt an emptiness within. Seeing Lin Xiao gather food and cook ignited a desire within her. She didn't even know what envy was. Yet she admired Lin Xiao immensely. Pressing her large frame against Lin Xiao's back, she added with a hint of playfulness, You said females can join too. You can't go back on your word. Lin Xiao patted Aya's arm, smiling brightly. Rest assured, your word is bond. If you wish, I can also teach you how to identify edible food. This time, even the chief was taken aback, reflecting on how the wise one truly lived up to her title, willing to share her knowledge with others. With that thought, the chief stepped forward, wearing a gentle smile as he addressed Aya. Be sure to learn well from Xiao. She was sent by the beast god to save us all. Whether we will face hunger in the future depends on your efforts. Aya appeared invigorated by this encouragement, gripping Lin Xiao's hand tightly as if vowing fervently, I will learn diligently from Xiao and ensure that no one goes hungry. Lin Xiao handed 2 bone knives to Agu, with one of them being presented before Ya. She instructed Agu to find something to contain the mushrooms, as they needed to be thoroughly cleaned. Holding the bone knife, Lin Xiao demonstrated to Ya how to handle the mushrooms that Ya, being a native female who had been protected since birth, had never wielded such a perilous implement. Her guardian beast hovered nearby, visibly anxious, yet as Ya had made her own decision, her followers could only acquiesce. From time to time, the group glanced at Agu. Should the male refuse Ya, it was certain she would not wish to engage with such a dangerous task. However, the outcome would only lead to disappointment for them. Agu had no time to attend to their concerns. As he was busy assisting the young female, the sky was darkening, and he had yet to eat. Agu felt a surge of urgency within him. After approximately an hour of relentless effort from the 3, 1/3 of the fresh mushrooms had been prepared. They then requested Agu to bring some meat. Originally, they intended to stir-fry it, but realizing the only seasoning available was ginger, with not even salt on hand, they ultimately decided to stew it instead. After nearly another hour of toil, The sun was nearing its descent. Agu hurriedly filled 2 stone bowls with the mushroom stew and returned to the cave. Aya's guardians were not to be outdone. After all, this was a dish prepared by their little female, who had risked life-threatening endeavors, and thus they insisted on serving a large bowl, with the stone pot being of limited size. Once 2 males filled their bowls, a quarter of the stew was gone. This time, after the chief and you served themselves, the other orcs did not rush in to snatch the food from the pot, as they had before. The unfortunate incident of another orc's death after consuming those mushrooms had left a lingering fear among them. It wasn't until they saw Gu and Aya's followers emerging with their bowls to wash them, and shortly after, the chief and Ayu exiting the cave, that everyone's expressions normalized. There was no panic indicative of a female's impending demise, and the chief and Ayu did not bear the pallor of that unfortunate orc prior to his death. In that moment, everyone was reassured that this pot of mushrooms was indeed safe to consume. Ignoring the fact that the food had grown somewhat cold, a frenzy ensued as the group dove into the feast. Mated pairs took food back for their partners, while those without mates stood by the pot, eagerly scooping food into their mouths. Lin Xiao, who had just emerged to wash up, witnessed this scene and suddenly felt that the food no longer seemed as appetizing. Agu, unaware of Lin Xiao's thoughts, followed her gaze to the chaotic scene of food being seized, his brow furrowing in concern. Having spent considerable time with the young female, Agu understood her fondness for cleanliness. He could easily surmise what she was thinking given the current circumstances. Quickly, he took Lin Xiao's hand and led her away from the square, speaking as they walked. "Once we finish washing up, let us venture to the stone forest. I shall dig another pot just for you." Lin Xiao felt warmth in her heart and nodded slightly, though a wave of melancholy washed over her at the thought of Agu being a beast. By now, the sky had darkened considerably, and Agu, not wishing to leave Lin Xiao's side, insisted on staying with her rather than waiting elsewhere. Realizing she could not dissuade him, Lin Xiao reluctantly acquiesced. The surrounding darkness was daunting, and she felt trepidation in the water, but with Agu beside her, her shyness was somewhat alleviated by the cover of night. During their outing to the forest, Lin Xiao discovered that she could absorb the forest with energy, and upon reaching the river, she closed her eyes slightly, submerging herself in the water. She felt the power from the water slowly infiltrating her body, maintaining a calm demeanor to avoid arousing Agu's suspicions. After approximately half an hour, feeling that the blue orbs were nearing saturation, she finally opened her eyes. This was a discovery made by chance. Upon reaching a certain threshold, her body would instinctively reject further absorption. Lin Xiao speculated that this was likely necessary to maintain a balance of the 5 elemental energies before progressing further. Observing the 3 meager orbs, she felt a headache coming on. The earth and metal energies were manageable, but what to do about the fire? It was unthinkable to ignite an actual flame. These thoughts swirled in her mind. She quickly finished washing up, reminding herself of the task of creating a new pot in the stone forest, since the needed green stones were deep within the stone forest and the night was dark. Agu opted to carry Lin Xiao on his back, moving slowly to avoid jostling her. Had it not been for the fact that there was only himself to protect the young female in the night, he would never have ventured to the stone forest at such an hour. In that moment, Agu felt a surge of selfishness. Since the young female relied solely on him, he was reluctant for her to interact with other females. Yet he also recognized that he alone could not provide adequate care for her. Lin Xiao, perched on Agu's back, could clearly sense his low spirits and assumed it was due to fatigue from their long day. Eager to offer comfort, she spoke, "Tomorrow you'll be off hunting, which will certainly be more taxing. If we take the pot back today, you won't have to make an extra trip tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Agu turned his head slightly, responding to Lin Xiao with a smile she could not fully comprehend. Having learned from previous experience, Agu worked swiftly in crafting the pot again by the time they finished. The tribe was quiet, save for a few caves where muffled sounds could be heard. Unbeknownst to them, they had been under watch since they reached the river, with a pair of eyes silently tracking their movements to the stone forest and back to the tribe. Only when Lin Xiao entered the cave did the observer, a large serpent, emerge from the shadows, in its half-human, half-beast form. The serpent bore the shimmering markings of a 4-star holy beast on its arms, exuding an aura of intimidation that could be felt from afar. And oh wonder, Agu had not sensed anyone trailing them. The disparity in their strengths was far too great in the days that followed. The orcs in the tribe, with the exception of a few who remained to protect the females, including the chief, mobilized to gather as many animal hides and provisions as possible before the onset of the harsh winter. The survival of the tribe's females through this winter depended on the efforts of these few days. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was not idle. The rabbits Agu had brought back had grown, and two of them were recently furiously shedding their own fur, indicating that the female rabbit was pregnant. Observing this, Lin Xiao finally felt at ease. As long as they retained a breeding rabbit, she would not have to worry about a shortage of meat. Since deciding to learn cooking from Lin Xiao, Aya visited Agu's cave daily. Each time, one or two males stayed behind in the tribe to care for her, inadvertently allowing Lin Xiao to benefit as well. Xiao, you ought to find a few more followers. Having only my brother by your side leaves you without assistance should anything arise, Aya remarked. As Lin Xiao busied herself with animal hides. She blinked in confusion at Aya's suggestion, inquiring, when he goes hunting, I can tend to other matters at home. I don't need someone to watch over me constantly. Agu had already informed Aya that Lin Xiao was utterly lacking in common knowledge regarding such matters. Initially, Aya had thought it was merely a jest, but upon conversing today, she realized Lin Xiao truly knew nothing to Aya. Displaying remarkable patience, settled onto an animal hide with a fruit in hand, and began to explain. We females are exceedingly precious. The males consider it an honor to care for young females. Conversely, if a female shuns a male, it greatly bruises his pride, and why brother is the mightiest warrior in the tribe. And the most beautiful female in the past, Ahua, dismissed him due to the scar on his face, wishing to claim him as a follower without bearing his offspring. Although my brother found her unworthy. Being rejected by a female still caused him sorrow. Reflecting on the scar at the corner of Agu's eye, Lin Xiao felt that it did not diminish his attractiveness. Rather, it added a unique charm. I did not find Agu's scar ugly. Her voice was soft, but he heard her clearly. Tossing aside her finished fruit, she eagerly climbed beside Lin Xiao, her eyes brimming with excitement. You don't think Agu's scar is unsightly, which means you find him handsome. So why haven't you made him your follower yet? He is indeed the pinnacle beast of the 3 stars. Perhaps one day he will ascend to 4 stars. By taking him as a follower, he could offer you better protection. With that, he gestured to the blue beast markings on his body, pride radiating from his face. Look, this is my first follower. If I find myself in peril, this marking can summon him to my side. The word danger was one that Lin Xiao had heard most frequently. Yet during her time here, apart from the initial encounter with a python, everything had been relatively tranquil. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao cast a puzzled glance at Aya and inquired about her thoughts. Aya, is the tribe truly dangerous? I have not encountered any threats thus far. Of course, there are dangers, Aya replied, especially with the approaching minor cold season, followed by the harsh winter. A slight misstep could lead to illness or even death. When food is scarce, other tribes may come to raid. And without sustenance, starvation is a grim reality. We females are targets for such raids. If we fall into the hands of rogue beasts, we can only pray for the mercy of the beast god. Perhaps having lived in a time of peace, Lin Xiao could envision what Aya described but could not truly grasp it. She could only hope never to experience such hardship that a sudden cheer erupted, causing both Aya and Lin Xiao to spring to their feet. It was the signal that the hunting party had returned safely and with a bountiful catch. They quickly set aside their belongings and exited the cave. Aya immediately spotted her followers waving their trophies at her. In the center of the crowd stood Agu, bearing 2 bear beasts on his shoulders, just as Lin Xiao intended to approach. She noticed he was conversing with a small female. Since arriving at the tribe, Lin Xiao had often witnessed males tossing aside their beast skins to flirt, which led her to avoid mingling within the tribe. While most females remained in their caves, tended to by males. Over time, Lin Xiao had only formed a close bond with Aya. Seeing a small female standing before Agu piqued her curiosity. As the males surrounding Agu noticed Lin Xiao, they instinctively parted to create a path. As Lin Xiao drew closer, she overheard their conversation. The small female blocking Agu was none other than Ahua, the most beautiful female in the tribe. Long ago, Ahua had made it known that she wished for Agu to be her follower, but he had steadfastly rejected her. Initially, Ahua was unconcerned, believing that as the most attractive female, Agu, the most valiant beastman, was unworthy of any female except her. However, Lin Xiao's presence ignited a sense of rivalry within Ahua. Witnessing Agu's attentiveness to Lin Xiao intensified this feeling. Now, seeing Agu carrying two intact bear beasts, Ahua could no longer restrain herself. While the meat from the hunt was to be distributed by the leader, the pelts could be divided as one wished. With the minor cold season approaching, those bear pelts were a rare source of warmth. She needed to ensure Agu became her follower and presented her with the pelts that Agu, frowning as he faced the small female obstructing his path, felt a wave of irritation. He was eager to see Lin Xiao. What did this female want from him? With a haughty demeanor, Ahua puffed out her chest and commanded, "Hand over the pelts of these two bear beasts, and I shall permit you to be my follower. If you can procure more pelts in the future, I might even consider you as my mate." Agu's expression shifted from confusion and displeasure to one of cold indifference. He had no desire to engage in conversation with her and attempted to walk away. But Ahua was determined not to let him leave so easily and quickly stepped in front of him again. Noticing Agu's expression, Ahua felt a flicker of fear. However, knowing males could not harm females gave her courage, prompting her to continue. "I've already birthed 2 litters. If you give me the pelts, I may consider giving you a litter of your own." Many males nearby were intrigued by Ahua's proposition. Despite knowing her reputation for being unkind to her males, the prospect of her offering to bear their offspring was tempting enough to endure her less desirable traits. One male, carrying a deer beast carcass, stepped forward eagerly. "I would offer you the deer pelt if you would give me a litter." Without a moment's hesitation, Ahua slapped the speaker across the face. The beast man, teeth clenched in fury, could do nothing in retaliation, knowing that as a male, he could not strike a female. Meanwhile, Ahua's followers and partners stood behind her, unwavering in their support as she dealt the blow. The chastised beastman could only turn away, carrying the deer beast with him. Agu, having lost interest in their farcical exchange, was eager to return and prepare a meal for Lin Xiao. As he turned to leave with the bear beast still slung over his shoulders, Ahua, unwilling to let him go, shouted after him, "You've been circling that little female cub for so long, yet she hasn't even acknowledged you. She clearly looks down on you if it weren't for your status as a 3-star beast. No female would deign to be with you, especially with that scar on your face." Agu hung his head, standing silently. Ahua, believing her words had struck a chord, stepped in front of him once more. "I'm the most beautiful female in the tribe. I can overlook the scar on your face. You must become my follower. I initially planned to wait for you to prove yourself worthy of being my mate. But now you are only fit to be my follower." Her voice was loud enough that every word echoed in Lin Xiao's ears. How could such a splendid Agu be so bullied by this female? Lin Xiao trembled with indignation. Without a second thought, she found herself placing her body in front of Agu as she stood defiantly before him. Agu felt his heart swell with warmth. Banishing all previous negative emotions, Ahua's eyes burned with fury at the sight of Lin Xiao obstructing her plans. "You are the one who has kept Agu in limbo without accepting him as your follower. Since you do not want him, then give him to me." Lin Xiao felt as if she had been stepped on, her anger flaring. "Agu is not an object to be bartered with. I have not accepted him as my follower because I wish to give him a chance. Should he find a female he desires in the future, he will not be hindered by the title of follower. When I come of age, Agu will be my first follower." Upon hearing Lin Xiao declare that he would be her first follower, Agu's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest, while he was still in a daze. Lin Xiao continued, "And that scar on Agu's face is not at all unappealing. It symbolizes his status as a warrior. All males in the tribe bear the mark of a warrior. It's merely that Agu's happens to be on his face. Agu is the finest of males." As Lin Xiao's words resonated, not only Agu, but all the males turned their gazes toward her, filled with an almost ravenous admiration. Males often returned home from hunting with scars, and despite their remarkable healing abilities, scars remained. Many females would deem those marks unsightly and shun them. Yet this newcomer female proclaimed it a symbol of valor. And in that moment, all scarred beastmen felt a surge of pride. Perhaps the intensity of their stares was too hard to ignore. Lin Xiao pushed past the sullen Ahua, who still stood in her way. Leading the way for Agu.as, she departed. She threw a fist toward Ahua as a warning that if you dare to trouble Agu again, I will not hesitate to confront you. Only after their figures disappeared from view did Ahua, seething with anger, strike out at the nearest beastman beside her. The sharp sound of her slap echoed painfully. Observing this scene, Ahua's partners and admirers cast envious glances in Lin Xiao's direction. Reflecting on her words about giving Agu a chance, they wondered if she had not inadvertently placed him in the very role of a follower she sought to avoid if they had not committed early on. Would they too have had the opportunity to pursue a small female? Even as mere followers, the happiness of being close to her seemed worth it. The envy was not limited to Ahua's males. Those without partners or prospects were practically bouncing with excitement at the prospect of Agu's luck. How fortunate he was that his small female treated him so well. Indeed, it was unexpected that she would grant Agu the power of choice. If they were in his place, they would gladly remain by her side. Observing Agu's demeanor, I realized I had never seen him smile like this before. It was inconceivable that the little female could belong solely to him. Indeed, it could not be just him as I spoke. A group of individuals, hoisting their prey, marched resolutely in the direction the two had departed, leaving only Ahua and her companions behind, angered by the sight of the orc crowd behind her. Ahua raised her hand to strike. What kind of looks are those? Are you all seeking that little female? Do you require my assistance in removing your beast marks to grant you freedom? You become a wandering beast, and I wonder if that little female would still smile at you. Watching the orcs before her, heads bowed and obediently receiving her slaps, Ahua's frustration finally began to dissipate. She turned her gaze toward the direction Lin Xiao had left, her eyes seemingly poisoned with malice. Lin Xiao accompanied Agu to exchange meat, distribute portions, and ultimately returned to the cave bearing 2 complete bear pelts and half a bear's worth of meat. Normally, while orcs could distribute the pelts themselves, they typically exchanged larger ones for smaller ones to garner more meat. However, since Lin Xiao was acknowledged as a sage by Agu, the chief merely wished to provide this wise little female with the best, allowing her to remain comfortably within the tribe. I shall see if I can turn this bear meat into jerky, striving to stockpile provisions for the coming cold season. And as for those mushrooms, the sunshine has been splendid these past few days. I've dried them thoroughly, and I will gather more soon. I have also noticed an abundance of fish in the river, but lacking seasoning, they won't be palatable. On the journey back, Agu smiled as he attentively listened to Lin Xiao's incessant chatter, his eyes brimming with affection. Upon returning to the cave, Agu intended to prepare a stew for Lin Xiao with the meat. But she, disinterested in the tasteless dish, inquired, Agu, do you happen to know where I can find salt? After a moment's thought, Agu retrieved a tightly bound beast skin from a crevice in a rock. Is this what you're looking for? When I prepared grilled meat for you upon your arrival, I sprinkled this on top. I noticed you didn't enjoy it, so I put it away as he spoke. He unwrapped the skin, revealing a collection of pebbles and impurities of various sizes. Lin Xiao's expression became one of exasperation upon seeing the so-called salt. This is hardly salt. It's merely chunks of stone. No wonder the grilled meat was so difficult to chew the other day. Perhaps sensing Lin Xiao's discontent, Agu explained with resignation, only the distant Xingwan tribe, inhabited by the merfolk, can produce salt that resembles sand. Lin Xiao nodded. That must be sea salt, but what she held was clearly, then, where did this salt come from? On a nearby mountain, many beasts go there to lick the stones that I have tasted it myself. And it is salty. Males can climb the mountain to lick, but females cannot. I contemplated breaking off pieces to bring back to the tribe, yet many females refuse to lick the stones, hearing Agu's words. Lin Xiao could only smirk in resignation. No wonder the tribe's members often complained of ailments. One would be unwell under such circumstances. She pondered the steps for salt production, recalling her only experience with an elderly woman in the village. That woman was not a dedicated salt maker, but rather pursued it out of curiosity, and Lin Xiao had participated out of intrigue. Yet in such a barren environment, the prospect of producing salt seemed a daunting task. Unlike sea salt, rock salt could be hazardous if not processed properly, as impurities could harm the body. He noticed the little female was lost in thought while clutching the salt remnants to avoid disturbing her. He quietly exited the cave. The rabbits he had been nurturing had given birth to 2 litters, and the stone nest he had constructed was now somewhat inadequate. Seizing the opportunity, while Lin Xiao contemplated, Agu resolved to create 2 more nests. Lin Xiao wandered within the cave, clutching the salt or remnants. If one were to produce salt, filtration was essential. However, they had neither cotton nor cloth here. She glanced around, her eyes landing on her clothing laid upon the beast's skin. Though the garments bore numerous holes, they were pure cotton. Given the current conditions, using this clothing for filtration seemed the most suitable option. Yet Lin Xiao felt a pang of reluctance. She had brought so few belongings, and using them would mean losing them. But without salt, her health would surely deteriorate over time. Ultimately, for the sake of her well-being, she resolved to part with a piece of clothing. With that thought, she turned to find Agu. Since salt production was necessary, they would require a container, and that task would fall to Agu. Just then, Agu returned with 2 stone nests in his arms. Agu, I need a pot. A very large and flat pot. Hearing the little female's somewhat nonsensical request, Agu merely nodded gently. How many do you need? She contemplated, deciding she needed 1 large pot and several sizable basins. Yes, she gestured. Agu nodded in understanding that in just 2 short days, a pot as thick as a finger and 2 large basins were placed at the cave entrance. It was not that Agu wished to keep them outside, but rather that the cave was so small that bringing them inside would leave little room to walk. The chief approached, chuckling as he observed Agu's handiwork. His expression somewhat mischievous as he asked, "Little female, what are you planning to do this time? May I gather everyone to watch?" "Chief, I wish to see if I can produce salt. For now, let us refrain from gathering a crowd. Once I succeed, I will select a few individuals to instruct." As soon as she finished speaking, the chief, trembling with excitement, incredulously repeated, "You mean you want to produce salt? The kind that we eat? Are you truly willing to teach the tribe?" Unsure of the chief's sudden fervor, Lin Xiao nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving her confirmation, the chief, with his robust physique, leaped high into the air, clapping his hands in exhilaration. Startled, Lin Xiao took several steps back. Could it be that the chief suffered from some mental affliction? Yet, she realized she was powerless to address such matters. Noticing the fear in Lin Xiao's eyes, swiftly restrained the exuberant chief, compelling him to calm down. The chief, momentarily displeased, shot a glare at Agu until he heard, "You startled Xiao. Quiet down." Instantly, the chief became obedient, though his gaze toward Lin Xiao remained fervent. "Little female, whatever you need, I will fetch it for you." Agu, displeased by this, felt the chief was usurping his chance to impress Lin Xiao and promptly pushed him away. "Xiao has me. Whatever you need, I will find it for you." Upon hearing this, the chief grew irate. Breaking free from Agu's grasp and striding confidently to stand behind Lin Xiao. His massive form, hiding behind the petite Lin Xiao, appeared rather incongruous, yet Agu dared not intervene for fear of harming her. Noticing Agu's stillness, the chief gleefully proclaimed, "The little female belongs to everyone, especially since she is no ordinary female. As the chief, I must contribute." He then leaned down, gazing at Lin Xiao with shining eyes. His tone as gentle as he could manage. "Little female, if you require anything, just tell me. I am the chief of the tribe, and I can handle many matters more conveniently than Agu." This statement was indeed accurate. Lin Xiao wished to end the chief's persistence and immediately assigned him a task. Holding forth the salt, she presented it to the chief with a serious expression. "Do you know where this comes from?" The chief examined it closely, exclaiming, "Ah, this is the stone that everyone licks daily." Yes, the males of the tribe lick it every day, while the females do not enjoy the taste. However, if they refrain for too long, they will fall ill. This is salt." Upon hearing this, the chief, an elderly figure, widened his eyes in astonishment and scrutinized the items on the animal's skin once more. It was unmistakably stone. How could it possibly be salt? Lin Xiao, undeterred by his skepticism, promptly instructed him to procure additional salt mines. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to take action first and address any concerns later. The chief was acutely aware of the significance of salt to the tribe. The prosperity of the Xinghuan tribe was primarily attributed to their salt production, that if the young female truly managed to produce salt, the tribe's strength would merely be a matter of time. Having received the task, the chief wasted no time and hastily gathered the orcs who had not ventured out to hunt, setting off under the cover of night to the mountains to extract stones. This left the group bewildered, unsure of what had possessed their leader to forsake sleep and embark on such an endeavor. Yet, as he was the chief, his commands were to be followed without question. Unless one possessed strength surpassing that of a Gu, who could not only refute the chief but also, if displeased, mete out a beating. After all, in the Holy Yuan continent, strength reigned supreme. Observing from outside the tribe, a serpent beast watched the group of male orcs, puzzled by their late-night activities. Initially, the serpent beast had intended to infiltrate the tribe and abduct the fragrant young female, but with the onset of the minor cold season approaching, it needed to hibernate. Leaving the young female outside could mean waking to find her lifeless body by the time it emerged from slumber. To ensure the young female could safely navigate the harsh seasons. The serpent beast curbed its impulse to abduct her and instead remained vigilant outside the tribe. After all, the most formidable male beasts within the tribe were merely at the peak of 3-star strength, whereas it had already attained mid-4-star status, rendering it virtually undetectable to the orcs at times. When the tribe's males ventured out to hunt, the serpent beast would audaciously sneak into the tribe to observe the young female up close. Following the orcs to a mountain, the serpent beast recognized this location. The stones here had a salty flavor, attracting all manner of beasts and orcs who came to lick them. The taste, however, was far from pleasant, and were it not for the health issues arising from prolonged abstinence, they would never go to such lengths. The orcs' endeavor to pry so many stones was perplexing. After all, how much salt could a single female require? Just then, snippets of conversation reached the serpent beast's ears, clarifying their intentions. "Hey, do you know why the chief wants us to pry stones?" "No idea, but if the chief says so, we ought to comply." At that moment, another male joined them, having overheard the chief muttering about how the young female, a Xiao, needed stones. "Is it really for a Xiao? I should gather more. Perhaps if I impress her, she'll accept me as a follower." "Dream on. I am far superior. I will collect more than you, and if anyone is to be chosen, it shall be me." As the orcs ventured further away, the serpent beast transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, its golden eyes shimmering with an unnameable emotion. Having followed the fragrant young female for so long, it knew her name was a Xiao. If a Xiao desired these stones, then let this be my first gift to her. Once the orcs had departed, each carrying a stone, the serpent beast slithered to the base of the mine. Observing the large pit they had created, it scoffed in disdain, muttering to itself, "With so many of you, you've managed to collect so little stone. It's no wonder a Xiao would find you intriguing. Perhaps she would even have to protect you." This thought recalled the first time it had encountered Lin Xiao, the young female in the river, her palm pulsing with unknown power. The serpent beast sensed that if she discovered a method to amplify her abilities, even the most formidable males would struggle to match her. With that thought, a smile crept across the serpent beast's lips. Only such a powerful female was worthy of being its companion. Suddenly, the serpent beast's form expanded, its robust tail crashing through the mine. Dislodging a quarter of the mountain with sheer force, it then hoisted the mound of salt high overhead and, with its tail in graceful motion, made its way back to the tribe, despite the late hour. The males in the tribe were abuzz with excitement from their mining exploits. To avoid unnecessary complications, the serpent beast observed from outside, waiting until all the orcs returned to their caves and tranquility was restored before stealthily entering the tribe. Upon reaching the cave where the young female resided, it nudged aside the stones at the entrance with its tail and gently placed the small mountain of salt on the ground. With one last lingering gaze into the cave, it smirked devilishly and whispered, "Young female, this is my first gift to you, that I hope you like it." Having said this, it swayed its tail and silently exited the tribe. Meanwhile, the previously slumbering Agu seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his wolf head and gazing sharply outside the cave. The young female beside him was sleeping soundly, and he could not leave her side. He perked his ears, listening intently for a while, and once assured that there was no sound outside, he closed his eyes, filled with perplexity. Just moments ago, he had felt a powerful presence lingering outside. His instincts were seldom wrong, so why was there nothing now? Although Agu kept his eyes shut throughout the night, his ears remained attuned to any sounds outside, anxious to protect the young female. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, slept soundly until dawn, only to be awakened by the hushed whispers outside. Stretching and rubbing her sleepy eyes, she emerged from the cave. What greeted her was not a gathering of whispering figures, but a massive mound of salt that resembled a small mountain. Staring at the salt for a while, Lin Xiao finally regained her composure and, with a bemused expression, exclaimed, "I only asked you to bring back a bit for experiments." Uve brought back an entire mountain. Caught up in her astonishment, she failed to notice the grim expressions on the faces of the males in the tribe. After a prolonged gaze, she resignedly lowered her head and sighed deeply. Having brought it back, there was no turning back now. Noticing some smaller chunks of salt nearby, she felt a slight sense of relief. As Lin Xiao crouched down to sift through the salt. The chief pulled Agu aside, his expression grave as he inquired, "Did you carry this back?" Agu shook his head, his demeanor equally serious. "I lack the strength to carry back so much. The orc I took with me yesterday had the highest strength at the peak of 2 stars. It's impossible for us to dislodge an entire mountain." Reflecting for a moment, Agu deemed it necessary to inform the chief. "Last night, I sensed a powerful presence outside the cave. It seemed stronger than me. However, when I tried to focus on it, it vanished. I fear it was aimed at the young female." The chief furrowed his brow deeply. For now, it seemed the beast meant no harm, but vigilance was essential. From now on, when you go hunting, I will personally guard the young female, considering that only he and the chief were 3-star sacred beasts within the tribe. This arrangement seemed prudent, and Agu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao retrieved a piece of salt the size of a brick from the cave and laid it on a piece of animal skin she had spread on the ground. However, before she could dissolve it, she needed to break it apart, which posed a challenge. Instinctively, she glanced around for 8GUT this moment. Lin Xiao was unaware that her reliance on him had nearly become second nature. Finding no sign of Agu, she thought it unusual. He typically stayed by her side, and his absence likely indicated something important was afoot. Yet the salt was hard, and without tools, she was at a loss for how to proceed. A somewhat limping orc, noticing her troubled expression, cautiously approached and inquired, "Young female, do you need any assistance?" After speaking, he lowered his head in a moment of self-dashed doubt. "I in the tribe. Aged and injured males were seen as burdens. Unable to venture out for hunting, it was only the leader's kindness that prevented these individuals from being expelled. In other tribes, those like him would have long been cast out to fend for themselves." Now, as he spoke, he felt a flicker of hope, believing he could be of assistance. Despite his lameness, his strength remained intact, and he averted his gaze to avoid the disdainful looks from the young females. Just as he began to feel he was overstepping, Lin Xiao spoke up. "I happen to need some help. Could you assist me in breaking this, or please crush it into smaller pieces?" The male orc was taken aback, not only by the absence of mockery, but also by the willingness of the young female to accept his help. He nodded vigorously and struck the salt mine with his fist. To Lin Xiao's surprise, within a few strikes, he had reduced the sizable block of salt into smaller fragments. "Is this acceptable for you, young female?" he inquired. Yes. Thank you so much," Lin Xiao replied, astonished that the young female would express her gratitude. The orc scratched the back of his head, intending to leave. Observing the orc's awkward gait, Lin Xiao couldn't help but call out to him, "Would you be willing to join me in trying to make salt?" The orc was astonished that such a fortunate opportunity had fallen upon him. Lin Xiao's words ignited a joy within him that surpassed even the thrill of his first successful hunt. "My name is Xiao, and I would be honored to assist you in salt production." After a moment's thought, Xiao added, "I swear to the beast god that I will never reveal the method of salt production to anyone else." Upon finishing his oath, a beam of white light enveloped Xiao, a manifestation of the power of the vow. As long as he adhered to his promise, no punishment would befall him. Lin Xiao, feeling a bit bashful, waved his hand dismissively. "I am merely experimenting. I cannot guarantee success, We could discuss it further once we achieve it. He then directed Xiao to dissolve the salt or with water. To prepare for salt production, Lin Xiao had instructed Agu to boil water a day in advance. When Agu returned after conversing with the leader, he discovered Xiao already assisting Lin Xiao. The surrounding orcs were preoccupied with their own tasks, with only a few passing by to glance curiously at the scene. Agu managed to suppress his expression, approaching Lin Xiao with a cheerful demeanor. "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Lin Xiao, not one to hold back, promptly asked Agu to continue boiling water, as a substantial amount was required to dissolve the salt ore. Given Xiao's lameness, it was more manageable for him to sit and stir the water in the stone basin. Lin Xiao worried that having him run back and forth could lead to burns. Agu silently nodded and proceeded to fulfill Lin Xiao's requests. The orc helping out was a familiar face to Agu, a limping leopard orc who posed no threat to him. The trio diligently worked until midday, finally dissolving all the salt ore. They then took their garments, folding them several layers thick, and placed them atop an empty stone basin for Agu to pour the dissolved salt water over. The clothing acted as a filter, capturing many black impurities. After filtering 3 times, Lin Xiao directed Xiao to set up a stone pot, instructing Agu to pour the filtered salt water into it for slow boiling. Once everything was in order, Lin Xiao felt on the verge of fainting from hunger. Although the 2 male orcs contributed the most effort, they seemed unbothered. While Lin Xiao was utterly exhausted, Agu placed a handful of wild fruits into Lin Xiao's arms and began preparing a meal. Lin Xiao munched on the wild fruits while keeping an eye on the pot alongside Xiao, knowing that the outcome hinged on this final step. The salt water in the pot simmered for what felt like ages. Without a clock, Lin Xiao had no means of tracking time, but by the time the salt began to crystallize, it was already evening. Xiao watched intently, fearful of making a misstep that could ruin Lin Xiao's hard work. When he finally witnessed the salt forming, Xiao's heart raced, worried he might be imagining things. The leader occasionally approached to check on their progress, aware that the success of this endeavor could impact the tribe's growth. And he was genuinely invested in the outcome. On yet another visit, upon seeing salt crystals forming around the pot's edge, he squatted down beside Xiao, equally transfixed by the sight of the water evaporating, leaving behind a pot half filled with pure white salt. Once the water had fully evaporated, Lin Xiao took a stick and stirred the contents, ensuring there was no further evaporation possible, before signaling Xiao to extinguish the fire. At that moment, Xiao held Lin Xiao in the highest regard. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao acted on Lin Xiao's words. Observing the slightly damp salt in the pot, Lin Xiao turned to Agu and said, "Agu, please bring me a piece of clean beast hide. The remaining salt needs to be sun-dried." Agu blinked at the sand-like salt, pondering that regular beast hides were hairy and uneven on the inside. After deliberating, he retreated into the cave, soon emerging with a piece of snake skin. The snake skin was exceptionally well preserved, soft, and the scales intact, making it ideal for drying the salt without the risk of it sticking once dried. As the day was drawing to a close and the sunlight was scant, the group spread the salt onto the snake skin and leaned it against the cave entrance, with no tree shade to obstruct it. The salt would be directly exposed to sunlight come morning. Once everything was tidied up, Xiao stood before Lin Xiao, head bowed, and after much internal struggle, finally spoke. "Lin Xiao, may I continue to assist you in salt production?" Without a moment's thought, Lin Xiao nodded. "Have you mastered the steps? If you're confident, you can take charge of the salt production from now on." Xiao was taken aback by the trust Lin Xiao placed in him. Disregarding his disability, in truth, Xiao had not harbored much hope that Lin Xiao would allow him to continue assisting in salt production, as it was tantamount to holding the tribe's lifeblood. After a brief pause, Xiao knelt on one knee before Lin Xiao, crossing his hands over his chest with a look of reverence, softly reciting his vow. "Xiao, swear to the beast god that from this day forth, I shall forever protect Lin Xiao, never betraying her." Upon finishing, a burst of white light enveloped Xiao, and as it faded, a complex mark appeared on his chest. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a new connection forming in her mind, which left her feeling unsettled. She understood what it meant to have a partner or a follower, but what was this guardian? The leader, standing nearby, looked on in disbelief, while Agu's expression darkened. Only Lin Xiao appeared bewildered. Achio slowly rose to his feet, casting a gentle glance at the totem on his chest, and softly remarked, "Lin Xiao's mark is beautiful." With that, he turned and returned to his cave. The leader gave Agu a reassuring pat on the shoulder before departing as well. Left alone, Agu's expression remained grim as he prepared a meal for Lin Xiao. Once everyone had left, Lin Xiao still wore a puzzled look, glancing at Agu, whose demeanor was not so pleasant. She struggled to voice her questions. Finally, Agu, unable to bear her hesitance, took the initiative to speak. "Were you wondering what a guardian is?" Lin Xiao nodded eagerly, her voice filled with urgency. "What is a guardian?" After that white light disappeared, I felt a strange connection in my mind, but I don't know what it signifies. That Agu continued cooking, his hands steady as he explained the concept of a guardian. A guardian is a privilege bestowed upon males by the beast god, as it is a contract that does not require the female's consent. Essentially, a guardian serves as a private servant, devoted solely to one individual. Lin Xiao gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "A servant? I have no need for a servant. How can I dissolve this bond? I bear no beast mark," at Agu's side, running a hand through Lin Xiao's hair. "This contract cannot be dissolved unless the male dies. Should he become the female's partner or follower, the female would bear the male's beast mark. If she were to abandon him, he would become a wandering beast. However, the bond of a guardian only ends with the male's death. Since a guardian is a unilateral contract from a male's side, the female will not bear the male's beast mark, and the male who becomes a guardian forfeits the right to be a partner or follower." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes shimmered with tears, as she had come to understand the significance of the cub to the orcs over time. Yet, she remained perplexed as to what had compelled Achio to choose to become her guardian. Perhaps noticing Lin Xiao's confusion, Agu spoke softly. Achio's leg was broken during a hunting expedition, greatly diminishing his strength. Consequently, he can no longer hunt, and females are unlikely to select a male who cannot provide for them as a mate or follower. However, a Xiao taught him how to make salt, which is akin to a rebirth for AQIU.B. While mastering the art of salt production, he could sustain himself within the tribe even without hunting. Otherwise, when the cold season arrives and food becomes scarce, all non-hunting males may be forsaken, likely perishing during the winter. A Xiao is a remarkably gentle little female, and Achio must believe that you would not take his life without hesitation. After hearing Agu's explanation, Lin Xiao did not feel joy at acquiring an additional guardian. Rather, her mood darkened. The realization that her simple action had led Achio to entrust his life to her was something she had never imagined, not even in her wildest dreams. With this thought, Lin Xiao gazed vacantly into the distance. This continent seemed to perpetually prioritize the needs of females, to the extent that even the contract allowing male orcs to make their own decisions ultimately constrained them. A sudden sense of harshness towards male orcs washed over her. The unexpected addition of a guardian did not elate Lin Xiao. Instead, she felt a lingering heaviness in her heart. After dinner, she accompanied Agu to the riverside for a bath. And upon returning to the cave, she lay down on the animal skins and quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Achio returned to the cave, calmed his tumultuous emotions, and kept a watchful eye on Lin Xiao from a distance where Agu could not see her. He noted her lack of excitement at having a guardian, which puzzled him. Soon, a wave of sorrow washed over his chest. This was a secret known only to guardians. Male orcs could sense the emotional fluctuations of females through totems. Although Achio could not discern the reason behind the little female's sadness, he felt her kindness and gentleness deeply. Due to the sudden presence of a guardian, Lin Xiao struggled to find a restful sleep. Awakening at the crack of dawn, Agu had already kindled a fire and was placing meat into a pot, while Achio sat on the ground, gazing into the flames, when Lin Xiao emerged. Both were startled, not expecting her to wake so early. As she looked at the two tending to the pot, she momentarily lost her bearings and stared blankly at Achio. "Why are you up so early?" "The sun hasn't even risen yet." Achio pursed his lips, lowered his gaze to hide his disappointment, and replied softly, "I am a Xiao-esque guardian." After saying this, he resumed watching the fire. Lin Xiao blinked in confusion, taking a moment to comprehend his words. The contract had already been established. Any protest against having a guardian was meaningless. She had no intention of truly taking Achio's life. Resigned, she nodded, realizing his lowered head concealed his expression. and gently responded, "Let us prepare more food that a Xiao should eat with us from now on." She then beckoned a Gu to accompany her to the river to freshen up. Unbeknownst to them, a Xiao's eyes sparkled with surprise, and then J-O-Y-A-T the river. Lin Xiao spotted fish weighing at least 3 pounds each, and her mouth watered at the thought of eating fish that a Gu. "Why don't you eat fish?" she inquired. "What fish? Can they be eaten?" A Gu's response made Lin Xiao helplessly ruffle her hair, then pointed to the swimming fish, saying, "That fish, very delicious." This time, it was a Gu's turn to be astonished, incredulously asking, "Can this be eaten?" There was once an orc who tried it, but after eating, he could not consume anything else. He said it hurt here, he added, gesturing to his throat. Upon hearing his description, Lin Xiao realized he was referring to being choked by fish bones. They are indeed delicious, but they have bones in their flesh that if you don't know how to eat them, it will hurt here. "Let's catch some, and I will teach you how to eat them. All right?" Agu felt completely powerless against the little female's request. Without hesitation, he transformed into his beast form and leapt into the water. Unfortunately, his splash disturbed the fish, and he only managed to catch 2, though meager. It was better than nothing, and he returned to the tribe with the 2 fish, feeling quite pleased. After the 2 had left, a snake beast stealthily emerged from the trees, transforming into a half-human, half-beast form. It disdainfully scoffed at the direction of the departing duo, muttering to itself, "The little female desires that fish. That foolish wolf only caught 2. It truly brings shame upon the males." With that, it changed back into a large green snake and submerged into the depths of the water. Upon resurfacing, it had around 30 to 40 fish, each weighing approximately 4 pounds. The clever snake beast realized that the fish were too slippery to deliver all at once to the little female. Thus, it found a particularly sturdy grass and threaded it through the fish's mouths, binding them in groups of 5. However, how to deliver them to the tribe posed a challenge. It was still morning, and the tribe was bustling with orcs. Despite its confidence in its abilities, the snake beast preferred not to be discovered by the orcs, as being seen would result in being chased away. Although it no longer feared them, encountering difficulties in seeing the little female in the future was not appealing. After much contemplation, the snake beast found a concealed spot in the river to store the fish, planning to deliver them to the little female later that evening. By the time the 2 returned, Xiao had prepared the meal, but since they had not yet arrived, he had not served it. "Did you add salt to the food?" Lin Xiao asked, to which the 2 males shook their heads. Lin Xiao turned and pinched a small handful of salt from the snake's skin, lifting the lid from the pot and sprinkling it in. "This is our first attempt at salt making. Let us see how it tastes. If it's good, we won't have to lick stones anymore." Just as she spoke, the 2 large fish seemed to protest their neglect, flopping and splashing about. Lin Xiao picked up a hefty wooden stick and, without hesitation, brought it down forcefully upon the fish's head. The 2 males were so startled by her actions that they stood frozen in place. They had never imagined that a little female could be so fierce. In the tribe, females would cry out for ages at the sight of a small insect, let alone so decisively dispatching prey. After discarding the stick, Lin Xiao stood up and brushed off her hands, nodding toward the half-alive fish. "Humph. I was going to wait a bit longer before preparing you, but you seem quite lively." Upon turning around after speaking, Lin Xiao was met with the astonished gazes of a Gu and a Xiao, their eyes wide with disbelief. Reflecting on her earlier fierce demeanor, a sudden flush of warmth enveloped her cheeks, akin to the sensation of fire. The serpent beast, concealed in the shadows, was equally taken aback by the little female's audacious actions, yet a silent smile crept across its lips. Indeed, it seemed that such spirited little females were more fitting companions. Clever and courageous, the serpent beast could hardly resist the urge to whisk her away to its lair. However, the impending cold season loomed ahead, necessitating hibernation, no matter how astute a little female might be. Surviving the winter without the protection of a male would prove exceedingly difficult. Resisting the impulse to abduct her, the serpent beast once again melded into the darkness. The 2 males, momentarily startled by Lin Xiao's actions, swiftly composed themselves, exchanging subtle glances as they feigned ignorance of the events that had transpired. Since they chose to act as if nothing had occurred, Lin Xiao too adopted a demeanor of nonchalance. Approaching the serpent's skin, she gently sifted through the salt upon it. With the sun now shining, It was the perfect time for salt drying. It appeared that the salt was nearly ready, leaving only the matter of its flavor to be determined. Agu had already cooled her bowl of rice, presenting it before Lin Xiao. Eagerly, she took a generous mouthful. Although lacking in extravagant seasonings, the addition of salt had vastly improved the flavor compared to before. In her heart, Lin Xiao felt a surge of emotion, tears mingling with her excitement. It had been so long since she had arrived on this continent, and she had forgotten how delectable salted food could be. The two beastmen were equally astonished by the flavor of their food. Reflecting on the previous roasted meat, it was hardly suitable for a beastman, being utterly inedible. If anyone were to offer them roasted meat now, they would likely retaliate with fury. After all, how could roasted meat compare to the delicious stews taught by the little female? The serpent beast, with its icy golden eyes, observed the three indulging in their meal, its stomach betraying its hunger with an audible growl. Having only eaten 2 days prior, it was surprised to find itself feeling ravenous at the sight of them feasting, with no choice but to temporarily depart. It resolved to return once it had satisfied its own hunger. Time passed swiftly. Here, devoid of calendars or watches, and with her phone long out of battery, Lin Xiao had lost track of how long she had been in this place. Each day was spent alongside a Xiao, producing salt and fishing by the river under Agu's watchful eye. The serpent beast had initially transported a significant portion of the salt mine. Yet despite Lin Xiao and its Xiao's continuous efforts, only a third of it had been consumed. Nevertheless, the processed salt now formed little hills atop the animal skins. Lin Xiao had intended to generously offer the salt to the chief as a contribution to the tribe. Yet a Hua sought to forcibly seize it along with her followers in a fit of anger. Lin Xiao declared that if they desired the salt, they must trade food and animal skins in exchange. Should anyone attempt to steal it, they should be wary of Agu's fists. Currently, all the beastmen in the tribe, including the chief and the shaman, regarded a Hua's males with disdain, despite their grievances. They could not defy a Hua, their companion and leader. Thus, they endured the scorn. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, life continued in its routine, yet it was fortunate that, through her efforts, half of the tribe's beastmen had learned how to remove fish bones. This newfound skill provided them with an additional safety net, especially as prey would dwindle in the cold season, while fish remained abundant in the river. Initially, when Lin Xiao consumed fish, the males in the tribe were nearly paralyzed with fear. The beastmen who had perished from eating mushrooms had suffered little, but those who had died from eating fish had starved to death, their bodies emaciated before their demise. Thus, when Lin Xiao took her first bite of fish, all the beastmen, including the females, gathered around, apprehensive that she might complain of a sore throat afterward. This compelled Lin Xiao to hastily conduct an impromptu lesson, explaining the edible and inedible parts of the fish, meticulously breaking it down piece by piece, and demonstrating several times until the naive creatures believed that this delicacy was indeed consumable. Once the beastmen learned to eat fish, all eyes, save for Hua's, were filled with eager anticipation as they looked toward Lin Xiao. It was as if each of them conveyed the sentiment that as long as Lin Xiao was present, no one would need to endure hunger. Originally, Lin Xiao had planned to venture into the forest to search for more food before the cold season arrived, but Agu adamantly opposed the idea. He believed that an unusual abundance of fish had recently appeared at the cave entrance, likely due to some male attempting to court the little female. Furthermore, this male possessed considerable strength, far surpassing his own. Otherwise, the fish would not have been placed at the cave's mouth without his notice. If no beastman in the tribe was more powerful than he, then it could only be a beastman from outside the tribe, given that it was a crucial time for food storage before the cold season. No beastman would be wandering around other tribes. Stray beasts would not pursue a little female in such a gentle manner. They would seize the opportunity to abduct her, as strays were typically abandoned by females and harbored deep-seated resentment towards them. Thus, only the cold-blooded beastmen remained a concern. This thought sent a shiver down Agu's spine. To cold-blooded beastmen, known for their icy bodies and solitary nature, were generally unappealing to females, and tribes were reluctant to accept them. This led to cold-blooded beastmen facing numerous dangers alone, and their strength grew rapidly. If a little female were to attract the attention of a cold-blooded beastman, the only reason she had not been taken yet would be the impending cold season. Cold-blooded beastmen required hibernation, and leaving a little female unattended meant she would assuredly struggle to survive the winter. But Agu was convinced that once the cold season passed and the warm season arrived, the cold-blooded beastman would take action. Thus, each time Agu gazed at Lin Xiao, his expression was fraught with complexity. He could not fathom why a cold-blooded beastman would loiter outside their tribe, or when it had set its sights on the little female. When the warm season arrived, the beastmen would have to venture out to hunt, a time when the tribe would be at its most vulnerable. As the strongest beastman in the tribe, he had no choice but to participate. Leaving behind a limping Xiao would offer little protection for the little female. That cold-blooded beastman would awaken in the warm season, and he might very well act then. The more Agu pondered, the more tangled his thoughts became, fraught with anxiety. During this time, Lin Xiao was also influenced by the atmosphere in the tribe. Engaged in the daily task of food storage, the multitude of fish was impossible to consume, leading her to prepare them all as dried fish. Any leftover meat was transformed into cured meat with salt, tied with grass ropes, and hung outside the cave. Each day, the tribe members would come to check outside Agu's cave, for they had never known that meat could be preserved rather than spoiled. During this period, few males came to barter their hunted prey and animal skins for salt, while also learning from Lin Xiao how to store meat. In just a few days, the cave entrances of the tribe were adorned with hanging strips of meat, creating a striking spectacle. Meanwhile, the serpent beast, wary of Agu, was particularly busy. If the cold season were to arrive, it would do so swiftly. Today might be filled with warm breezes, yet tomorrow could bring snowfall. Thus, it was imperative to find a suitable place for hibernation, one that was both close to the little female and safe. After much contemplation, the serpent beast made a decision that it found a particularly stout tree in the forest, bored a hole in it, and excavated a tunnel down the trunk. Utilizing the tree for cover, it dug a den beneath, unbeknownst to Agu, which would lead directly to its own cave. Just beneath Agu's dwelling, the serpent beast created a burrow spacious enough for its body. The burrow was not far from the ground, allowing the serpent to faintly hear the little female's voice echoing from the cave above. Once the burrow was completed, the serpent beast took a nap within it, and indeed, the sound of the little female's voice made even sleep a delightful experience. During the day, it would emerge through the tunnel to hunt in the forest, as it needed to hibernate until the warm season. But if it did not adequately replenish its energy before sleeping, it would awaken weak and feeble in the warm season. It intended to take the little female with it, but it could not allow her to witness its vulnerable side. Amidst the bustling beastmen, none were aware that a serpent beast was secretly plotting to abduct the little female. Before long, Lin Xiao faced her first trial on the holy origin continent, the arrival of the small cold season. Lin Xiao woke up shivering. Usually, she would snuggle against a goose tail and awaken drenched in sweat. However, this morning, no matter how she tried to draw warmth from Agu, the biting cold was unrelenting. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes and sat up, peering outside the cave to gauge the time. What met her gaze was a blanket of white snow. Initially, Lin Xiao thought she was mistaken, rubbing her eyes to get a clearer view. When a gust of cold wind swept into the cave, confirming her suspicions, snow was indeed falling outside, not just a trick of her imagination. Hastily, she patted Agu, who was already awake, aware that the small cold season had arrived. Concerned for the little female's health, he had refrained from rising. Now sensing her urgent nudges, Agu lifted his wolf head, his tail sweeping around Lin Xiao, enveloping her completely. Lin Xiao, do not move. The small cold season has arrived. Stay close to me for warmth. Xiao is preparing breakfast, and soon you'll be able to eat. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao finally snapped out of her astonishment at the sight of snow. It was no wonder she was taken aback. She was still clad in a beast skin bandeau and a short skirt. Being informed of a snowfall on this day felt utterly unexpected, with no prior indication whatsoever. As her thoughts wandered, a noise from nearby broke her reverie. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a Xiao rummaging through the fire pit. Not long ago, a Xiao had mentioned that the minor cold season was fast approaching. And since Agu could not adequately care for herself alone, he had strongly insisted on moving in with him. Agu, finding a Xiao's reasoning sound, agreed to the proposal. with the addition of another person. The cave had expanded a bit. Typically, a Xiao would prepare meals outside, so by the time Lin Xiao awoke, the food would already be laid out before her. Thus, she usually did not encounter a Xiao in the cave in the mornings. However, today, due to the wind and snow outside, he had no choice but to cook within the cave, startled by the blinding white snow outside, coupled with the absence of sunlight making the cave dim. Lin Xiao initially failed to notice him as he sat against the wall. When a Xiao caught sight of Lin Xiao's gaze, he quickly stood and handed her the beast skin clothing he had crafted during his spare moments. Lin Xiao instantly recognized that the garment was made from the hides of the two bears a Gu had hunted. Without a moment to lose, she hurriedly donned the beast's skin, adjusting it around her. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Now this is true fur. It is indeed warm." The two male beasts tilted their heads in confusion, unsure of what fur meant. Noticing Lin Xiao offered no explanation. They simply continued with their cooking. Yet, the wind was so fierce that the flames in the fire pit flickered dangerously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Lin Xiao swiftly patted Agu on the back, urging him, quickly, take down the remaining beast skins and find a way to block the cave entrance, or the wind will snuff out the fire. Without hesitation, Agu gathered all the beast skins he had collected. Previously, he had selected only the thicker and softer hides for Lin Xiao to sleep on, while the others were either too thin or too small for his liking. So he rolled them up and stuffed them into the crevices of the wall. Lin Xiao, see which of these can be used. Looking at the assortment of approximately 30 hides, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. You are quite affluent, Agu chuckled shyly. Some have been gnawed by insects. I've saved these over the years. I've hunted the most. Aside for what I gave to the tribe, the rest are mine. Just as he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind swept in. Lin Xiao quickly selected a few hides and instructed Agu to sew them together with a bone needle. Agu worked swiftly, though the stitching was rather atrocious. However, as this was merely for blocking the entrance, the quality of the stitching was of little concern to her, and she directed Agu to secure the hides over the cave entrance. In an instant, the cave was plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the flickering firelight. This was not an issue for the beasts, but Lin Xiao found herself enveloped in utter blackness, unable to see anything. Agu, a Xiao, let us start another fire. It will provide warmth and light. All right, as you wish, Agu replied, lifting Lin Xiao and gently placing her down on the beast skins. The wood had been prepared long ago, and no sooner had Lin Xiao finished speaking than a Qiu began to assemble a new fire. Fortunately, the previous fires still had embers, so they did not have to brave the wind and snow to retrieve fire from the storage cave. The two beasts worked quickly, and soon 3 fire pits illuminated the cave, dispelling the darkness and raising the temperature significantly. With the increase in fire pits, Lin Xiao called out to Agu, leave a slight gap in the hides at the entrance, with so many fires. A lack of airflow could spell trouble, but Agu nodded and lifted one corner of the hide to create a small opening, allowing a chill breeze to rush in. Fortunately, the cave was warm enough that this small gust not only failed to diminish the warmth, but also freshened the air considerably. After a morning of fussing, the meal had yet to be completed due to the weak flames. Now that the fire had rekindled, Achio wasted no time and quickly placed the somewhat cooled meat over the flames. Agu busied himself as well, knowing that in such cold weather, Lin Xiao could no longer wash her face with cold water. He hastily heated another pot of water. Lin Xiao, however, found herself gazing at the gap, lost in thought as she observed the heavy snowfall outside. This was merely the minor cold season. Following it would come the major cold season, say native of the north. Lin Xiao believed herself to be quite resilient to the cold. Yet on this first day of the minor cold season, she was already feeling the strain. She wondered how she would manage when the major cold season arrived. This thought reminded her of Ye's incessant warnings. She recalled Ye saying that during the cold season, even many males could hardly endure, let alone females and young. For a tribe, females and young were the most vital members. Lin Xiao felt an urgent desire to take action. Yet, the wind and snow outside rendered her unable to leave the cave. Even if she wished to do something, she was powerless to She sat with a bowl in hand, deep in thought. A sudden and urgent cry pierced through the howling wind and snow. Undeterred by the elements, upon hearing the sound, Agu and Ichio sprang to their feet, their expressions grave. Lin Xiao's heart fluttered anxiously. She cautiously inquired, "What happened? Is there a problem?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's voice, the two tried to appear calm, responding hoarsely, "The fire has gone out." The fire was the hope of the tribe. Its extinguishment signified the loss of that hope, heralding the tribe's potential demise. Lin Xiao understood the gravity of the situation, and upon hearing that the fire had been extinguished, her scalp tingled with dread. Reacting instinctively, she leaped to her feet and urgently asked, "What happened? Why did the fire go out?" Agu, donning the bee skin, turned to Ichio. "Take care of Lin Xiao. I will see what is amiss that if I do not return, you must not leave Lin Xiao's side." After receiving Ichio's affirmation, Agu lifted the hide and stepped out into the storm. The wind and snow outside raged on, and as the hide was lifted, the cold air rushed into the cave, causing Lin Xiao to shiver involuntarily. Ichio, acutely aware of Lin Xiao's reaction, cautiously suggested, "Lin Xiao, Agu may be gone for an indeterminate time. If I transform into my beast form, you can lean against me for warmth." With hope shining in his eyes, he looked at Lin Xiao, fearful she might decline. Though she had initially intended to refuse, given the multiple fire pits and her own bee skin wrap, she still felt cold and had no choice but to acquiesce to Ichio's proposal. Ichio's beast form was that of an exceptionally beautiful leopard. Relying on speed for hunting, it was no wonder that Ichio had been unable to hunt after injuring his leg. Leaning against Ichio's soft belly, Lin Xiao felt significantly warmer. Though she was undeniably fatigued, sleep eluded her. Uncertain of Agu's return, Lin Xiao found herself lost in thought, perhaps due to discomfort. Ichio occasionally moved his injured leg. The slight motions caught Lin Xiao's attention. Her gaze slowly drifted to the injured leopard leg, where a particularly ghastly scar marred the skin, its raised edges a testament to the pain it must have caused in such weather. Unable to restrain herself, she lifted her warm hand and gently placed it upon the gruesome scar. The unexpected touch startled Ichio, who instinctively tried to retract his leg, but, seeing Lin Xiao's focused expression, he restrained himself. However, the scar on his leg was simply too unsightly, and he could no longer hold back. Speaking in a husky voice, "My injury is too ugly. Please do not look." However, Lin Xiao remained utterly unfazed. As a seasoned surgeon, he had encountered countless injuries. A mere scar was hardly sufficient to intimidate him. His delicate fingers gently kneaded the muscles of the leopard's leg, perhaps due to a prolonged absence from running. The muscles appeared less firm, and coupled with chronic undernourishment, Ichio was exceedingly thin, which facilitated Lin Xiao's examination. Lacking precise instruments over the past few years, Lin Xiao could only rely on his experience for assessment. As he conducted the examination, he couldn't help but muse that he might have to return to his old profession, albeit now as a healer for beasts instead of humans. After all, both were mammals, and their anatomical structures should be somewhat similar. Following the examination, Lin Xiao had a rough understanding of the condition of Ichio's leg. Leaning back against Ichio's soft belly, he casually remarked, "Ichio, if your leg could heal, would your life improve somewhat?" Initially taken aback by the small female's touch on his thigh, Ichio could not help but lift her leopard head, her amber eyes brimming with disbelief. "My leg can heal," Lin Xiao, fixating on the grotesque scar, calmly replied. "Having felt it, your leg is merely misaligned after a fracture. I am uncertain whether I can heal it, and if I attempt to, the process will be quite painful." Without a moment's hesitation, Ichio responded, "If possible, I wish to be treated. A Xiao has already taught me how to make salt. Even if I do not hunt, I can still live well. However, as a Xiao's guardian, I do not wish for others to mock her for having a crippled protector." Lin Xiao shook his head and earnestly told Ichio, "Whether or not to heal your leg is for your own sake, not for me. Even if you become my guardian, first and foremost, you are Ichio, and you must have your own thoughts." That Ichio had never encountered such sentiments before. All the females she had met often admonished her about being a crippled beast man. Questioning why she had not chosen to die, they suggested that a beast man incapable of hunting should leave the tribe to fend for themselves, often disparaging her ugly scar. And no one had ever said she should possess her own thoughts. If at first her bond with the small female was to repay her for teaching salt making, Now Chio had completely embraced the small female from the depths of her heart. That I wish to heal my leg. This is my own thought. Lin Xiao was not surprised by this outcome. He gently nodded and spoke in a calm tone. This season is not suitable for treating your injury. When the warm season arrives, I will search the forest for medicinal herbs. With that, he closed his eyes, feeling as though from the moment he was awakened by the cold that morning, his mind had been filled with unknown thoughts. Perhaps it was related to the 5 powers he had acquired, but since it involved his areas of ignorance, Lin Xiao had yet to sort through it all. He rubbed his slightly aching head, momentarily clearing his mind. The most pressing concern was that the fire had extinguished in the tribe. Their hope was gone, a devastating blow to the beastmen. While he could summon a small flame, it was feeble, and in this harsh weather, Lin Xiao doubted its effectiveness. Furthermore, should he disclose the ability to summon flames to the chief? If the chief found out, how would he react? Would he see him as a monster? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Chio, noting the small female's unusual emotions, was at a loss for how to provide comfort. After much contemplation, she finally spoke softly. Is a Xiao worried about the extinguished fire? Do not fret. Agu and I will ensure Xiao remains unharmed. Lin Xiao tilted his head slightly, amused, and shrugged. Without the fire, you might struggle to survive yourselves. How can you think of taking care of me? In response, Chio's amber eyes brimmed with determination. Even if it costs us our lives, we will protect a Xiao de that moment. Lin Xiao realized that regardless of how the beastmen evolved, their inherent nature as beasts remained unchanged. Much like the cats and dogs we keep, once they acknowledge you, you become their entire world. Even transformed into beastmen, this aspect remained constant, and he felt incredibly fortunate that as an outsider, 2 native beastmen were willing to protect him with their lives. Lin Xiao gently smiled, his voice softening. You must take care of yourselves. If you perish, there will be no one to look after me. Just then, a gust of wind and snow swept into the cave. An Agu returned from outside. Upon seeing him, Lin Xiao quickly rose from Chio's belly, and she swiftly transformed into her human form. What happened? Why did the fire go out? Upon mentioning this, Agu clenched his teeth in anger. It was the female, Hua. Her partner took wood to the fire cave to kindle the flame. The snow was too heavy, and by the time they brought the fire back, it was almost extinguished. Insufficient to ignite the pile, Hua had then lashed out at her partners, insisting on going to the fire cave. Throwing a tantrum when they refused, Agu sighed heavily, clearly infuriated. When she reached the fire cave, she piled wood on top of the fire, effectively snuffing it out, and no wonder Agu was so furious. Even Lin Xiao felt a surge of irritation just hearing the story. It was utterly thoughtless. Did no one stop her? Males cannot strike females. Whoever tried to intervene faced a wrath. When I arrived, every partner and follower of hers bore slap marks on their faces, and even those watching the fire were not spared. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. This was sheer unreasonable behavior, a complete lack of sense. Observing Lin Xiao's rising frustration, the 2 males hurriedly patted her back in consolation, after taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. Lin Xiao seemed to resolve herself, clenching her fists. The mournful cries from outside continued, pulling at the heartstrings, while Lin Xiao faced Agu and Chio. Initially, she had wished to remain hidden, but the kindness shown to her by everyone in the tribe made her reluctant to let them perish. Looking at the 2 individuals she trusted most, Lin Xiao opened her palm, and a small flame flickered into existence. The Agu had long been aware of the small female's unique ability, but he had not anticipated her revealing it at this moment. Chio was utterly astonished. As you can see, I can summon flames, so the fire will not be extinguished, and the tribe's hope remains. However, Agu suddenly paled, stepping forward to close Lin Xiao's hand around the flickering flame. Lin Xiao and Chio exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his intentions. Agu, are you not pleased that there is fire? Agu shook his head, his expression still tense. That I am indeed happy that there is fire, but I am unsure if this flame will harm you. Hearing that Agu was concerned for her safety, Lin Xiao felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, gently shaking her hand from his grip. She reassured him, do not worry. This will not harm my body. On the contrary, this power will benefit me. Upon hearing this, both Agu and Chio exhaled in relief, their worries alleviated, freeing her hand from Agu's grip. Lin Xiao approached the cave entrance. eager to conduct an experiment to see how her flame differed from ordinary fire. Braving the biting wind and snow, she extended her hand outside, and with a thought, another small flame appeared in her palm. The flame flickered precariously in the strong wind, but did not extinguish. The two inside the cave were astonished, while Lin Xiao felt a thrill of excitement. She had indeed been correct. Her flame was distinct from regular fire. But how could she separate the flame to allow a goo to take it away? As Lin Xiao pondered, the small flame in the palm of her hand seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. Suddenly, it flickered violently, splitting off a slightly smaller flame. The original flame visibly dimmed, losing some of its vigor. Lin Xiao, not daring to delay, quickly searched for a piece of wood and placed the smaller flame upon it, silently imploring it not to consume the wood, not to extinguish the flame, and not to perish. This series of actions left the two orcs momentarily stunned. It was not until Lin Xiao held the small flame that Agu finally reacted. Am I really supposed to take it like this? Seeing Lin Xiao nod, Agu remained skeptical, but recognizing her seriousness, he complied. This spark is not given to the tribe without reason, Lin Xiao mused. I will negotiate with the chief for what I desired. I want the female Ahua to be punished. This demand caused the expressions of the two males to shift dramatically in the sacred element continent. There indeed existed punishments for females, yet few tribes dared to implement them, for females were exceedingly rare, and any punishment was often merely a formality. The Gu explained the situation to Lin Xiao, which only served to deepen her discontent that Ahua had committed a grave error. Yet Lin Xiao was left to clean up the mess while the one at fault faced no repercussions. It was a source of imbalance in her heart. Agu, are they still in the cave with the spark? Although unsure of Lin Xiao's intentions, Agu nodded in affirmation. Agu, Achio, bring the spark. We shall go to the cave. Since the chief is reluctant to discipline that troublesome female, as an underage female, it is within my rights to teach her a lesson. With that, she adjusted the beast's skin draped over her shoulders. Achio carried the spark, while Agu held Lin Xiao tightly in his embrace. The chief, upon seeing Agu return, was momentarily taken aback, but his surprise turned to disbelief when he noticed what Achio was carrying. Indeed, it was the spark. The chief had no time to contemplate Agu's return. He immediately approached Achio, eager to claim the spark. Yet without Lin Xiao's consent, Achio would never relinquish it. At this moment, Agu gently set Lin Xiao down, and the inhabitants of the cave were astonished to see the young female. They were left wondering why she had come to this place. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao called out to the chief, "The spark belongs to me. Achio will not give it to you without my permission." Hearing her voice, the chief swiftly turned, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. "Little female, what must I do to persuade you to give the spark to the tribe? Whatever you ask, I shall fulfill." Lin Xiao regarded the chief with a subtle, enigmatic smile, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. Fearing she might voice an unreasonable demand, she smiled slightly and pointed to Ahua, who lingered in the corner. "I want her to be punished." The assembly was taken aback by Lin Xiao's unexpected request for the punishment of another female. Before the chief could respond, Ahua's shrill voice rang throughout the cave. "What are you saying? I am a precious female. You cannot punish me. The beast god will punish you." Once her tirade subsided, Lin Xiao calmly brushed off non-existent dust from her attire and flashed a wicked smile that I, too, am a female, albeit an underage one. In terms of rarity, I surpass you, who have only birthed 2 litters. I seek to punish you for your selfishness and foolishness, which nearly extinguished the spark and endangered the entire tribe. That a flicker of guilt crossed Ahua's face, quickly masked by indifference. The other orcs in the cave secretly longed to punish this troublemaking female. But she was a precious female. Any male who dared to act against her would face the consequences. Now, with the young female taking a stand, everyone except Ahua's followers and companions rallied behind Lin Xiao in silent support. This scene irked Ahua, for she considered herself the most beautiful female in the tribe. Previously, the foolish males had revolved around her, yet now they stood behind the one she despised most. This was intolerable for Ahua. With a piercing voice, she pointed at Lin Xiao. "I am the most beautiful and precious female in the tribe. By what right do you seek to punish me? I possess the spark, and can reignite the hope of the tribe. But I, as a female, can lead everyone to find food, while you are nothing but a foolish troublemaker." Lin Xiao stepped forward without uttering a word, causing Ahua to retreat in fright, nearly losing her balance if not for the support of the males behind her. Finally, the chief spoke up, somewhat hesitantly. "Lin Xiao, the punishment for females in the tribe is confinement in the cave without food. But it is currently the cold season, and a female would perish without sustenance." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced uncertainly at Agu, who confirmed the chief's words. Lin Xiao was left speechless. What kind of punishment was that? With the horde of orcs behind her, how could they allow her to starve? Yet, allowing Ahua to go unpunished was equally unsatisfactory to Lin Xiao. In truth, Lin Xiao was quite resolute. Once she set her mind on something, she would see it through. Although she had been compelled to study medicine by her mother, she had since devoted herself to the field with determination, with a penchant for ancient artisanal crafts. She often spent her free time pursuing her passions. Now, she wished for Ahua to face consequences, and no one could deter her. With this resolve, Lin Xiao took action. The inhabitants of the cave barely caught a glimpse of her movements before a sharp cry echoed as Lin Xiao yanked Ahua from the embrace of her male. Without hesitation, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, the cave reverberating with Ahua's cries of despair and the sound of flesh meeting flesh. Ahua's male companions attempted to intervene, but were held back by the others in the cave. Helplessly watching as their partner was subdued by a petite female, each blow landing with ferocity. Since acquiring those 5 powers, Lin Xiao's strength and resilience had transformed. Now, when she struck with all her might, her opponent stood no chance of retaliation. After a while, having exhausted herself somewhat, Lin Xiao straightened up and fixed her disheveled hair. She turned to Qiao and said, "Qiao, please hand the spark over to the chief." Then, addressing the chief, she declared, "Ahua shall face punishment, and I will uphold my promise to give you the spark. However, if it is extinguished again, you will have to fend for yourself." With a disdainful glance at the prostrate Ahua, who feigned unconsciousness, she smirked. Turning to Agu with a tone of playful affection, she said, "Shall we head to the cave? I feel a bit chilly." Once the 3 had departed, Ahua finally lifted her head from the ground. As a doctor, Lin Xiao was well aware of where to strike to inflict pain without causing severe harm. That it was akin to the adage she once heard, "Never date a nurse." For in a quarrel, she might stab her partner 108 times, and it would all be classified as minor injuries. That Ahua found herself in a similar predicament, in her current state. She was in no condition to rise. After struggling for some time and receiving no assistance, she began to shout at her male companions, "Are you all dead? Can't you see I can't get up? Hurry and help me, or you'll all be childless. You're all blind." Though the males who faced scorn exhibited fleeting anger upon their faces, they ultimately complied and helped the fallen individual rise. Only one male beast remained hidden behind the others. Clenching his fists, his visage marked by deep-seated restraint, he felt fundamentally different from the other males. He had been coerced into becoming Ahua's follower. When he had just reached adulthood, Ahua had surreptitiously added agave flowers to the roasted meat he was consuming. That fateful night, he lost his senses, providing Ahua with an opportunity to exploit during their union. His beast mark had been imprinted upon Ahua's arm. However, due to his refusal to heed her commands, he had never completed the mating ritual with her, relegating himself to the role of her follower. Witnessing Ahua being struck brought him an indescribable sense of vindication. Were it not for his desire to avoid becoming a wandering beast, he would have severed their beast bond and distanced himself from this female entirely. Lost in his thoughts, the young beast did not notice when Ahua was taken away. It was the clan leader, an elder, who, after securing the fire source, gently patted his shoulder to rouse him from his reverie. The elder was aware of the young male's predicament, but felt powerless to assist him, offering only a comforting pat on the back. The young beast merely nodded slightly before turning to leave the cave. As he passed by Lin Xiao's cave, envy filled his eyes. If only he could be her guardian, he would find immense happiness in that role, without aspiring to be her partner or follower. Yet such thoughts were mere fantasies. After lingering at the entrance of Lin Xiao's cave for a moment, the young male trudged heavily towards Ahua's dwelling. Inside the cave, Egu tenderly massaged Lin Xiao's hands, his expression a canvas of disapproval. Despite his silenced eye in the distance, Aki contemplated approaching but refrained, acutely aware of his own status. Observing Egu, who seemed to bear a tremendous grievance, Lin Xiao could not resist reaching out to playfully ruffle his furry ears. The ears, being one of the most sensitive spots on a beast man, were now in her grasp. Egu struggled to maintain his composure, fearful of revealing his true feelings to the little female, originally intending to soothe the agitated giant. He found himself growing more serious, prompting Lin Xiao to retract her mischievous hand, feeling somewhat awkward. With a pout, she implored, "Egu, please don't be angry. I promise it won't happen again." Hearing the soft, melodious tone of the little female, Egu found it impossible to maintain his facade of anger. With a resigned sigh, he admonished, "Why must you resort to violence? If you injure yourself, what then? Our tribe lacks a shaman. Your injuries could be perilous." Lin Xiao nodded obediently, and seeing her receptive to his counsel brought Egu a measure of comfort. As he continued to rub her hands, his eyes brimmed with concern. "I am not hurt, truly. I only struck her soft flesh. Ahua is probably in her cave right now, howling in pain." After saying this, the image of the scene made Lin Xiao giggle uncontrollably. The two were perhaps both affected by her laughter, their previously solemn expressions easing into relaxed smiles, in stark contrast to the warmth within Lin Xiao's cave. Ahua's dwelling could only be described as chaotic. Ever since her partner had carried her back, Ahua had been incessantly lamenting her various aches and pains. If her partners wished to inspect her injuries, they had to remove her beast skin. However, Ahua's cave was not as warm as Lin Xiao's, and each time someone approached her to assist, she retaliated by hurling various objects at them. Even the young beast who had just returned from Lin Xiao's cave could not escape this fate. As he entered Ahua's cave, still brushing off the snow from his body, he was suddenly struck on the forehead by a flying piece of wood. Blood immediately streamed down his face. Witnessing the blood, Ahua felt a fleeting moment of panic, but quickly regained her composure, angrily admonishing the young beast. "Where have you been? Why have you returned so late? If you fail to meet my expectations, I will destroy your beast mark, rendering you a despised wandering beast." The young beast's complexion turned pale, his bloodied forehead rendering him both pitiable and disheveled. Yet Ahua remained indifferent. Tormented by her own suffering, she continued to hurl whatever she could at the male beasts, driving them far from her, allowing her to writhe and wail upon the ground. Fortunately, the howling wind and snow outside muffled her cries, preventing others from overhearing. Yes, the most beautiful female in the tribe. Ahua had always been coddled by the males, never having endured such humiliation before. In that moment, her resentment towards Lin Xiao reached a fever pitch. She cast a frenzied gaze upon the young beast, whose head was bloodied from her assault, and arrogantly commanded, "Come here." Though reluctant, he complied and approached her. He was determined not to become a wandering beast, especially with the onset of the cold season. Should he lose the protection of the tribe now, it would spell his doom. Seeing him obediently approach despite his injuries filled Ahua with a sense of triumph that she could not conceal. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she spoke through clenched jaws. "With the cold season upon us, a female cannot survive in such conditions. I need you to devise a plan to lure the female who struck me outside the tribe, ensuring she never crosses my path again." The male beast abruptly raised his head, incredulity etched across his features as he stared at Ahua. Perhaps Ahua herself sensed the extremity of her demand, for she cleared her throat, attempting to soften her tone. "If you accomplish this task for me, I will agree to the mating ceremony and bear you a litter of offspring." Ahua believed she had presented an enticing proposition, yet the young beast merely regarded her with a cold stare. The sacred Yuan continent forbade males from harming females. If he truly acted as she suggested, he would likely not survive long enough to receive her promised offspring, as the rules of the continent would swiftly eradicate him. She was effectively asking him to court death. Feeling the weight of his icy gaze, Ahua shifted uncomfortably, yet the pain coursing through her body forbade her from moving. With no other option, she held her ground and met the young beast's gaze defiantly, entirely unaware of the grim expression surrounding them. In that instant, The other beasts comprehended the true malice of the female they had chosen. A mere phrase from her lips could equate to a death sentence for another female, indicating that even those who cared for her could be discarded at her whim at that moment. Every beast harbored the desire to sever their ties with her, though followers could indeed sever their bonds. Doing so would inflict unimaginable pain upon the male, with the potential to claim their lives. If a male chose to sever the bond voluntarily, he would forever lose the chance to become a female's partner or follower, relegated instead to the status of a mere guardian. Yet at this moment, the young beast would rather relinquish all such privileges, even his life, than maintain any connection with this female. With a frigid gaze, he cast one last glance at Ahua before turning to exit the cave. Battling against the wind and snow, he made his way, step by step, to the cave of the shaman. When he expressed his desire to sever his relationship with Ahu, typically devoid of expression, could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. He asked once more, uncertain, "Are you certain you wish to sever ties with Ahua? Once the bond is broken, you will lose your eligibility to become a partner or follower. Are you sure?" The young beast nodded resolutely. His voice filled with urgency. "Shaman Au, I implore you to assist me. I wish to dissolve my bond with Ahua." Seeing his unwavering determination, Au decided against further discussion and simply nodded in agreement. Although it is customary for males to care for females, Ahua's attitude towards males is undeniably harsh. Without proper attention, her male beast could potentially resort to extreme actions. The removal of beast marks is no simple task. After a moment of contemplation, Au addressed the young beast man, saying, "Please rest in my cave for the time being. Once I have gathered the necessary items, we shall proceed, as the removal of beast marks is indeed a complex endeavor. And I must also inform the chief." The young beast man volunteered, "I shall go inform the chief. The blizzard outside is too fierce. It would be better for the priest not to venture out." Considering the conditions outside, Au did not hesitate any longer, casually nodding before turning to attend to her own matters. Upon exiting the cave, the young beast man did not directly seek out the chief, but instead headed towards Lin Xiao's location. At that moment, Lin Xiao was marveling at her own transformation. Her body felt noticeably warm, having shed the initial chill. Most importantly, the small flame, which had previously been a mere flicker, was now visibly larger and more vibrant. Lin Xiao pondered over the flame for quite some time, but could not derive any conclusions. Leaning against the warmth of her small flame, the two males had grown less surprised and were now calmly tending to their own tasks. Agu, using his claws, carved several holes in the wall, wrapping wood with animal skin and coating it with the oil produced by the small female upon her arrival. A unique torch was fashioned. A total of 6 were made. Once lit, the torches illuminated the cave significantly and brought warmth. The only downside was the unpleasant odor that emanated from the burning animal skin. However, given the limited conditions, Lin Xiao had to make do. Turning to Agu, she remarked, "Now the cave is both bright and warm. Agu, could you please inform the chief of this method? Let the other beastmen do the same, as it would benefit the females as well." Agu nodded in acknowledgement. Gazing at the raging blizzard outside, Agu felt a twinge of worry. This was merely the first day of the minor cold season, and the snowfall was already so heavy. With the flame extinguished, although Au had produced a new flame, the extinguishing of the previous one was not a good omen. He could not help but wonder if the tribe would survive this cold season. Each year during this period, many cubs, both female and male, would perish. Contemplating this, Agu glanced at the small female who was still examining the flame. Despite being acknowledged as a wise one by Au, Lin Xiao was still merely an immature female, and no matter how intelligent a wise one might be, their capabilities in such weather are limited. That Agu's sole desire was for his small female to reach adulthood safely. If possible, he secretly wished to be her first partner. As he pondered and completed his tasks, he intended to seek out the chief to request that the beastmen in the tribe add more torches in the cave. However, as he lifted the animal skin curtain, he was met with the sight of Ahua's follower standing at the entrance. Agu immediately furrowed his brow and coldly asked, "What brings you here?" The two females had recently had an unpleasant altercation, and Agu did not believe this visitor would bring any good news. Given Ahua's vindictive nature, it was entirely possible for a male to harm Lin Xiao. The commotion at the entrance startled Lin Xiao, who quickly concealed the flame and turned to inquire, "Agu, what is happening?" It was Ahua's follower, and his intentions were unknown. As he spoke, Agu positioned his body to block the entrance tightly, fearing the cold wind would enter the cave while simultaneously obscuring the young beastman's view. However, the blizzard outside was too severe, and Lin Xiao, concerned for Agu's well-being, urged him to allow the visitor inside. Though reluctant, the small female had spoken, and with his ability to protect her, he felt unperturbed by the beastman's presence. The moment the young beastman stepped into the cave, the warm glow of the fire dispelled the cold clinging to him. He was surprised that the small female permitted him to enter the cave. Her gentle and kind nature made him even more envious of Agu and Aki, especially Aki, who, despite having a broken leg, was treated with kindness by the small female without any disdain. Seeing the young beastman lost in thought, Agu interrupted his reverie, displeased. "What do you want here? If you harm the small female, I will not spare you." The young beastman lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions in his eyes, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Do not worry, Agu. I have no intentions of harming the small female, but you must be cautious of Ahua. She wishes to deceive the small female into leaving the tribe, intending for her to perish in this cold season. Please do not leave her side under any circumstances." The others were taken aback by this revelation, their eyes widening in shock, while Lin Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. Was it not just a beating? Ahua was truly tyrannical. Having caused trouble and received her due punishment, she still harbored resentment, even wishing for Lin Xiao's life. Worried, Lin Xiao glanced at the young beastman, asking, "What is your name? You came to warn me. What will happen if Ahua finds out?" The young beastman, taken aback by the small female's concern for him, suppressed his excitement and replied as calmly as possible, "I have already requested Priest Au to assist me in removing my beast mark. Once the mark I bear from Ahua disappears, she will no longer be able to threaten me." He turned to leave, but upon reaching the entrance, he seemed to recall something and turned back to Lin Xiao. "My name is Aguang. Once I remove my beast mark, I wish to become your guardian. Please do not reject me." Without waiting for their reactions, he lifted the curtain and stepped back into the storm. Agu, realizing what had happened, began to pace angrily within the cave. That damned Aguang thinks he can become Lin Xiao's guardian? What a dream! Aki, remaining much calmer, found amusement in Agu's fury. While he too did not wish for Aguang to become a guardian, he felt he had no authority to intervene. After a long while, Agu's agitation showed no signs of abating, and he was becoming increasingly restless, wishing to drag Aguang back for a beating. Finally, Aki, stitching the animal skin in his hands, gently reassured him, "Do not be angry. Guardianship is a right bestowed upon male beastmen by the beast god. It does not even require the consent of the female. If Aguang is determined to be Lin Xiao's guardian, none of us can stop him." Upon hearing this, Agu was not calmed. Instead, he grew more irate. He was not even a follower, and yet the small female was close to having two guardians, though guardians could not become followers or partners. He still felt a deep sense of resentment. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was still stunned by Aguang's declaration about removing his beast mark, remaining lost in thought for quite some time. Eventually, she turned to the other two in the cave and voiced her confusion. "If Aguang removes his beast mark, won't he become a stray beast?" "No," Aki replied. "A stray beast refers to a male beastman abandoned by a female. That occurs when a female actively destroys the beast mark upon herself. If the mark is destroyed, the male will forever lose his beast mark and become a stray beast. However, if a male actively removes his beast mark, the mark on the female will gradually fade. If the male beastman is still young, after removing the mark, he may have a chance to regenerate a new beast mark. Therefore, although he is removing his mark, it will not completely disappear, and he will not become a stray beast." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. "That is rather good. It offers males a choice that, if a female treats a male poorly, he has the right to leave. That it seemed that the so-called beast god was not overly harsh towards male beastmen." However, Agu shook his head. Removing a beast mark is not an easy task. The process is unimaginably painful. Most importantly, very few survive the removal of their mark. Seeing Lin Xiao gasp in astonishment, Agu gently ruffled her hair. This is why, despite many females treating their males poorly, those males still choose to stay to it is not that they do not wish to leave. It is simply that the cost of leaving is too great. At this moment, Lin Xiao wished to retract her previous thoughts about the beast god. The beast god was exceedingly harsh towards the males, offering them a choice that seemed to be nothing at all. Lin Xiao felt a pang of sympathy for the male beastmen here. Their desire for offspring compelled them to endure what ordinary people could not. In her own world, such men would be eagerly sought after. Yet here they were as neglected as overripe cabbages, stirring a sense of melancholy within her. Having left the cave, Aguang sought out the elder chief to inform him of his intention to remove the beast mark. Although the elder chief was taken aback, he did not intervene. "Let me know when you are ready. The removal of the beast mark requires a considerable amount of blood. It is the cold season now, and fresh prey is scarce, making it quite challenging to procure the necessary blood." After a brief silence, Aguang declared, "Elder chief, I will go hunting." The elder chief sighed, pondering what hardships this newly adult male had endured to risk his life during such a perilous cold season just to rid himself of the mark. However, seeing Aguang's determination, the elder chief refrained from dissuading him. Once Aguang departed, the elder chief also left the cave, thinking that the female Lin Xiao, a wise sage and healer, might be able to assist during the removal process. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao cradled a stone bowl, savoring the rich meat broth that Ichio had just prepared. Outside, the winds howled and the rain poured, while inside the cave, Lin Xiao wore a thin layer of animal skin clothing. Beads of sweat glistening on the tip of her nose. Upon entering the cave, the elder chief was astonished by its brightness and warmth. "How is it that your cave is both bright and warm?" he exclaimed, suddenly realizing that the entrance was covered with animal skins. Glancing at the torches mounted on the walls, he clapped his hands in admiration. Whoever devised this is truly ingenious. It provides both illumination and warmth. Agu proudly raised his chin, declaring, "It was a Zhao's idea. Our cave is quite cozy now that a Xiao even mentioned wanting to share this method with you, Elder Chief. How fortunate that you have arrived just in time. You can convey this to the other beastmen of the tribe. I shall do so immediately. Every cave should be this warm. Surely the younglings and females will survive this harsh season," he said, turning swiftly to exit the cave. It was only after he had ventured a fair distance that he suddenly slapped his forehead, muttering to himself in frustration, "I meant to seek assistance from the little female. Yet here I am, and no matter. Let us warm up the caves first. The females and young are of utmost importance." Braving the biting cold winds, the elder chief visited each cave, instructing them on how to maintain warmth. Lin Xiao took a sip of the broth, letting out a contented sigh. The elder chief is truly a commendable leader. Indeed, the elder chief's father was also a remarkable leader, I recall when I was young. The former chief was already a formidable 4-star sacred beast, caring for all the beastmen in the tribe as if they were his own children. Logically, a 4-star sacred beast has a long lifespan. And Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, what happened to the former chief? Where did he go? Long ago, when I was still a 2-star sacred beast, I remember a summons from the main city requiring all 4-star sacred beasts to attend. Ever since the former chief departed, he has never returned. The mention of the main city piqued Lin Xiao's curiosity, causing her to blink in confusion. Is there a city here? Aren't we all part of a tribe? Of course there is a city. Each tribe is affiliated with a city, though the beastmen of the main city seldom appear within the tribes. Typically, the main city is home to a powerful race that has been blessed by the beast god. They possess surnames and totems, yet they are notably exclusionary, welcoming only females and not other races into their city. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow at this revelation. Logically, if the tribe relied on the main city, one would expect the city to provide protection for the tribe. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. The main city was exceedingly insular. We need to offer tributes to the main city? Agu nodded. Except during the cold season, in the warm season, the tribe must present animal skins or food to the main city based on our population. During the peak of the warm season, envoys will come to collect the tributes. What a main city. Nothing more than a band of thieves, taking tributes while practicing racial exclusion. Both of them nodded in agreement. However, powerful races are often favored. They feared that accepting males from other races would dilute their blessings. Fortunately, there are not many powerful races. Tribes like ours seldom interact with them apart from during the warm season when we present our tributes. Lin Xiao pouted, realizing that such dictatorial entities exist everywhere. Yet these matters were not her concern. After spending so long in the cave, she longed for the earthen Kong at her grandmother's home. When the warm season arrives, she would definitely find a way to create one. She feared that prolonged exposure to the cave might lead to rheumatism. The heavy snowfall continued for 3 days before finally easing. The snow outside had accumulated to calf height, and Lin Xiao yearned to step outside for some fresh air, yet the sight of the conditions dissuaded her from doing so. Just as the snow ceased, a guang, bundled in thick animal skins, trudged through the deep snow, leaving the tribe. This scene was witnessed by Agu, who had been sent out to clear the snow. That Agu squinted as he watched a guang's departing figure. Realizing that he was likely heading out to remove the beast mark that he deduced the risk Guang was taking by leaving the tribe. Looking around at the vast expanse of white, he thought to himself that this year's cold season was particularly severe. Often, even groups of beastmen hunting together would return empty-handed. A guang, venturing out alone, faced the grave possibility of perishing in the wilderness. The tribe was not large, and aside from the younglings and females, there were few males capable of defending the tribe. The loss of even one male increased the tribe's peril. Despite his growing disdain for Guang, Agu called out his name for the sake of the tribe. Upon hearing his name, a Guang turned in confusion, his eyes lighting up with surprise at seeing Agu. Agu, does a Xiao need something from me? Agu responded with a look that clearly conveyed disbelief, then coldly asked, "Are you going out to hunt?" A Guang nodded, not concealing his intentions that I wish to remove the beast mark. The elder chief warned that I might lose too much blood, especially in this cold season, and I may not survive. That I thought, if I could hunt some prey, obtaining blood might increase my chances of survival. Though Agu was reluctant, he spoke up, in this cold season, even a group may fail to catch prey. You, who have yet to reach 3 stars, might very well perish out there. Hearing this, a Guang lowered his head in frustration, feeling wronged that he did not wish to remain bound by the mark imposed by that wicked female. He had never willingly accepted the mark. She treated him with disdain, often resorting to violence. Although the female's strength was limited and the injury she inflicted healed quickly, he felt a profound sense of injustice. He did not wish to become a wandering beast. He could only devise this plan to escape her clutches and seek a female he truly desired to protect. Seeing him like this, Agu frowned deeply, reluctantly suggesting, "Come with me into the cave. I will ask a Xiao if she has any solutions." Never did a Guang expect Agu to extend an invitation. The prospect of seeing the gentle little female brought him joy, and without a second thought, he nodded in agreement. In that moment, Agu regretted his meddling. After all, this was the male who had declared intentions to protect a Xiao. Had he unwittingly presented an opportunity to his rival? However, having spoken, he could only muster the resolve to lead a Guang back to the cave. Upon hearing sound from outside, Lin Xiao initially thought it was Agu returning from snow clearing. Wondering how he had finished so quickly, the hide curtain was lifted, accompanied by a gust of cold wind. Lin Xiao beheld Agu entering the cave with another person. Lin Xiao set down the stone bowl in hand. Her expression one of perplexity as she gazed at the two. Agu appeared unfazed, promptly taking a seat beside Lin Xiao, affectionately nudging her arm like an eager puppy. In contrast, a Guang, upon meeting Lin Xiao's gaze, felt as though his heart would leap from his chest. He held his breath in an attempt to quell his mounting anxiety that a Guang has arrived. "Come sit and warm yourself," Lin Xiao called out. A Guang, taken aback by the invitation, could only nod, sitting quietly to the side. Noticing his reluctance to speak, Lin Xiao gently turned to Agu, her eyes silently inquiring about the situation, feeling a twinge of guilt under her scrutiny. Agu cleared his throat and explained, "Just as I stepped out, I happened to see a Guang attempting to leave the tribe." As the words left his lips, Lin Xiao could not suppress her gasp. "Leaving the tribe? Why? It's freezing outside, and there's scarce food. Departing the tribe is exceedingly perilous." The Guang, feeling a surge of embarrassment, lowered his head, his heart heavy with sorrow if he did not swiftly rid himself of the beast mark. That vile female might well discern his intentions, potentially turning him into a stray beast. Observing the wide-eyed female, Agu found her adorably endearing and could not resist ruffling her hair, in a subdued tone. He elaborated for Lin Xiao. A Guang wishes to remove the beast mark. He fears excessive blood loss and intends to hunt, using the fresh blood of his prey to replenish himself. Such folly! Lin Xiao exclaimed, utterly at a loss for words upon hearing a Guang's intentions. The blood of wild animals teems with bacteria. Based on our understanding, they would likely consume it raw, rather than replenishing his blood. He might very well be courting disaster. Although aware that they might not comprehend, Lin Xiao could not help but educate them. Are you planning to hunt just to drink the prey's blood? Upon seeing a Guang nod, Lin Xiao rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on as she continued, setting aside whether you can even catch prey. Even if you return safely with it, can you guarantee that you can immediately remove the beast mark? In this frigid weather, the blood of a dead animal will freeze rapidly. You won't be able to drink it at all. Noticing the silence from the others, Lin Xiao pressed on. Even if you manage to keep the cave warm enough for the blood to remain unfrozen. Do you realize how filthy animal blood can be? It may very well harbor parasites. By drinking it, you would be ingesting those parasites into your own body. You might survive the removal of the beast mark, but the blood you consume could very well claim your life. The concepts of bacteria and hygiene were as foreign to these beast folk as an unreadable script. So Lin Xiao endeavored to emphasize the gravity of the situation in simple terms, hoping to dissuade them from a notion of consuming raw blood. However, her words felt akin to a death sentence for a Guang, and tears streamed down his youthful face that I don't want to die, nor do I wish to become a stray beast. This is the only way I can escape that wicked female. If she learns of my intentions, she will surely destroy my beast mark. Seeing his distress, Lin Xiao inwardly cursed Ahua for her cruelty. It was appalling that she had driven this child to consider such self-destructive measures to escape her grasp. Clearly, Ahua had committed grievous wrongs. Should she ever cross paths with Ahua again, Lin Xiao vowed to ensure she faced greater consequences. Yet Guang's predicament was indeed complex, and Lin Xiao was uncertain about the exact process of removing the beast mark. She knew she must first understand the procedure before determining how to assist. After rubbing her temples once more, she patiently waited for a Guang to finish weeping, then inquired who would be performing the removal of the beast mark. Upon learning it was the priest, Lin Xiao resolved to seek him out for clarity. Upon realizing Lin Xiao's intent, Agu's face reflected disapproval. The cold outside was biting, and it was unwise to let a young female venture from the cave. At that moment, Agu regretted meddling. He should have let them sort out their own matters without involving Lin Xiao. Nevertheless, over time, he had come to understand the determined nature of the young female before him. Once she set her mind to something, she would pursue it relentlessly. Resigned, he attempted to dissuade her from leaving, saying, "Lin Xiao, it's far too cold outside. Remain here in the cave while I fetch the priest for you." Gazing at the frigid expanse outside, Lin Xiao felt trepidation. Yet, picturing the priest, who was pale and considerably more slender than the males of the tribe, she furrowed her brow. Was it suitable for him to meet with her? After all, he held a prominent position as a male priest in the tribe, and if word spread of his frailty, she feared he might hold it against her in the future. Agu, dismissive of her concerns, replied, "Regardless of his status, he is still a male. In such frigid weather, sending an underage female to seek him out would indeed be a blow to his dignity." With that, he turned and exited the cave, making his way toward Yu's dwelling not far off. Inside, Yu was preparing for the task of removing the beast mark when he was taken aback by Agu's unexpected arrival. A brief flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by his usual impassive demeanor. "What brings you here, Agu? Do you require something? It's not me who seeks you. It's Lin Xiao," Agu replied, his tone begrudging. Seeing Agu's demeanor, Yu could not help but twitch his lips in exasperation. Yet considering Lin Xiao's status, he turned to set aside his current task, adjusting the thick hides draped over his shoulders before following Agu out of the cave. As they walked, Yu's curiosity piqued. He wondered what business the young female had with him, and whether she had conceived a new idea that required his assistance. Lost in thought, they soon returned to Agu's cave. Lin Xiao was taken aback by their swift return. A flicker of surprise crossing her features, the Yu approached Lin Xiao with purpose, kneeling on one knee before her, hands crossed over his chest in a formal gesture of respect. The other occupants, aside from Agu, stared in astonishment, their eyes wide in the entire Holy Yuan continent. No one was unaware of the significance of a priest's grand gesture, typically reserved for major ceremonies. And yet here was a Yu, bowing deeply before an underage female. But Xiao and Guang were momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend the young female's status that warranted such deference from Yu. Indeed, even Lin Xiao herself was bewildered. She had merely wished to console the Yu about the removal of the beast mark, drawing upon her past experience as a doctor. Despite the fantastical nature of this continent, she hoped to offer her knowledge in some capacity. But what was this sudden display of reverence? A Yu, please rise. There's no need to kneel. It's cold on the ground, her words. A Yu obediently stood, taking a seat not far from her, awaiting her direction. Observing his earnest demeanor, Lin Xiao decided to be straightforward. I heard that a Guang needs assistance with removing the beast mark and that you would be the one to perform the procedure. I wish to understand how this beast mark is removed and if there is any way I can assist. But you had not anticipated that the young female summoned him for such a matter. However, considering her intellect, he mused that she might possess a more effective solution. Without hesitation, he divulged all that he knew. The beast mark signifies the power of the male beastman. Remove it. One must empty the power from the beast core within the beastman's body. The beast mark will naturally fade away, for the beast core remains intact. The beastman's strength will eventually return, albeit with varying time frames. Engaging with this newfound knowledge, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting her to inquire, what is a beast core, and where is it located? As soon as the words fell, Agu shed the beast's skin draped over his form. Upon gazing at Agu's robust upper body, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a flush rise to her cheeks. Despite having seen it numerous times before, each glimpse stirred ripples within her heart. The intricate beast patterns of male beastmen were etched upon their left arms, and Agu brought his upper body close to Lin Xiao, particularly showcasing the arm adorned with the beastly markings. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xiao noticed a subtle protrusion on Agu's left bicep, which was easily overlooked due to the pronounced musculature and prominent veins characteristic of male beastmen. The 3 black beast patterns on his arm extended from this very protrusion, indicating the location of the beast core. To completely release the power contained within, one would need to make an incision at the wrist, allowing the blood to flow out while simultaneously expelling the power. This necessitated enduring the weakness from blood loss along with the agony of power depletion. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback by a Yu's explanation. Such a procedure was indeed alarming. The thought of cutting the wrist, most likely the main artery, was daunting. It was no wonder that few survived such an ordeal. It was akin to self-inflicted bloodletting, stripping one of their essence while risking life itself. Noticing Lin Xiao's pallor, the others assumed she was frightened. Agu wore a guilty expression, regretting that he had inadvertently frightened the young female. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xiao finally spoke softly. Is there truly no other method? Ayu shook his head, replying, I do not know. The response prompted Lin Xiao to raise her voice slightly in incredulity. Yet Ayu remained calm, nodding. This is an ancient method passed down through generations, and since few beastmen actively seek to remove their beast marks, I cannot say if other methods exist. After saying this, Ayu looked at Lin Xiao with hopeful anticipation, wishing she might conceive a better solution. In a land where most females were pampered, many like Agu had been forced to bear the beast mark. If the young female could indeed devise a superior approach, it would undoubtedly provide male beastmen with a new avenue of choice. Although removing the beast mark would prevent future partnerships, it was still preferable to enduring the company of a malicious female. After hearing the details of the procedure, Lin Xiao felt a heaviness in her heart. Her gaze toward Agu filled with sympathy. Yet, she harbored no confidence in her ability to assist them. After all, every ailment required practical experience. In the hospital, she had a mentor guiding her. But here, experimentation would necessitate operating on them. For a moment, Lin Xiao hesitated. Perhaps sensing the turmoil in Lin Xiao's eyes, Ayu gently inquired, Do you have a way to help them? Lin Xiao did not conceal her uncertainty. Shaking her head, I do not know if I can help them. For what you say, their power will flow out with their blood. I have some ideas, but I cannot verify them. The others looked at her with keen anticipation, hoping for more details, for this could herald a new beginning for the males. Yet, after Lin Xiao spoke, she fell silent, the Yu grew anxious, and Agu was even more so, without a second thought. Agu rushed toward Lin Xiao, kneeling before her with red-rimmed eyes, pleading, Lin Xiao, if you have a way, please help me. Gazing at Agu's youthful, handsome face, which in her world would belong to a mere boy of 18 or 19. Lin Xiao felt a pang of compassion. She had heard Agu was a newly matured male, and seeing his earnestness stirred her heart. Hesitant, she voiced her concerns. I only have some ideas, Tio know if they are feasible. I would need to attempt it. Without hesitation, Agu tore away the beast's skin from his body, presenting his left arm to Lin Xiao. Perform the procedure on me. I am willing to let you. However, uncertainty clouded her mind as she questioned whether it would succeed and what the outcome might be. Agu's resolute nod reassured her. I am certain. I accept whatever the result may be. Seeing his unwavering determination, Lin Xiao ceased her hesitations and nodded in agreement. Then come find me at sunrise. You, hesitant yet persistent, looked toward Lin Xiao and asked, May I join you? Recognizing that he was the first to understand her true identity and the powers bestowed upon her by the beast god, his presence would undoubtedly ease her burden. Lin Xiao nodded in acquiescence. After the priest and Agu departed, Agu stood beside Lin Xiao like a child who had erred, his demeanor fraught with unease. Cautiously, he spoke, Lin Xiao, have I caused you trouble? Not at all. Why do you say such things? Lin Xiao replied, surprised by his thoughts. If I and called Agu back, you wouldn't have to worry about these matters. You are merely a young female. You shouldn't ponder so deeply. Seeing the guilt in his expression, with his ears drooping sadly, Lin Xiao couldn't help but approach him, gently rubbing his soft ears. What are you thinking? You called him back because you felt he might not return at Agu. You are a genuinely kind soul. If I can find another way to save Agu, it will be a new path for the males. You are guiding me to do good. Thank you, Agu. Overwhelmed by the sight of the tender-hearted young female before him, Agu couldn't resist pulling her into his embrace. He felt as though he had been favored by the beast god, allowing him to find such a gentle and kind young female. He resolved to treat her with utmost care, hoping to earn her trust and become her first companion when she came of age. As his thoughts raced with excitement, he tightened his embrace around Lin Xiao. Nearby, Achio looked on enviously at Agu, wishing for the simple luxury of caring for the young female up close. The prospect of being intimate with her, as Agu was, seemed like a distant dream. Swallowing the bitter taste of envy, he lowered his head, stirring the meat soup in silence, as long as he could gaze upon her. He felt content. Many females treated their guardians poorly, akin to slaves, subjecting them to violence or even worse. But Lin Xiao was different. Her voice was always gentle when she spoke to him, and she even sought to mend his leg. She was the best of all young females, and for now, he felt utterly satisfied. In Agu's arms, Lin Xiao felt her heart race, her composure wavering. She understood that he was a beast man, a creature of an entirely different kind. Yet since their paths intertwined, Agu's care for her had been unwavering. This meticulous attention stirred feelings within her that she had never experienced, and as she nestled against him, she struggled to quell the fluttering in her heart, repeatedly reminding herself, he is a beast man. It is impossible for you. You will return to your old world. Guard your heart. Slowly, the heart that had nearly leaped from my chest began to settle into a calm rhythm. Yet at that moment, I detected the sound of Agu's heartbeat nearby, rapid and vigorous. My own heart, which had just regained its composure, stirred restlessly once more. Unable to dwell on it any longer, I shifted my body, attempting to extricate myself from his embrace. Sensing my struggle, Agu refrained from lingering, hastily releasing his grip to grant Lin Xiao her freedom. I glanced at Lin Xiao's slightly flushed cheeks. Agu felt a wave of yearning surge within him. He genuinely wished to steal a kiss. The sweet fragrance of the little female was intoxicating, and he pondered what her lips might taste like. Fortunately, Lin Xiao could not hear his thoughts. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly wish to find a crevice to hide within. Although Agu had relinquished his embrace, his body remained close to hers. Lin Xiao instinctively recoiled, striving to create distance between them. However, such a precious atmosphere was not easily forsaken by Agu. He gently rested his hands on Lin Xiao's slender shoulders and earnestly implored, "Ah Xiao, will you allow me to be your devoted follower? I wish to remain by your side forever, never to part. Please, grant me this request." Lin Xiao was taken aback by his unexpected declaration, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, when she gazed into Agu's steadfast eyes, which held a hint of pleading, the words of refusal stuck in her throat. Undoubtedly, she harbored feelings for Agu, yet she longed to return home. If she acquiesced, the thought of leaving one day would shatter Agu's heart for a lifetime. After much contemplation, Lin Xiao finally articulated a response that left Agu somewhat disheartened. "But Agu, there are still matters I have yet to ascertain. May I provide you with an answer once I have clarity?" Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's cautious demeanor, Agu's heart melted. Though it was not the affirmation he had yearned for, her hesitation to outright reject him signified that there remained a glimmer of hope. Reluctantly, he nodded but insisted on a promise from Lin Xiao. "When you choose a suitor or partner, may I be your first choice?" This time, Lin Xiao, without a moment's hesitation, nodded vigorously, receiving her answer. Agu's lips curled into a gentle smile as he turned to join Xiao in preparing food for Lin Xiao. At the break of dawn the following day, a Yu and a Guang arrived at the entrance of Lin Xiao's cave. However, neither dared to lift the beast-hide curtain, fully aware that they had arrived too early, as many little females were still lost in slumber, when Xiao emerged to discard some items. She was startled to find the two of them waiting at the entrance. "What are you two doing standing there? You startle me. Come inside. It's freezing out here." Being young, Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment at her own outburst. We were concerned that the little female might not be awake yet, so we didn't dare to enter to, is she awake? She has been awake for ages. We little females are not as lazy as the others. Hurry inside." With that, she ushered them into the cave. Xiao gasped in surprise. Lin Xiao noticed the commotion outside that moment. She was cradling a stone bowl, drinking the meat broth in hearty gulps. Fearing that her guests might grow impatient, it was Agu who could no longer bear to watch, worried that Lin Xiao's hasty eating might cause her to choke. He swiftly raised his hand to take the bowl from her and cast a displeased glance at the two who had just entered. Why eat in such a rush? They can't escape. After all, choking would be quite unpleasant. While speaking, he gently wiped Lin Xiao's mouth, causing her cheeks to flush as she cleared her throat to mask her racing heart. Raising her gaze to the two chilly individuals, Lin Xiao invited, "Please, sit down and warm yourself. I'd like to share my thoughts with you, that if you find them feasible, let us put them to the test today." Upon hearing this, the two obediently settled beside Lin Xiao, resembling dutiful students ready to listen. Just as she was about to continue, Lin Xiao found another stone bowl thrust into her hands, filled with steaming meat broth. Leaving her with an expression of helplessness, it was only the beginning of the cold season, and Lin Xiao could clearly feel herself gaining weight. With the outside air so frigid, she could not venture out for a stroll, and her movement within the cave was far too limited. Turning to a Yu and a Guang, Lin Xiao politely inquired, "Have you two had breakfast yet? Would you care to join me?" Unbeknownst to her, Agu was casting warning glances at the two. The Yu calmly nodded, indicating he had already eaten, while Guang, eager to speak, was swiftly silenced by Agu's gaze and could only smile sheepishly, claiming he too had already dined. Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat put upon, looked to Agu with a pout, pleading softly, "Agu, I can't eat anymore. My stomach is quite full." She even exaggeratedly patted her belly, which was obscured by the wide beast hide. Seeing the adorable expression on Lin Xiao's face, Agu suppressed the urge to pull her into his embrace, instead reaching out to ruffle her hair affectionately. Saying, "If you're full, then don't force yourself to eat." He then took the stone bowl from Lin Xiao's hands. Noticing that the two were occupied, Lin Xiao turned to a Yu and a Guang, clearly articulating her plan. After considering the method Yu suggested for removing the beast marks, I believe the high mortality rate among the beastmen is primarily due to excessive blood loss. If we could discover a way to control the bleeding while removing the beast marks, I think the survival rate of the beastmen could significantly improve. Yu pondered for a moment before frowning and responding. An ancient method suggests letting the male's strength flow out with the blood, but I truly cannot think of any other methods. What if we made a small incision at the location of the beast's core and used flowing water to wash it? After contemplating for a moment, Yu shook his head, unsure a bone knife cannot pierce the male beast's skin. Their claws could, but their size makes it difficult to control the force. Recalling the surgical knife she had not used in a long time, Lin Xiao bit her lip and proposed, "What if I were to make the incision myself?" Yu still shook his head. "The blood of the beastmen is unlike ordinary water. I have no idea if that would work." Unable to contain himself, Guang abruptly stood up and loudly interrupted, "Let me be the test subject. We won't know unless we try. I'm not afraid of pain." Although Lin Xiao had initially intended to experiment on Guang, she felt reluctant. This boy, who appeared to be barely in his teens, was someone she could not bear to put through such trials. Sensing her hesitation, Guang grew anxious, unsure how to convince her. In a moment of desperation, he transformed his right hand into a claw and raised it, preparing to strike his own left arm. Fortunately, Gu reacted swiftly, stopping him before he could harm himself. Otherwise, judging by his demeanor, he seemed ready to tear his own arm off. The beast mark was peculiar. Even if one were to sever an arm, the mark would not vanish, nor would the male beasts willingly render themselves disabled. Lin Xiao, feeling quite exasperated, scratched her cheek and quickly reassured him. "Why the rush? We agreed to try it on you. I would never go back on my word that I merely wish to explore if there are better alternatives. Xiao, you may experiment on me without hesitation that if it leads to finding a new method that could spare male beasts from dying in droves, I wouldn't mind even if it cost me my life." Observing the boy kneeling before her, Lin Xiao could not help but raise her hand and lightly smack his forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting? I would never let you die, but you will inevitably endure some pain." "I am not afraid. As long as we can eliminate the beast marks, I don't mind the discomfort." Observing the child's unwavering determination, Lin Xiao refrained from delaying any further. She instructed Gu to light more torches within the cave and sent Xiao to boil additional water. Given the limited conditions, there was no feasible way to disinfect the air. Lin Xiao could only pray for the robust physique of the orc. Once all preparations were complete, she had Gu construct a rudimentary wooden bed to serve as an operating table. She retrieved her long-unused surgical knife and hemostatic powder from the pocket of her coat. Lacking anesthetics, she was uncertain whether Guang could endure the pain. Lin Xiao had considered the warm climate of the early hot season, hoping to find some medicinal herbs through her own efforts. However, seeing Guang's urgent demeanor, she felt compelled to comply with him, hoping her plans could be executed so that at least this young man might suffer less. When everything was in place, Guang removed his shirt and lay quietly on the wooden bed. Deep down, he was immensely frightened, but the calm and composed expression of Lin Xiao inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance within him. He closed his eyes and awaited his fate. With the surgical knife, still warm from boiling water, the familiar touch helped ease Lin Xiao's previously restless heart. Taking a deep breath, her delicate hand gently brushed against Guang's sturdy left arm. The warmth emanating from his arm made Guang's body tense up suddenly, the muscles coiling tightly, rendering Lin Xiao unable to proceed. In exasperation, she softly reassured him, "Do not tense up. Your rigidity hinders my ability to work." Although still anxious, Guang forced himself to relax as much as he could. In this setting devoid of a hospital's sterile environment or microscope, they had to rely solely on intuition. Had their beast core not been situated in his arm, Lin Xiao would never have dared to wield the knife. Gu and Qiao continuously prepared hot water for any unforeseen circumstances, while Yu curiously observed the surgical knife in Lin Xiao's hand. Noticing Guang's arm had softened, Lin Xiao raised her hand again to gently knead the area where the beast core S1 ages or gains strength. The beast core gradually fuses with the flesh. Since Guang had only recently come of age and his beast core was a product of his later development, Lin Xiao easily located its position. Steadying her nerves, Lin Xiao's gaze hardened with resolve as she gently sliced through Guang's skin with the surgical knife. This scene astounded Yu, who widened his eyes. Had Lin Xiao not previously instructed them to remain silent, he would have likely screamed in shock that Guang's beast core had not yet merged with the flesh, connecting only through a few blood vessels. In that moment, Lin Xiao comprehended why it was essential to draw blood in order to dissipate their powers. The blood vessels connected to the beast core allowed its strength to circulate throughout the orc's body via the bloodstream. Without pausing her actions, Lin Xiao spoke sternly to a Yu beside her. Quickly tie these blood vessels with hair. Guang, lying on the bed, was on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain. Yet understanding the significance of this procedure, he fought to remain awake. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's technique was proficient. She deftly avoided the major blood vessels in his arm, ensuring they had enough bandaging material. Yu, hearing the command, wasted no time and promptly plucked several strands of hair, scalded them with hot water, and, following Lin Xiao's instructions, tied off the blood vessels to prevent the beast core's power from circulating throughout Guang's body. At the moment the blood vessels were completely severed, Hua in the cave felt a sudden heat radiating from her ankle. Guang's beast mark flared up intensely, only to gradually dissipate thereafter. This discovery sent her into a panic. Guang was a promising young orc, much like Gu. She had exerted considerable effort to have him inscribe the beast mark on himself, yet now it was vanishing. Without a moment's hesitation, she called for her partner. Go find Guang. Bring him to me quickly. His beast mark is disappearing. You must locate him immediately. Seeing her frantic demeanor, the surrounding male orcs merely furrowed their brows. Yet none moved. They understood all too well the implications of a disappearing beast mark. To them, Guang was as good as dead. Hurry! What are you all doing? Quickly find him. His beast mark is fading. Hua's mounting frustration led her to throw objects and scream sharply. Finally, one male orc could no longer bear it. He spoke up, frowning. The beast mark's disappearance means Guang is likely seeking the shaman to have it removed. Orcs rarely survive the process of removing their beast marks. After glancing at Hua's ankle, he noted that the significance of an orc's position in a female's heart was entirely reflected in the beast mark inscribed upon her. Guang's mark was situated on Hua's ankle, and it was evident that Guang held a low status in her heart. Yet Hua cared little for such considerations. She was not concerned about Guang's life or death, only that he could potentially become as formidable as Gu. Allowing him to die would mean losing a powerful servant, something Hua could not tolerate. In her mind, her males were nothing more than slaves, to be beaten and insulted at her whim. The notion of a slave daring to rebel against her was intolerable. I command you to go find him. If you fail to locate him, you shall all perish outside. Guang is the most likely candidate to become a 4-star sacred beast. How could you worthless fools possibly compare? Go, retrieve him at once. The males looked at Hua's frenzied state. Though they did not understand her, they nonetheless braved the cold and exited the cave. Meanwhile, with the blood vessels severed, the residual power within the blood began to escape from the wound, forming a mist in the air, as if it possessed its own consciousness. According to Yu's words, the power within the beast core could not flow either, yet shattering the beast core was not an option, especially since it was the source of power and exceptionally resilient. Lin Xiao lacked the strength to break it. However, her hands were too occupied to fetch water to cleanse the beast core, and she was hesitant to entrust such a task to the clumsy male orcs present. Without a second thought, she allowed the water energy within her to flow through her fingertips to cleanse the beast core. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, her water energy had mutated when Yu had given her the holy water. At this moment, the seemingly limitless water was indeed the sacred water sought after by various races across the sacred Yuan continent. Lin Xiao was oblivious to this fact, but Yu beside her sensed the difference in the water. Having guarded the sacred water for a century and thus familiar with its properties, thus the power within the beast core was washed away by the sacred water. It gradually floated into the air. Merging with the mist that had formed earlier, time seemed to blur, and eventually, the once fiery red beast core transformed into a brilliant white, resembling a diamond. Only then did Lin Xiao withdraw her hand, her pale complexion indicating her weakened state. Nevertheless, she could not afford to stop. She mustered her strength to carefully cut the hair binding the blood vessels, retrieving a needle and thread to stitch the wound closed. She had initially brought the sutures as a precaution against any significant lacerations where the hemostatic powder might prove inadequate, never anticipating they would be needed in this instance. However, the sutures were limited in quantity. Once used, they would be gone. Under the incredulous gazes of the male orcs, Aguang's severed skin was stitched together as if mending an animal hide. The blood loss was minimal. As long as the wound remained free from infection, he would likely be fine. While Lin Xiao was cleansing the beast core with water, Aguang had succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness. The beast core, akin to a second heart for the orc, made the loss of power so excruciating that Aguang believed he might perish from the agony. Once everything was attended to, Lin Xiao's legs buckled uncontrollably. Had it not been for Agu's vigilant observation of her condition, he would have caught her just in time, preventing a potentially severe fall. Gazing at the swirling mist of power suspended in the air, Lin Xiao perceived it as a helpless child. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the mist surged into her body. All she could manage to utter was, "It succeeded." With a swift roll of her eyes, she fainted as the mist of power merged into Lin Xiao's body. The beast mark on Ahua's ankle completely vanished, severing her meager connection with Aguang. In disbelief, Ahua gazed at her ankle, not out of profound sorrow, but rather due to the overwhelming sense of helplessness as events spiraled beyond her control. After a prolonged silence, she erupted into a wail of discontent. The males who had originally departed from the cave did not, as Ahua had anticipated, set out to find Aguang. Instead, they sought refuge from the wind. Huddling together and engaging in desultory conversation, you think Aguang will survive? They pondered. Among the beastmen stripped of their marks, few managed to endure, and those who did were never as robust as before. Aguang had just reached adulthood. What a pity that Ahua certainly overstepped, tirelessly striving to have Aguang's mark upon her body. Had she treated Aguang with greater kindness, he might not have made such a fateful choice. Alas, one could surmise that Aguang wished dearly to be on good terms with Ahua as well. I recall a scorching summer day when Ahua expressed her desire for the fruits of the mountain. And without a moment's hesitation, Aguang went to fetch them a tea that time. Aguang had only recently received his mark on Ahua, and his strength had just reached 2 stars. Yet, that very day, he nearly lost his life, and instead of gratitude, Ahua made the severely injured Aguang kneel outside the cave for an entire night. Reflecting on this, the males exchanged glances filled with sympathy. Simultaneously recognizing their own circumstances, they lacked Aguang's courage to remove their marks. Most importantly, remaining by Ahua's side meant that one day, perhaps, she might bear them offspring, but if they were to remove their marks, they would lose that privilege, and other females would disdain even choosing them as guardians. Lin Xiao and Aguang remained in a state of unconsciousness, and during this time, Agu's expression had grown increasingly dire. Ayu visited Lin Xiao's cave daily, vigilantly monitoring their condition and offering prayers for their recovery. The physique of beastmen is remarkably resilient. On the 3rd day, Aguang slowly began to awaken. Upon seeing the brightly lit cave, he momentarily felt disoriented. Unsure of his surroundings, it seemed as though the pain from prior to his unconsciousness still lingered, akin to a soul being forcibly tugged. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Aguang shot upright, but due to his lack of strength, his body was weak and uncontrollable, causing him to thud back onto the bed. Unable to bear the sight, Achio brought a bowl of meat soup to him. "Drink this soup now that you're awake." As the warm soup filled his stomach, Aguang felt a flicker of life within him, shaking his still-dazed head and gazing foolishly at Achio. "I'm still alive?" Achio, taken aback by his question, raised an eyebrow, amusedly looking at him. "What, do you long to join the beast god?" Aguang hastily waved his hands. No, I simply didn't expect to still be alive." "Where is the little female? I must express my gratitude to her." While conversing with Achio, Aguang sensed the oppressive feeling binding him had vanished. In that moment, he realized he had truly freed himself from Ahua's constraints, no longer needing to live in fear of her threats, nor risk becoming a wandering beast due to her displeasure. However, upon hearing his words, Achio's expression darkened, and after giving him a fierce glare, he turned to leave. This reaction left Aguang bewildered, unsure of how he had offended him. It was tea until he saw the small female lying on the animal skin that he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. At that moment, Lin Xiao appeared pale, her eyes tightly shut, resembling a fragile porcelain doll that would shatter at the slightest touch. With red-rimmed eyes, A Guang knelt beside Lin Xiao, longing to reach out to her. Yet fearing he might inadvertently harm her, he could only weep helplessly in that instant. He would rather become a wandering beast than witness the gentle little female suffer due to him. Lin Xiao, for her part, felt anything but well. The moment the mist collided with her, she sensed her body was on the verge of bursting. The mist rampaged within her, and though she attempted to control it, she was at a loss as to where to begin. In a fit of rage, she instinctively summoned the fire energy within her, striking the mist, perhaps taken aback by the sudden attack from the little female. The mist seemed momentarily stunned and halted in its tracks. Realizing this tactic bore fruit, Lin Xiao recklessly channeled her energy, hurling it at the mist without any strategy, by a twist of fate. She gradually pushed the mist toward the barren land where the 5 orbs of light resided. Perhaps frightened by the assault, Lin Xiao felt the mist trembling. Trembling or not, it was still wreaking havoc within her body. Deserving of punishment, she threw a water orb, dispersing the mist. This time, rather than reconstituting itself as before, the mist autonomously split into 5 parts, rushing towards the 5 orbs of light. The speed was astonishing. Lin Xiao could not intervene in time. Watching helplessly as the mist merged with the 5 orbs in that fleeting moment, each orb visibly expanded. Even the originally smallest golden and earthy yellow orbs grew significantly. The green and blue orbs remained the largest, and Lin Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that this desolate place had acquired a hint of moisture. Before she could ponder further, the sound of weeping reached her ears. It was a sorrowful cry. Had it not been for the voice which, through its tears, repeatedly called out, "Ah Xiao, Ah Xiao," Lin Xiao might have joined in the lamentation. In the cave, A Guang knelt beside Lin Xiao, weeping uncontrollably, his face a mess of tears and snot, until finally, A Gu could no longer bear it. He approached, lifted the animal skin A Guang wore, and unceremoniously set him aside. Were it not for the injuries on A Guang's body, A Gu would never have shown such gentleness. "Shut your mouth. Ah Xiao is the cleanest. You're making a mess with your tears." At these words, Ah Guang gasped, struggling to catch his breath, and began to hiccup incessantly. The other males in the cave clicked their tongues, their gazes filled with disdain for his embarrassment. In unison, they turned away, unwilling to acknowledge the shameful display. Faced with their disdain, Ah Guang could only hiccup helplessly, sniffling in dismay while occasionally glancing at Lin Xiao on the animal skin, awaiting her awakening to share his grievances. How could he allow this group of males to bully him? He couldn't fight them, but he certainly knew how to seek justice. Although Lin Xiao's physique had improved somewhat due to her extraordinary abilities, the excessive use of water power, coupled with her body's natural constitution, which was incomparable to that of the males here, left her in a state of unconsciousness for a full 5 days before she finally stirred. During this time, A Gu and the others hardly managed to close their eyes, taking turns to vigilantly watch over her, diligently preparing meat broth each day, and occasionally feeding her, fearful that Lin Xiao might suffer from hunger. A Gu, with red-rimmed eyes, knelt beside Lin Xiao, clutching her hand tightly to his chest, fervently praying for the young female to awaken soon. Witnessing her frail state, regret consumed him. If only he hadn't summoned A Guang back, perhaps she wouldn't have fallen into such a deep slumber. At that moment, he yearned for time to reverse, wishing he could confront his past self. While the males represented the tribe's strength, they could never replace the young female. Meanwhile, A Yu remained steadfastly nearby, kneeling not far from Lin Xiao, his fists crossed over his chest, muttering inaudibly, with golden light shimmering around him. Encircling Lin Xiao, that Xiao continuously stirred the pot before him, ensuring that the young female could always have warm broth to drink. While Ajin sat off to the side, weeping uncontrollably. Since the moment he awoke to find Lin Xiao in a coma, his tears had not ceased. Everyone in the cave speculated whether A Guang was made of water. Given his incessant crying, and silently resolved to keep him away from the young female in the future, for his tears were truly a nuisance. As for Lin Xiao, she felt as though she had been trapped in an incredibly long dream. In this dream, she encountered numerous energy-infused entities. After consuming them, her powers grew exponentially. She could sense all things that shared a source with her abilities. When she ventured into the forest, she envisioned utilizing her wood power to seek out medicinal herbs and food, simultaneously discerning their properties and whether they were toxic. An extraordinarily potent gift indeed, to her astonishment. Her wood power could even breathe life back into dying plants, animals, and even humans. As long as her wood power remained, she could sustain her existence indefinitely. However, infusing life into those on the brink of death came at a cost. Yet, if she could find a vibrant locale or consume something brimming with energy, she could gradually restore herself. The water power, akin to a disinfectant, could purify ailments, eradicating pathogens even within the bloodstream. As a healer, it was an invaluable tool for saving lives. When the water power reached a certain threshold, it could even assist beastmen in reshaping their beast marks. This juncture in her dream, Lin Xiao recognized her state of slumber, yet she was still overwhelmed with astonishment at her newfound realizations. The fire power was a force brimming with aggression. She could effortlessly manipulate flames, shaping them in any manner she desired to safeguard her well-being. However, for fire power to grow stronger, it required the involvement of others utilizing her flames. In that moment, Lin Xiao finally comprehended why the flame she had initially divided had suddenly burgeoned. It was due to the many who had fetched fire back to the cave, for the more it was used, the more potent it became. She gazed at the significantly enlarged red orb of light, unable to resist reaching out to poke it, causing it to quiver as if it were ticklish. The earth power reminded her of her past experiences crafting clay. The soil could be shaped into any form her heart desired. Could she perhaps, like Nuwa creating humanity, mold figures from clay to assist her in her endeavors? This thought made Lin Xiao chuckle, not only within the dream, but also in reality. Her laughter rang out unexpectedly, halting the activities of the 4 individuals in the cave, who turned to gaze intently at the young female, lying upon the animal hides. Eventually, it was Guang who broke the silence, smacking his lips, pondering whether the young female was dreaming of delectable treats, given her joyous laughter, and he found himself longing for a taste as well. No sooner had he spoken than he received 3 swift knocks to the head. Gu clenched his fist, casting a menacing glare at him. You should be grateful that you were saved by a Xiao. Otherwise, I'd have smashed your head. The sight of Gu's fearsome expression, Guang instinctively recoiled. Having recently shed his beast mark, he resembled a fledgling on the cusp of transforming into human form. Observing Gu's intimidating demeanor, Guang's eyes brimmed with tears, and he continued to mumble incoherently. Once the young female awakens, I must inform her that you are the villain, so she keeps her distance from you. As a male who dreamed of becoming bonded with the young female, and given that she showed no aversion towards him, Gu would never allow her to have a reason to leave his side. Guang's words struck a nerve with Gu, who, without hesitation, delivered a merciless blow, transforming Guang into a panda-eyed figure. The cries of anguish reverberated throughout the cave, while the other 2 feigned ignorance, inwardly believing that Guang had brought this upon himself. A sharp tongue warranted consequences. In the realm of dreams, the sounds of distress jolted Lin Xiao awake. The noise prompted her to furrow her brow, igniting an impulse to open her eyes, but recalling that she had yet to explore the function of the golden power, she forced herself to return to her slumber. She gazed at the singular diamond-shaped golden power hovering above, and upon reaching out to touch it, it emitted the sound of metal colliding. Lin Xiao was filled with astonishment and could not resist poking it again, confirming that it indeed produced the sound of metal clashing. In disbelief, she examined her hands. These hands, once carefully protected from the surgical instruments she wielded, bore only a thin callus in places, with no signs of injury elsewhere. Yet here, after cooking and foraging for mushrooms, her hands showed no signs of even a slight abrasion. Remembering the earlier sound, she realized that the function of the golden power was protection. It could envelop her body in a shield, safeguarding her from external harm. Furthermore, she could manipulate all metals to serve her purposes. Did this mean she could control her surgical instruments as well? The scalpel's blade would require frequent replacement, but now, knowing she could manipulate metal, Could the scalpel's edge remain perpetually sharp? Having grasped the functions of all her powers, Lin Xiao silently processed these extraordinary revelations before gradually opening her eyes, awakening from her slumber. Prior to opening her eyes, she had fervently wished to see the familiar ceiling of her grandmother's home. However, as her eyes fluttered open to reveal the torchlit cave, she fully comprehended that she could never return. The feeling of despondency was fleeting. Recalling her robust 5 golden fingers, Lin Xiao believed that with these 5 extraordinary abilities, she could thrive in this place. The first to notice Lin Xiao's awakening was Xiao, who had intended to feed her the broth. Lowering his head to cool the soup, he suddenly lifted his gaze and locked eyes with the young female's bright, dark eyes, causing his hands to tremble and spill the broth upon himself. The warmth of the liquid jolted him back to reality, and an overwhelming wave of joy surged through his chest as he stammered, "Xiao, you're awake. Xiao." A Yu, who had been with his eyes closed, and a Gu, who was still dealing with a Guang. Both abruptly turned their attention to the young female upon the animal hides. Seeing that she had truly awakened, they hastened to gather around her. "Xiao, how do you feel? Are you unwell?" Hearing A Gu's voice, Lin Xiao blinked, then frowned slightly, her expression tinged with displeasure. "What have you done to yourself? Your eyes are so red." After speaking, she extended her hand, requesting assistance to sit up. Having lain down for an extended period, she felt as if her bones had turned to jelly, devoid of strength. Just as they helped her sit up, Xiao hurriedly brought the broth closer. "Xiao, drink some broth. I'll go roast some meat. It'll be ready soon." As he stood to leave, Lin Xiao held the bowl and called out to him, "No need for that. This is sufficient. I can't eat roasted meat just after waking." After speaking, Lin Xiao paused for a moment, feeling fatigued due to having been lying down for an extended period. After a brief respite, she spoke again. "Why do you all look so haggard? What has transpired?" The others shook their heads and chuckled, assuring her that nothing was amiss. The little female had awakened, and for them, that was sufficient. Only a Guang, with an exaggerated air of grievance, nestled close to Lin Xiao, fearing she might slip back into a slumber. "Xiao has been asleep for several sunsets, and we feared she would not awaken. So we dared not sleep," he lamented. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced at the few of them, their eyes red like those of agitated rabbits. Outside, the cold winds howled, yet Lin Xiao felt a warmth blossoming within her heart. Although she opened her eyes to find not the familiar ceiling of her grandmother's home, but rather this humble cave, at that moment, Lin Xiao felt that remaining here was quite agreeable. She had lain on the animal skins for 5 days, albeit under duress. By the second day, Lin Xiao sensed her body recovering and yearned to stretch her legs. However, a goose stubbornly refused to let her move. As if her slightest motion would cause her to shatter to placate him, Lin Xiao could only sit upon the furs, negotiating with him in gentle tones that it was not until the 5th day, after consuming a piece of roasted meat and a hearty bowl of soup, that a gu permitted her to stand, albeit only within the confines of the cave, and forbidding her from venturing outside. Yet many matters do not unfold according to one's desires. Soon, the long-absent leader, accompanied by a beast man, arrived at a gu's cave. At a gu, "You are aware of the value of females. I would not seek out Xiao if it were not necessary. However, she possesses knowledge of herbs and is a healer. As you know that I have no choice but to come. Please allow me to see her." Although he understood the significance of the females, in his heart, Xiao was paramount. Despite the leader's persuasive entreaties, a gu refused to yield and allow them entry into the cave. Unable to overpower a gu, the leader clenched his teeth in frustration, resorting to cupping his hands to his mouth. Forming a makeshift horn and taking a deep breath, recognizing the leader's intent, a gu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Xiao! 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 The thunderous voice startled Lin Xiao, causing her to jolt and spill the soup on her hand. The sudden heat elicited an involuntary gasp from her, but Xiao dashed to Lin Xiao's side, his face etched with concern as he cradled her scalded hand, blowing gently on it. "Are you injured?" Lin Xiao quickly shook her head, explaining that she had merely been startled and that the soup was not particularly hot. The commotion in the cave drew a gu's attention outside. He realized that the leader's shouts had startled the little female. He turned with a fierce glare at the two intruders before striding into the cave, where the leader and the beast man seized the opportunity to follow him inside. What is wrong with Ah Xiao? Is she frightened? I'm fine. Who was calling for me just now? Agu was about to deflect the question when the leader poked his head in from behind, grinning broadly at Ah Xiao. It was I who called you. I have something to discuss. What business do you have with me? The leader quickly pulled the anxious Lu from behind him, presenting him to her. It is not me, but Lu who seeks you. Lu, quickly tell the little female. Lin Xiao looked perplexedly at Agu. Typically, when a male sought her out, he would exhibit considerable hostility. Although he displayed displeasure this time, he refrained from exhibiting animosity. Piquing Lin Xiao's curiosity to Lu, brought forward by the leader, regarded the evidently underage little female with skepticism. Yet, with the leader's prompting, Lu felt compelled to convey his predicament. Little female, I am the mate of female Miao. She has suddenly fainted, and with no other recourse, I sought the leader's assistance. He informed me that you are a healer, and I implore you to assist my mate. I am willing to share half of my food with you as recompense. Recalling Miao, who had recently reached maturity and had 3 mates and 2 followers, Lin Xiao recognized her as one of the coveted females in the tribe. After deliberating, Lin Xiao assured herself that she had never met Miao. It was difficult for females to venture out of their caves, and she was only familiar with the name due to the males often discussing her. Alongside Ahua, she was among the most sought-after adult females in the tribe, one revered for her beauty and numerous suitors, the other for her gentleness despite having fewer admirers. Considering the preciousness of females and her desire to test her abilities, Lin Xiao pondered briefly before nodding her agreement. Seeing her acquiescence, Agu was not surprised. He admired the little female's softness and kindness, but he quietly retrieved a particularly thick animal skin for her. Though it was merely the early cold season, the temperature was still quite harsh for her. Lin Xiao did not refuse Agu's kindness and obediently donned the animal-skinned. It was oversized, enveloping her entirely, even covering her feet. Exasperated by her appearance, she contemplated asking Agu to trim it down, but before she could voice her thought, Agu, seemingly aware of her intention, scooped her up effortlessly. It's too cold outside. I'll carry you. Without a glance at the others, he strode out of the cave. The leader and Lu, not wishing to linger, followed suit, while the others, realizing their presence would not be beneficial, returned to their respective tasks. Quietly awaiting the little female's return at Lu's cave was not far, and fearing the little female might grow cold, Agu held her tightly, striding with long steps that left the two following far behind. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he wasted no time and carried Lin Xiao inside. That a lone male entering a female's cave would typically be met with hostility from the males within. As expected, the 4 females lounging on the animal skins stood in alert, regarding Agu with suspicion. However, Agu was not one to offer explanations. He surveyed the cave, deemed the temperature adequate to prevent the little female from freezing, and carefully set her down, gently pulling her head from the furs. That moment, Lin Xiao's expression was far from pleasant, not for any particular reason, but simply due to the overpowering scent of the animal skins. In this place, there were no chemical agents to properly treat the furs, and no matter how she tried to mask it, the odor remained, and while she had been unaware of it before, being entirely enveloped in the skins had made it overwhelmingly pungent. The males who had initially regarded Agu with hostility now shifted to expressions of astonishment upon seeing Lin Xiao. Before anyone could voice their inquiries, the animal skin curtain was lifted once more, and the leader and Lu re-entered the cave, both panting heavily, their eyes filled with reproach. Had they been able to overpower Agu, Lin Xiao had no doubt they would have done so without hesitation. Upon seeing the familiar faces, one male quickly turned to Lu and asked Lu, "You've returned. Agu brought the little female here. What is his intention? Have you found a way to save Miao?" Lu took several deep breaths to steady himself before pointing at Lin Xiao. The leader said the little female is a healer. Everyone knew that Lin Xiao had been brought back by Agu from outside the tribe. And now learning that this suddenly appearing young female was a healer sent ripples of astonishment through the group. Healers were even more precious than females. It was unfathomable how another tribe could have misplaced such a treasure. The gazes directed at Lin Xiao brimmed with fervor, causing her to swallow nervously as she quickly spoke, "Allow me to see that little female." Upon realizing her identity as a shaman, the males found no reason to impede her. They instinctively took a half step back, revealing the female they had previously shielded. Lying on the animal hide, Amiao's condition was dire. Her face flushed and her body involuntarily convulsed. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao felt a surge of urgency and hastened to the side of the young female. Without the need for a thermometer, she placed her hand upon the young one's forehead and was alarmed by the excessive heat radiating from her. The convulsions indicated a fever severe enough to induce spasms. If intervention was not undertaken promptly, the fever could either claim her life or leave her in a state of mental incapacity. "Quickly, fetch more hot water. Agu, go back to the cave and bring a piece of ginger. And find someone to prepare a pot of meat soup for later. Rest for a while and ensure the meat is finely cooked," she commanded. Upon receiving the instructions, Agu left the cave without hesitation, while other beastmen set about boiling water and preparing meat. There was no rice available at present. The meat soup would be the best option for the young female once she regained consciousness, as she would undoubtedly be famished. The males were oblivious to the underlying cause, but they had faith in the course of action suggested. The most crucial factor at present was their reliance on this unfamiliar young female. "How long has she been like this?" Lin Xiao inquired. Lu, unable to conceal the truth, replied, "It was just at the onset of the minor cold season when the sudden drop in temperature caused Amiao to suffer from frostbite. Since then, her appetite has been poor, and she has consumed very little. Until the sunrise of the previous day, Amiao suddenly fainted. At tea that time, she could still murmur incoherently, aware that it was the day of sunrise. Then she began to convulse, unresponsive to calls, and her body would occasionally spasm, rendering her unable to consume food." As Ilu spoke, his voice became choked with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, evoking a deep sense of pity. After a lengthy pause, he cautiously asked Lin Xiao, "The young female, Amiao, she won't depart for the Lord of Beasts, will she?" "I will do my utmost," Lin Xiao assured, maintaining her grip on Amiao's hand to channel the power of water within her. The human body is composed of approximately 80% water, and Lin Xiao sought to test whether her water energy could purify the pathogens within the young female's bloodstream, given that her physical form remained intact. With eyes gently closed, Lin Xiao attuned herself to the flow of her water energy. In that moment, she was astonished to discover that her water energy traversed through Amiao's body, allowing her to perceive the young female's internal organs with remarkable clarity. This was akin to possessing a high-definition ultrasound, enabling her to easily assess the condition within the patient's body. It was then that Lin Xiao realized that Amiao's abdomen was nurturing several tiny lives. Logically, a female's frail constitution would not succumb to such severity merely from exposure to cold. After all, they were born and raised as beastmen, possessing a certain degree of adaptability to their environment. Upon seeing those tiny lives, Lin Xiao understood the cause of her illness. The maternal body, while nurturing new life, especially when it involves multiple offspring at once, must allocate a significant amount of its nutrients, leading to a decline in the mother's immunity. Under normal circumstances, this would suffice, but Amiao encountered the onset of the minor cold season, with a sudden drop in temperature, and her compromised immunity resulted in a high fever following her exposure to the cold. Having grasped the cause, Lin Xiao guided her water energy to flow gently within Amiao's body, attempting to reduce her temperature. However, her power was still newly awakened and compounded by her lengthy slumber. She soon began to feel fatigued. She promptly withdrew her energy and turned to Alu, revealing words that sparked both excitement and concern within him. Amiao is expecting cubs, seeing Alu frozen in place. Lin Xiao assumed he had not heard her clearly. Thus she raised her voice slightly and reiterated, "Amiao is expecting cubs." This declaration startled everyone in the cave, snapping Alu back to reality. He abruptly stood, pacing anxiously within the cave, though he himself was uncertain of the source of his agitation. The other males gathered around Amiao with caution, eager to touch her, yet fearful of causing her harm with their clumsy hands. After what felt like an eternity of pacing, Alu halted beside Lin Xiao, his voice tinged with urgency and carefulness. "How is Ami Ao? Will she—" Before he could finish, Lin Xiao interjected, "I will do my utmost to save her and ensure both she and the cubs remain healthy." Thank you, he stammered, rising to a corner where he rummaged for a moment before presenting a bundle of animal hide to Lin Xiao. "This is all the hide I possess. I give it all to you." Lin Xiao shook her head, and Alu mistook her gesture for dissatisfaction. Growing anxious, "I know it is not much. I will go hunting that I will provide all the game I catch to you." "That is unnecessary to— It is currently the cold season. You should keep these supplies for Amiao. I will do my best to save her. Once the cold season ends and game is plentiful, you can repay me then." Lin Xiao replied. That moment, Alu was at a loss for words. Expressing nothing but gratitude, he marveled at the kindness of this young female, pondering how her former tribe could have lost her. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao's request for hot water was fulfilled, and Agu had also brought the ginger. They removed the skin from the ginger, slicing it into pieces to be boiled in water, with a soft piece of animal hide. Lin Xiao dipped it in the hot water and began to wipe Amiao's palms, soles, and neck. Initially, as she channeled her water energy throughout Amiao's body, the fever had subsided significantly, and the convulsions had ceased. However, Amiao remained in a state of semi-consciousness. Just then, one of Amiao's companions entered the cave, carrying a stone fruit shell. Since Lin Xiao had utilized the stone fruit shell as a bowl, nearly all the beastmen in the tribe had adopted it for their own use. "Hand it over to me." Upon hearing these words, the orc did not hesitate and promptly handed over the gourd. The pungent aroma of ginger wafted from within, and it was evident from the scent alone that this liquid would be far from palatable. Yet, with limited options at hand, this ginger water remained the optimal remedy for dispelling the cold. However, at the moment Lin Xiao accepted the gourd, a pang of regret washed over her. She was uncertain how to administer the concoction. Her eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on a piece of wood. She instructed someone to fetch it, and then described to Alu the precise form she desired. Fortunately, Alu was quite astute and swiftly crafted a spoon based on Lin Zhao's description. In fact, while Lin Xiao was articulating her wishes, Agu had already surmised the intentions of the petite female, knowing her fondness for soup and recalling how she had fashioned numerous spoons within the cave. Yet, despite her inclination to have Alu undertake the task, Lin Xiao had not considered making a spoon herself for any other female, which brought a sense of joy to Agu's heart. The spoon was simple and came together quickly. Lin Xiao, with the spoon in hand, diligently fed the majority of the ginger water to a meow, one mouthful after another. Throughout the process, a meow, draped in animal hide, began to perspire profusely. Once the ginger water was fully consumed, she was drenched in sweat, and fearing a relapse, Lin Xiao hastily called for Alu to dry her off with a clean hide. They toiled until the sun began to set, at which point a Gu securely wrapped Lin Xiao once more and led the petite female back to his cave. Alu and the others, understanding that she had spent an exhausting day in their abode, refrained from impeding their departure. The clan leader had been observing from the sidelines, and upon confirming that the petite female was indeed a healer, his heart remained in turmoil. With both the Yu and the petite female present, the expansion of his tribe was inevitable. Although Lin Xiao had returned to the cave and assured Alu that Miao's condition was stable, Alu and the others remained uneasy, taking turns to watch over her. Following Lin Zhao's instructions, they periodically offered a Miao water and occasionally meat broth to aid in her recovery. It was not until the sun rose the following day that a Miao gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing the concerned faces of the males around her, she attempted to speak, but found her throat parched and unable to produce a sound. Alu gently caressed a Miao's cheek, his eyes filled with compassion and trepidation. "Do not worry. We have cubs now, so you must recover quickly." It was that petite female whom Agu brought back who saved you. Once you are well, I will take you to meet her. You shall adore her." Hearing that she was with cubs, a Miao's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Although she lacked the strength, she placed her hand on her abdomen, tenderly caressing her flat belly. Knowing it was the petite female who had been rescued filled a Miao with curiosity. She longed to see what this remarkable petite female looked like. Yet, still recovering from her illness, she drank some broth and soon drifted back into a deep slumber. Doctor Lin Xiao deemed it essential to check on her patients. Despite Agu's reluctance, he could not resist the petite female's insistence, and once more wrapped her warmly before returning to Miao's cave. Upon realizing that Lin Xiao had made a special trip out of concern for Miao, the males were deeply moved and silently vowed to hunt more diligently when the warm season arrived. Lin Xiao's motivations were not of their concern. Her primary reason for visiting Miao was that she was, after all, her first official patient since arriving in this place, and she felt it her duty to ascertain her condition. Additionally, Lin Xiao wished to test her unique abilities, having noted a slight increase in her power after its previous use. Albeit subtle, today, she aimed to confirm her suspicions. When Agu carried Lin Xiao into Miao's cave, she found Miao sipping broth from a gourd. Though Miao was awake, discomfort plagued her, and her throat throbbed painfully. Yet, thinking of the cubs within her, she persevered through the pain, slowly consuming the broth, upon seeing Agu enter the cave without any sign of hostility from her males. Miao felt a wave of curiosity wash over her. She was well aware of her partner's possessiveness. Had any unclaimed males approached her, they would have surely been met with aggression, not lingering on her doubts for long. When Agu revealed the petite female in his arms, Miao instantly recalled her partner's words, that it was this petite female who had saved her. As she beheld the delicate and beautiful figure cradled in Agu's arms, realization dawned upon her that this was indeed the one who had rescued her. Despite her frail state, she struggled to rise. Lin Xiao had just removed her animal hide when she turned to see Miao laboriously attempting to stand with Alu's assistance. "Lie down. What are you doing up?" Lin Xiao exclaimed, rushing forward to help Miao settle back on a hide. "I heard from Alu that you saved me." "Thank you," Miao said, crossing her hands over her chest and giving a slight bow. Her males mirrored her gesture, but unlike Miao, they all knelt on one knee. "What are you doing? Please rise and take care of Miao. I do not require your kneeling. Little female, this is what you deserve." "Thank you for saving Miao. In saving her, you have saved us all." Seeing their stubbornness, Lin Xiao ceased her protests and simply sat beside Miao. Taking her hand in hers, "I am concerned for your well-being, so I will examine you thoroughly." Miao nodded appreciatively. Other tribal healers would merely offer a few herbs when a beast fell ill. They would never go to such lengths as this petite female, braving the cold winds to attend to a patient. Noticing the petite female grasping her wrist with a serious expression, Miao endeavored to relax, knowing she carried her first cubs since becoming mates. Both Miao and her males were particularly cautious. Lin Xiao summoned the power of water within her, guiding it to flow through Miao's body. Directing the water to her abdomen, Lin Xiao observed 5 embryos thriving within their mother. After a moment's scrutiny, she confirmed that Miao's illness had not adversely affected the cubs, then commanded the water to circulate throughout her veins that Miao, who had initially felt utterly drained and whose throat burned with pain, began to sense her strength returning and her throat easing. When Lin Xiao withdrew her hand, Miao felt a tremendous lightness envelop her like tea that moment. Lin Xiao's complexion, though still pale, had improved considerably, and the flickering firelight rendered any changes nearly imperceptible. Moreover, her previous weakness had dissipated. Lin Xiao recognized that her hypothesis had been correct. Although she had not expended much of her water power, she could distinctly sense her strength augmenting. The males gazed at Lin Xiao with wide eyes, their expressions reminiscent of how families of patients viewed her back in a hospital, causing Lin Xiao to momentarily drift into nostalgia. As if she were still in the hospital, the youngest surgeon in the room, with a gentle blink, she returned to reality, offering a faint smile to the group that Miao carries 5 healthy cubs. Take good care of her henceforth. Upon hearing the news they had longed for, the males erupted in joyous exuberance. Lin Xiao, caught up in their enthusiasm, allowed a soft smile to grace her lips. Miao, seated upon the hide, quickly intervened to calm the exuberant males, turning to Lin Xiao with sincerity in her gaze. "Little female, thank you for saving me and my cubs. I am uncertain what would be an appropriate reward." At that moment, Lin Xiao had donned the animal hide with Agu's assistance and turned slightly at Miao's words. "I have already discussed it with Alu. Please save the reward for when the warm season arrives. When prey is plentiful, in the harshness of the cold season, sustenance is scarce. Amiao is keenly aware that if her few males are to be compensated, they would inevitably share their rations in such a frigid time. Where food is limited, death could lurk around any corner or her surprise. This little female has chosen to wait until the warmth of spring to receive her reward. Ignoring the protests, Amiao rose from the animal hide. Dropping to one knee upon the ground, in the sacred Yuan continent, the status of females is one of equality. It is unheard of for one female to bow to another unless the latter has garnered universal acknowledgement. Lin Xiao, having saved Amiao, has earned the recognition of her males, and due to the matter of compensation, she has also gained Amiao's approval, thus receiving this gesture of respect from another female. Lin Xiao wished to assist her, but found herself constrained by the animal hide she wore, making movement cumbersome. Instead, she could only anxiously call out, "You are still weak. You must rise that if you truly wish to thank me. Take good care of your health, and ensure that my efforts do not go to waste." With that, she signaled to Agu to hurry and take her away. Although she understood this was their custom, the frequent bowing unsettled her. Seeing the departure, Alu quickly helped Amiao to her feet, inspecting her from head to toe. Apprehensive that she might be unwell. "Oh, I'm fine. The little female treated me just now. I feel energized, and my throat no longer aches." Upon observing her sincerity, Alu and the others exhaled in relief. "We're here to lend a hand. There's no need for you to bow." Though the words may have sounded reproachful, they were laced with concern. Amiao sat down with support, grasping the hand of the male beside her, her gaze directed towards the cave entrance. "That little female is quite remarkable. When she grasped my wrist, I felt a change within me. After being ill for so long, my cub must have been affected. She must have done something to save it. Most importantly, she is willing to wait until spring to receive a reward, fearing that our food supply may not suffice and that we might starve." She continued, "Have you ever seen a shaman willingly enter a cave to treat others?" The group of beastmen listened intently. They understood her words perfectly. However, grasping the significance of Amiao bowing to another female was a different matter entirely. Aside from the priestess during rituals, females do not bow to one another. Even in the presence of a leader, such a gesture is unnecessary. Bowing to another female is perceived as a willingness to lower oneself. Recognizing the expressions on their faces, Amiao could sense their thoughts. With a gentle smile, she affectionately ruffled their hair. "Fear not. That little female is kind-hearted. I believe she would not harm me." The others exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent, content as long as the little female was happy. After healing Amiao, Lin Xiao returned to her previous routine, living a life of eating and sleeping. Yet the variety of her meals was painfully limited: stewed wild mushrooms with meat paste soup, and roasted rabbit. The 2 rabbits Agu had brought back, under Aki's careful nurturing, had multiplied to over 20. The cave remained warm, and Aki occasionally brought dried grass for them, ensuring they were not starving, albeit slightly undernourished. Yet, consuming roasted rabbit daily made Lin Xiao's eyes green with envy. With no vegetables or fruits available, the only plant-based food was mushrooms. Lacking vitamins, Lin Xiao felt as though she had aged considerably. This was merely a psychological effect. Her awakened powers had rendered her increasingly beautiful. In a world where females were commonly dirty, dark, and plump, Lin Xiao stood as a paragon of beauty. However, when Aki served her another bowl of meat paste soup, Lin Xiao could no longer contain herself. "I won't eat. I don't wish to eat." The males felt a jolt. A female refusing meat was an alarming sign. They quickly gathered around her, checking her forehead, each voice tinged with urgency as they inquired about her discomfort. Regardless of their questions, Lin Xiao maintained a listless demeanor. Ultimately, it was Agu who broke the silence. "Xiao, do you no longer wish to eat these dishes? If so, I shall venture outside the tribe to see if I can catch something fresh." He began to rise. The frigid weather outside made hunting a perilous endeavor, prompting Lin Xiao to stop him, insisting he remain safely in the cave. Having previously healed Amiao, Agu had been unable to bond with Lin Xiao until her recovery was assured. Now, with that matter settled, he was eager to form a pact with her, becoming her guardian without giving her the chance to refuse. Faced with this new reality, Lin Xiao found herself at a loss for words. ultimately deciding to relent. The one most disheartened was undoubtedly Egu. He dreamt of becoming Lin Xiao's guardian, yet her refusal left him powerless. At times, he wished he could simply bond with her, but refrained, knowing his true aim was to become her partner. And becoming a guardian would mean forfeiting that opportunity. Observing Egu's eagerness now only fueled Egu's frustration. Yet, witnessing Lin Xiao's despondence stirred a deep concern within him. Xiao, what is it that you desire? Speak to me. Lin Xiao lifted her head slightly, her large eyes blinking innocently, her tone imbued with a sense of grievance. Can I do anything I wish? Faced with her pleading gaze, Egu found it hard to utter a refusal. Gritting his teeth before nodding, yes. Then I wish to leave the cave and take a stroll in the forest. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three males soured considerably upon learning of her desire to venture into the woods. Their faces reflected a profound concern. Yet, seeing her demeanor, they found it difficult to utter a refusal. Noticing their hesitation, Lin Xiao's heart swelled with hope. She decided to stoke the flames further. She blinked her eyes, allowing tears to gather, her previously aggrieved expression shifting to one of utmost vulnerability. Witnessing her pitiful visage, the males, already wavering, found their resolve crumbling. With a gentle bite of her lower lip, Lin Xiao's eyes shifted from hope to disappointment. Lowering her gaze as she softly murmured, "Is it not possible?" In that moment, the three males felt as though their minds had exploded. Disregarding all else, they fervently nodded, "Of course, it is possible." Upon receiving their affirmation, Lin Xiao's face brightened with a sweet smile. "Rest assured, we won't venture deep. We shall merely explore the outskirts." The male sighed softly. Having already spoken, there was no turning back. Aki turned to bring the warmed meat soup to Lin Xiao, his tone gentle as he coaxed, "Xiao, drink the soup first before we head out." Lin Xiao nodded without objection, her spirits lifted at the prospect of leaving the cave. Even the soup she had grown weary of suddenly seemed quite palatable. After finishing her meal, the males initially intended to linger, hoping to dissuade her from her plans. However, Lin Xiao granted them no such opportunity, swiftly finishing the soup and rising to her feet, donning her animal hide without needing Egu's assistance. As they prepared to leave, they found Lin Xiao sitting quietly on the animal hide, awaiting them like a well-behaved child. The males exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of resignation. They had hoped to delay their departure, but it seemed they could only hasten their return. They stepped outside. It was Egu who carried Lin Xiao, and she had transitioned from initial shyness to a comfortable acceptance of his embrace. Yet, scarcely had they exited the cave when they encountered several males. Due to the animal hide obscuring her head, Lin Xiao was unaware of the unfolding situation. She sensed that they had not traveled far when Egu abruptly halted. Confused, she soon heard voices from outside. "Egu, you are still alive? We thought you had perished. The beast mark on Ahua has vanished." Indeed, Ahua has been throwing tantrums at her cave every day since Agon's beast mark vanished. Ever since then, Azai has been beaten to a pulp daily. Upon hearing this, Agon's previously expressionless handsome face turned grim. Azai is his closest brother. Initially, he had volunteered to become Ahua's follower out of fear of being at a disadvantage in her cave after witnessing Agon being schemed against. The reason he has survived all this time without falling victim to Ahua's wrath is largely due to Azai's presence. Now, upon learning that Azai is being mercilessly beaten, Agon clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he struggled to catch his breath. Wrapped in animal skin, Lin Xiao, upon hearing the commotion, lifted a corner of the hide just enough to behold Agon's state. After all, Agon is her protector and belongs to her. How could Lin Xiao stand idly by while her own is being bullied? With a swift motion, she threw aside the hide, revealing her youthful face. The males in the vicinity were taken aback, not expecting that Agon was cradling a young female. Ignoring them, Lin Xiao focused on Agon. "What happened? If there's an issue, speak up. I will take charge. Azai is my dearest brother. If it weren't for my unwillingness to become one of Ahua's followers, he wouldn't be in such a dire state." Agon, however, hesitated to disclose this matter to the young female, yet he felt a selfish urge. Perhaps this young female could aid him. Lin Xiao was unconcerned whether Agon was utilizing her. He was undeniably her ally, and she certainly held no regard for the likes of Ahua. Boredom had set in, and rather than seek amusement elsewhere, why not venture into Ahua's cave? Let us go and rescue someone. All the males present were astonished by Lin Xiao's declaration that a female attempting to steal someone from another female's cave was not unprecedented, but typically it only incited the wrath of the latter. At best, the male would receive a beating, and at worst, he would become a wandering beast. While such a scenario might not faze other females, for Lin Xiao, the thought of causing a male to become a wandering beast due to her actions would fill her with guilt. Aware that the young female lacked common sense, Agon could hardly fathom that she would contemplate stealing someone from another's cave. Given the circumstances, there was no way to retreat outside, so without a second thought, Agon scooped Lin Xiao back into the cave. Lin Xiao, not foolish, recognized that she had likely made a fool of herself. She remained silent, nestled in Agon's embrace throughout the journey. Observing her demeanor, Agon gently ruffled Lin Xiao's hair. Sighing in exasperation, was the young female truly intent on rescuing that male? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao nodded. He's Agon's friend. Agon is my protector, and one of my own. I possess the ability and wish to lend a hand. There was one thought Lin Xiao dared not voice. Being cooped up in the cave was unbearably dull, and rescuing someone would also serve to vex that insufferable young female, Ahua, which she found rather amusing. You stay put in the cave. I will have Agon devise a plan to bring him out. Seeing the young female nod vigorously, Agon furrowed his brow in concern. Previously, to rid Agon of his beast mark, the young female had been unconscious for an extended period. He hoped she would not become overly fixated on this rescue mission. Once more, he reached out to tousle Lin Xiao's hair before turning to seek out Agon. The young female is kind-hearted, willing to save your friend. Let us find an opportunity to discreetly bring him over. Upon hearing this, Agon was enveloped by a wave of immense delight. That evening, he stealthily approached the vicinity of Ahua's cave, from which he could hear the sounds of curses and the sounds of something striking flesh from a distance. It was evident that Ahua was once again in a frenzy, though it remained unclear who was on the receiving end of her wrath. At that moment, Agon could not help but pray inwardly that it would not be his dear brother being punished. Evidently, the beast god did not heed Agon's prayers after the sound from the cave ceased. Not long after, a figure emerged, limping painfully, none other than Azai. Witnessing his struggle to walk, Agon's anger flared, and without a second thought, he stood up and grasped Azai's arm. The already weak Azai gasped in surprise at the sudden pull. Upon recognizing who had seized him, astonishment washed over his face, unable to conceal it. Agon, is that you? You're alive? Just as Agon was about to reply, he glanced at the cave not far off and quickly led the injured male away. Unlike Agon, who had been forced into becoming a reserve follower, Azai had willingly chosen this path for his own reasons. Agon, unaware of Azai's true feelings, refrained from impulsively introducing him to Lin Xiao. The pair retreated to a more secluded spot, where Azai could no longer bear the strain and halted. Let us discuss it here. I can't walk any further. In response, Agon released his grip and stood facing him. Noticing the way Agon looked at him, Azai awkwardly adjusted the animal skin draped over him. Clearing his throat, he once more posed the question that had been on his mind. They all said you were dead. Ahua's beast mark that belonged to you has vanished. I never expected you to have survived. Agon parted his lips, eager to divulge the truth, for Azai was his closest friend. Yet, remembering that his beast mark still resided with Ahua and that he remained under her influence, Agon opted for a more circumspect approach. I too believed I would perish. I never anticipated surviving. But enough about me. How could that female treat you so cruelly? Agon's gaze fixated on Azai's wounds, oblivious to the flicker of darkness that passed through Azai's eyes upon hearing his words. Azai, why don't you remove your beast mark as well? At this, Azai, who had been staring down, abruptly lifted his head, his gaze icy as he directed it at Agon. Are you wishing for my demise? How could I, your best friend, ever wish for your death? I simply cannot bear to see you suffer. If we remove your beast mark, she will no longer have control over you. Yet, Agon's words were met with Azai's furious glare. If you want to spare me from being beaten, why would you propose removing my beast mark? The moment those words left Azai's mouth, Agon was left utterly bewildered. Unable to comprehend, he repeated in disbelief, "What did you say?" Unrelenting, Azai continued to glare at him, that if you truly cared for me, why would you seek to remove my beast mark? If your mark still resided with Ahua, then I would not be the one suffering. Though young, Agon was not foolish. He gazed at Azai with incredulity, struggling to fathom why his closest friend would utter such words. Azai, however, paid no heed to Agon's emotions, continuing to speak. I've harbored feelings for Ahua for a long time. Even before she reached maturity, I wished to be her protector, yet she told me her affections lay with you. Did you think I wanted to be friends with you? I only maintained a good relationship with you because Ahua favored you, yet I never anticipated your rejection of her. My dear master. This chapter continues on the next page. Please click to continue reading, as the following parts are even more thrilling. Azai's expression turned somewhat sardonic as he added, "Moreover, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I have used you as an excuse to have her accept me as a follower? But why did you have to remove your beast mark? Isn't it better to be Ahua's follower? If you hadn't angered her by removing your mark, how could that seemingly gentle female have unleashed her fury upon me?" Aguang could never have imagined that the friend he so desperately wished to save harbored a heart full of malice towards him. The very place he sought to escape would turn out to be the unattainable haven for another. Yet, in that moment, Aguang felt no sorrow. Instead, he was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of relief. Grateful that he had not disclosed the little female's abilities to this individual whom he had misjudged as a friend. Given his infatuation with Ahua, he would undoubtedly have informed her, and considering Ahua's temperament, it was likely she would seek to trouble the little female. With this thought, Aguang couldn't help but exhale softly in relief. The concern he initially held for Ji had dissipated, leaving only indifference in his gaze. I never anticipated your thoughts would align, so I have never held any affection for Ahua, even if I inadvertently left a beast mark on her during a moment of delirium. My feelings remain unchanged. I witnessed your suffering at her hands and sought to help you remove the mark. If you refuse, then I have no choice but to declare that we are no longer friends. With that, he turned to leave. Ji watched his retreating figure fade away, his eyes unexpectedly glistening with a hint of sorrow, his lips moving as if to utter something, though Aguang, already departing, did not perceive it. Within the cave, Lin Xiao occasionally glanced towards the entrance, pondering why Aguang had yet to return at Agu. Noticing her lack of appetite, could only helplessly spoon-feed her the meat soup, one bite at a time. That moment, as she gazed at the meat soup and mushroom stew, Lin Xiao felt on the verge of nausea, yet she had no choice but to eat. Frowning at the dish before her, while casting glances towards the entrance, Agu felt an overwhelming sourness in his mouth, more potent than that of sour fruits. After countless glances towards the cave entrance, at long last, Aguang's silhouette appeared within Lin Xiao's line of sight. She quickly pushed aside the meat soup she had been disdainfully consuming, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Aguang. However, seeing him return alone, wearing an expression of loneliness, piqued the curiosity of those inside the cave. Aguang hung his head, even the leopard ears atop it drooping languidly, lacking vitality. "What happened? Were you not supposed to find a Ji?" Qiao inquired, mirroring the collective wonder of the group. Upon hearing the question, Aguang sniffled and recounted Ji's words to the others, subsequently retreating into a corner, appearing utterly dejected. The others were largely unfazed. Lin Xiao, feeling bored, merely sought something to occupy her time. Since Aguang had acted of his own volition, Lin Xiao felt no urge to press him further. Agu, will you take me to the forest tomorrow? Seeing her pitiful expression, Agu found it impossible to resist the plea of the little female. Although somewhat reluctant, he nodded in agreement. That night, aside from Aguang's unsettled mood leading to a restless slumber, the others enjoyed a sound sleep. With thoughts of venturing outside, Agu and Qiao awoke early, while Lin Xiao sprang up energetically. With little desire for breakfast, she donned her bee skin attire, preparing herself. When Agu returned with the meat soup, he discovered that the little female had already bundled herself up, eagerly awaiting his guidance outdoors. Observing her demeanor, Agu's expression was one of exasperation. Lin Xiao, indifferent to his frustration, gazed at him with wide, pleading eyes, nearly causing Agu's heart to leap from his chest. After a prolonged stalemate, Agu sighed in resignation, downed the meat soup he had intended for Lin Xiao in one gulp, and turned to ready himself. Lin Xiao watched his every movement, her heart fluttering with excitement that she struggled to contain. However, shortly after exiting the cave, they encountered Hua's males once more. Lin Xiao, seething with frustration, bit her lip in anger. Why must we keep running into them? Let's ignore them and hurry along. Eager to enjoy the outdoors, Lin Xiao was unwilling to squander time on inconsequential matters, nudging Agu's arm to hasten their departure. Yet, contrary to her wishes, several males encircled them, blocking their path. One of the males frowned as he addressed them. Ahua, the little female, has requested we escort you back to the cave. She wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Aguang's expression darkened considerably, while Agu and Xiao remained stoic, and Lin Xiao, hidden beneath her bee skin, could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Their relationship with Ahua was far from cordial, and the prospect of being summoned to her cave left them incredulous regarding her intentions. Tell them to leave. I am not familiar with Ahua, Lin Xiao commanded. Upon hearing the little female's directive, Agu's eyes widened, unleashing the full force of his formidable prowess as a 3-star pinnacle beast, causing the surrounding males to instinctively retreat. Return and inform your female that any ill intentions will not be tolerated. The group, upon hearing the little female's voice, bore expressions of discontent, but with Agu present, they stood no chance and had no choice but to part ways, allowing the group to escape. Unbeknownst to them, Ahua had already expelled all males from the cave, clutching a dragon tongue flower in her hand. Her invitation for the group to the cave was merely a ploy to repeat her previous actions against Aguang with Agu. Regrettably, Agu's heart and mind were solely occupied by Lin Xiao, and he was not the Navi male Aguang once was. Attempting to manipulate him would not prove a simple endeavor. Meanwhile, within the cave, Ahua contemplated how to ensnare Agu when she overheard the males mention that Agu had taken the little female away. In a fit of rage, she shattered a particularly precious piece of porcelain. The sound of shattering porcelain outside the cave elicited a collective gasp of sympathy from the males. After all, porcelain was an incredibly rare commodity, and the piece Ahua had shattered was no larger than the palm of her hand. It had been a prized acquisition, obtained through the painstaking collection of bee skins by several males during her coming of age. Now, to see it ruthlessly smashed brought them heartache. Yet, as her female, they had no choice but to indulge her whims. Perhaps the act of destruction could not quell the fury within Ahua, for she soon summoned a Ji into the cave, before long. Muffled groans echoed from within. Agu and the others remained unaware of these events. As they continued their journey toward the forest, as Lin Xiao approached the forest's edge, she struggled to free herself from Agu's embrace. Seeing her squirm, Agu, concerned for her safety, gently set her down to tea that moment. Lin Xiao still wore the sneakers from their ascent up the mountain. Though they were summer footwear, they were manageable when bundled in beast skin. Dragging the cumbersome beast skin along, with Agu's assistance, she made her way to the base of a great tree. The snow beneath her feet had risen to her calves, making it difficult to fathom how much more would accumulate during the harsh winter. Unbeknownst to her, she unwittingly voiced her thoughts aloud. During the great cold season, I cannot let you venture outside that time. Not even the little females can withstand the frigid temperatures, let alone the males. Each great cold season, many beastmen and younglings perish, whether from starvation or disease. Listening to his matter-of-fact tone sent a chill down Lin Xiao's spine. She could only wonder how many farewells he had endured to speak so calmly. Observing his indifferent demeanor, Lin Xiao felt a sudden urge to shield him from any further loss. Yet, as a healer, she was not a deity. Even with her extraordinary abilities, she remained an ordinary person. Such thoughts were merely fleeting musings. Shaking her head gently, she cast aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued her mind. It was a rare opportunity to be outside. She refused to let any external matters mar her enjoyment. The snow was thick, and Lin Xiao moved slowly. As they entered the depths of the forest, she discreetly summoned the power of wood within her. Although the snow lay heavy upon the ground, plants continued to emit their inherent energy, and her wood power could easily penetrate the snow, allowing her to sense all the flora hidden beneath. due to the sudden onset of the minor cold season and the plummeting temperatures. The plants buried beneath the snow had been frozen solid. Through her wood energy, Lin Xiao saw that the flowers and grasses beneath the snow retained their vibrant colors. The others observed Lin Xiao, who had lowered her head in contemplation, unsure of what thoughts occupied her mind. Since entering the forest, the little female had not uttered a single word, and the group, in unspoken agreement, respected her silence, vigilantly guarding her against potential dangers. After a considerable time, Lin Xiao raised her head, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Dada Guang, your speed is impressive. Hurry back and fetch the basket from the cave." As the guardian of Lin Xiao, although the contract had only recently been established, Guang had already become familiar with the things in the cave. Ate tea this moment, when a young female asked him to fetch a basket. Guang nodded without hesitation, transformed into his beast form, and swiftly returned to the tribe. Did Xiao discover something? Ever since bringing the young female to the forest, Agu had noticed that she seemed capable of locating food that was beyond his own perception. Although he was unsure of how she accomplished this, as long as it posed no harm to her body, it was undoubtedly a positive development. When Agu inquired about it, Lin Xiao did not hold back, blinking her eyes with excitement. "I found new food. Let's go take a look. If all goes well, we can finally diversify our meals." Upon hearing this, Agu and Xiao understood that the young female had grown weary of stewed meat and broth. For Agu himself, stewed meat and broth were far more delectable than roasted meat. Sipping a warm broth during this cold season wrapped one in a cozy warmth, especially with that fine salt, something he had never dared to dream of before. Yet, seeing the young female display a grimace in front of the food that was deemed exceptionally delicious by them, they all felt a pang of disappointment. For Lin Xiao, gourmet food was one of the few things that piqued her interest. But after having tasted numerous delicacies, the very dishes that the orcs found irresistible were, to her, quite unpalatable. Managing to endure for this long was already a remarkable feat. Guang was swift, while the others engaged in casual conversation. He arrived beside Lin Xiao with a bamboo basket in his mouth. "Young female, I brought the basket. What do we do with it?" "You'll find out soon enough. Follow me," she replied, waving her hand and preparing to lead the way. Unfortunately, the snow was too deep, and Lin Xiao's attire was overly cumbersome. Losing her balance, she fell headfirst into a snowdrift with a cry. The speed had been too great, and the accumulation of snow hampered their movement, leaving the others frozen in place with outstretched hands as they watched her tumble. "Ugh, it's so cold." The petite figure struggled to rise from the snowy mound, her mouth agape during the fall, now covered in a blanket of white snow. Concerned for the young female's well-being, the males hurriedly brushed the snow off her. Once they had cleared the snow from Lin Xiao's face, they beheld her originally fair and tender visage, now flushed with a rosy hue, her beautiful eyes filled with a sense of grievance. Observing her plight, the tension in the group dissipated. "Xiao, I'll carry you. You guide me," Agu declared without hesitation. Without further ado, Lin Xiao scrambled onto Agu's back, directing the others forward. Wading through the thick snow in such heavy attire was quite the laborious task. This way, this way. We're almost there? Yes, just a bit to the left. And keep going." The crisp sound of the young female's voice echoed through the snow-laden forest, and the initially anxious trio gradually relaxed under her infectious spirit. "We've arrived. Let me down." They looked around in confusion. Aside from trees and snow, there was nothing else in sight. However, with Lin Xiao's command, they had no choice but to halt and await her next instruction. Hurry! Dig down right here." Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Guang asked, "Xiao, what is down there?" Lin Xiao shot him a mysterious smile. "You'll find out once you dig," seeing her reluctance to elaborate. The others did not press further. Digging in the snow was a trivial task for them. They could even manage it without transforming into their beast forms, swiftly excavating a hole in the white snow with just a few motions. "Xiao, we've dug a hole. Is this right?" Through the snow pit, they could see frozen green plants beneath, many of the leaves having been broken by their vigorous digging. Lin Xiao scrutinized the shape of the leaves. Just moments ago, she had perceived through her wood power that there was a patch of yam here. Having only seen the processed yams in supermarkets, Lin Xiao was entirely unfamiliar with their original form. Yet, at this moment, she chose to trust her extraordinary ability. If they had seen it, then it must indeed lie beneath. Keep digging, but be careful not to break the roots. Agu and Xiao remained relatively composed. Agu had some understanding of the young female's abilities, while Xiao followed Lin Xiao's lead without question, showing no excessive curiosity. Only Aguang, with his boisterous demeanor, glanced around to confirm that no one else was present before leaning closer to Lin Xiao. Whispering, "Ah Xiao, is there a treasure down there? Do tell." Lin Xiao chuckled and leaned in closer. "The roots I asked you to dig for are food. They're edible." The two engaged in their lively exchange. Agu cast a dangerous glance at them. Unable to bear the sight of their growing proximity, Agu stepped forward, seized Aguang with one hand, and unceremoniously tossed him into the snow pit. "What are you doing? Don't think you can bully me just because you're stronger. I'll catch up to you sooner or later. Enough with the chatter. Dig already. Why should I do the digging? If you're stronger than me, you should do it. I'm here to take care of Ah Xiao. What about Xiao? I can't dig alone. Xiao has an injured leg. He would only slow us down. Besides, the pit can only accommodate one of you." Under Agu's warning gaze, Aguang reluctantly began to shovel the snow. Meanwhile, Agu and Xiao exchanged indifferent glances, while Lin Xiao once again tapped into her with power, eager to uncover as much food as possible during this rare outing. Only the foolish leopard remained in the pit, its paws working furiously. It was indeed unusual for a male to bring a female out during such a cold season. It seemed the female had insisted on coming out herself, with the two orcs closely following her. Humph. Females are as willful as ever, daring to leave the tribe in such weather. A distance from Lin Xiao and her companions. 4 males were observing them intently. Agu sensed their scrutinizing gazes. However, as they maintained a safe distance, he merely adopted a defensive posture without actively driving them away. Yet, the 4 lurking orcs were oblivious to the threat Agu posed. As his strength far surpassed theirs, that little female looks quite small. She seems not to have reached maturity, yet I wonder what she looks like. If she is pretty, we'll find a way to snatch her away. One of the males, bearing a particularly ugly scar on his face, likely a burn, spoke with a face full of hatred as he gazed at the young female from afar, wishing he could rush over and tear her to shreds. The others showed no signs of surprise, for these 4 males were the very ones abandoned by females, now reduced to being strays. They harbored an unparalleled resentment towards females. Any female they targeted would undergo inhumane torment before facing a brutal death. Logically, the area where Lin Xiao found herself was far from the bee city, making encounters with strays exceedingly rare. These 4 strays had wandered too far while hunting during the warm season and found themselves trapped outside when the cold season arrived unexpectedly. Their arrival in this forest was entirely accidental, and they had not anticipated encountering a disobedient young female. With only 2 males accompanying her, they believed they could easily abduct her. One of the males grinned wickedly as he spoke, while another narrowed his eyes, cautioning against hasty actions. The audacity of that female to venture out with 2 males in such weather. Those 2 might possess considerable strength. Humph, even in such a desolate place. Can there really be a 4-star sacred beast? Don't even think about it. Whether here or in the Beast King city, 4-star sacred beasts are not so easily conquered, but we are all endowed with the strengths of early to mid-level 3 stars. Even if he possesses the prowess of 4 stars, the 4 of us joining forces would not lead to our disadvantage. This moment, Aguang fortuitously unearthed a lengthy root, uncertain if it was desired by the little female. Yet he cautiously extracted the entire root in one piece. Xiao. "I found it. Take a look and see if this is the one," he exclaimed, raising the object triumphantly towards Lin Xiao. "Yes, that's it. Aguang, you are remarkable. This is wild yam, which is particularly filling. With this, we have yet another option for food during the cold season." Upon hearing that it was edible, Aguang worked even harder. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sensed that not far from their location, there was a patch of sea buckthorn berries. Given the scarcity of fruits in the cold season, the sweet and tangy sea buckthorn could be enjoyed fresh or transformed into delicious jam. Both delightful and nutritious. Xiao. "You stay here with Aguang to gather the yams while Agu and I go over there," she instructed, pointing in the direction she intended to head. Seeing that it was not far, the 2 nodded in understanding without further discussion. Agu, "There's a patch of sea buckthorn berries not far ahead. It's rare to find fruit during the cold season. Come quickly and help me pick some. Observing the little female extend her arms, eager to be carried, Agu felt a surge of delight. He swiftly made his way to her indicated destination. They were not far from Xiao and could easily see each other. Amidst the snow, numerous slender branches were visible, adorned with small, finger-sized yellow fruits, albeit encased in a layer of ice that made them appear particularly crystalline. Alas, we have no animal skins. How shall we bring these back? Agu smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I've got this. He surveyed the surroundings for any dangers, but remained uneasy about leaving the little female alone. After much contemplation, Agu made a decisive choice. With a firm grip, he lifted the little female onto his back, retrieved some spare animal skins, and secured Lin Xiao onto his back. Lin Xiao was astonished, her eyes wide. What are you doing? I cannot bear to leave you unattended. The male beastmen are swift, and I fear you may come harm if I am not vigilant. But there is no need to tie me to your back. It feels rather embarrassing, like carrying a small child. Lin Xiao recalled how, in her grandmother's village, many mothers carried their infants on their backs due to the rough terrain, allowing them to tend to their chores while caring for their children. At that moment, she felt akin to one of those babies being carried. The thought made her cheeks flush deeper, leaving her uncertain whether her embarrassment stemmed from shyness or the cold. Once the little female was settled securely, Agu's hands were in constant motion, clearing the snow to reveal the entire sea buckthorn tree. Lin Xiao quietly peered down from Agu's back, noting that these sea buckthorn trees were much shorter than she had remembered. Explaining why the branches above the snow were so slender, that Agu carefully plucked several fruits and offered them to Lin Xiao behind him. Xiao, would you like to taste one? Without hesitation, she accepted the fruit and popped it into her mouth. The sea buckthorn, frozen and encased in a thin layer of ice, had turned the flesh into a slushy delight, refreshingly tangy and sweet, reminiscent of the usual flavor of sea buckthorn. Delicious. Just be cautious. Eating too many while frozen can be quite chilly. We should wait until we return home to let them thaw before indulging further. Seeing the little female's enjoyment, Agu intensified his efforts in digging through the snowed. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, Agu effortlessly uprooted the entire fruit tree, the thorns of the sea buckthorn causing him no harm whatsoever. I'll pull up 2 trees, and the rest I'll take my time with, he declared, his demeanor suggesting the task was as simple as dining or drinking. Meanwhile, the 4 lurking figures concealed in the shadows felt a twinge of unease, momentarily uncertain of Agu's strength, forcing them to continue their covert observation. However, they were determined to capture the little female. The sensation of being watched intensified, stirring anxiety within Agu. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao had already detected the presence of those 4 lurking individuals. While using her wood-based abilities to scout, she had inadvertently seen them hiding nearby. Initially, she suspected they were males from another tribe searching for food. But upon encountering them again, while foraging for sea buckthorn, she recognized a malicious intent lurking in their eyes. While Agu was uprooting the trees, Lin Xiao remained vigilant, torn between informing Agu of the potential danger and the fear that doing so might hinder her ability to venture out again. Yet, the prospect of remaining silent and risking their safety weighed heavily on her. Opting for caution, she leaned closer to Agu's ear and whispered, "Not far from us. There are 4 males watching us." Upon hearing this, Agu momentarily halted his tree uprooting, then resumed his task as if nothing had transpired. "I sense them too. Xiao, you are remarkable for noticing there are over 10 of them." Taken aback by the unexpected compliment, Lin Xiao felt her cheeks flush once more. However, upon realizing Agu's nonchalant demeanor, curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, "Aren't we going back?" "Of course, we will return after we finish gathering the food," Xiao discovered. Though touched, concern nagged at her, and she furrowed her brow as she glanced at the back of the male in front of them. There are 4 of them. Will that not pose a problem? They appear to harbor ill intentions. The mention of ill intentions. Agu's gaze flickered momentarily. With the cold season newly upon them, it was expected that the tribe would have ample supplies, making it unusual for males to lurk in the forest. Even if such individuals existed, they would not typically remain hidden. During a normal cold season, when hunting, beastmen would gladly band together upon encountering one another, significantly increasing their chances of success. The notion of ill intentions seemed far-fetched, If genuine danger were present, it could only stem from wandering beasts, as cold-blooded beasts typically seek shelter during the cold season and do not venture out lightly. With this thought, Agu's expression darkened. He grasped the two uprooted trees and strode purposefully toward Xiao and the others of the tea that moment. Xiao's bamboo basket was brimming to the brim, with animal skins spread out on the ground, presumably someone's spare skins, which were nearly piled into a small mound at Guang. "Come here." Hearing the call, Guang emerged from the hole, looking disheveled and dirt-covered. If the timing were not so critical, Lin Xiao would have relished the opportunity to mock him. "Fill in the hole, Xiao, and pack up the food. We must return to the tribe post-haste." Both were taken aback, glancing at Agu in confusion. Agu, however, did not withhold information, lowering his voice to say, "There are surely wandering beasts nearby. For the safety of the little female, we must hurry back to the tribe." The earlier confusion dissipated as the two exchanged grave expressions upon hearing the term wandering beasts. Their movements quickened, shedding any semblance of their earlier playful demeanor. They trusted Agu's judgment without question. After all, he was the strongest beast man in the tribe and only required an opportunity to break through to 4 stars. If he said danger lurked, then danger surely existed. Their sudden urgency caught the attention of the 4 lurking males. "Have they spotted us? They seem rather anxious," one observed. "Indeed, it appears that the male guarding the little female possesses some strength that we cannot delay. If we allow them to escape, capturing the little female will be significantly more challenging." Upon hearing the words, the expressions of several individuals darkened, and they ceased to conceal their presence, emerging directly from their hiding places to encircle the 4 that among them, Agu possessed the greatest strength. Yet he was encumbered by the need to protect the young female, while Guang, the weakest, had only just regained his powers to the initial stage of 2 stars due to the removal of his beast seal. Although Xiao was a 3-star sacred beast, his capabilities were severely hampered by his injured leg, rendering him only half as effective. The group, furrowing their brows at the sudden appearance of the 4, concealed their emotions behind impassive faces, but inwardly, they could not help but curse their luck. The distance from the Beastfall City to the tribe was well known to them all, and none could have imagined encountering rogue beasts in such a remote location. "Leave this female to us. We can spare the others," one of the dominant males declared arrogantly, prompting a reaction from the group that could hardly be described as anything less than grim. "Ah, this young female is astonishingly devoid of any male beast seal. So rare to find such purity. Do not attempt to claim her. She is mine," another chimed in. "How could I allow you to have her all to yourself? I must partake in this as well." The third added, "Those who see shall also share. You may play your games, but I shall be the one to finish this. What a thrill it will be to tear apart an unripe female." As the 4 discussed her fate in front of Lin Xiao, she narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Agu and the others clenched their fists in anger, knowing full well that their adversaries were all 3-star beasts. With only 3 on their side, and despite Agu's commendable strength, facing 4 3-star opponents was a daunting prospect. The rogue beast continued to provoke them, and Agu, suppressing his fury, carefully set the young female down. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. He gently pushed her toward Guang. Guang, although your strength has yet to fully return. Your speed is unmatched. Take a Xiao and flee back to the tribe without looking back. Xiao added. A Xiao found the food. We cannot afford to lose it. Take good care of her. Had there been only 2 rogue beasts, Agu would have been confident in returning to a Xiao unscathed. However, facing 4, even if he were to somehow prevail, he would likely suffer greatly. Agu was determined to shield the young female from witnessing his darker side, focusing instead on finding a way to ensure her safety. Yet, they underestimated Lin Xiao. Had she been an ordinary young female, retreating would have sufficed. However, she was far from ordinary. Agu was clearly prepared to fight to the death, and she could not allow such a fate to unfold. Moreover, she possessed the ability to protect herself. "I will not retreat. I can be of assistance here." Xiao. "You need not argue. Guang, Xiao. Step back and protect our food. We shall handle the rest." Xiao. "We are males. How could we allow you, a young female, to protect us? Though my power is limited, I can still contribute. You must leave with Guang." With that, Xiao positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Xiao, adopting a stance ready for battle. Guang, too, was reluctant to abandon her, but the priority was her safety. He believed that if he ran with all his might, he could summon help to save them. Nevertheless, they all underestimated Lin Xiao's stubbornness, as no amount of persuasion would sway her. The rogue beasts continued to draw closer, encircling them slowly, and Agu and his companions braced themselves. Their backs pressed together to shield Lin Xiao. They were ready to sacrifice their lives to prevent any harm from befalling her. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, tightly guarded, closed her eyes, channeling her inner wood power. The group remained in the forest, surrounded by towering trees. Although it was winter, the cold did not hinder the manifestation of her abilities. She initially aimed to control the trees, but, realizing that her powers had not yet reached that level, she decisively shifted her focus to the small blades of grass beneath the snowed tea first. Her intention was merely to gather more food, paying little heed to the inconspicuous frozen grasses. However, through her exploration, she discovered that many of these grasses were toxic. This revelation filled her with excitement as she directed her wood power to nurture the most potent poisonous grass, coaxing it to break free from its icy prison. As she exerted her energy, her complexion gradually paled. The rogue beasts and Agu's group assumed that the young female was merely frightened, which made Agu and his companions feel a pang of guilt. At that moment, Lin Xiao was too preoccupied to concern herself with their feelings. As she sensed the diminishing wood power within her, she grew increasingly anxious. The poisonous grass had yet to break through the layer of snow. The rogue beasts did not rush in recklessly, but instead continued to tighten their encirclement, aiming for a decisive capture. As the beast drew nearer, Agu and his companions tensed, while Lin Xiao forced herself to remain calm. Panic was not an option now. Her mind raced back to the dream she had during her unconsciousness, where she had been instructed on how to utilize her powers. She recalled a crucial detail: when her energy was depleted, she could consume food containing similar energy to replenish or even elevate her power. Alternatively, she could absorb the energy from other sources to aid her recovery. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remembered the mist that had flowed from Guang when she had removed his beast seal. It seemed to be a manifestation of his power. If she could absorb his energy, perhaps she could do the same with the powers of the rogue beasts. However, such experimentation was not feasible given the present circumstances. She resolved to try another approach. Since all energies were wood-based, and she had the ability to absorb and release this power, perhaps she could act as a conduit to extract the forest's energy and channel it into the poisonous grass. Without hesitation, she closed her eyes and began to attune herself to the rich wood energy in the air, greedily absorbing the myriad green motes that resembled grains of sand, enveloping the toxic grass with this newfound power. The small poisonous grass, initially no larger than a palm, began to grow at an astonishing rate, inadvertently reaching nearly 5 meters in height. The rogue beasts were taken aback by this sudden development, astonished that, just as a battle was about to erupt, a grass had sprouted and surged forth before their eyes. That's just a blade of grass. Let us finish this quickly and capture the young female. One of them scoffed, as the words left his mouth. All four leaped into action, transforming into their beast forms and lunging toward the center of the group, where Lin Xiao stood, in an instant. Agu and his companions transformed into their own beast forms, raising their claws to retaliate. The rogue beasts, with their superior strength, swiftly overpowered Guang and Xiao, leaving Agu to face 3 opponents alone. Lin Xiao wasted no time in commanding the poisonous grass to lash out at the rogue beasts. Agu, do not linger. Injure them and retreat, though the meaning of little female eludes him. Agu firmly believes that she poses no threat to him. The effort required to eliminate them is considerable. However, inflicting wounds upon a few stray beasts is an exceedingly simple task. Agu suddenly leaps, his immense wolf claws swinging forcefully towards the nearest stray beast. Caught off guard, the creature is struck, 3 deep gashes appearing on its body, and with a howl, it collapses to the ground, seizing the opportunity. Lin Xiao directs the poisonous plants to burrow directly into the beast's wounds. The once unconscious stray is jolted awake by the pain, rolling on the ground in agony. Witnessing this, Agu, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, intensifies his assault. leaving 4 strays wounded in mere moments. The sap of the poisonous plants is applied liberally to each wound, without exception causing the beasts to writhe in torment. Meanwhile, the scarred stray, intent on tearing apart the little female, finds his expression unusually grim at this turn of events. Egu, too, is in a precarious state, having sustained injuries while facing 3 adversaries. Only one remains, and you still aspire to rend the little female asunder? The stray's eyes brim with madness, and Egu's scornful gaze provokes him further. What do you understand? What significance does the female hold? Why should my fate be dictated by a creature so inept? Why should she be allowed to inflict harm upon me, to strike me at will? Why must she transform me into a stray? Females ought to perish. They deserve death. Perhaps it is this fury that ignites unprecedented strength within the beast. Its target unmistakably Lin Xiao. Sheltered behind Agada as it charges toward her, Lin Xiao instinctively summons her with magic, directing the poisonous plants to strike. The leaves of the plants, adorned with tiny barbs, appear menacing now that they have grown large. Yet the stray seems oblivious, barreling forward with lethal intent toward Lin Xiao. Alarmed, she shuts her eyes tightly, the speed of the approaching plants slowing in response. Hindered by his injuries, struggles to maintain his pace. In desperation, he accelerates, positioning his body to absorb the beast's assault. The poisonous plants pierce the stray's flesh in that moment. Faced with the sight of the bloodied giant wolf shielding her, Lin Xiao panics. She remained composed during her first dissection class, unruffled when she held the scalpel for the first time, and unfazed by the numerous corpses before her. Yet now, seeing this wolf, wounded in defense of her, she is utterly distraught. Amid her cries, the unconscious Egu and Aki stir, attempting to rise from the ground. The disparity in their strength is vast. They are merely fodder, fortunate to have been merely knocked unconscious by a swipe. They initially believe they have misheard, taking a moment to realize that the sorrowful calls are indeed emanating from the little female. In unison, they turn to Lin Xiao, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Lin Xiao, cradling Egu, remains unaware of their presence, while Egu grits his teeth, transforming back into human form. His beast form is too large for the little female to hold. To perish in her embrace would be a bittersweet fate. Seeing her eyes swollen from tears, Egu feels a pang in his heart, as if it were being tightly grasped, yet the inevitability of his demise weighs heavily on him, leaving him reluctant to depart. Trembling, he lifts a hand to gently caress Lin Xiao's cheek, feeling the absence of warmth that had once radiated from him. His body is growing cold. It is evident that Egu's temperature is plummeting. And with the chill in the air, he may not withstand it much longer. I will not allow you to die. I will not permit as he speaks. He channels all his strength into the surrounding wood magic, using his body as a conduit to transfer the energy to Egu. Yet his injuries are so grave that even the infusion of wood magic will not yield immediate results. Not worry. I am more than willing to protect you even at the cost of my life. It is simply regrettable that I shall not become your follower. Lin Xiao clings tightly to Egu, nodding fervently through her tears. As long as you are safe, as long as you recover, we shall form a bond, and you'll be my first follower. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily corrects herself. You need not wait to heal. We can do it right now. Tell me how I can make you my follower. Egu is taken aback by the little female's unexpected offer in such dire circumstances, just as he is about to refuse. He keenly senses that the life force he thought was fading is gradually reviving, albeit slowly, and he realizes that he will not perish after all, though it may seem opportunistic to imprint his beast sigil upon her at this moment. It is a fleeting chance. If he lets this opportunity slip, he may not encounter another anytime soon. Lost in sorrow, Lin Xiao remains unaware of Egu's intentions. Her thoughts are consumed by the urgency of preventing his death. Egu is the first person she has encountered in this unfamiliar land. Although the initial meeting had left her faint from fear, she has grown to depend on him throughout their time together. Seeing Egu silent, she intensifies her with magic, striving to enhance the flow of energy into his body, speaking incessantly. Egu, do not sleep. You must not sleep. Tell me how I can make you my follower. You must instruct me. Egu, lying in Lin Xiao's embrace, closes his eyes, confirming that his life force is indeed returning. With some difficulty, he raises his right hand, using his sharp claws to make a small incision on his left arm, near the location of his beast core, allowing a drop of blood to escape. Little female, do you wish to accept me as your follower, granting me the privilege of becoming your partner at that moment? Lin Xiao is oblivious to anything else, eagerly nodding, her voice choked with tears. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. And no sooner has she spoken than the drop of blood rises, piercing her forehead and vanishing within her. In that instant, Lin Xiao feels a surge of heat radiating from her left shoulder. The sensation is fleeting, dissipating quickly, while a complex totem appears upon Agu's left chest, an imprint belonging to Lin Xiao. Simultaneously, an invisible bond seems to form between them, yet Lin Xiao is unconcerned with such matters. Her sole focus is on saving the man in her arms, unwilling to let him slip away. Agu, do not cry. I am fine. I sense my fading life force returning. Initially intending to feign further vulnerability, Agu, witnessing the little female's swollen eyes, feels his heart ache, compelled to reveal his condition to soothe her distress. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiao blinks in surprise before hastily lowering her gaze to inspect his wounds. To her astonishment, what had once been a gaping hole in his abdomen, though still bleeding, has seen the damaged organs begin to heal. Given the robust constitution of beastmen, as long as the wound is not fatal, recovery is merely a matter of time. Once she is assured that Agu's injuries will not endanger his life, Lin Xiao can no longer withstand the surge of exhaustion, succumbing to unconsciousness. Perhaps it is the release of the heavy burden from her heart. Just before losing consciousness, she manages to call out, "My yam." The sudden turn of events leaves the three beastmen in disarray. Though Agu's injuries are not life-threatening, his bloodied appearance is nonetheless disconcerting. The responsibility of carrying the little female falls to Agu, who strides forward with Lin Xiao in his arms, while Aki limps behind, laden with yam and sea buckthorn fruits. Agu, clutching his wounds, follows slowly at the rear. Yet, as he thinks of the mark now imprinted upon his chest, the pain of his injuries seems to diminish. He wonders where his sigil will appear on the little female's body, hopefully not on her soles. Though his actions may be unscrupulous, he finds a sense of fulfillment in having his wish granted. As he spoke to himself, Agu couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Not far ahead, Xiao turned his head in confusion to look at him. That moment, both he and Aguang were engulfed in sorrow. And with Agu tightly embraced by the little female, they had no idea what had transpired between them. However, now that the little female was unconscious, Agu's laughter seemed utterly unfathomable to Xiao, given Agu's deep concern for her. Yet, upon recalling Agu's injury, Xiao merely furrowed his brows slightly, saying nothing. Fortunately, during the cold season, the male beastmen had no need to venture out of their caves, and their return coincided with a time when no one was preparing meals in the tribe. This spared them considerable trouble, allowing the group to hastily return to the cave without encountering anyone. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was staring blankly at the transformed sphere of light before her. The green sphere, which was already significantly larger than the others, had now shrunk dramatically, taking the shape of a seed. Ever since she entered this desolate realm, Lin Xiao had been fixated on the green seed that represented the power of wood. Today, her body had served as a medium, allowing the power of wood to break through. Another notable change was in the power of water, which, for reasons unknown, seemed to be on the verge of transforming as well. After pondering for a long time without reaching a conclusion, she reassured herself that possessing such strength could only be advantageous. With thoughts of Agu's injury lingering in her mind, Lin Xiao endeavored to awaken herself. "I'll go prepare the meat broth." Aguang, could you assist in changing the little female's damp fur? Agu, can you manage on your own? Xiao inquired. However, Agu disregarded Xiao's question and instead stopped Aguang from changing the little female's fur. "I will change Lin Xiao's fur." "Aguang, you go plant the sea buckthorn seeds outside." Aguang, momentarily taken aback by Agu's injury, furrowed his brows gently. "You should rest well with your injury. I'll change the little female's clothes and then go plant the trees." As he spoke, he reached out to untie Lin Xiao's fur. Despite being injured, Agu was quick to rise and position himself between the two. "Agu, what are you doing?" The little female will get sick if she wears damp fur. Today, the fur being used for the little female was from a bear beast they had hunted previously, known for its excellent warmth and resistance to snow, but Agu was not concerned about her catching a chill. However, having just become the little female's follower, he felt uneasy about letting a guardian change her FU or in a moment of determination. He tore off his own fur, exposing his bare upper body, with blood still seeping from the wound on his abdomen. A Guang and a Qiao were drawn to the red mark on his chest, a symbol they also bore, though his was blue while Agu's was red. Lin Xiao accepted you as a follower? When did that happen? A Qiao questioned, his voice tinged with curiosity. He silently gazed at the totem on Agu's chest, instinctively placing a hand over his own left chest, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. That spot was precisely where the little female's mark resided. As a male beastman who had lost the use of a leg, he felt immense joy in becoming the little female's guardian, feeling no need to desire more. With that thought, a Qiao turned away to attend to his own tasks. Meanwhile, beneath the cave, the serpent beast, located nearby, was not sleeping soundly. Despite its proximity to the ground, it could sense the little female's presence. However, it was enraged to detect a male's scent on her. Even if they were not mates, the fury stirred within the serpent, compelling it to awaken from its slumber. Although it possessed the strength of a 4-star holy beast, it could not fight against its instincts. This internal conflict left the serpent restless, yet it had to concede, repeatedly reassuring itself that it had merely taken a follower and not formed a bond. When the warm season arrived, it would have to be the first to mate with the little female. Unbeknownst to everyone in the cave, a cold-blooded beast plotted against the little female just beneath their feet. As a Guang stared at the totem on Agu's chest, Lin Xiao, who had been unconscious, gradually awakened. Observing the tense atmosphere between the two, she felt a surge of curiosity. "What are you two up to?" Agu immediately turned around, fetching a clean set of fur to bring to Lin Xiao, raising his hand to his sister and changing her clothes. However, before he could touch her, Lin Xiao swiftly stood up, shedding her heavy fur with remarkable agility. Without the protection of her fur, even in the warm cave, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shiver. Yet her tone was laced with reproach. "Who asked you to take care of me? I am perfectly capable of managing on my own, and aren't you aware of your own injury?" As a physician, Lin Xiao despised disobedient patients, and at that moment, Agu appeared to her as one. Sensing the little female's displeasure, Agu quickly began to soothe her. "I'm fine. I've had worse injuries before. This one is nothing." While he spoke, his gaze fixated on the beast mark on his left shoulder, a majestic wolf's head that represented his own mark. Although it wasn't on his chest, the proximity to his heart signified its importance in the little female's mind. This realization brought an involuntary smile to Agu's lips. His laughter earned him a roll of Lin Xiao's eyes, who was too preoccupied to pay attention to his antics. Instead, she busied herself searching for the previously unused hemostatic and analgesic medicines. With delicate hands, she placed them on Agu's shoulder. Though her touch was gentle, her demeanor was resolute as she urged him to lie down. That Agu complied without resistance, displaying remarkable docility as he watched Lin Xiao treat his wound, a smile lingering on his lips. If any other beastman were to learn that he had allowed a little female to care for him, they would likely drown him in disdainful remarks. Yet Agu felt as if he were drowning in the gentle gaze of the little female. Especially when she blew softly on his wound, a wave of desire surged within him, tightening his lower abdomen. Every day in the tribe, harmonious sounds echoed around them, and Agu endured them silently. Yet he had never revealed his feelings in front of Lin Xiao. Now that he had become her follower, he felt an urge to stop hiding his true self. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained focused on his injury, entirely oblivious to the stirring beneath the fur beside her. Once she finished treating the wound and turned abruptly, her arm collided forcefully with Agu, causing him to wince in pain. Startled, Lin Xiao gazed at her hand and then at Agu, murmuring, "Good thing I was holding medicine. Had I been wielding a scalpel, I might have just severed something. How terrifying." After her exclamation, she resumed her tasks, ignoring the pale-faced Agu. However, Agu was preoccupied with Lin Xiao's earlier mention of a scalpel. Although he had no idea what it was, he recalled how she had effortlessly sliced a Guang skin with an object before, and he could surmise that it was the scalpel Lin Xiao had referred to. If she were to wield that object again, Agu glanced at the towering fur covering him and hastily grabbed another nearby, fur to shield himself. Merely imagining it sent a chill down his spine. His actions caught Lin Xiao's attention. Yet she said nothing more. Despite having taken a follower, it did not mean she wished to engage with a beast man in that manner. After all, a beast man was still a beast. And Lin Xiao struggled to reconcile her feelings. Perhaps over time her thoughts would evolve, but for now, she was not ready. Your injury is not severe. Rest well over the next few days and avoid letting the wound come into contact with water. If possible, it would be best to refrain from moving until it heals. Lin Xiao busily tidied up her belongings while offering words of caution. She had witnessed the severity of Agu's injuries firsthand. Such grievous wounds suggested that Agu possessed considerable strength and resilience, which had spared him from immediate death and granted him a chance for recovery. However, during her recent examination, Lin Xiao had harnessed a modicum of her water powers to observe Agu's internal organs, discovering them surprisingly intact. Only superficial wounds marred his body, which, in the context of a beast man, were hardly significant. This realization prompted Lin Xiao to gain a newfound understanding of her abilities. Yet, she remained perplexed by the desolate landscape she encountered each time she lost consciousness. After much contemplation, she found herself at a loss and quietly retracted her thoughts. In this moment, a flicker of regret washed over her. Throughout her life, she had devoted herself solely to pursuits that piqued her interest, neglecting to divert her attention elsewhere. Now, faced with such circumstances, she lacked even the most fantastical of imaginations. Lost in her musings, Qiao approached with a bowl of meat soup. You've been working hard all day. You must be hungry. Please, have some soup. Thank you, Qiao. Upon seeing Qiao, Lin Xiao was suddenly reminded that both he and Guang had also sustained injuries that day. How are your wounds faring? The reason she inquired instead of directly examining him was that she felt as though her own body had been hollowed out, with little energy left to wield her powers. She suspected that her overexertion while rescuing Agu had exceeded her physical limits. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Qiao was taken aback by Lin Xiao's concern for him, his heart swelling with joy, though his demeanor remained composed. I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt. Qiao sought to gather more food, acknowledging that they all understood he acted for their benefit. And one anticipated encountering a rogue beast. This isn't your fault. Listening to Qiao's gentle voice only deepened Lin Xiao's feelings of guilt. If not for her capriciousness, Qiao and Guang would not have been injured, and Agu would not have come so close to death. For several consecutive days, aside from tending to Agu's wounds, Lin Xiao spent most of her time gazing vacantly at the cave entrance, and no one knew what the young female was contemplating. But none dared to disturb her. During these days of introspection, Qiao and Guang took turns retrieving the unharvested yam, bringing back 4 sea buckthorn saplings as well. They planted the 4 trees near the cave entrance, uncertain if they would thrive, but hoping the fruit would have a longer shelf life. Faced with the mound of yams, the 3 males found themselves perplexed. They truly had no idea how to consume them, and in their helplessness, they approached Lin Xiao. In truth, Lin Xiao had been preoccupied with thoughts of whether she could return to her own world and how she might accomplish that. It wasn't until the 3 beastmen encircled her that she realized she had been sitting there for quite some time. Xiao, how should we prepare this yam? Xiao, have some fruit. Xiao, my injuries have healed. See? Lin Xiao held a yam in one hand and a bone knife in the other, with a sea buckthorn berry in her mouth. Her gaze fixed on Agu's abdomen. She couldn't help but marvel at the beastman's extraordinary resilience. Had his injuries been inflicted upon an ordinary person, it would have taken months to heal, particularly without any sutures. Setting down her items and swallowing the berry, Lin Xiao knelt to examine Agu's wounds closely. Confirming that there were no issues, she felt a slight sense of relief. Qiao, I need to tell you something. With that, Agu turned slightly, revealing his left arm to Lin Xiao. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the stripes on Agu's left arm, which denoted his power level. Previously 3 black stripes, now transformed into 4 pale blue ones. Guang, brimming with excitement, leaped up. Agu, you've actually broken through. 4 stars. You're the only one in our tribe with that qualification. That's incredible. With 4 stars, you can venture into the forest. I've heard that the prey there is far more abundant. Even the typically composed Xiao smiled and offered his congratulations. Xiao Xiao, I have broken through and become your follower, the moment your mark appeared upon me. I ascended to 4 stars. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiao was taken aback. She had never anticipated that a Gu's sudden breakthrough would be attributed to her 8T that moment. She recalled that her water powers seemed to have undergone a change as well, prompting her to unconsciously connect the two occurrences. Gu, I heard that when beastmen reach 3 stars, they awaken a certain power. Is that true? Gu nodded in affirmation. What power did you awaken? My power is ice. He extended his right hand, revealing a sharp ice spike in his palm, instantly causing the previously warm cave to chill significantly. Alarmed, Gu quickly retracted the ice spike, fearful of harming the young female. A power awakened at 3 stars can only manifest in beastmen, but we cannot utilize it until we reach 4 stars, at which point we can employ some lower-level abilities. Thus, we seldom rely on this power. While this newly awakened power seemed somewhat trivial, it made Lin Xiao feel that her own water abilities were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Given that ice and snow are solid forms of water, she wondered if this would affect her own powers, suppressing her excitement. She urged Gu to rest well. Though his wounds had healed and his strength had increased, the possibility of lingering side effects remained unknown. Turning to the cave entrance, she gathered a full shell of sea buckthorn berries to send to a Miao via a Guang. Lin Xiao had not forgotten the young female who had knelt before her male companion. She was the first pregnant woman she encountered in this foreign world, carrying the hope of the future. Regardless of her own feelings of alienation in this new realm, she wished for the safety of the child she carried. Initially, she intended to deliver the berries herself, hoping to check on the young female who had shown her kindness. However, the weather had turned even colder, and her male companions adamantly refused to allow her to step outside the cave. Even Xiao, who had previously complied with her wishes, was now resolutely forbidding her from leaving the cave. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of defiance, but ultimately relented, recalling how her impulsiveness had led to the injuries of the 3 beastmen. She merely instructed Guang to remind Miao not to consume the sea buckthorn berries. To her astonishment, the following day, a mishap occurred due to that very bowl of sea buckthorn berries. The skin of the yam is inedible, and some people may be allergic to it, causing their hands to itch upon contact. It is advisable to wrap the hands in animal hide while handling it. Prior to consumption, the yam should be blanched. Today, I won't be making stews. I'll prepare some stir-fried dishes instead. She spoke. She skillfully sliced the meat and soaked some mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms. Similar to the stew, she added a bit of lard and sauteed the sliced ginger in the pot, followed by the meat. Once the meat was nearly cooked, she added the mushrooms. If one is concerned about the mushrooms not cooking thoroughly, a splash of water can be added, followed by covering the pot for a brief simmer. While explaining, she secured the wooden lid Gu had fashioned earlier, only to turn around and find the 3 beastmen staring intently at her. Their expressions earnest, reminiscent of diligent students in a classroom. Since there was little to occupy their time during the cold season, Lin Xiao decided to teach them how to write. With this thought, she glanced at the 3 of them, her eyes inadvertently sparkling with excitement. This caused the 3 beastmen to stiffen, unsure of what mischievous scheme the young female was concocting. Without allowing them time to ponder, Lin Xiao lifted the pot lid. Water in the pot. Once the dried mushrooms were nearly cooked, she added the yam and wood ear mushrooms, seasoning with salt and stirring everything together before serving. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to transfer the dish into a nearby bowl. With limited ingredients and seasonings, I can only make do with what I have. Please taste it and let me know if it's good. If you enjoy it, I can prepare it this way in the future. Aware of this dish, the young female prepared it for the first time. Several individuals wasted no time, eagerly snatching up their chopsticks to partake. They were resolute in their decision to finish the dish, regardless of its taste. However, after the first bite, they found it impossible to stop. Due to Guang's limited experience with chopsticks, he found himself unable to compete with the other 2. He felt an urge to discard the chopsticks and grab the food with his hands. But under Lin Xiao's guidance, they had all agreed to wash their hands before meals, brush their teeth morning and night, and use chopsticks while dining. Non-compliance would result in their exclusion from sharing a cave with the young female. Thus, despite his struggles, a Guang clung to his chopsticks. Observing their enthusiasm, Lin Xiao stealthily picked up a piece of yam and tasted it. The seasoning was adequate, and the unusual combination offered a refreshing flavor. Most importantly, the ingredients here were untainted, preserving the natural aroma of the food, with the meat exuding only its meaty fragrance. Previously, the meat purchased in the city had a sour note, as it was fed on fodder. Only at his grandmother's house could one savor pork raised on pure grains, yet it still differed from this wild meat. Lost in thought, the three had already devoured the dish entirely. Witnessing their enjoyment of her cooking, Lin Xiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Let us divide the yam into 4 portions. We shall keep one for ourselves to enjoy during this cold season. Send some to Aya and Agu's mother. And also share a portion with a Miao, who is expecting a little one and must not go hungry as soon as she finished speaking. Agu hastily interjected, just give some to a Miao. Both our mother and Aya have their own partners and followers who will take good care of them. Moreover, they have not pledged their allegiance to you, so you need not provide for them. After hearing Agu's words, Lin Xiao chose not to argue further. Recognizing that this was a different world from her own, where the concept of reciprocity held little weight, as for allegiance, she presumed it involved a Miao and her males kneeling before her, which, in the eyes of others, indeed resembled submission. Not wanting to dwell on it, Lin Xiao was content that less food needed to be distributed. She decided to set aside 1/3 of the yam for a Miao. Initially intending only to send a Guang on a simple errand, she realized that 1/3 was quite a bit for him to carry alone, so she opted to have both a Guang and a Gu go together. Due to a Qiu's leg injury, a Guang had been handling all the errands as for why Gu wasn't called upon. It was simply because he was the strongest and needed to ensure Lin Xiao's safety at all times. However, the two were gone for quite a while, raising concerns. What could be taking them so long? They should have finished teaching how to cook by now. A Qiu remarked, let's go check on them. Don't even think about it. The harsh winter season is fast approaching, and the outside temperature has dropped significantly. You should stay put in the cave, Qiu insisted. The usually gentle Qiu became unusually stern whenever it involved Lin Xiao leaving the cave. Lin Xiao held no resentment, understanding it was for her own good. After all, everyone in the tribe was nestled safely in their caves, so the two would likely encounter no trouble. Yet, before she could finish her thoughts, a male burst into the cave. Instantly, their bodies tensed, and Lin Xiao gripped her surgical knife tightly. Since their encounter with the stray beast, she had kept the knife close at hand at its Mia Lu. I'm here to ask the young female for help with a Miao. Upon hearing a Miao's name, Lin Xiao finally recognized the male's appearance. It was indeed a Miao's partner, a Lu. What happened to a Miao? Didn't a Guang and a Gu go to deliver something to you? It's a Hua. Ever since a Guang brought some fruit to a Miao, a Hua's male informed her, and she has since kept a close watch on our cave. Today, when a Guang and a Gu came to deliver goods, as they were leaving, a Hua and her males blocked our exit that a Gu could handle the other males. But he couldn't stop a Hua. We males cannot harm females. Yet a Hua claimed a Miao stole her male and, disregarding a Miao's pregnancy, attempted to hit her that a Gu gave me a chance to come find you for help. Alu's words were hurried and urgent, and as he spoke, Lin Xiao had already donned her animal skin garments with a Qiu's assistance. That a Hua, I thought a couple of slaps would teach her a lesson. But it seems not. If anything happens to a Miao's baby, I will ensure she pays dearly. Turning to a Qiu, she asked, is it all right for you to carry me? Of course, no problem. Rest assured, although my leg is broken, my strength as a 3-star holy beast remains intact. With that, he effortlessly hoisted the young female into his arms, feeling a closeness he had not experienced with her until now that a Qiu's heart raced. But he understood the urgency of the situation. Despite his limp, his speed was unimpeded. From a distance, they spotted a group of males surrounding the cave entrance. Lin Xiao shouted, "Stop right there!" Upon hearing her familiar voice, a Miao felt reassured. Someone was coming to her aid. Though she had only met Lin Xiao once, she instinctively believed that Lin Xiao would support her, and that a Hua was no match for her. Lin Xiao could hardly fathom that she had a loyal little admirer in the crowd. Upon hearing the voice, a Hua instinctively felt a pang of dread. It was undeniable that Lin Xiao's slap had left a psychological scar on her. After all, Throughout her life, everyone had doted on her as the tribe's most beautiful young female, and other females rarely dared to confront her directly. Now, a newcomer, more beautiful and popular than herself, had unsettled her. Little did she expect that this young female would dare to strike her, and even more humiliating was the realization that she could not overpower a mere adolescent. It left Ahua feeling utterly humiliated. Now, as she sought trouble with Miao, she could not comprehend why this young female had suddenly appeared here. "What are you doing here? I warn you, do not meddle in my affairs," Ahua wanted to shout a warning. But her voice trembled with insecurity. Her group of males automatically parted to let Lin Xiao through as she approached. As she passed by Ahua, Lin Xiao said nothing, merely casting a cold glance in her direction. That single glance filled Ahua with anger. Her face flushed, and the sting from the earlier slap resurfaced, leaving her at a loss for words. In an instant, Ahua's expression became contorted and comical. "How is Miao?" Agu, who had been shielding the group behind him, leaned closer to Lin Xiao, assuring her that he would prevent anyone from getting near this young female. However, it seemed that this young female was somewhat shaken. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, took Miao's hand, and summoned her water power to carefully examine Miao's body. She lingered a moment longer over Miao's abdomen, ensuring that both the mother and baby were unharmed before withdrawing her hand. Miao's male watched Lin Xiao anxiously, fearing she might deliver bad news. She was just startled. "There's nothing to worry about." With the reassurance, the group visibly relaxed, then turned their furious gazes toward the entrance. Particularly fixating on Ahua, the onlookers felt a twinge of guilt. The process of giving birth was fraught with challenges, and not many offspring reached maturity, making each one precious. Even if the young female had harmed Miao's baby, she would face severe consequences. Though the crowd had not acted against the pregnant young female today, the fright they had inflicted was palpable, leaving the males in a state of dread, fearing punishment could befall them at any moment. After checking on Miao, Lin Xiao stood and strode directly toward Ahua. "What do you think you're doing?" Before Ahua could finish her sentence, she was met with 2 sharp slaps. "These slaps are for Miao. She's expecting a baby, and you dare to bring trouble to her doorstep and frighten her into unconsciousness. You should consider yourself fortunate that Miao and her child are unharmed. Otherwise, this would be just the beginning of your troubles." The males present were left stunned by Lin Xiao's unexpected outburst, and one anticipated that this barely adult young female would resort to slapping so readily. "Now, tell me, what was your purpose for coming here?" Ahua's lips trembled in anger, rendering her unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Realizing that questioning her was futile, Lin Xiao turned her attention to the group of males behind her. "Since your female is a loss for words, perhaps it is you who should speak. What prompts all of you to brave such frigid weather and gather in the den of a pregnant female?" In response to Lin Xiao's inquiry, the males bowed their heads in shame, fully aware that they had not come of their own volition. Many were unaware of the reason for their presence. It was merely Ahua's command that compelled them to assemble. After asking twice without receiving an answer, Lin Xiao's patience began to wane. As a doctor, she valued efficiency above all, and their behavior was decidedly unwelcome. "Agu, if they cannot speak, teach them how to do so." Upon hearing the small female's directive, Agu erupted with excitement, as if invigorated, for it was the first time a young female had requested something of him, and he was determined to ensure her satisfaction. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, Lin Xiao found herself reflecting on the merits of a world governed by strength, at least when her mood soured. She could heedlessly resolve matters with a clenched fist. "Cease this at once! Lin Xiao, you malevolent little female, command your males to stop." Watching her males collapse one after another, Ahua could no longer contain herself and let out a piercing scream. Yet, in response, Lin Xiao delivered another merciless slap. "Silence! If you disturb Miao, I shall render you mute. After all, your only purpose is to bear offspring, not to speak." The frigid glint in Lin Xiao's eyes sent a shiver down Ahua's spine. In that moment, Ahua regretted confronting this still immature young female, for neither the males nor herself stood a chance against her. "Now, can you tell me why you are here?" Ahua swallowed hard, but the simple act tugged at her swollen cheek, and the sudden pain made her grimace. Nevertheless, she knew she had to speak. Otherwise, she would be subjected to more slaps. It is my former follower. Along, my male saw him delivering items to Amiao. He dares to betray me. He is unworthy of pursuing other females. I shall make him my guardian and punish him, Ahua declared, growing increasingly agitated, even dismissing the pain on her face, her mind consumed with thoughts of Agwang's betrayal and her desire to make him her slave, to torment him severely. However, before she could finish, Lin Xiao responded with all her might. 2 slaps and a kick. The enhanced physique resulting from her abilities was beyond what such dependent females could endure. The kick to Ahua's abdomen sent her crashing into the pile of males. Fortunately, her male companions cushioned her fall. Otherwise, she would have sustained serious injuries. Before Ahua could utter a word, Lin Xiao loomed over her. Agwang is my guardian. His delivery to Amiao is my gain. How dare you covet my people and wish to torment him? Who gave you the audacity? Agwang, who had initially feared he had caused trouble, was taken aback to discover that the young female he protected would defend him so fiercely. In that instant, Agwang's desire to protect Lin Xiao shifted from mere gratitude to a heartfelt loyalty to safeguard her. Ahua, still sprawled on the ground, never anticipated such a turn of events. Her quest for revenge had led her to the wrong target. She could not even contend with the true opponent at this moment. Her heart brimmed with resentment, unable to comprehend how this young female, merely a juvenile picked up by Agu, could surpass her, the most beautiful female in the tribe. The more she thought about it, the more infuriated she became, her eyes alight with hatred. She vowed to oppose Lin Xiao vehemently, with a group of males unable to confront Agu and herself unable to challenge Lin Xiao. Ahua gritted her teeth and, with the assistance of a few, struggled to rise. She wished to say something, but upon meeting Lin Xiao's gaze, her lips moved, and she retaliated with a sharp slap to the nearest male. Useless! The struck male was momentarily stunned, but after regaining his composure, he said nothing and lowered his head, lost in thought. That moment, the elder leader hurriedly arrived. What is happening here, in such cold weather? Why aren't you all staying in the cave? Ahua, what brings you and your males here? Upon turning and seeing Lin Xiao's frosty demeanor, the leader's heart sank. What is this young female doing here? Ahua, have you provoked her again? Of all the individuals to offend, why must it be the wise one? If she drives the wise one away, even if she is a female, I must punish her. Despite the bitterness brewing within him, the leader maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Xiao is also present. With the harsh winter approaching, the young female's frail constitution cannot withstand this weather. Seeing the leader's cordiality towards the female, she despised while receiving nothing but disdain herself. Ahua's anger intensified, and her gaze towards Lin Xiao was no longer merely filled with hatred. It was as if laced with poison. If looks could kill, Lin Xiao was certain she would be riddled with holes from Ahua's glare. The elder leader has arrived? I too wish to remain in my warm cave, yet some insist on causing trouble for a pregnant female. As she spoke, she stepped aside, revealing Amiao, who lay weakly on the animal pelts behind her. The slight bulge of her abdomen was evident, and even without a female of his own, the leader understood that this young female was with child, knowing how vital offspring were to the tribe. He could not overlook the fact that someone had bullied a pregnant female. The leader's expression darkened, nearly resembling a storm cloud. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao felt the fire of confrontation was not yet fierce enough. Since she had already made an enemy of Ahua, she had no fear of further offending her. Elder leader, I rescued Amiao at great cost. Out of concern for her offspring, I had Agwang deliver some items to the young female. This beautiful Ahua holds a grudge against me for it. When I arrived, Amiao was already overwhelmed by her bullying. Had I arrived any later, her child might have been lost. Lin Xiao's voice was soft yet clear, resonating throughout the cave for all to hear. Beside Amiao, Alu displayed a look of dread, his eyes filled with anger directed at Ahua, conveying a palpable sense of helplessness due to the bullying they had endured. Standing nearby, Lin Xiao couldn't help but nod in approval of his performance. With his looks and acting skills, he would undoubtedly be a leading actor in her world. The males standing at the cave entrance wore expressions of embarrassment. Their faces pale, yet they remained rooted to the spot, bound by their loyalty to Ahua. Only Ahua remained unrepentant, shouting in fury. What if I am pregnant? I did not strike her. She fainted on her own. What is that to me? And yet, you have the audacity to bruise my face. At that moment, the elder leader finally gave Ahua a proper glance, but upon seeing her appearance, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Does this young female possess such strength? Ahua's face is swollen beyond recognition. It seems she has indeed been dealt a harsh hand. But perhaps Ahua deserves a lesson. I support Ah Xiao in delivering a few more slaps, though he inwardly scoffed. The elder leader merely cast a calm glance at her before diverting his gaze. Lin Xiao, however, strode forward, positioning herself directly in front of Ahua. Startled, Ahua instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Had it not been for the male supporting her, she would have surely fallen. What are you doing? You nearly caused me to fall. How could you be so malicious? Lin Xiao crossed her arms, her eyes filled with disdain as she retorted, I did not strike you, nor did I touch you. Your fall is of no concern to me. Hearing the familiar words, the crowd behind her struggled to stifle their laughter, while those behind Ahua shifted from blue to pale, wishing they could vanish into a hole. Ahua, let us depart. Yes, soon as the words fell, the male speaker had no time to react before receiving a resounding slap across the face. Shut your mouth. You useless thing. Ahua's relentless actions darkened the expressions of the males behind her. While it's true that males would unconditionally dote on females, even to the point of sacrificing their lives for them, it does not grant females the right to strike or scold males without reason. Not a single male among them did not envy Aguang. They envied his good fortune in surviving the removal of the beast mark and admired that he could become the protector of this little female. They had never witnessed a female who would protect her own guardian. If only they could have a little female to protect them, they would gladly accept the role of guardian themselves. At this moment, Ahua remained unaware that her lack of respect had caused her males to grow distant. It only required a single opportunity for them to abandon her at any moment. "Ah Xiao, I will kill you. I will kill you." Her words successfully provoked the 3 males who had been silently standing behind Lin Xiao. The trio instinctively charged forward, with Agu the strongest and fastest among them. Before the other 2 could reach halfway, Ahua found herself grasped firmly by Agu's hand around her neck. Lin Xiao was acutely aware of the unspoken rule that males cannot harm females. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao was taken aback and hurriedly approached to grasp Agu's arm, anxiously shaking her head. Agu could disregard anyone, but he could not ignore the little female who occupied his heart. With a forceful motion, he flung Ahua into the arms of the other males. You should be grateful that the rule preventing males from harming females saved you. Otherwise, I would have torn you to shreds. At that moment, Ahua felt fear wash over her. In that fleeting instant, she seemed to see the beast god beckoning her, as if she were about to join the beast goddess side. After a long pause, Ahua, trembling with fear, cast a fearful glance at Agu and, accompanied by the others, left the cave in a dejected manner. However, her hatred towards Lin Xiao had reached its peak. I will never let you go. Ahua's departure instantly harmonized the atmosphere within the cave at Miao. Having recently suffered from serious illness and now pregnant, was struggling with inadequate nutrition due to the scarcity of food during the cold season. The emotional turmoil had left her still unconscious. Although Lin Xiao had examined her and found no obvious abnormalities, she chose not to leave immediately. Instead, she sat beside Miao, occasionally holding her hand, discreetly using her water power to check on her condition. Miao was not in any life-threatening danger, so there was no need for wood power. The group simply watched over her in silence. Eventually, the chief uncle, unable to contain himself, rubbed his nose in a flustered manner. That Ah Xiao, how is the little female? Why isn't she waking up? Upon hearing his voice, Lin Xiao glanced at the chief with a neutral expression, causing the hairs on the back of the chief uncle's neck to stand on end. Although her gaze bore no malice, the chief uncle felt her discontent. She was a respected sage, akin to a priestess, and he feared her dissatisfaction could lead her to abandon the tribe, after what felt like an eternity of nervous gulping. Lin Xiao finally spoke. I recall that harming young ones, even the most precious of females, warrants punishment, does it not? At her words, beads of sweat instantly appeared on the chief uncle's forehead as he mentally cursed Ahua. Yes, yes, even precious females cannot harm the young. Then this unborn young one is still a young one, that if the mother is frightened into unconsciousness, the young one will surely be affected. Has Ahua not harmed the young? The chief uncle was thoroughly bewildered by Lin Xiao's repeated mention of the young, his thoughts racing as he nodded vigorously. Since you also concur with my thoughts, then the punishment for Ahua shall be entrusted to you. Shall it not? The chief uncle, who had been nodding fervently, suddenly found something amiss. Why was the punishment for Ahua being handed to him? Yet, having already nodded, he could only brace himself to accept it. He then turned and made his way outside the cave, fearing that if he lingered any longer, more troubles would await him. Lin Xiao had never intended to utilize her status as a sage for any purpose. However, Miao was a pregnant female, and harming a pregnant female is universally intolerable. That Ahua must be made to remember her lesson. More importantly, Miao was quite to Lin Xiao's liking, and she had never hesitated to lend a helping hand when someone she cared for was in trouble. Miao is not in serious danger. It's merely that her recent food intake has been inadequate, leading to insufficient nutrition, that if she is eating too little in one sitting, encourage her to eat a few more meals. Nutrition is crucial for her pregnancy. Lu and the others nodded earnestly, committing the advice to memory. Once everything was settled, Lin Xiao surveyed her surroundings and, finding nothing else needing her assistance, donned her animal hide. I shall return. Should you require any help, come find me in the cave. As soon as her words fell, the Gu promptly lifted her into his arms. The remaining individuals in the cave exchanged glances. Perplexed, what exactly was this little female's background? Why did it feel as though the chief treated her with the same reverence he showed the priestess? It was not merely a resemblance. While the chief was generally lenient towards females, his demeanor only softened significantly in the presence of the priestess. Enough of that. Let us quickly prepare some meat soup for Miao. Keep it warm so she can eat it as soon as she wakes. Faced with their own little female, the group promptly dismissed their earlier curiosity, prioritizing her above all else. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Ahua's cave was far from harmonious. Several males standing nearby bore wounds, their heads bloodied, as if their injuries had provoked Ahua. The once delicate little female, now wielding a piece of wood, was relentlessly striking the nearby male beasts. The males could only grit their teeth and endure. They did not wish to evade her. Rather, Ahua had threatened them that anyone who dared to dodge would be condemned to become a stray beast. With the harsh cold season approaching, becoming a stray beast would undoubtedly lead to death. No one wished to perish, leading to a bizarre scene where numerous males gritted their teeth, taut with tension, obediently enduring Ahua's onslaught. You useless bunch, do you wish for me to perish at the hands of that female? So you can gain your freedom? I tell you, dream on. Even if I die, I will ensure you become stray beasts before I go. A bunch of worthless. Ahua's frantic voice echoed throughout the cave until she finally exhausted herself from both cursing and striking. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and bring me some roasted meat. Her words sounded melodious to the ears of the beastmen, and without hesitation, they rushed outside the cave in a flurry. Fortunately, the cave was sturdy. Otherwise, it would surely have collapsed under the weight of the muscular beastmen. Just as several beastmen were about to leave the cave, Ahua suddenly raised her hand, pointing at a male walking at the back. You come here, I want to bear your young. The allure is simply too great. In fact, many males are planning to leave the cave in search of a guang, eager to inquire about the removal of their beast marks. Among them is the male who was halted by Ahua. He could hardly believe that Ahua was willing to bear his offspring. The removal of the beast mark would effectively mean forfeiting his chance to become a father. If he were to have children, he would have to endure Ahua's beatings and scoldings indefinitely. Without a moment's hesitation, this beast man chose the latter. This decision caused a wave of hesitation among a group of males who were in the process of removing their beast marks. What if the little females were willing to bear their young? Would removing the beast marks mean losing that opportunity? Did the little females think their males were being too unreasonable, thus using childbirth as a form of compensation? In truth, Ahua's desire to have a child with that male stemmed not from guilt, but from witnessing a Miao gaining attention due to her offspring, which displeased Ahua greatly. She too desired to bear a child, firmly believing that no other female should receive more attention than herself. Most importantly, the thought of a Xiao ignited an endless resentment within her, in her heart. She vowed that once she was with child, she would ensure that the wretched female would suffer immensely. Just as Lin Xiao had recently shed her beast's skin, she let out a powerful sneeze, drawing the concerned attention of several males around her. After sniffing her nose, she realized it was merely a tickle, as she felt no discomfort at all, completely oblivious to the fact that someone harbored a grudge against her. Although she hadn't overexerted herself this time, the frequent use of her water power had left her feeling somewhat fatigued. Not long after returning to the cave, she lay down on the beast's skin and fell into a deep slumber. Was there anything amiss with a Xiao? She should be fine. A Xiao was not the type of female to be overwhelmed. Perhaps each use of her powers required a period of rest to recuperate. Upon hearing this, the two males still felt uneasy, yet they recalled the scene of the little female removing Aguang's beast mark, which allowed them to accept the explanation in truth, although Agu spoke with certainty. He too felt a pang of insecurity. He had his own little schemes. He is a follower of a Xiao. It was sufficient for him to be by her side. As a guardian, it was best for them to keep their distance. This time, Lin Xiao did not sleep for long. Before darkness fell, she rubbed her eyes and sat up. The fatigue had entirely vanished, and her previously drained energy had returned. In her dreams, Lin Xiao keenly sensed the abundant water power outside the cave, even surpassing that of wood. Like a sponge, she greedily absorbed the energy until she could take no more. The acquisition of these 5 powers was entirely unexpected, and Lin Xiao had yet to fully comprehend how to wield them. However, she was in no hurry. As a healer, patience was her greatest virtue. She believed that with time and careful study, she would eventually master their use. For now, her primary concern was to find activities to alleviate the monotony of her days. Watching the 3 busy males, a sweet smile graced her lips. Their intense gazes made the 3 males feel a slight stiffness in their backs. It seemed as though the little female's smile carried a hint of mischief. How was a Xiao feeling? Starved, I presume. The meat broth is ready. Do have some as he spoke. Agu knelt beside Lin Xiao. Poised to feed her, I can manage on my own. Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed as she quickly raised her hand to accept the stone bowl, eagerly drinking from it. She could not quite understand why she always felt particularly hungry after exhausting her energy. Fortunately, all that was available to eat was meat, and the bowl was large enough that it concealed her appetite. Were she with her grandmother, she might very well frighten her with her voraciousness. The thought of her grandmother brought a tinge of sadness to Lin Xiao's heart. Is it dark outside yet? Not yet, but it will be soon. Are you planning to go out? Yes, I wish to find you. I have some questions for him. I'll go fetch him. It's too cold outside for you to be running back and forth. Before Lin Xiao could respond, Agu had already left the cave. With the person gone, there was no point in calling him back, so she let it be. After finishing the last sip of meat broth, she stood up from the beast's skin and stretched her slightly stiff limbs. She wandered about, observing the cave walls as if she intended to teach them to read. A blackboard was essential. After a brief exploration, she discovered a relatively flat area on the wall. It appeared that Agu and the others had pried this stone loose while excavating. Picking up a charred stick from the fire, she wrote a few characters on the wall, pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Aguang, Xiao, come here. Upon hearing the little female call for them, the two hurriedly set aside their tasks and approached her. She pointed to the characters on the wall. These are your names. Initially, both males looked puzzled, taking a moment to respond uncertainly. Is this writing? Indeed, these are your names, Xiao, Aguang. Upon receiving confirmation, their hands trembled with excitement. They could hardly believe that the little female possessed the ability to write. Even the Beast King city might not have such skills. This little female, it seemed, wished to teach them her knowledge. Just as their excitement peaked, Agu entered the cave with a Yu in tow. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Agu raised an eyebrow in confusion. What's wrong with you two? The little female can write and wants to teach us. A Yu, following Agu, overheard their conversation and, disregarding all else, rushed to Lin Xiao's side, gripping her hands with fervor. Are you truly willing to teach them how to write? Can you also teach me? The notion that the little female could write did not surprise Yu in the least. After all, she was an enlightened being from another world. What astonished him was her willingness to share her knowledge with the males. Lin Xiao was taken aback by his enthusiasm, and upon hearing that he too wished to learn, she nonchalantly nodded. Given the lengthy cold season ahead, there was no harm in teaching him alongside the others. A Yu, upon receiving her affirmation, could not contain his joy and leaped into the air. The three beastmen were left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. As a priest, a Yu typically maintained a composed demeanor. They had never witnessed him so unrestrained. Yet despite their astonishment, none felt compelled to address the situation, instead turning their heads away in unison, feigning ignorance of a Yu's exuberance. Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiao pondered what a Yu's beast form might be. A Gu was a wolf, adorned with a pair of wolf ears, while a Guang and a Qiu were leopards, sporting a pair of leopard ears. However, a Yu, aside from his head being adorned with an array of feathers, bore no ears indicative of his true form. With this thought, Lin Xiao stealthily approached the three males, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Do you know what a Yu's true form is?" A Guang, being younger, had never seen a Yu's beast form, as he had already become a priest by the time a Guang reached maturity. To Qiu, due to a leg injury, seldom roamed the tribe and had only encountered the elder priest. Thus, he knew little of the new priest, a Yu. Their gazes turned in unison toward a Gu, as he was the most likely to possess knowledge regarding a Yu's true form. But a Yu was brought back by the elder priest from outside. When he arrived at the tribe, he hadn't yet transformed. I have never seen his true form. Perhaps it is simply too small, which made it easier for the elder priest to conceal. Initially, observing Yu's animated movements, Lin Xiao had assumed his true form would be that of a primate. However, if his true form was indeed diminutive, then a primate was clearly not the correct assumption at that moment. Lin Xiao's curiosity about a Yu's true form intensified. Unaware of Lin Xiao's intrigue, a Yu was completely absorbed in the joy of learning to write. A Xiao, when can we begin our lessons? Do not rush. Come and sit down that I wish to inquire about something. Upon hearing that the young female had matters to discuss, a Yu quickly composed himself, reverting to the enigmatic and aloof demeanor of the priest he had been before. It was as if the earlier lively and foolish version of himself had never existed. He placed a hand beneath his chin and cleared his throat softly, attempting to mask his previous lapse in composure. Young female, what is it that you wish to know? Had it not been for the lingering excitement sparkling in his eyes, Lin Xiao would have been entirely deceived by his serious Ade. Steadying her nerves, she replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing much. I merely wish to ask if I can return." Yes, she spoke. She lowered her gaze, fearful of revealing the emotions swirling within her eyes. Upon hearing her question, a Yu was momentarily taken aback, and even the three previously busy males instinctively halted their tasks, their eyes fixed intently upon the pair. A Gu's eyes shimmered with a shadowy expression. If Lin Xiao were to glance at him at that moment, she would surely notice the fear reflected in his gaze. Amongst those present, a Gu felt the most apprehensive aside from Lin Xiao. The other two, having become guardians, were steadfast in their loyalty to Lin Xiao, and a Gu had not concealed the fact that she was a wise one. However, he had kept the knowledge of her being from another world a secret. Thus, the two assumed that when the young female spoke of returning, she meant to her former tribe. Though she held deep affection for her current tribe, as her guardians, they would follow her wherever she chose to go. Therefore, upon hearing Lin Xiao's inquiry, they were merely curious, devoid of any other emotions. After a period of silence, a Yu curled his entire being into the ample animal hide, seeking to hide his innermost thoughts beneath its cover. "Do you wish to leave, Lin Xiao? You know I do not belong here. If I could return home, of course, I would." Although Lin Xiao's sentence remained unfinished, the understanding was mutual. The Gu silently turned and slowly crouched in a dim corner, wrapping his arms tightly around his legs. Even the furry ears atop his head drooped listlessly, resembling a forsaken dog. The joy he had felt upon becoming a follower of the young female still echoed within his chest. At this moment, it was as if Lin Xiao had doused herself with a basin of water colder than the winter's snow outside, reminding herself that all of this was but a fantasy. Though enveloped in profound sorrow, a Gu's ears remained attentive to a Yu's response. As long as the young female could not return, he was willing to sacrifice everything to ensure her desire to remain. Lin Xiao, observing Ayu's prolonged silence. Found herself at a loss for her own emotions. If she could not return, she would undoubtedly feel disappointment. Yet what if she could? Even if it were just to take a fleeting glance. She would strive for that possibility. In truth, Ayu had not ceased his contemplation for a single moment, pondering how to convey the truths he knew to her. As a revered priest, he did not possess the straightforwardness typical of ordinary beastmen. Rather, having undergone the priestly rite, Ayu had acquired a degree of wisdom. He feared that his words might cause the young female distress. He did not wish to witness her tears, yet he could conjure no better approach. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, stealing her emotions, and feigning nonchalance, she spoke. It's fine. If I cannot return, I shall find peace here. Rest assured, I will utilize all that I know to ensure everyone is well fed. Now, let us return. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you to recognize written language. I am quite strict, and if you do not learn well, I may resort to corporal punishment. Now, what are we waiting for? As she spoke, she turned and waved her hand, attempting to shoo them away. However, the moment she turned, the quiver in her voice betrayed her current feelings. Ignoring the reactions of those behind her, Lin Xiao lay down upon the animal hide. Enveloping herself within its warmth, the beastmen possessed keen hearing. Although Lin Xiao's sobs were soft, they resonated clearly in the stillness of the cave. At Ayu, seated on the ground, contemplated for a moment before approaching Agu in the corner, signaling with his eyes for him to step outside. Perhaps sensing Ayu's intent, Agu stepped out into the cold wind, which did little to mask the chill within his heart. Before Ayu could speak, Agu's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. Will Lin Xiao return? Initially expecting a definitive answer, Ayu's words caused Agu's eyes to brighten unexpectedly. The young female was the chosen wise one of the beast god, a gift bestowed upon the holy Yuan continent. How could she possibly return? Then why did you not say so earlier? I could not find the right way to express it without causing her sorrow. For in her original world, another Lin Xiao has taken her place. Upon hearing this, Agu, who had been somewhat excited, transformed into a figure of rage. Lin Xiao was irreplaceable. Why seek a replacement? If Lin Xiao were to discover she had been supplanted, how heartbroken would she be? This is also why I cannot reveal the truth to her. The beast god's revelation states that upon arriving in this unfamiliar place, she would feel a strong resistance. You are her first follower, and I believe you will not betray her. Please protect her. You need not say so. I will do so regardless. She is irreplaceable in my eyes. And no sooner had he spoken than Agu perceptibly noticed Ayu's rigid form. His gaze filled with terror as he looked behind him. Sensing something amiss, Agu abruptly turned, only to lock eyes with Lin Xiao, who had appeared at the cave entrance unbeknownst to them. Expected sorrow was absent from Lin Xiao's expression. Instead, she smiled and spoke. Ayu, my father, mother, and grandmother already have another me by their side. They will not grieve my absence, will they? Upon hearing her question, Ayu, though aware of its cruelty, closed his eyes and nodded vigorously. Initially, Ayu had remained silent, Lin Xiao comforting herself at the notion that perhaps he did not wish for her to return or that the conditions for returning were too harsh to bear. However, upon overhearing their conversation, she followed them outside, driven by an unknown impulse. In that moment, she found solace in the realization that she truly could not go back. The only comfort she derived was knowing that her family would not mourn her disappearance. How wonderful it was to think that she could finally settle here in peace. Without a moment's hesitation, Agu turned and embraced Lin Xiao tightly. Lin Xiao, you can never be replaced in my heart. No matter what, I will always recognize you. Do not be sad, he spoke as he awkwardly patted her back with his large hand. Agu had never comforted the young female before, though he had tended to cubs. Believing that soothing her would be similar to comforting a young one. In truth, Lin Xiao had long since known the answer, and though she felt a tinge of disappointment, it was not profound. Yet even this slight disappointment gradually faded under Agu's clumsy attempts at consolation. Peering out from Agu's embrace, Lin Xiao turned her gaze toward Ayu in the distance. To Ayu, remember to be punctual for our lessons starting tomorrow morning. Her charming smile, if not for the slight redness in her eyes betraying her recent tears, would have concealed all traces of her earlier sorrow. Seeing that the young female appeared genuinely unconcerned, Ayu could only nod in response before turning back toward his cave. However, he felt no inclination to release his restrained arms. Resigned, he gently patted Agu's back, whispering, "Agu, it is quite cold outside. Let us return." Upon hearing the little female express her chill, Agu, without a moment's hesitation, swept her off her feet and strode into the cave with purpose. He gently laid her upon the animal hides before turning to stoke the fire, adding a couple of logs to ensure its blaze grew fiercer. Throughout this entire process, he did not spare a glance at Lin Xiao nor utter a word to her. Nonetheless, every action he took seemed to orbit around the little female, as if he feared she might vanish at any moment. Observing his demeanor, Lin Xiao could only manage a wry smile, realizing that she had indeed startled Agu today. Yet, she chose not to elaborate further. Despite having contemplated living well in this unfamiliar place, her heart had clung to the fantasy of returning home. This day's events had decisively severed that notion, making it clear that living well here was no longer merely a whimsical thought. Gazing at the stark cave, Lin Xiao's thoughts were a tumultuous whirlpool. She was merely an ordinary surgeon, armed only with her medical skills and the abilities she had learned at her grandmother's side. With the cold season upon them, she resolved to carefully plan her path forward. Lost in her musings, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. Staying vigil beside her, Agu, upon hearing the soft cadence of her breathing, understood that she had fallen asleep. Since bringing her back to the cave, he had grown accustomed to the comforting sound of her breath accompanying his nightly rest, though the time had been brief. Agu felt an undeniable attachment. He could not imagine life without her. "I it that I have not treated you well enough, little female. If I were to double my kindness, would you consent to stay here forever?" With that thought, his gaze toward Lin Xiao became resolute. Transforming into his beast form, he pressed closely against her, gently closing his eyes to listen to her rhythmic breathing until slumber overtook him. With his heart burdened by concern, Agu rose before dawn. The morning chill was particularly biting, and Lin Xiao found herself nestled against Agu's soft belly. The fur of the wolf was plush, enveloping her like a cozy blanket, and she slept soundly. However, this was a torment for Agu. The early hours made a male beast particularly restless, and the delightful warmth of the little female pressed against him only intensified his discomfort. As dawn broke, Aguang and Achio stirred, one heading to prepare breakfast while the other tended to the firewood. Meanwhile, the little female turned over, showing signs of waking, fearing his appearance might startle her. He swiftly donned his animal hide and exited the cave. As the warmth of his fur vanished, a chill jolted Lin Xiao awake, through the slightly lifted animal hide at the cave's entrance. She noticed that daylight had arrived. Stretching thoroughly, she rolled out of the animal hides. Perhaps due to a shift in her mindset, Lin Xiao felt that this slumber had been the most rejuvenating of all her nights. During breakfast, Ayu entered the cave. As the animal hide curtain was lifted, a flurry of snowflakes drifted in, dusting Ayu's fur with a light covering of snow. Has it begun to snow again? She pondered. Indeed, the peak of the cold season is approaching, and this snowfall may continue until it arrives. The air was already frigid, and she knew that no amount of firewood could warm the cave should it grow any colder. The minor cold season had been bearable, yet the depths of winter were harsh, with temperatures inside the cave barely better than outside. Many beastmen fell ill during this time, and food scarcity often led the elderly to choose starvation over suffering. Lin Xiao was somewhat familiar with these circumstances, but back then she had maintained a glimmer of hope for returning home. Though her heart ached for those who suffered, she felt little impact at the time. Now, hearing it recounted again left her feeling hollow. Yet, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Altering the situation was not something that could be achieved overnight. "Let us eat. After breakfast, I shall teach you to recognize characters." Starting with our names, she announced. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, eagerly consuming their meals. Despite the winter's scarcity of food, Lin Xiao had managed to sustain herself on the offspring of the rabbits she had raised. Although she had a hearty appetite, it paled in comparison to the males. Once she set down her bowl, she moved to the wall and began inscribing their names. When she turned back, she noticed that besides Achio, who was washing dishes, the others sat like obedient students, their eyes fixed on the characters on the wall. The eagerness in their eyes stirred a longing within Lin Xiao to embrace the role of a teacher. Once, she had been like them. Gazing up at her instructor with wide-eyed curiosity, it was no wonder that her own teacher had become increasingly animated while lecturing at the podium as everyone gathered. Lin Xiao wasted no time. Today, we will learn 10 characters in the morning and count in the afternoon. Tomorrow, I will check your progress. If you all pass, we shall proceed to the next lesson. With that, she pointed to the name she had just written on the wall, reading each character aloud and guiding them through the strokes. Thus, the educational journey on the sacred Yuan continent commenced. Xiao is such a lovely name. What was the phrase you mentioned last time, Xiao? Morning light has yet to rise. The frosted leaves blanket the steps in red. You've repeated it several times. Yet I still cannot recall it. How absurd. Do not underestimate me. I shall remember this time, he retorted, picking up a twig to inscribe the 2 lines. Morning light has yet to rise. These characters are so challenging to write. We're all rather slow learners. Gu and Yu quietly scribbled on the ground with their sticks that Guang, who had been rather quiet, found himself besieged by Qiao, who was struggling with his practice. Leading to a chaotic mix of their efforts. Over the course of a few days, Qiao transitioned from calm to frantic, nearing a state of collapse. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, bowl in hand, chuckled at their antics while munching on sea buckthorn berries. She recalled the initial lesson when they all surprisingly displayed a remarkable synchronicity, with her own name being the first they recognized and wrote. The excitement on their faces when they first wrote their names was a memory she cherished. Just then, Yu approached Lin Xiao, holding a small stick that Xiao, I have learned all the characters you taught me. Let me show you. He crouched down and began to carefully write out the characters he had mastered, reciting them as he went along. Among the 4 students, he was undoubtedly the star pupil, perhaps due to differences in their strengths. He always grasped concepts quicker than the others. Impressive. Your writing is solid. Would you like to learn a few more characters? Is that possible? I wish to have a beautiful phrase like Zhao's name, he replied, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto his cheeks. Any teacher would feel a sense of joy when faced with a diligent student. Lin Xiao saw no reason to deny such a trivial request. How about this? Not as the birds in the forest, migrating gracefully with their plumage. Do you like this phrase? As she spoke, she wrote the sentence down. Yu lowered his head, murmuring, birds in the forest. His voice was so soft that Lin Xiao could not catch it, prompting her to ask, what did you say? Nothing, I really like it. Thank you, Xiao. I will practice it now, he replied, retreating to a corner to practice writing the phrase she had just inscribed. Beside them, Gu's expression soured. Seeing Yu claim a lovely phrase for himself stirred feelings of displeasure within him. As the devoted follower of the little female, he could not allow another male, regardless of status, even if he were a priest, to eclipse him. That he marched up to Lin Xiao, stick in hand, declaring, I can write too. And mine will be better than his. With that, he bent his head, diligently inscribing the characters with utmost seriousness. Lin Xiao suppressed a smile, striving to maintain her composure, lest she inadvertently laugh that it was amusing how. Regardless of the setting, both men and males possessed an inexplicable sense of rivalry. It was rather endearing, in its own way. Watching his earnestness, she propped her chin on her hand and asked, her voice laced with mirth. You wouldn't also be seeking a phrase to accompany your name, would you? Gu did not raise his head at all and said through clenched teeth, not only must it bear name, but it must also be more melodious than his. Indeed, it was truly more exquisite. Lin Xiao felt particularly fortunate that her proficiency in the humanities was commendable. In her leisure time, she would indulge in literature to cultivate her sensibilities. Otherwise, with everyone requesting verses from her, she might have found herself in an embarrassing predicament. Old friends, old sentiments, old gatherings, gazing longingly, yet remaining unseen. Before Gu could finish writing, Lin Xiao had already picked up a stick and began inscribing on the ground. Noticing Gu's movements becoming more hurried, he completed the final stroke and eagerly turned to read the line, penned by the little female. It contained 3 instances of the word old, proving that the little female truly cared for him. This declaration caused Lin Xiao to involuntarily twitch her lips, subsequently murmuring, childish brat. Gu, however, paid no heed to such remarks. The sentences written by the little female, which bore his name, were ones he must practice diligently. alongside those that included her name, until he could recite them flawlessly. Not far away, Agwang and Aki were watching Lin Xiao with eager anticipation. Aki approached, and upon hearing his name, he hurried over to her side, his eyes brimming with hope. Lin Xiao did not keep him waiting long. After a moment's thought, she picked up the stick and began to write. Where does the autumn wind arrive, rustling as it sends off the flock of geese? Thank you, Xiao. For what? Just study hard. Encouraged, Aki's enthusiasm surged. Only Agwang remained, pitifully gazing at Lin Xiao, yearning for her to call out his name. Yet after waiting in vain, the little female seemed oblivious to him, not even sparing him a glance. Has she forgotten me? Agwang furrowed his brow in confusion, lowering his head. Observing the other three diligently learning, Agwang quietly tiptoed closer to Lin Xiao. Ahem, is your throat uncomfortable? There's hot water outside. Drink more. That I also want a sentence with my name. Originally thinking that mentioning it would prompt the little female to write him a passage, he was taken aback when she merely rested her chin on her hand. Staring at him intently, it wasn't until Agwang felt embarrassed under a gaze that Lin Xiao let out a sigh. If you write down what I've taught you, then I will write you a sentence with your name. Upon hearing this, Agwang immediately felt guilty, swallowing hard as he pointed at Aki with dissatisfaction. But Aki hasn't written anything either. Why does he get one? I see him every day, and while I practice, he teaches you to write. How could I not know if he can? Among the four, he was the one who learned the least, and even Agwang's thick skin couldn't hide his embarrassment at that moment. Everyone has different talents. Some learn quickly, while others take their time. That's completely normal. Once you've mastered the characters you've learned, I'll write you a sentence. Agwang, being a carefree sort, felt his earlier negativity dissipate upon receiving the little female's comfort. Flashing a wide grin, he sought assurance from Lin Xiao. Xiao, you can't fool me. Once I learn, you will write it for me. Rest assured, I promise that I must connect to Zhao's name with mine, even if it's just a name. I want to protect you. As Agwang spoke with exuberance, Agu's seriousness intensified, and he suddenly sprang to his feet, using all his strength to tackle Agwang to the ground. He did not strike him, but instead sat silently upon Agwang, firmly pinning him down, rendering him immobile. You stingy brat, always bullying me. It's just that I've become the little female's follower. Agu, don't be so domineering. Xiao, help. Lin Xiao turned her head aside, disinterested in their antics. This group of childish males performed daily dramas before her, and she could hardly muster the energy to intervene. During this raucous yet earnest learning session, the harsh winter season crept in unnoticed. For several consecutive days, the sky remained overcast, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression that on an otherwise unremarkable afternoon, the sky suddenly unleashed a flurry of snowflakes. The temperature within the cave plummeted, and even the flames flickered dimly, with ice forming at the entrance. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. She had often heard that the winter season could be exceedingly cold, having endured the slight chill of the previous season. She had naively assumed that the harsh winter would not be intolerable. However, gazing at the ice at the cave's entrance, Lin Xiao realized how mistaken she had been. Unprepared, she understood that such weather could indeed be life-threatening. Aki hastily retrieved all the animal skins he had previously sewn, insisting on draping them over Lin Xiao. You must wear more. We have only just entered the harsh winter, and it will only grow colder. These animal skins are relatively warm. Wearing several layers will still be beneficial. Agwang and Agu braved the wind and snow, returning with an abundance of firewood, determined to create additional fire pits within the cave. Seated on the animal skins, Lin Xiao layered several on herself. Yet the chill beneath her was relentless, penetrating through the skins and sending shivers through her body. This was untenable. The cave's temperature was far too low, and no amount of firewood would suffice. Upon hearing these words, everyone present instinctively paused their activities and stood upright. The little female was wise. She had stated that useless meant ineffectual, reminded of the countless lives lost during past winters. A wave of desolation swept over them, yet in their gazes toward Lin Xiao, there was an abundance of hope. She was like a lifeline, capable of guiding them through this arduous and terrifying winter. Their eager expressions were so fervent that even if Lin Xiao wished to disregard them, she could not. Besides, she too had to survive. Even if not for these innocent beastmen, she must devise a way to weather this crisis for her own sake. As thoughts whirled in her mind, an involuntary shiver coursed through her body. Observing the frigid walls and the frozen ground, Lin Xiao resolved that though it was somewhat late, she would still attempt to find a solution. Hoping that the beastmen's robust physiques would manage to endure this ordeal, is it possible to venture outside in this weather? A Xiao. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will certainly bring it back for you. We will definitely bring it back for you. Upon seeing their expressions, Lin Xiao realized they had misunderstood, thinking she wished to go outside. Though she longed to step out, the weather was far too harsh for her to withstand. I need wood, a great deal of wood. That's simple. There is plenty of wood. I'll go fetch some trees. With that, Agib dashed into the snow. When the animal skin curtain was lifted, Lin Xiao caught a glimpse of the scene outside. The snow, which had barely reached her calves, had risen to nearly cover them in just a matter of hours. If this snowfall continued, trouble was inevitable. Despite the increasingly ferocious winds and snow, Agu's movements were swift, and he soon returned with 2 large trees at a Xiao. The trees are a bit long. They won't fit in the cave that I've left them at the entrance. What should I do? Before Lin Xiao could respond, the chief elder popped his head in from behind Agu, wearing a smile that bordered on obsequious. Little female, do you have a way to make the cave warmer? I saw Agu carrying trees back and was curious. So I followed to take a look. His curiosity was but a facade. He had seen Agu uprooting trees, and except for the little female's orders, Agu would never venture out into the storm. Additionally, the little female was not the type to impose harsh demands on the males, which only left one possibility. The little female must possess a method to warm up the cave. Realizing this, the chief elder wasted no time and hurriedly followed Agu back into the cave. Lin Xiao understood his intentions and chose not to elaborate further, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Turning to the males waiting for her instructions, she said, based on the width of our cave, saw the wood into appropriate lengths. And no sooner had she spoken than Aki lowered his head and picked up a rope to take measurements. This surprised Lin Xiao, raising her eyebrows in astonishment. She was impressed that the beast man was resourceful enough to utilize tools. With his head bowed in measurement, Aki was unaware that this action had garnered Lin Xiao's respect. As he measured the width, he marked the rope with hay. Due to a leg injury, Aki felt the pain radiating from his wounded limb even within the cave, rendering him incapable of braving the wind and snow to chop wood. Reluctantly, he had to delegate this task to Agu and Awang. The two worked swiftly. One measured the lengths while the other, with claws sharp as blades, efficiently felled 3 large trees in a matter of moments. Xiao, what should we do next? She inquired. We need to craft these into thick wooden planks and also create several smaller wooden stumps for support, elevating the planks off the ground as she spoke. She gestured with her hands on the ground, eager to ensure they understood. Fortunately, the others were quite perceptive and promptly asked for clarification where needed, and Lin Xiao patiently explained each point, given the importance of warmth within the cave. The expressions of the group were serious. Although the elder leader did not fully grasp the reasons behind her actions, he understood the intent behind the little female's plans and listened intently. With no tools available, the orcs relied solely on their claws, and thus the work proceeded in silence, accompanied only by the howling winds and the occasional murmurs of discussion among them. If they could survive this harsh winter. When the warm season arrived, they would have to build a house and create a heated floor. Lost in thought, Agu and the others entered the cave, each carrying a wooden plank. Though the planks, crafted with their claws, were not perfectly smooth, they had been shaped adequately without splinters. Following Lin Xiao's instructions, they dug several holes in the ground to secure the smaller wooden supports. Together, they placed the planks atop the stumps. Once elevated, the wooden planks effectively insulated against the chill emanating from the ground. Although the temperature within the cave remained unchanged, the group distinctly felt warmer. This realization brought a sigh of relief to Lin Xiao. It seemed her decision to create this makeshift floor was indeed wise. Her grandmother often said that as long as one's feet were warm, the rest of the body would follow suit. And it appeared that heeding the elder's wisdom was indeed correct. The wall should ideally be partitioned with wood as well, she mused. Yet, without nails or clay, securing the vertical timber would prove somewhat troublesome. "Leave it to us," Ega declared, rallying the others to begin crafting the wooden planks. As males, they felt compelled to assist in whatever the little female proposed, even if they were unsure of their abilities. Watching them labor, Lin Xiao crouched down and placed her hand on the floor, the icy sensation creeping up her arm and enveloping her body. "This won't do," she pondered. "The wood may block the cold from the ground, but it cannot provide warmth. How can we heat the ground?" Just then, her gaze fell upon Aki, who was digging holes in the planks. "Aki, do you know of any material that is hollow in the center? Thin, heat-resistant, waterproof, and ideally somewhat soft?" This question left Aki perplexed. He furrowed his brow and pondered for a long time, but could not conjure an answer. Noticing his struggle, Lin Xiao remained silent, turning her thoughts inward as she contemplated how to elevate the temperature. She had initially believed this continent held many wondrous materials that could serve as substitutes. Yet it seemed her thinking had been overly simplistic in her world, which thrived at the forefront of technology. Countless individuals had labored for progress. How could this rudimentary society possibly compare? Seeing the little female's furrowed brow, Aki felt a sense of inadequacy, believing he could offer no assistance that I don't know, but I could ask some of the older males. "Ollie has traveled to many places in his youth. Perhaps he will know." Although she held little hope, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Communication across distances was indeed inconvenient. So Aki approached Ega directly, requesting his help. "Please bring Ollie here, It seems the little female is searching for something, but I am unsure what it is that I thought. Considering Ollie's extensive travels, he might possess knowledge of the peculiar items he has encountered. Perhaps he will know what the little female seeks." "You are right. I will fetch Ollie immediately." With that, he relayed his intentions to Agwang and stepped out into the howling snowstorm. In a particularly secluded corner of the tribe lived those orcs who were missing limbs or were too old to hunt. They were assured food daily, preventing them from starving. Typically, during the onset of winter, the tribe would abandon such individuals, viewing them as burdens. However, the elder leader could not bear to forsake those he had grown accustomed to over time. Thus willingly shared food to sustain them, and one desires to perish. Thus, despite their hardships, this group continued to endure. When Egu arrived, the inhabitants stared wide-eyed in surprise, uncertain of his purpose here. Did he consider them a burden and intend to cast them out? Such thoughts occupied their minds, but Egu had no time to entertain their speculations. He was solely focused on retrieving Ollie, for he was concerned about the little female in the cave. That Ollie's cave was particularly cold. Unlike the outside, the only difference was the absence of the wind and snow. That moment, he held a piece of tough roasted meat, trembling as he brought it to his mouth. "Ollie, come with me." The sudden voice startled Ollie, causing him to fumble the meat, which fell to the ground. Ignoring Egu's abrupt appearance, Ollie bent down to retrieve the fallen morsel, considering it possibly his last meal. Egu, feeling impatient, turned to search the cave. "Ollie, I won't wait for you," he remarked, while Ollie struggled to gnaw on the meat, which was tougher than stone. Meanwhile, Egu gathered several animal hides, tossing them over Ollie without discrimination. "This kid has a kind heart. Despite wanting to cast me out, he still provides me with hides. Yet alas, this meat is too hard. Will I starve first or freeze to death?" In his frantic haste, Egu was oblivious to the contrast between Ollie's stoic demeanor and the tumult within his thoughts. Focusing solely on wrapping Ollie securely in the hides, he knew the little female was waiting, and he could not afford to keep her anxious. Egu worked quickly, ensuring Ollie was adequately bundled before hoisting him onto his shoulder and striding back into the storm. Many orcs peered from the cave entrance, their faces betraying sorrow as they witnessed Egu carrying Ollie away. "The tribe has indeed abandoned us, that we are all incapable of hunting, so it is only natural for the tribe to discard us. Yet, I never anticipated that Ollie would be among the first to go. Speaking of which, what has become of Aki's little one? I never imagined he would willingly take on the role of the little female's protector. If only that child had not injured his leg, he wouldn't have to be here with us." With each sigh, their lamentations dissipated into the snowstorm. "This wretched child, even if you intend to toss my old bones aside, at least find a more comfortable way to carry me. Is this how you treat me?" Ollie thought, feeling that he would not succumb to hunger or cold, but rather to the torment inflicted by this impudent child. Agu's pace was brisk, aided by his awakened ice abilities. Although the frigid storm was harsh, it remained within the realm of tolerable for him. Any colder, and he too would struggle to persevere. "Ah, Xiao, I have brought him," he announced, unceremoniously dropping Ollie onto the floor with a thud. The sound alone caused Lin Xiao to wince in pain. "What are you doing? Be gentle. We still need his assistance." The words left her lips. Ollie, enveloped in furs, clumsily emerged, his complaints spilling forth. "You wretched child, even if you were discarding me, couldn't you be a bit gentler? I am nearing death, and you must add to my injuries. If I were younger, I would certainly teach you a lesson." As soon as the words left my lips, a sense of unease washed over me. The atmosphere was devoid of wind and snow, and there was a surprising warmth lingering in the air. Lowering my gaze, I discovered that beneath my feet lay not a snow-covered ground, but rather a substantial slab of wood. Raising my head in confusion, my eyes fell upon a petite figure, unmistakably a young female, yet to reach adulthood. How could this wretched creature have discarded such a young female? At this, Agu's expression darkened. While Lin Xiao couldn't help but stifle a laugh, I hadn't anticipated encountering such a spirited orc here. It was rather amusing. After a considerable pause, Ollie finally realized that he had not been abandoned, but had been brought into a warm cave. Before he could fully process this, the young female spoke. "Uncle Ali, I wish to warm this cave, but I cannot find the materials. They said you possess great knowledge, so I seek your assistance." Each word of the young female was crystal clear to Ali, yet the combination of them left him feeling as though he were dreaming, disbelief saturating his tone. "You want me to assist you? As you can see, I am merely a third-tier orc, and my age has rendered me too weak to hunt. Are you certain I can be of help?" "I'm certain I do not require you to hunt. What I need is your wisdom." "Young female, surely you jest. The tribe only requires an abundance of food. What need do we have for wisdom?" He concluded with a self-deprecating chuckle. "Uncle Ali, I desire more than mere sustenance. I wish for the tribe to thrive. But look around. What good is having food when the bitter cold of winter is more terrifying than hunger?" Gazing at the deep creases etched into Ali's face, Lin Xiao spoke deliberately. "I need your wisdom to survive this harsh winter, so that we may endure each winter to come in warmth." Since elder orcs typically did not engage much within the tribe, Ali was unfamiliar with Lin Xiao. Yet upon witnessing the determination in her eyes, his once stilled heart stirred unexpectedly. His thoughts drifted back to a long-ago time when he was still youthful. And the tribe was led by someone other than the current chief. He was an outlier within the tribe, a former chimpanzee who lacked hunting skills, yet his mind was sharp. He devised traps and created many trinkets that others deemed useless, but he found quite intriguing. But how had the chief once proclaimed? "You, a worthless creature who cannot even hunt, why do you not perish outside?" After which, he had destroyed everything Ali had painstakingly crafted. Now, someone claimed a wish to utilize his wisdom to aid the tribe. "Young female, the knowledge I possess is of little value. It may not assist you." Before he could finish, Lin Xiao interrupted. "Value is determined by me. I simply want to know if you are willing to help." Their gaze locked, the surrounding air grew quieter. They stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, until Lin Xiao feared rejection, at which point Ali finally spoke softly. "How do you wish for me to assist you?" Without affording him a moment to reconsider, she eagerly shared her thoughts. "You mentioned placing a conduit beneath this wooden slab and filling it with warm water. What do you think, Uncle Ali? If the ground is warm, the cave can remain warm even without a fire. Very well, let us explore this idea together. The material you described does indeed exist. It is a tall, slender tree, hollow in the center and quite resilient. However, it is not close to the tribe, and during this harsh winter, retrieving it will not be easy. I will go. I shall bring back the tree." Upon hearing Agu's words, both of them instinctively turned to look at him. "You foolish child, your intentions are noble, but you know full well what the conditions outside are like. I fear you may not return safely." Realizing the gravity of the situation, even the simplest of minds understood that venturing out now could be perilous. The cold of winter was relentless, and if no solution was found, the young female might not endure it. "All right, let us devise another plan. Surely we cannot let a living being perish from holding their bladder." "Ah, I like this spirited female. She is far superior to those who only eat and sleep. Although aware that Ali was complimenting her, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort, not knowing how to respond. She furrowed her brow, staring at the ground, that if the earth beneath her feet were warm, surely the cave would not be excessively cold. I know of a substance that is waterproof. Once cured, it cannot be melted by fire, and it is not far from the tribe, though acquiring it during this winter is challenging. What is it? The sap of the sticky tree. It must be used before it hardens, for once it dries, it becomes useless. Shall we obtain some to try? I know where the sticky tree is located, but at this time, the sap is likely frozen. Will it still be usable? Frozen is not an issue. As long as it hasn't dried out, we can manage. Very well. Wait for me while I retrieve it. Without granting Lin Xiao the chance to respond, he turned and vanished once more into the snowstorm. During the wait, Ali recounted numerous tales from his past. The more Lin Xiao learned, the more astonished she became. There were orcs skilled in setting traps and crafting weapons from stone, though each item was rudimentary and crude. Was this not the dawn of civilization? It seemed that finding this orc was indeed the right choice. It would make her future endeavors significantly easier. Moreover, today marked the happiest day for Ali in many years. He had always navigated his existence amidst the scorn and derision of others, but he had never encountered such fervent gazes before, for no other reason than the way the young female looked at him. Ali vowed to do his utmost to assist her in overcoming this challenge. As they immersed themselves in conversation, Agu entered the cave, carrying a stone pot. Under the flickering light of the torch, Lin Xiao examined the pot's contents. A transparent, gelatinous substance reminiscent of glue she had used previously. Ali instructed Agu to place the glue over the fire, and as it heated, bubbles began to form. Without the aid of any tools, Ali plunged his hands into the pot and pulled out a handful of the now thickening glue as it transformed from a liquid into a solid. He swiftly grabbed a nearby stick and encased the glue around it. After a short while, once the glue had fully set, he carefully removed the stick. Young female, is this what you envisioned for the conduit? Yes, precisely. Understood. With her confirmation, Ali ceased speaking, yet his hands moved with increasing speed. Watching as the conduits took shape brought an involuntary smile to Lin Xiao's face. Her goal was to harness geothermal heat. Yet all had seemed like mere fantasies until now. For fortunately, someone was helping her realize those dreams. Observing the busy orcs around her, Lin Xiao firmly believed she would weather this winter unscathed, perhaps even aiding others in doing so as well. Once winter passed, she resolved to begin constructing a home. She no longer wished to dwell in a cave. Despite the frigid weather, the group worked with fervor. Seemingly oblivious to the cold, it was only when the aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air that their stomachs collectively grumbled. Particularly, Li's stomach growled like a drum. Ahem, I was just about to eat when this little brat dragged me here. Under normal circumstances, food would be scarce during winter. It would be unlikely for an elder orc without hunting abilities to receive any rations. Yet Ali felt certain that this young female would not allow him to go hungry. Though certainty and reality often diverged as he spoke, casting furtive glances at his own appearance, Lin Xiao remained silent, simply urging everyone to eat quickly. Uncle Ali, we haven't had roasted meat since the onset of winter. Would you care to try this instead? As she spoke, she took the large bowl that Xiao handed over and placed it in front of Li. Ever since the onset of the minor cold season, Ali had not enjoyed a proper meal. Thus, he was indifferent to habits and merely desired to satiate his hunger. However, upon savoring the first sip of soup, tears welled in Ali's eyes. The fragrant mushrooms combined with tender meat, seasoned to perfection, and the steaming broth warmed him to his very core. Initially, he believed that as an old orc of little worth, merely being able to eat was a blessing. To his surprise, the young female had invited him to share the same meal as her, that if his initial assistance had stemmed from primal instincts, his current willingness to aid her was rooted in genuine affection. The group ate rapidly, without pausing, and as soon as they set down their bowls, they resumed their tasks. It wasn't until dusk descended that they completed their preparations. Lin Xiao initially intended for them to take a break and continue their work the following day. But one by one, they were more eager than Lin Xiao herself. They guided her to the fire pit, where, using the light of the torches, They carefully passed the completed pipes to one another. Agu lifted a wooden plank while Xiao retrieved the small tool she had crafted. Responding to Ali's directives, the two swiftly brought him the items he required. Lacking proper tools, Ali picked up a stone and used it as a makeshift hammer to gently nail the transparent pipes to the wooden board. Observing the enthusiasm of the group, Lin Xiao refrained from interrupting their spirited banter. After all, she too was eager to warm the cave. Seated beside the fire, Lin Xiao's eyelids grew heavier, and before she realized it, she had drifted off to sleep. The first to notice her slumber was Xiao. "Keep your voices down. The young female is asleep. Let us move quietly," he urged. She had exhausted herself, and since the geothermal heating the young female had mentioned was not yet operational, it would be best to let her rest for a while as they worked swiftly. Soon, the group reached a tacit understanding. Even Yu, who initially held himself aloof, began to engage in woodworking, shedding any pretense of the mysterious demeanor befitting a priest. After daily visits to learn from Lin Xiao, he found the incessant back-and-forth tedious, and, under Agu's piercing gaze, he stubbornly relocated to Agu's cave. Though he felt displeased, Agu could only grit his teeth and endure, as Ayu had brought ample animal skins and food. At that moment, Ayu felt immensely grateful for his brazen persistence. Had he not insisted on moving, he would not have been involved in such a monumental endeavor. Lin Xiao's sleep was not serene. After all, dozing while seated is hardly as restful as lying down, compounded by the sudden drop in temperature within the cave. Even in her dreams, her brow remained furrowed. Suddenly, a mournful wail pierced the quiet of the tribe. The sound jolted Lin Xiao awake, leaving her momentarily disoriented as she struggled to recall the last time she had heard such a cry. "Who is it?" A guang entered from outside, prompting several to inquire about the source of the sound. Although loss was common during the harsh cold season, each incident weighed heavily on their hearts. "It is a young female," came the somber reply. "She is still clinging to life, but barely." Once again, the tribe was on the verge of losing another female. At this moment, Lin Xiao, still in a daze, stretched her stiff body. "Take me to see her." "No, it's too cold outside. Yuan Ti withstand it, but we can't just stand by and watch a young female die." No matter what Lin Xiao argued, they steadfastly refused to let her leave the cave. Despite their good intentions, she felt helpless, aware that they merely wished to protect her from potential harm, especially given how unforgiving the weather was for females. Yet the knowledge that she could save a life but was being restrained tormented her conscience. After all, she was a healer, sworn to save lives. "I understand your concerns for me, but the tribe needs females to reproduce. We are already few in number. What will happen if we do not intervene? I don't care about the tribe's fate. I only know that I am your follower, and I must protect you. I swear to the beast god that I will prioritize my safety and will never do anything to harm myself." Bagu looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief, never expecting that a young female would make such a vow. They exchanged glances, and the unwavering determination in Lin Xiao's eyes left Agu feeling defeated. "Very well, I will take you, but you must remember your vow to prioritize your safety. If I see you in any distress, I will bring you back immediately." Agreed. Upon seeing the young female smile sweetly at him, Agu felt as though his throat was constricted. Unable to express his emotions, he lowered his head and wrapped as many animal skins around Lin Xiao as he could manage. Observing her struggle to walk, and witnessing Agu's resolute expression, she opened her mouth but found no words to voice her thoughts. Once assured that the cold wind would not reach the young female, Agu paused in his efforts to wrap her in furs. "I will carry you out of the cave. If you feel cold, speak up. Do not be brave. Rest assured, I won't overexert myself." With those words, Agu took a deep breath and lifted her into his arms, plunging into the storm as if fearing he might regret his decision, since they were only within the tribe. No one else followed them, but as they vanished into the swirling snow, every heart tightened with anxiety. The young female was truly too compassionate. She could have chosen not to go, unlike shamans from other tribes, who would turn a blind eye to a young female's demise at their doorstep. She was different. The young female would surely bring the person back safely. They needed to complete their tasks swiftly before her return. Ensuring the cave was warm as Illy finished speaking, the group lowered their heads and resumed their work. Yet the atmosphere had shifted. The initial fervor had faded, replaced by worried expressions etched on their faces. They could not help but pray for the swift and safe return of the young female. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao felt her body freeze as a goose stepped into the swirling snow, instinctively curling into his embrace in an attempt to find warmth. Sensing her movement, Agu felt a pang of concern and wanted to ask if she was all right, but the blizzard was too fierce for proper conversation. Instead, he tightened his grip, holding her closer. In the cave where sorrow had previously echoed, silence fell upon the moment Agu entered. Though the inhabitants regarded him with puzzled expressions, the grief that had filled the space lingered in their eyes. A slightly older male, cradling a squirming wolf cub, stood and approached Agu.Is there's something you need, Agu. After waiting a moment and feeling less stiff, he cautiously placed the young female on the ground. I didn't seek you out. It was my young female who heard your wails and insisted on coming to see. Though the male said nothing, his disapproval was evident in his expression. Yet faced with the young female, he could not chastise Agu. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to maintain a calm tone, though his words dripped with reproach at Agu. The young female is frail. How could you allow her to act recklessly? Do you wish to lose another young female? At the mention of his own young female, the beastman struggled to suppress his emotions, but managed to finish his thought if it were possible. I wouldn't want her here either. But my young female is a healer. She insisted on coming to see if she could help. Upon hearing the term healer, the male's eyes brightened momentarily. But he quickly recalled that the young female was still a mere child, and that flicker of hope dimmed once more. And no need. Even if she is a healer, what can a young female possibly know? Please, take your young female back. Upon witnessing that the male did not believe in her abilities, Xiao felt a surge of irritation and bent down, intending to carry Lin Xiao away. From the moment Lin Xiao entered the cave, she had been observing the female lying on the animal skins. Hearing that this male doubted her, Lin Xiao remained unperturbed. During her time in the hospital, she had often faced skepticism as a young surgeon, and the male's words seemed rather mild in comparison. You haven't even allowed me to try. How can you be certain of my ineptitude? Your female is in such a state. How much worse can it possibly get? Allow me the opportunity. Perhaps the beast god will bestow favor upon me, and I might truly be able to save her. Although the male was reluctant to concede, he could not deceive himself. Gazing at the small female, her eyes tightly shut and her complexion pallid, he pondered whether the beast god might indeed choose to spare her. Very well, I will permit you to try. If you fail, it matters not. I shall not blame you. Should the beast god favor you, I am willing to offer half of my provisions as a reward. The moment the beastman acquiesced, Lin Xiao began to shed the animal skins enveloping her. There was no other choice. Agu had dressed her in layers too thick, making even the act of sitting a considerable challenge. She could not simply lie down to heal, prepared, and under the hopeful gazes of the gathered beastmen. Lin Xiao slowly crouched, extending her hand to grasp the wrist of the small female. However, upon making contact, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Despite the numerous layers of animal skins, the female's hand felt extraordinarily cold. Just moments ago, as she had hurried inside, her own hands had been warmer. Were it not for the faint pulse she felt at her fingertips, one might have thought the girl lifeless. In that instant, Lin Xiao dared not delay. She summoned the wood element within her to infuse a sliver of vitality into the female. Lin Xiao was not foolish enough to exhaust herself entirely in the attempt to revive her. The potential for unforeseen complications loomed, and she had to ensure her own safety and that of Agu and the others. However, the enhancement of her abilities allowed even this slight infusion of wood energy to improve the female's color considerably. Quickly, prepare a bowl of meat soup with plenty of ginger. The water element coursed through the small female's body, revealing that her condition stemmed entirely from the cold. Had Lin Xiao not intervened, the female would have succumbed to the frigid temperatures. The primary objective was to warm her, to rouse her internal organs from their slumber. The meat soup was swiftly prepared, yet there were no spoons to be found. How could she feed her without one? It would be unwise to pour the soup directly, lest the girl choke on it instead. The others were puzzled, wondering why the small female frowned at the meat soup. Was there something amiss with it? While they remained oblivious, Agu, as Lin Xiao's steadfast supporter, quickly deduced the reason for the female's expression. Under the watchful eyes of the group, he seized a piece of wood and skillfully fashioned it into a spoon, offering it to Lin Xiao. Someone help prop up your small female. This. The elder male, who had been holding a young one, swiftly passed the child to a nearby individual and moved to assist the small female. Gently lifting her, Lin Xiao used the spoon to feed the meat soup to the unconscious female, who instinctively opened her mouth to swallow. Gradually, the entire bowl of soup was consumed, and upon witnessing this scene, tears welled in the eyes of all present. The small female had not eaten for a considerable time. Previously, when they had attempted to feed her soup, it had mostly spilled onto the ground. Little female, could you be mine? I will trade animal skins for you. You may keep the spoon. The ground is far too cold. I suggest you fashion a bed for her from animal skins. She should awaken soon. If there are any further issues, seek me out. With that, he began to gather animal skins. Little female, wait a moment. I promised you half of my provisions, and I shall bring them now. Perhaps we can defer payment until the warm season arrives, when you can hunt and repay me then. For now, she requires sustenance. Just ensure she is well cared for. Initially, the beastman had worried that relinquishing half of his food would leave him without enough to survive the harsh winter. He had even contemplated braving the snow to hunt. Yet, the prospect of a small female repaying him in the warm season was nothing short of a lifeline. Without hesitation, the male knelt on one knee, sincerely addressing Lin Xiao. From this day forth, you shall be my friend. As he knelt, crossing his hands over his chest, Lin Xiao felt a profound sense of purpose in her presence here, realizing her significance. The small female remained weak. For the next few days, they must care for her diligently. Should any issues arise, they were to notify Lin Xiao immediately, concerned that the beastmen might not fully comprehend. Lin Xiao took time to explain until everyone nodded in agreement. Gu carried her back to the cave. Inside, Ali had secured the pipes to the wooden boards. The remaining task was to establish water circulation. Although the small female had briefly described the principle to Lin Xiao, even the cleverest of beastmen had limitations in their understanding. Fortunately, materials were abundant, and after a satisfying meal, Ali's hands trembled less than before. Following several trials, they finally crafted a circulating pump that met Lin Xiao's approval. Ali, what are you waiting for? Hurry and connect the pipes. The small female will be back soon. It's nothing. I'm just a bit anxious. Anxious about what? Haven't we tested it already? Hurry, we can't have the cave remaining cold when the small female returns, Guang urged. Gritting his teeth, Ali connected the items in his hand to the pipes beneath the wooden board. Once the connection solidified, Xiao promptly fetched a pot of hot water and poured it into the container without hesitation. The group held their breath, eyes fixed on the transparent vessel, and upon confirming that the water indeed circulated, they collectively exhaled in relief. The youngest, Guang, expressed his joy openly. Wonderful. We succeeded. Lin Xiao will no longer suffer from the cold, as Xiao quickly stoked the fire to ensure the water remained warm. Lin Xiao was carried into the cave. Contrary to her expectations, she did not feel the anticipated chill. Instead, warmth radiated from the floor, enveloping her. Lin Xiao tentatively stepped onto the floor to confirm that the warmth was not merely a figment of her imagination. With astonished delight, she looked up at those around her, excitement barely contained in her voice. Did it work? It worked. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Xiao could not resist walking barefoot across the warm floor. Agu, quickly fetch the chief. Turning to Ali, she added, Uncle Ali, if you are willing, you may take on a few apprentices to assist others in creating geothermal heat, and you may collect a fee for your efforts. Ali had not anticipated that the small female would suggest he lead this endeavor and even permit him to receive compensation. Little female, this is your idea. I cannot do this. Although the proposition stirred Ali's heart, he was acutely aware that such an action would undermine Lin Xiao's contributions. Uncle Ali, it's perfectly fine. Since I have expressed it, I genuinely wish for you to have a better life. No, I cannot do this. Observing Ali's internal struggle, Lin Xiao felt a flicker of empathy. Then how about this? Let us collaborate. Noticing the perplexed look on Ali's face, Lin Xiao clarified, Uncle Ali, select a few males without hunting capabilities to assist you in this geothermal project. You will give me 30% of the earnings, and if I have further ideas in the future, we can continue this arrangement. How does that sound? While unsure of what 30% entailed, Ali grasped the essence of her proposal. I agree. I agree. Thank you, little female. As he spoke, he knelt on one knee, crossing his hands over his chest. Little female, you have granted us a lifeline. Had it not been for Ada's kind heart and his willingness to care for us, the old orcs incapable of hunting, we might have long since met the beast god. Yet, even with our reduced consumption, the number of orcs in our tribe who can hunt is limited, and the game they catch is meager. A portion must be set aside for us, and we cannot allow the little female to go hungry. Many of the young males often find themselves with empty stomachs. Now we can exchange our labor for sustenance, and we need not rely on charity any longer. Little female, thank you for rescuing us. That Ali's weathered face was now streaked with tears. Despite his advanced age, he knelt before Lin Xiao, weeping like a child. When Agu led the chief uncle into the cave, he was taken aback by the scene before him. He wondered why Ali, instead of remaining quietly in the cave, had come here, seeing him in such a sorrowful state. It was evident that he had displeased the little female, likely inciting her wrath. Realizing this, the chief uncle hurriedly stepped forward, standing awkwardly before Lin Xiao. That little female, Ali, is quite old. If he has erred, would you be so gracious as to temper your punishment? If you cannot contain your anger, then punish me instead. He shifted his feet, positioning himself between the two, attempting to shield Ali with his own body. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this turn of events, but Ali, kneeling on the ground, was the first to react. He sprang to his feet and slapped the back of the chief uncle's head. You foolish cub, I am speaking with the little female. What are you causing trouble for? His irritation grew as he recalled that he was trying to express gratitude to the little female, only to have the atmosphere disrupted by this clumsy bear. Enraged, he struck the chief uncle's head once more. Ali and the chief uncle were of similar ages, and Ali had watched the chief uncle grow up. Yet now, as he intended to plead for leniency on Ali's behalf, he found himself struck instead. Even the chief, known for his gentle nature, could not help but feel a flicker of temper. What are you doing? I was advocating for you to the little female, and yet you strike me. Ali's ire only intensified at these words, and as he continued to slap the chief's head, he recounted the entire situation from the beginning. Initially, the chief uncle dodged the slaps in surprise, but soon he simply stood there, allowing Ali's hands to rain down upon him. Upon feeling the warmth of the ground, the chief uncle, disregarding everything else, quickly removed his fur hide and gingerly placed his feet on the floor. Warm? Is it truly warm? After a moment's thought, he shed the fur hide entirely and lay down on the floor. It is indeed cozy. Lying here, I could enjoy a peaceful slumber. With that, he could not resist extending his hand to lick the thick palm of his hand. At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed that atop the chief uncle's head were what appeared to be bare ears, and his deep brown hair, coupled with his robust physique, resembled the bear-like creature spoken of by the village elders during her time at her grandmother's home. After being in the tribe for so long, Lin Xiao finally realized that the chief uncle was, in fact, a male beast. This revelation prompted her gaze to shift towards Yu. She scrutinized him closely, but aside from his disheveled feathers, she could find no markings to indicate his beast form. The moment her eyes fell upon Yu, he sensed her scrutiny. Uncertain of her intentions, he opted to feign ignorance. However, the intensity of her gaze was too fervent, compelling Yu to turn and flee in a panic. Watching him retreat, Lin Xiao could not help but suppress a smile. She then redirected her attention to the two before her. The chief uncle remained sprawled on the floor, while Ali continued to playfully slap his head. It was evident that Ali was not striking with any great force. After all, the chief was the leader, and Ali would never truly harm him. Thus, while Ali appeared to be enjoying himself, the chief uncle remained largely unaffected. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Xiao cleared her throat. Ahem, chief uncle. Upon hearing the little female's voice, the chief uncle was momentarily taken aback, then promptly sat up, adopting a serious demeanor, as if he had not just been lying on the floor. Little female, this geothermal warmth is marvelous. I wonder if other caves possess such a feature. I called the goo to bring you here specifically for this reason. I have already shared the method of harnessing this geothermal energy with Uncle Ollie. But to ensure that all the orcs in the tribe are aware of it, we will need your assistance. Chief Uncle, you taught Uncle Ollie the method? Indeed, henceforth, Ollie will lead the older orcs who lack hunting skills to undertake this task. This way, they will not be deemed useless to the tribe. You imparted such crucial knowledge so freely. Lin Xiao felt no particular weight in this decision. She was aware of many things and lacked the manpower and energy to disseminate this method herself. Therefore, sharing it was the wisest course of action. However, in the chief's understanding, when someone in the tribe learned a skill, they were inclined to hoard it, eager to present it to the beast god, rather than share it with others. Even if they did choose to teach, it would be reserved for those they trusted, who would swear an oath to keep it secret. That a person like Lin Xiao, who so readily shared knowledge, was a rarity he had never encountered. While Lin Xiao was perplexed by the chief's astonishment, the others were not. That a goo and his companions would never question the little female's decisions. But Ollie suddenly realized that he had learned a skill without pledging an oath. Though the little female trusted him, he knew he must uphold his end of the bargain, and thus he stepped forward to swear an oath to the beast god. Until the radiant light of the oath dissipated, Lin Xiao remained in a state of surprise. That it is quite all right. I truly do not mind. You may be kind enough not to care, little female, but I must swear, not just for your sake, but for my own peace of mind. Seeing his insistence, Lin Xiao chose not to press further. The discussion had reached its conclusion, and she did not intend to keep the chief uncle around for a meal, primarily due to his voracious appetite. Yet, the chief seemed oblivious to her hint to leave, plopping down right in front of Lin Xiao and gazing eagerly at Xiao, his eyes pleading with hunger. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Xiao blinked, feeling her resolve weaken as she contemplated feeding him. But just as she opened her mouth, a goose stepped forward and, like lifting a bear cub, seized the chief by the scruff of his neck and unceremoniously tossed him out of the cave. Only when the cold wind hit him did the chief register that he had been unceremoniously ejected into the snowy weather. Although he longed to rush back inside, he recognized the need to maintain his dignity as the leader. With no other option, he turned back toward his cold, unwelcoming cave. Inside, Lin Xiao watched as a goose smirked slightly. Did you really just throw him outside? What if he freezes? A goo gently blew on a piece of stewed meat in his hand. Try this. See how it tastes. He offered a morsel to Lin Xiao, who relished the flavor. Seeing her enjoyment, a goo casually remarked, "Do not worry about him. He is tough as old leather and cannot be easily frozen." Reassured that the chief would be fine, Lin Xiao relaxed and focused on her meal. Meanwhile, Ollie had indulged in a hearty meal, unable to suppress a loud belch. Little female, I will be heading back shortly. Returning now? Yes. I need to select a few suitable individuals to assist. Once we receive news from the chief, we can begin. I have been well fed for 2 days and am content, but I cannot help but think of my old companions. Seeing his determination, Lin Xiao refrained from further protest and nodded for a goo to escort him home. Before leaving, Ollie turned to Lin Xiao. Little female, rest assured, those I choose will swear an oath to the beast god. I will ensure the method of harnessing geothermal energy remains confidential. With that, he followed a goo out of the cave. Upon returning to their dwelling, everyone looked at Ollie in astonishment. He had not been discarded after all. Were you not planning to discard him before? How has he returned? Just look at the fur cloaking him. It appears exceedingly warm. I can't shake the feeling that Ollie seems more spirited now. Ignoring the hushed whispers of others, Ollie made his way directly to the cave beside him. While most were crouched at the cave's entrance to witness the spectacle, the individuals within remained unfazed. Old friend, how have you been? The one inside merely lifted his eyelids at the sound, and without keen eyesight, one would hardly notice such a subtle movement. Ollie, undeterred, approached the man directly and produced a warm piece of roasted meat from his pocket. Offering it to the man's lips, the savory aroma of the meat wafted insistently into the man's nostrils, prompting him to open his mouth and take a hearty bite. Where did you procure this food? Still warm? I heard you were abandoned by the tribe. Is that true? Old friend, let me recount the events of the past few days. Ollie detailed everything that had transpired, and the once listless man suddenly opened his eyes wide. Are you serious? Do you intend to take me along? Yes, but you must first pledge your oath to the beast god. The teachings of the little female must not be disclosed. Very well, I swear. Without hesitation, he struggled to swallow the morsel of roasted meat, withdrew his hand from the layers of fur, and promptly swore fealty to the beast god. As the radiant light dissipated, the man, who had previously lost all hope of survival, seemed to grasp a lifeline. What brings you to my cave so early? Egu, we heard from the chief that your cave is particularly warm, and we simply wish to see for ourselves. Indeed, we are on the brink of freezing. Since your cave is so warm, might you take us in? No sooner had the words left one orc's mouth than he was sent flying through the oh, not presume, I am unaware of your intentions. The little female is not yet of age. If you wish to pursue her, you must first contend with me. Who else desires to reside in my cave? Let me gauge whether your bones are sturdier than my fists. With that, his wolfish eyes scanned the crowd encircling him. The one who had just been flung away had established a significant deterrent, and under Egu's piercing gaze, the others retreated several steps, visibly anxious. At that moment, Alu rushed over from a distance. Egu, I heard from the chief that you have discovered a way to warm the cave. Is that true? Upon seeing Alu, Egu, whose expression had been grim, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Indeed, it is true. It was researched by Lin Xiao. Wonderful, wonderful. What must I offer as recompense to have the little female assist me in warming my cave? The others gasped in astonishment upon hearing that the method to warm the cave had been devised by the little female. Do not seek out the little female. Go to Ollie instead. The little female has shared the method with him, so you may approach him directly. Upon learning that the little female had imparted the knowledge to an old orc regarded as useless, Alu looked at Egu in disbelief, searching for evidence of deceit on his face. Ultimately, having confirmed Egu's honesty, Alu incredulously asked, did the little female truly teach this method to the elderly orc? I assure you, I am not lying if you do not believe me. You may enter and ask the little female yourself. Very well. I shall seek out Ollie now. He recognized that Egu could not possibly deceive him, and questioning the little female would be superfluous. The others, witnessing Alu's swift departure, combined with Egu's sincerity, could only leave in dejection. Alu, wait. As Alu was about to turn and leave, Egu called out to him. If you are looking for Ollie, it would be prudent to first check in the chief's cave. After expressing his gratitude, Alu did not linger but hurried towards the chief's residence. His little female's belly was growing, and soon she would give birth. The cave was so cold that even he felt uncertain, and at the current temperature, both the offspring and the little female might not survive when the time came. Alu was especially relieved he had heeded Egu's advice and had not gone directly to find T that moment. Ollie, accompanied by several elderly orcs he had chosen, was busy in the chief's cave. The sight of Alu's arrival elicited no surprise from them. Once the method to warm the cave was known among the tribe, it was only a matter of time before individuals sought him out. In stark contrast to the bustling activity surrounding Ollie, Lin Xiao had recently enjoyed a rather leisurely time. With the blizzard continuing outside, Lin Xiao had instructed Egu to secure 2 wooden planks to block the cave entrance. A layer of wood combined with a layer of fur effectively kept the frigid winds at bay, and with the floor radiating continuous warmth, the inhabitants of the cave experienced an unprecedented level of comfort. With the temperature issue resolved, several days had passed without practicing writing, and Lin Xiao wondered if they had forgotten what they had learned. And no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than you spoke up first. Not at all. I review every day. I remember the characters that Xiao taught me. With that, he picked up a stick and began writing on the ground. Though he was just beginning to learn, Ayu's handwriting was remarkably neat. Following Ayu's lead, the others also picked up sticks and began writing, eager not to be outdone. Meanwhile, Guang stood by, holding his stick, looking utterly perplexed as he observed the others. His mind raced as he recalled they had all worked together. When had they secretly practiced without him knowing? Lin Xiao surveyed the writing of each student, nodding in approval until his gaze landed on Guang, prompting him to blink in resignation. A teacher. One must acknowledge the existence of both high achievers and those who struggle. Having 3 out of 4 students excel was already a source of satisfaction. Since everyone was performing well, they would continue learning new characters today. And as for Guang, he could seek help from the others when time permitted. In Lin Xiao's cave, a serene atmosphere prevailed, unbeknownst to them that within the chief's cave, a fierce confrontation was imminent. When Alu located Ali, the geothermal heating was already well underway, and believing it would not be long before completion, Alu chose not to rush, but rather sat quietly observing their efforts. Just as the heating was nearing completion, Ahua's males burst into the chief's cave all at once. First, we must warm our cave. Ahua is pregnant. We cannot let her freeze. They attempted to drag Ali away. However, Ali had never been easily swayed in his youth. Having lived a long life, apart from feeling gratitude towards the little female who taught him skills, he maintained an indifferent attitude towards others. He immediately shook off their grasp. What does your female's pregnancy have to do with me? Do you not see that there are others waiting in line? Once the chief's cave is finished, I will head to yours. You shall have to wait your turn. Upon hearing that they would have to wait, several orcs became agitated. Our female is pregnant. Are you intent on condemning the offspring to death? Such a grave accusation of endangering the young was not taken lightly, and the males feared the old fellow would prioritize his own cave. At that moment, Alu sprang to his feet. I said only your females who were pregnant. Our female is also expecting, and we arrived first. You cannot act so tyrannically. The orcs outside, hearing Alu's words, wore expressions of discontent. Previously, their little female had sought trouble with others, only to find she had support, resulting in her being beaten. That beating had spurred her to find a male and seek to bear his offspring. Now, facing their adversaries once more, with their little female also pregnant, no one held a superior position. They had to retrieve her, lest the whip of the little female show no mercy. We are indeed tyrannical. Our female is also expecting. Even if the little female who supports yours, Xiao, were to arrive, she would be powerless to intervene. We must take this old fool with us. On the sidelines, Ali, who was indifferent to the matter. Upon hearing that Alu's little female was being protected by another little female, felt no hesitation whatsoever. He hastened his movements, completing the heating for the leader before rising to Alu's side. Leader, please check if there are any issues. If not, I shall take my leave. The leader, upon observing Ali's demeanor, understood that he intended to accompany Alu back. Without further ado, he poured hot water and, finding everything in order, nodded slightly at Ali. Let us go. Lead me to your cave. Alu, taken aback by the old orc's direct disregard for the group of orcs, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. It wasn't until Ali, displaying a hint of impatience, patted his shoulder that Alu snapped back to reality, ready to lead Ali outside. However, when the group outside noticed their departure, they were unwilling to allow it. They quickly surrounded the cave entrance. Old Ali, you must first come to our cave. We will offer you a reward if you do so now. If you do not come now, the reward will be withdrawn, expecting that the mention of a reward would sway Ali. They were surprised to find him as unyielding as ever, steadfastly remaining by Alu's side, without even casting him a glance. The leader behind them, seeing their obstinacy, discreetly pulled an old orc aside to whisper a few words. The old orc nodded and, seizing the moment of standoff, quietly slipped away. Alu arrived ahead of you. He should be the first to be attended to. You all wait inside the cave. Once Ali has finished with Alu's cave, he will naturally come to yours. With the leader's words, most of the males began to reconsider their stance, but a few who had followed Ahua the longest remained unmoved. Their reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire to act, but from the impending wrath of the females should they fail to bring someone back today. The wavering males, seeing the steadfastness of the few, found themselves compelled to stand their ground. This moment, Xiao was teaching a few individuals new characters when suddenly a knock echoed from outside. Who would come knocking at this time? Not only was Lin Xiao puzzled, but so were the other males. Xiao, sit tight. I shall go open the door. Yes, the door swung open. Lin Xiao curiously peered out, spotting an unfamiliar male orc, appearing rather aged. The only elder orc he had previously encountered was Ali. Could this individual be summoned by Ali, due to the howling wind and snow? Lin Xiao couldn't catch the conversation between the two before long. Agu entered the cave, leading the aged orc to Xiao. Ahua's male and Alu are vying for Ali in the leader's cave. They refused to heed the leader's orders, so I came to ask for your assistance. Upon hearing that Ahua's group was causing trouble again, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed deeply. Oh, you need my help? No need. I will drive them away, allowing Alu and Ollie to leave unimpeded. Moreover, Ahua is with child, so you must not lay a hand on her. Understanding that Ahua was pregnant, Lin Xiao realized her intentions. Whenever he encountered her, he couldn't help but feel compelled to act. Avoiding her during this time was the wisest choice. Then go quickly and be safe. Should you need me to intervene, send someone to fetch me. With the little female's approval, Agu departed the cave alongside the messenger. Watching their figures vanish into the storm, Lin Xiao felt a sudden surge of irritation. How vexing. The weather cannot simply calm down. Xiao thoughtfully offered Lin Xiao a bowl of meat soup. Observing him, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a desire to converse. Xiao, do you think the entire continent is powerless against such females? Xiao, fully aware of whom the little female referred to, pondered for a moment before softly replying. We require females to reproduce. Regardless of personal feelings, the males will exhibit tolerance towards females for the sake of future generations. Suddenly realizing that Xiao had become a guardian, thus relinquishing his right to father offspring, Lin Xiao curiously inquired, as a guardian, you cannot have your own children. Do you not regret this? Xiao was taken aback. Not anticipating such a question from the little female, I do not regret it. Since my leg was broken, I lost the right to have a female. Had you not taught me how to produce salt, I fear I would have perished in the cave like those useless males. Moreover, females are exceedingly rare in the Holy Yuan continent. Many females bear numerous offspring, yet still do not produce a single female child. And many healthy males struggle to find females. How could I be any different? In that moment, Lin Xiao saw a sense of fulfillment in Xiao's eyes. That it seemed that mere survival and sustenance were already sufficient. Having offspring was merely an additional blessing, a source of joy if granted, but ultimately, just a regret if your leg heals and you find a female you adore. Would being my guardian affect your desires? Xiao blinked. Are you suggesting severing our bond? Upon seeing Lin Xiao nod, Xiao smiled gently. Being a guardian is a privilege bestowed upon males by the beast god. Whether one remains a guardian or chooses to sever this bond is entirely up to the male. However, severing the bond may incur a slight penalty. Uncertain why the so-called beast god was so stringent with males, especially given the gender imbalance, Lin Xiao was lost in thought when Xiao's voice suddenly broke through. The little female saved my life. I would never abandon her. I wish to remain by her side forever to protect her. This brought to Lin Xiao's mind the saying about owing a life debt. One could only repay it with one's own life. A shiver ran down Lin Xiao's spine at the realization that he already had Agu as a devoted follower, and he had no desire to acquire another. Meanwhile, Agu, following the orc to the leader's cave, spotted a group of orcs surrounding the entrance from a distance, with Alu and Ollie trapped in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. The two were shivering from the cold, their lips turning purple. But the surrounding orcs were adamant in their refusal to part, until Agu charged at the nearest orc, raising his paw and sending the orc flying. This sudden turn of events caused the males allied with Ahua to change their expressions in unison. Who dares to trouble them? We came for Ollie, but Alu is blocking our way. Before the words were fully uttered, Agu struck the orc aside. Whoever wishes to continue arguing should first inquire whether my paw will allow it. The once obstinate group of males, taken aback by Agu's readiness to fight, was intimidated into submission. Though they wished to resist, their strength did not permit it, and they could only retreat, tails tucked between their legs. Thus, Agu led Ollie and Alu away, step by step, right in front of their adversaries. What do? If we fail to bring someone back, the little female will surely be furious. I don't want to be beaten again. The little female's strikes truly hurt. After speaking, he cast a pleading glance at the foremost male, one of the first to become the little female's mate and the leader of this group of orcs. Should Ollie not be brought back, he would be the first to face the little female's wrath. If anyone among these males wished to return Ollie, it was undoubtedly him. Under the gaze of the crowd, the orc gritted his teeth. Let's go. We shall wait at Alu's cave. Saying this, he lifted his leg and chased after the departing figures. Upon arriving at Alu's cave, the robust males could not suppress a shiver. Portions of the cave had already frozen over, and the fire could barely ignite. The temperature inside and outside the cave was nearly the same, with the only difference being the absence of wind and snow within. The little female was being cradled by her bear orc partner. Yet, even in his embrace, she was still shivering uncontrollably. Upon seeing Alu return, hope ignited in the eyes of everyone in the cave. It is far too cold inside. The little female cannot endure this much longer. During the frigid season of extreme cold, the fire in the cave could hardly be kindled, and the interior grew increasingly frigid, even forming ice. Initially, I intended to inquire if you had any solutions, but the little female was not in good condition during that period, and we simply could not leave her side. That it was only upon hearing the leader mention a method to warm the cave that I hastened to seek you out. Upon entering the cave, Ali promptly took charge, directing several males to excavate a smaller hole within the cave for the purpose of boiling water. Observing that Ali had already begun his tasks, I realized that given the cave's coldness, it would not warm up quickly. Thus, I made an immediate decision. Alu, bring your little female to my cave. Alu, taken aback, looked at me in astonishment, seeking confirmation of my words. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Your cave is far too cold, and the little female is with child. Will a Xiao agree? Alu inquired. Like the males, the females were not fond of having others of the same sex intrude upon their territory. Hearing Alu's question, I paused briefly before responding with assurance. A Xiao is different from the other females. She will assist the little female. Just then, a meow let out a mighty sneeze, leaving no room for Alu's hesitation. He swiftly wrapped all the furs in the cave around the little female, cradling her tightly, and followed me into the biting wind and snow. Meanwhile, in another part of the cave, Lin Xiao occasionally glanced toward the entrance. Do not worry. Agu is a 4-star sacred beast. There is no danger. Upon hearing Ayu's comforting words, Lin Xiao shook her head. I am not concerned about those males. They are nothing but useless gluttons. Agu could easily topple them with a single swipe. Why concern lies with the weather to you? Aware that the little female possessed extensive knowledge, sought to glean her thoughts, casually inquiring, do you believe we can withstand this weather? Of course we can. Look, we have already devised a rudimentary heating system. Though crude, it can still warm the cave. To this point, Lin Xiao contemplated her desire to build a proper house, yet the current location of the tribe was not suitable for such an endeavor. She glanced at Ayu, who, as a priest, should know where would be more conducive for habitation. She wondered how he would react upon hearing her wish to depart, sensing the little female's steady gaze upon him. Ayu's heart inexplicably quickened. Blinking in a somewhat flustered manner, he maintained his usual tone. Why are you looking at me like that? I was pondering whether there exists a place suitable for human habitation. Lin Xiao unconsciously replied. Realizing her words had escaped her lips, she wished to retract them, but it was too late. The anticipated rebuttal did not come, and Lin Xiao curiously looked up at Ayu. Do you wish to leave the tribe? Although his tone remained unaltered, Lin Xiao detected a hint of disappointment and caution within it. It is not that I have not considered leaving the tribe. The people here are kind, and I truly enjoy it. However, this place is not ideal for living, and I seek a more suitable location. That moment, Ayu was particularly eager to understand what Lin Xiao's previous home had been like, prompting him to ask, what was your former tribe like, a Xiao? Upon hearing this, images of her grandmother's village flooded Lin Xiao's mind. In my tribe, both males and females must work. We constructed houses to shield ourselves from the cold during the winter months. And we raised livestock, ensuring a steady supply of meat throughout the year. Males need not constantly risk their lives to hunt, for we also cultivated our own crops, which provided sustenance even in winter. We crafted weapons, enabling both males and females to defend our home against any threats. Originally, Ayu's curiosity was fleeting, but as the little female spoke in her gentle voice, a yearning blossomed within him. The idea of having a ready supply of meat, of males not fearing for their lives while hunting, and even the elderly beasts, stripped of their hunting abilities, contributing to the tribe in meaningful ways, filled him with longing. Even the delicate females and vulnerable young could wield weapons to protect their home. Such notions were beyond Yu's wildest dreams. Suddenly, a Zhao's voice broke through Lin Xiao's recollection. Confused, Lin Xiao turned to him, unsure of his sudden change in demeanor. Meeting Lin Xiao's gaze, Yu strove to suppress his racing heart, speaking slowly. If the tribe were to migrate, could it become as you described? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a faint smile. Nothing can be accomplished overnight, but if everyone in the tribe unites their efforts, we could swiftly transform it into what I envision. Observing the confident and hopeful smile on the little female's face, Yu felt an overwhelming sense of conviction. If all were to heed her wisdom, perhaps their tribe could indeed evolve into the haven she spoke of. She was a sage, destined to lead them towards a brighter future. In that moment, Yu silently resolved that if the little female were to become the tribe's leader, they might witness swift and profound changes. As for the current leader, he had been chosen only due to the sudden passing of the former leader. Yu believed that if the tribe could flourish, the leader would willingly step aside. A sudden gust of icy wind swept through the cave as Yu entered, followed closely by Lu, cradling the little female. The moment Lin Xiao spotted him at the entrance, her heart, which had been in suspense, gradually eased, though she regarded Lu with surprise. Before Lin Xiao could inquire, Yu stepped forward to clarify the situation. What? A Miao's cave has frozen over? Indeed, a Miao's mate transformed into beast form to shield her. Yet she remained cold. Considering her condition, I brought her back that we must ensure her safety. A Miao is carrying 5 little ones in this bitter cold. What if something were to happen? Lu, who was still holding the little female, felt an immense relief wash over him upon hearing Lin Xiao's acceptance that Yu was right. A Xiao was indeed different from the other females, in truth. A Miao harbored her own anxieties, fearing that Lin Xiao might share the same sentiments as the other females. Disapproving of visitors encroaching upon their territory, it was not just the other females. Even a Miao herself was not fond of others entering her cave, but Lin Xiao was an exception. Realizing that Lin Xiao did not reject her presence filled a Miao with excitement as she gently scratched Lu's arms that held her tightly. Noticing her desire to descend, Lu wasted no time and set her down gently. The cave was warm, and he promptly helped the little female shed the layers of furs enveloping her. Lin Xiao watched with a smile as Lu carefully assisted a Miao in removing the furs. But when her gaze fell upon a Miao's noticeably rounded belly, she blinked in surprise. How could your belly have grown so large in such a short time? She exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to touch her abdomen, but halted her hand just before contact. Though unsure whether females in this world were endowed with beastly instincts, Lin Xiao remembered that females typically did not permit unfamiliar individuals to touch their bellies. Despite having saved a Miao, they were still strangers, and Lin Xiao did not wish to trespass upon her boundaries. The Miao, sensing the little female retract her hand, felt a surge of urgency. Females only revealed their bellies to those they cherished and trusted, especially those with young. Rejection would surely wound her heart. Yu quickly discerned that Lin Xiao had indeed wished to touch a Miao's belly, but had hesitated for some reason. He approached her side and gently coaxed. Would you like to feel the little ones, a Xiao? Is that permissible? A Miao eagerly nodded, arching her back to present her belly to Lin Xiao's hand, perhaps due to Lin Xiao's previous connection with the water element. As her hand made contact with a Miao's belly, the 5 little ones within stirred vigorously, causing small bulges to appear beneath the surface. A Miao could not help but gasp in delight. You must be good and not disturb your mother. Once you are born, your aunt will play with you. That moment, a miraculous occurrence transpired. The 5 little creatures seemed to comprehend the words spoken to them. Abruptly falling silent, Lin Xiao hastily withdrew her hand, fearing that these 5 little beings might suddenly rebel within her. She raised her hand to grasp a Miao's. A Miao, you can rest assured and stay here. I will frequently assist in checking your health. With my presence, you will undoubtedly give birth to your young safely. Thank you, a Xiao. From now on, I shall faithfully follow you. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be the first to oppose it. Surprised by a Miao's sudden declaration of loyalty, Lin Xiao instinctively glanced at Lu, who showed no intention of thwarting his mate's sentiments, his expression filled with approval. Nearby, Yu slightly raised an eyebrow. How remarkable that the little female had managed to win over another female in such a short span. After all, subjugating a female was far more challenging than subduing a male. Moreover, Securing a female was tantamount to claiming her partner and followers. Truly, she was worthy of being the sage chosen by the beast god, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Miao. We shall learn characters together daily. Since you are here, you might as well join us, along with your male. Learn characters? A Miao exclaimed in disbelief. Characters were one of the hallmarks of a powerful tribe, and only a few beastmen in Beast King City could recognize them. To think that a little female was teaching characters in this inconspicuous cave. If word spread, she would surely face a frenzy of tribes vying for her. Indeed. What of it? Lin Xiao assumed that a Miao was reluctant to learn. And if she did not wish to, Lin Xiao would not force her to ITS nothing. Just too astonishing. I am willing to learn. After some contemplation, she realized that learning was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two, and given her condition, it was impractical to move about much. Lin Xiao then looked up at Agu. Agu, I would like a Miao to stay with me until the early warm season. Is that permissible? Initially, Agu intended to refuse, but upon meeting the little female's glistening eyes, he found the words of rejection stuck in his throat, ultimately biting his lip and nodding in agreement. In that moment, Agu felt a pang of regret. Why had he allowed himself to soften and bring her back? Now, the little female's attention was divided by another. Turning, he saw the two little females excitedly whispering to each other. Agu took a deep breath. Well, as long as the little female was happy, that was sufficient. Alu, standing nearby, smiled as he watched his little female, but a Miao was expected to give birth before the early warm season. And with the other little female present, Alu believed she could safely deliver her young. Thinking of Ali and the others still in the cave, Alu bid farewell to a few individuals and departed. The beastmen who had been with Ahua would not easily relent after being outmatched. With the little female here, she was undoubtedly safe, and he had no further concerns. It was time to return and settle accounts with those beastmen. Alu's thoughts proved accurate. Shortly after he left with the little female and Agu, the group of males seized the cave for themselves. They believed they could simply take the cave if they couldn't claim the little female, as all they needed was to report back to Ahua that Ali observed the beastmen smiling with ill intent and could only shake his head in resignation. Such behavior would inevitably lead to trouble. Only Alu accompanied Agu to escort the little female, so aside from Ali and a few others working, the cave was filled with the Miao-s males, at least since the males outside grinning maliciously. They too recognized the threat. Though uncertain of their intentions, each one braced themselves, fearing a sudden aggressive move. They were equally anxious about whether Alu had safely escorted the little female, although Agu had suggested it. They wondered if the little female would indeed accept a Miao, that if she did not, considering the cold weather, what would become of a Miao? Agu had spoken, so it should be feasible. They decided to stop speculating and quickly warm the cave, planning to bring a Miao back later. Their expressions were laden with concern, and their movements hastened. Since a Miao had relatively few males, her cave was not large, with Ali and others working swiftly. Aided by the males, they completed the floor and heating system before dark. Let us head to your cave. Wait a moment. Earlier, in the chief's cave, you insisted I go to yours first. Why the sudden change of heart? Ali's voice dripped with disdain, causing the leading male's expression to shift. Ali, I advise you not to meddle. Just focus on your own affairs. With that, he stepped into the cave, where the males were tidying up. Upon their entrance, except for the one stoking the fire, the others turned to regard them with trepidation. We are taking this cave. If you know what is good for you, leave promptly, or we shall not be courteous. The group stared in disbelief. Shu, are you attempting to seize our cave? Indeed, we are claiming your cave. Hurry and vacate it, or in this bitter cold, injuries could be dire. A Miao's males, save for Alu, who was at mid-third star strength, were mostly 2-star or just barely reached 3rd star. The beastmen before them, while of similar strength, were numerous enough that a war of attrition would wear them down. Moreover, in the midst of the harsh winter, even the healthy could perish, let alone the injured. They felt a surge of urgency, yet none retreated as both sides stood in an impasse. Ali could no longer bear it. Shu, enough. We are heading to your cave to warm it. Do not trouble them further. Silence. You refused to go earlier. Now, we need warmth for our cave, and we want this one as well. Drive them out. Just then, Alu rushed over from a distance. "What are you doing?" "A shoe. Who are you trying to expel?" Before a shoe could respond, the others began a clamor, recounting the situation. After hearing the whole story, Alu's face flushed with anger, his eyes glaring at the group before him as he transformed into his beast form, a massive black wolf. The group was taken aback, not expecting Alu to shift forms in such a heated moment. This provided Alu with the opportunity to strike, his paw landing squarely on a shoe. Knowing that subduing him would intimidate the others, that Alu's strategy proved sound. Xiao was sent flying by the force of the blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, the others hastily assisted Xiao, retreating slowly. Failing to complete the task assigned by the little female would result in a mere reprimand from her. Even if she hit them, they could endure it. However, facing a male's claw was no jest. In this weather, without a healer, it could truly be fatal. "Who dares to claim our cave? You should first inquire if my claws consent. I assure you, my claws are measured. I will not let you perish easily." The timid beastmen immediately took several steps back. "This is not our affair. We merely wish to take Ali back. We have no intention of seizing your cave. We are leaving now." With that, several males turned and fled without a backward glance. Xiao attempted to protest, but Alu's strike had sapped his strength. He could only glare in resentment, unable to utter a word that a few still desired to take Ali, but he simply turned and marched away with his group, leaving behind a parting remark in the wind and snow. "From now on, I shall not concern myself with your cave." The others, eager to negotiate, called out, "Ali, do not go. We will offer you rewards. We need your help to warm our cave. Our little female is with child." Upon hearing that the young female was expecting offspring, Ali's heart momentarily wavered. Regardless of how excessive Ahua and her male counterpart were, the innocent cubs bore no guilt. However, a single remark from Ash extinguished the flicker of compassion that had arisen within Ali. He insisted that Ali must assist in warming the cave, demanding compensation for his efforts, and proclaimed that doing something for Ahua was a privilege, if it weren't for Ahua granting him an opportunity. This seemingly useless old orc would never even catch a glimpse of a female. Humph. If Ash is so capable, then you clearly do not need us. Such worthless old orcs as us have no rightful place in your cave. Having said this, Ali turned away without a backward glance, followed by the elder orcs, all casting unfriendly glances at Ash. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. It is indeed essential to have people around. Despite several attempts to persuade Ali to stay, he remained resolute, refusing even to glance back. In this moment, the passers-by harbored a trace of resentment towards Ash. After all, failing to fulfill the young female's directive would result in a beating upon their return. Even Ash was taken aback by Ali's unwavering resolve. He left without a second thought, offering no consideration for Ash's feelings. Observing the unfriendly stares from the males directed at him, Ash could only muster the courage to persist. "If they choose to leave, we too can warm the cave ourselves." "Ash, do you know how to warm a cave?" "Of course, I do." They did not avoid us while performing their task. Having observed for so long, I have certainly learned the method. "Quickly, help me up. We must return and warm the cave." Upon hearing this, the group finally noticed that Ash had been lying on the ground after receiving a hefty blow. Regardless, someone would face the young female's wrath upon their return, so they hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Making haste to return as they departed, Alu reverted to his human form, leisurely donning his animal hide. "Alu, how is the young female? Is she all right? Shouldn't we go fetch her?" "The young female is well. Agu's female takes a liking to her and wishes to keep her until the warm season. I believe that with Agu's female present, the young female will surely give birth safely. I will send her food daily. You must safeguard our cave and ensure it is not taken from us." Upon learning that Agu's female favored their young female and intended to keep her until the warm season, the males displayed no signs of displeasure. On the contrary, they felt a sense of relief. The young female would give birth before the cold season had passed, and with Agu's female around, a meow would certainly be safe. I could see this moment. Ahua in the cave wore an expression of impatience. Yet, despite the cold and several males surrounding her for warmth, she still felt little comfort. As she observed the delay in the return of those sent to fetch the others, her anger began to simmer. Upon seeing Ash at the cave entrance, but not the person she wished to see, Ahua's fury erupted entirely. However, tightly encased by several males, and with the cold weighing heavily upon her, Ahua could only unleash her rage in sharp, piercing shouts. "Ash, where have you been? I instructed you to bring Ollie back. Where is he?" Just as Ash stepped into the cave, he was met with the furious outburst of the young female. Instinctively startled, he dared not delay and hurriedly approached, kneeling before her. "Ahua, please do not be angry. You are with cubs." Before he could finish, Ahua interrupted him. "I asked you where Ollie is. I told you to bring him back. Where is he? That Ollie is incredibly ungrateful. I asked him to come to our cave, yet he not only refused but also ran to a loose cave. I do not wish to hear this. I want to know where the one who can warm the cave has gone." Kneeling on the ground, Ash trembled, whether from the cold or fear, he could not discern, his body shaking like a leaf. And he involuntarily swallowed. I know how to warm the cave." Ahua was not Na'vi. When the chief informed the tribe of the method to warm the caves, it was stated that it was devised by the very young female she despised most. Given her relationship with that young female, it was implausible that she would share this method with her males. As for Ollie, he would never teach it to anyone else. If she were that young female, she would surely compel him to swear an oath to the beast god. So when Ash claimed to know the method, Ahua's expression was one of disbelief. Perhaps Ash's unconvincing demeanor spurred him on. He abruptly rose to his feet, whether to convince himself or Ahua. "I will do it. I will warm the cave." With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit. As Ash spotted Ollie and his companions in the woods, pride nearly overflowed from his eyes. The males who had followed him, initially skeptical, felt more assured upon seeing Ollie, confirming Ash's claim of knowing the method. "I've already learned your method. Without you, our cave can still be warmed." With a sweeping gesture, he instructed those behind him to gather resin. Provoked, Ollie seemed to disregard Ash's words, continuing with his own work. The expressions of the others betrayed a hint of anxiety. But seeing Ali's calm demeanor steadied their nerves, allowing them to persist. The materials Ollie employed were quite simple. Even without his explicit instructions, the orcs merely needed to observe attentively to identify the components. Furthermore, the trees yielding this resin were not far from the tribe, which Ash found unsurprising. In truth, Ollie was well aware that this method could easily be learned by anyone with determination. It was exceedingly straightforward. The only slightly challenging aspect might be establishing a water cycle, yet that too could be figured out with effort. However, this seemingly simple solution would enable these old fellows to survive the cold season. And both Ollie and his companions held a deep sense of gratitude towards the young female. In the cave, Lin Xiao, who was teaching everyone to read, was blissfully unaware that she had unknowingly garnered a multitude of admirers. "Is this my name? Why does my writing look different from Ah Zhao's? I always feel like Ah Zhao's writing appears more elegant." A Miao stared at the two characters on the ground in disbelief. Having followed Ah Zhao's steps precisely, yet the result was two different styles. Fine. When I first started writing, I was even worse than you. I think I began at 6 years old, struggling to hold a pen, yet I still managed to write better than a Miao. Yet a Miao looked at Lin Xiao with the wonder of discovering a new world. Ah Xiao had difficulties writing too? I think Ah Xiao is amazing. She knows everything. Even the method to warm the cave was devised by her. Lin Xiao felt a tinge of shyness under a Miao's adoring gaze. She had done nothing remarkable. Yet these innocent orcs were profoundly moved by her, and the feeling was rather pleasant. "When the opportunity arises, I will ensure you have an even warmer house to dwell in." Miao, hearing about houses for the first time, curiously inquired, "What is a house? Is it warmer than a cave?" "Indeed, it is especially warm. Houses even have yards where one can raise animals, ensuring that during the cold season there is no fear of running out of meat. Raising animals, like the few rabbit beasts that Ah Xiao has. Once they grow, we can have some to eat, and the rabbit beasts can produce many little ones as long as the rabbit beasts do not perish. We will always have them to eat." Although a Miao's words sounded like a tongue twister, Lin Xiao understood her meaning and gave her a thumbs up. "What does this mean?" Seeing this gesture, a Miao instinctively mirrored the action. "This is a compliment. You are truly wonderful, remarkable, and impressive." Upon hearing the praise, a meow beamed widely, returning Lin Xiao's gesture. Ah Xiao is amazing too. Ah Xiao is truly wonderful. Ah Xiao is indeed remarkable. Upon uttering these words, the two could not help but burst into laughter. Nearby, a few male beasts observed the duo, who were laughing uncontrollably, and their lips curled into faint smiles. They exchanged approving thumbs-up gestures, sharing knowing smiles amongst themselves. Lin Xiao was unaware that, in a not-so-distant future, this gesture would become one of the most popular signs in the sacred Yuan continent. You fool! Do you even know how to warm up the cave? It's already dark, and you still haven't figured it out. I truly regret my decision to have you as my partner, she fumed. Damn fool! Wasting my time. Hurry and bring Ollie here. If you do well, I shall bear the next offspring with you. After numerous failures, Ahua finally erupted in frustration, even using the prospect of their future offspring as leverage to command another male beast to fetch Ollie. A Shu, who was struggling with the tree sap, was taken aback by her words, disbelief written all over his face that I can do it. I can do it. Ahua, let me be the one to bear the next offspring. Dante, give it to anyone else. As he spoke, Ahua, disregarding the chill of the cave, pulled her arm free from the group of males and hurled an object at him. You fool. What face do you have to ask me to bear your offspring? You can't even handle a trivial matter. What use are you to me? How could you have the audacity to boast in front of me? I am the foolish one for believing your words. Get lost. I no longer wish to see you, that if you appear before me again, I will not hesitate to destroy your beast mark, condemning you to a wretched life as a stray beast. Upon hearing this threat, the expressions of all present shifted, instinctively taking a step back from Shu, fearful of being drawn into his misfortune. Observing that the small female was genuinely furious, and acknowledging his own shortcomings in this matter, Shu could only lower his head and silently exit the cave. A beast man, who had been on relatively amiable terms with Shu, hurriedly caught up to him. Shu. Upon hearing someone call his name, Shu halted and turned to look at the source of the voice. Shu, I have roasted meat here. You should eat a little. You haven't had anything all day. Upon seeing the roasted meat in the other's hand, Shu's previously lifeless eyes sparkled with life. That he had gone an entire day without food, and the prospect of being expelled from the cave meant he would struggle to find sustenance. He had been contemplating where to scavenge for something to eat, only to be presented with food. Grabbing the roasted meat, he stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation, appearing as though he might choke. Observing his voraciousness, the other sighed gently. Are you going to keep following Ahua? Shu, who had been focused on devouring the meat, suddenly lifted his head, staring wide-eyed at the speaker. Ahua is a wicked female. She has many males and will never bear offspring for me. Therefore, I have decided to seek out Ajin. Do you wish to accompany me? Initially, it was assumed that Shu, having been expelled from the cave, would harbor some resentment, yet he abruptly shoved the other aside. You speak nonsense. Ahua is the kindest female. How could you even entertain thoughts of betraying her? Kind. She beats and scolds her males. Even now that she is pregnant, it is merely to bully others. She casts you out of the cave. How can you claim she is kind? She is kind. Today, I failed to warm a cave, and she merely expelled me without truly harming me. Though she threatened me, she didn't actually do anything, did she? How can she not be kind? The other was taken aback by Shu's shameful words. Unable to comprehend what kind of enchantment Ahua had cast upon him to make him blind to her true nature. Suit yourself. If you become a stray beast, it serves you right. With that, the individual turned and walked away, evidently unwilling to engage further with Shu. Shu, biting into the roasted meat with fervor, muttered angrily at the retreating figure, You better not betray the female, or I will surely inform on you. After this, he turned to leave, determined to find a slightly warmer place. Otherwise, he might freeze to death that night. He had yet to bear offspring with the small female. How could he allow himself to perish? Once Ahua had calmed down, he intended to return to her side. Expelled from the cave by Ahua, Shu huddled into his bee skin and surveyed his surroundings, contemplating where he might spend the night, completely unconcerned about the possibility of returning. Inside the cave, Ahua nestled among several males, casting a discontented glare at the group before her. Where are those sent to find Ollie? Have they perished outside? What use are you fools to me? Damn it! Whoever can help me warm the cave shall be the one with whom I have a next offspring. That Ahua's proposition was indeed tempting. Yet the males merely exchanged glances, paralyzed into inaction. It wasn't that they were unwilling to warm the cave. They simply did not know how to do so. The one dispatched to find Ollie had left the cave only moments prior, likely without even catching a glimpse of him. As Ahua glared at the unmoving group, her anger intensified. Are you all fools? Not a single one of you knows how to warm the cave. What use are you to me? I might as well turn you all into stray beasts. Her words darkened the already oppressive atmosphere within the cave. I could see that moment. Someone mumbled, the method to warm the cave was devised by a Gu-S female. We can't even compare to her. How pathetic. This remark infuriated Ahua, for she was the most admired female in the tribe, the daughter of the former village chief, and had been cherished since childhood. Now, someone dared to openly challenge her. It was intolerable for someone who had always been the center of admiration. Ignoring her surroundings, she stood up in a fury, glaring at the crowd, breathing heavily. The disadvantages of having so many males became apparent as no one knew who had spoken ill of her. Leaving her enraged yet without a target, in her rage, Ahua failed to notice a beast man nearby, his expression laden with concern directed at her abdomen. After all, those were her offspring, and considering the well-being of the unborn. He felt compelled to speak up despite knowing Ahua was on the verge of exploding with anger. Ahua, it's too cold. Come to the center. We will find that individual. You cannot afford to freeze. Fool! Scoundrel! Should I catch you, I will ensure you are punished severely, turning you into a stray beast, making you the most despised being among all the beastmen. Though her words were fierce, her body was honest. Retreating into the warmth provided by the surrounding males. Alas, a pregnant female's body was inherently weak, and the cave's temperature was intolerable even for males, let alone for her. Small female, I shall go find a method to warm the cave right away. One of the males suddenly declared, and without waiting for Ahua's response, he turned and exited the cave. The others soon followed suit, rushing out while shouting, We shall find a way. We cannot let the small female suffer from the cold. When the males finally found Ollie, their demeanor starkly contrasted with the Shu's earlier attitude. Upon encountering Ollie, they were almost eager to kneel before him, pleading for him to return to the cave and warm it. However, Ollie merely asked one question. Who is your female? The male swallowed hard, struggling to utter the name, Ahua. Upon hearing her name, Ollie did not hesitate. He turned and walked away, leaving behind a final remark. Ahua's male is quite capable. I saw him gathering materials. He likely knows the method already, so my assistance is unnecessary. You may return. After speaking, he turned away with the group. That it is evident without a second thought that Ollie was referring to someone specific. That male was practically itching to give Ashu a good beating. It is truly baffling how he could have offended the only person who had mastered the method, all the while boasting about having learned to warm the cave himself, which ultimately led to everyone facing the blame together. Faced with Ali's indifference, that male had no choice but to seek refuge in a ghost cave, placing his hopes on the little female who had taught Ollie the method. He hoped that, considering Ahua's pregnancy, the little female might lend him a hand. Although he harbored such hopes, the thought of a ghost's strength made him grimace. If he were in a ghost position, as Ahua's mate, he probably wouldn't even be granted an audience with the little female. Nevertheless, thinking of the cubs in Ahua's womb, he steeled himself and headed towards the cave. Just moments ago, while tending to the fire, Egu was called outside by a male, the very same one who had previously brought Ashu roasted meat. What do you want with me? Egu asked. I wish to inquire how you removed the beast mark. The male replied. Egu was taken aback. After all, if memory served him right, Ahua seemed quite fond of this beast man. Although he had no intentions of siring cubs with him, he had never shown hostility, making the desire to remove the beast mark quite unexpected. The male's subsequent words only deepened Egu's confusion. Ahua is not a kind female. I've been deceived that I once believed her to be the most beautiful and benevolent female in the tribe, which is why I chose to become her follower. Now, I regret that decision and wish to no longer be her follower. He had assumed that Egu, having once been misled by Ahua, would empathize with him and readily agree to his request. Guiding him to remove the beast mark, he thought that Agu, being weaker than himself, could never have survived the process of removing the mark. The fact that Agu had survived could only mean he possessed a method to do so, which is why he approached Agu directly. However, Agu did not acquiesce to his request. He understood that the little female must have wielded some unknown power when she removed his beast mark. The sight of her lying on the beast skin was etched in Agu's memory. Even though she had assured him it was fine, his heart ached for her. If he were to assist the beast man before him, it could lead to more beast men seeking out the little female, a prospect Agu found untrustworthy. If you wish to remove the beast mark, simply consult the shaman. What use do you have in seeking me? This time, it was the beast man who was left speechless. His reaction was not what he had anticipated. Wasn't Agu supposed to take him there and share the method of survival? Although the situation was not as he had imagined. He was not ready to give up. Agu, could you please share the method of survival with me? Agu feigned ignorance, merely responding, just endure, it will pass. With that, he turned and returned to the cave without looking back. Though the beast man longed to follow, the presence of a 4-star strength Agu within the cave made him hesitate. Retracting his foot quietly, he merely gazed intently in the direction Agu had departed for a considerable time. Upon returning to the cave, Agu called the 3 individuals who had been practicing riding to the side. Agu, what are you planning now? The little female has painstakingly taught us to recognize characters. Yet you are the least attentive and diligent. Are you trying to drag us down again? Agu's dissatisfied words made Agu lower his head in shame, and the other 2 remained silent, their expressions indicating agreement in that moment. Agu suddenly felt a disconnection from them. Noticing his silence, Aki furrowed her brows slightly. Agu, do you have something to say? We still have many characters to practice. If not, I will take my leave. It's not that I have something to say to you. Aware of the need for urgency, Agu relayed every detail of the earlier encounter to them. So, Agu, you must stay close to the little female. The males around Ahua are hardly benevolent, and I fear they may do something to her. Although their intentions may have been stirred due to your involvement, since you did not betray the little female, I will overlook it. Remember to keep this secret. No one must know that it was the little female who helped you remove the beast mark, that I am the little female's guardian. I know what I must do without your guidance. Agu was utterly exasperated by Agu's demeanor. All his actions were purely for the sake of the little female, and he saw no reason for Agu's involvement. The others exchanged glances at Agu's sudden outburst, and Agu's expression darkened further. Since becoming a follower of the little female, Agu had come to see himself as her prospective mate. Agu lacked strength and could not even recognize a single character. He felt that having such a guardian for the little female was quite embarrassing. The little female was beautiful and intelligent. Even a guardian should be the best. Even Aki, who Agu regarded as inferior, excelled in learning, exhibited a steady personality, was skilled in cooking, and had even learned salt making alongside the little female. Yet he was still a cripple, to say the least. Agu had become rather conceited since becoming a follower. In his heart, he believed that besides himself, no one else was worthy of such a beautiful little female. Each day, he would secretly mock the males surrounding the little female, a hidden thought of his. Ahua's mate continued to make every effort to persuade Ollie back to the cave, but Ollie remained resolute in her refusal to return. In her view, any female who opposed the little female could not be deemed a good female. It was best to keep her distance. Gradually, the caves in the tribe warmed, yet Ahua's cave remained frigid. The males dared not inform her of this news, fearing for the safety of the cubs within her womb. However, regardless of their attempts at concealment, the truth would eventually surface. Due to her pregnancy, Ahua often felt fatigued and would take a nap each afternoon. Yet on this particular day, despite feeling exceedingly drowsy, she simply could not fall asleep. In frustration, she closed her eyes to rest, attempting to lull herself into slumber. Outside, 2 males preparing food assumed she had fallen asleep upon seeing her closed eyes and conversed freely. Did you know? It seems like our cave is the only one that hasn't tea warmed up. I know. The male in our cave has been following Ollie for quite some time now, yet Ollie refuses to come. I ascend tea at all because of Ashu. What does Ashu have to do with this? The little beast man shared the events of the past while cooking, completely unaware that the female who was supposed to be asleep was wide awake. Her eyes filled with fury, even grinding her teeth in agitation. Ashu, had they not mentioned him, Ahua would have forgotten he existed. She had ordered him out of the cave last time and forbade him from appearing before her again. And he had indeed been obedient, not daring to show his face. Yet, this fool had managed to offend the only individual capable of warming the cave, sensing the beast mark that belonged to Ashu. She confirmed that he was still alive. Since he was not dead, this fool would have to pay the price for his actions. Through the beast mark, Ahua summoned Ashu in a corner. Ashu felt the call from the little female and instinctively placed a hand over his chest. Trembling with excitement, he wasted no time and hurried towards the cave. The little female must no longer be angry with him. Ahua, Ahua, I'm coming. Within the cave, Ahua heard Ashu's booming voice from afar. She couldn't help but twitch her lips in annoyance at this fool. As soon as he entered the cave, a stone flew towards him, and before he could react, a gash appeared on his forehead. The others, witnessing this scene, hastily retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Ahua, Ahua, why are you doing this? What wrong have I committed? What transgression have I committed? Humph. All the caves in the tribe have grown warm, yet mine remains frigid. What do you suppose is the reason for this? Upon hearing this, Ashu's previously elated spirit was instantly extinguished. Little did Ashu anticipate that the slight he had given to Ailey would manifest its repercussions at this moment. You fool! What use do I have for you? Awa's tone was calm, but Ashu's heart was anything but that he could sense the impending doom that awaited him. As expected, Awa gently placed her hand upon the spot marked by his beast seal. Such a simple gesture felt as though someone had seized his throat. No, Awa, please. I do not wish to become a stray beast. I will summon Ailey to warm the cave. Do not let me become a wanderer. To warm the cave? You have offended Ailey. How could he possibly come? Ahua retorted that I believe it would be more fitting for you to be a stray beast. As soon as these words left her lips, Ashu knelt before Ahua, clasping his hands over his chest in a humble plea at Ahua. I beg for Ailey's forgiveness. I will bring him to warm the cave. Trust me, grant me one more chance to end this frigid season. Should he become a stray beast, a male beast's demise was all but assured. Yet Ahua refrained from acting out of kindness. It was merely because, in this harsh winter, losing a male meant losing a protector. Even if she were to abandon him, it was not the opportune moment. Resolute, Ahua lowered her hand, and seeing her do so, Ashu let out a slight sigh of relief. Inwardly, he could not help but feel a sense of triumph. Thinking, see, the little female still holds a place for me. As long as I submit, she cannot bear to harm me. Perhaps once I bring Ailey here and warm the cave, the next litter will be mine. Lost in these thoughts, a distasteful smile crept across his face. What are you waiting for? Hurry and think of a way to bring Ailey here to warm my cave. Ahua's voice, brimming with exasperation, startled Ashu out of his reverie. I'm going. Ahua, please do not be angry. With that, he scurried out of the cave. What are you staring at? Go prepare my meal at once. Do you wish to starve me? The surrounding onlookers, startled by her outburst, scattered like leaves in the wind, some tending to cooking, others sewing animal skins, as if they had not been spectating moments before. These fools! If it weren't for this bitter winter, I would have no need for you to. I will ensure that you all become stray beasts. Ahua's voice rang out, and most of the beastmen heard her words at that moment. They could not quite articulate their own feelings. It was as though they were mere refuse, liable to be discarded at any moment. The males, who had previously abandoned thoughts of shedding their beast seals, now found their resolve to do so strengthened. I want to seek out Aguang later. I wish to inquire about removing the beast seal. I want to go too. When are we leaving? The old beastmen who had just endured Ahua's wrath now slumbered deeply, oblivious to the fact that their male counterparts were contemplating leaving her. Unbeknownst to those caught in their discussions, one beastman, nursing a head injury from Ahua's earlier actions, crouched in a corner, listening intently. You all wish to abandon the little female, yet I'm the only one who wholeheartedly remains by her side. You are unworthy to be Ahua's males. Ashu had no intention of betraying them. If these males were to shed their beast seals, It would be best if they perished in the process, leaving only him by the little female's side. Just imagining this was a delightful thought. Little female, you say you will teach me how to build a house. Ailey's voice echoed throughout the cave. Aside from Ehua's cave, Ailey had completed all the others, providing sustenance to the few elderly beasts awaiting their fate. Initially, the group intended to return with food and pass the winter peacefully. Before heading back, they decided to express their gratitude to the little female, though Ailey had no desire to disturb her. He was compelled by the insistence of the elders to approach her. However, to his surprise, the little female offered him an unexpected delight. Faced with Ailey's astonishment, Lin Xiao was utterly perplexed. Through their conversation, Lin Xiao confirmed that the beastmen had no knowledge of what a house was, yet Ailey's reaction suggested he understood something. Does Ailey know what a house is? I do not, Ailey replied firmly. A response that left Lin Xiao taken aback. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, I thought you knew. Little female, you must teach me how to warm the cave, and now you are to teach me about houses, which must surely be something remarkable. This statement left Lin Xiao speechless, as he could only scratch his cheek in resignation. Ailey truly trusted him. Little female, I can now swear to the beast god that what you teach me, I will not share with others without your permission. If I break this vow, I am willing to accept the beast god's punishment. With a flash of white light, the oath was sealed. The other beastmen accompanying Ailey gazed at him with wide eyes, their expressions brimming with envy. Observing their expressions, Lin Xiao noted that aside from envy, no negative emotions were present, indicating that Ailey had a keen eye for selecting companions, as for the others, upon hearing the little female speak. The remaining elderly beastmen looked at her with hopeful eyes, as if silently pleading, Please teach us. As for the others, I trust Ailey's judgment. You should all swear as well, for a house cannot be built by one alone. This sentiment seemed to trigger something, and one by one, beams of white light descended, creating a scene that made Lin Xiao feel as though he were at a grand celebrity concert, the brightness almost blinding. Once the cave fell into silence, Lin Xiao took a moment to compose himself, while Miao, seated beside him, was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Since beginning to learn to read and count with Lin Xiao, Miao had realized that she was 52 years old, having lived for 52 years without ever encountering such a clever little female or witnessing an old beast, once deemed useless, still possessing such capability. Moreover, she had never seen so many males simultaneously pledging oaths to the beast god. One could only say that A Xiao was truly remarkable. You all come here. I will draw a diagram for you, but I will only outline the framework. Building a house is not a fixed process. Ultimately, you may alter it according to your own ideas. Ailey, with swift strides, positioned himself closest to Lin Xiao, while the others lagged just a step behind, careful not to intrude. The group occasionally glanced in Miao's direction, but she remained oblivious, seated beside Lin Xiao and refusing to budge. She was pregnant, and this group of elderly beastmen had no means to compel her, only silently gritting their teeth in frustration. As for Lin Xiao, he paid them no mind that he spread out a piece of sheepskin on the ground, holding a fire stick in his right hand. Contemplating how to draw while explaining, as the cave gradually quieted, with only the torches crackling on the walls, Lin Xiao finally moved his somewhat stiff neck. The stability of the house relies heavily on the foundation. In truth, Lin Xiao was not well versed in construction, but he understood the basics, so he endeavored to make his explanation straightforward, ensuring that these beastmen could comprehend. Gradually, Egu and the others paused their tasks and gathered around Lin Xiao to learn how to build a house. Especially when the topic of the heated Kong arose, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled. As long as the Kong is well constructed, what is there to fear about staying warm in winter? The heated Kong and the firewall are crucial elements for surviving the bitter cold of winter. Whether a house remains warm during this frigid season depends entirely on these two features. Ali swallowed hard with excitement, rubbing his hands together awkwardly. Little female, are you saying that with this house, even in the depths of winter, it will still be warm inside, and no one will freeze to death? Indeed, but I cannot simply instruct you on how to build it. You must explore and learn the specifics yourselves. Let us try our hand at it now. With that, a group of elderly orcs rose, eager to begin constructing the house. Observing their fervor, Lin Xiao helplessly called out to halt them. What's the rush? Houses can only be built in the warm season. In winter, the structures are fragile. They want to be warm and may not even be sturdy. Lin Xiao's words successfully curbed the enthusiasm of a few who wished to start building. But their desire to construct remained undeterred. Unable to act, they resolved to inquire further about the house's details, believing that gathering knowledge would facilitate smoother construction when the warm season arrived. They silently agreed that when they became adept at building, they would create the most beautiful and warm house for the little female. Unbeknownst to them, Au had quietly slipped out of the cave. Previously, the little female had asked him if there were suitable habitats for orcs nearby. There indeed were, with ample water sources and game, yet without mountains, there could be no caves to dig. Thus, even with countless prey available, no tribe had settled there. Now that the little female had a solution to the cave issue, there was no longer a reason to remain. Battling the biting cold wind, Au made his way to the chief's cave. Upon seeing the priest, he nearly choked on the roasted meat he was devouring. "Priest Au, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? I have decided to conduct a blessing as the warm season approaches. A blessing. That sounds good. May the beast god bless his people." Yet Au shook his head. "It is not a plea for protection. We need to select a new location for our tribe. We must migrate." "What did you say?" "Migrate the tribe." "Au, are you jesting?" The seriousness of Au's expression left no room for doubt. The two shared a long, silent gaze before the chief sighed heavily. "Why the sudden urge to migrate? Where do you intend to relocate us, and when?" "It is not sudden. I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. It's south just at the place I had chosen lacked mountains, making it impossible for the orcs to dig caves. And what of now? Do you have a solution? Where will our people sleep without caves? It would be perilous for them at night. The little female is teaching those elder orcs how to build houses. The chief had never heard of such a thing as a house. But since it was suggested by the wise little female, it must be something valuable. However, would she truly impart such knowledge to the seemingly useless elder orcs? The chief's doubts were evident, and Au found it hard to overlook. Do not doubt. The little female is indeed teaching Ali and the others how to construct houses. Upon hearing this, the chief's brow furrowed deeply, his tone laden with disapproval. Ali and the others are quite old. Why teach them? There are many young orcs in the tribe. If the little female is concerned about their abilities, she could easily take them as followers. Why choose the elder orcs? The chief's skepticism was understandable, for not only he, but every tribe across the Holy Yuan continent regarded elder orcs as expendable. They remained only because of the chief's kindness, unwilling to let those who had once nurtured them perish. Yet when the time came to make sacrifices, he would not hesitate to abandon the elder orcs. This was the little female's choice. Her decision to select Ali and the others must hold her reasoning. No, I do not oppose migrating the tribe, but the little female cannot teach those who may be cast aside. I'm going to find her now. With that, the chief hurriedly attempted to don his animal pelts, intent on persuading Lin Xiao to reconsider. However, before he could even put on the pelts, Au swatted them to the ground. The chief was thoroughly agitated. "Au, if you won't persuade her, at least do not hinder me. The little female's knowledge should not be entrusted to the useless. Sit down first. Let me tell you about the tribe the little female came from." As the chief, he was curious about what kind of tribe could nurture a young female into a wise individual. Now that Au had broached the subject, he figured that even if the elder orcs wished to learn how to build houses, it would not happen swiftly, and listening would not take long. With this understanding, he settled beside Au, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Au recounted what Lin Xiao had shared about her grandmother's village, now relaying it to Chief Ada. "You mean in the tribe where the little female resided? Even females were expected to contribute." "Indeed," Au confirmed. The little female stated that the tribe's affairs are not solely the responsibility of males. Everyone, be they female or young, must partake in tasks within their capacity. But the little female is frail. Heavy labor could make her this. Au shook his head. Not so. The little female explained that in her tribe, some females were even more delicate than she. Yet even the frailest could still perform their own tasks. Therefore, even the elder orcs could still accomplish remarkable things. This time, the chief refrained from impulsively urging Lin Xiao to avoid interacting with the elder orcs. Instead, he lowered his head, Envisioning the scene Au had described in the tribe, all orcs were bustling about, each attending to their responsibilities, striving collectively for the tribe's prosperity. Anyone could pursue their desired knowledge. It was no wonder a young female could become a wise individual. Such a tribe was unlike any he had ever heard of, perhaps even surpassing the Beast King city he had witnessed. When you plan to migrate the tribe? Have you selected a location? Yes, it's on the other side of the forest. We will gradually move there when the warm season arrives. Considering the place Au mentioned, the chief frowned. That is indeed a fine location, abundant in prey, even during the cold season. But can that house truly protect the orcs in our tribe? I have faith in the little female. Thus, at that moment, the priest and the chief reached a consensus. Very well, as winter has not yet passed, and judging by the current temperature, the cold will linger for some time, that I will notify everyone in the meantime. And as for the little female, I leave her matters to you. When Au returned to Lin Xiao's tribe, aside from Qiao who was cooking, everyone else was practicing writing on the ground with branches, while Ali and the others surrounded Lin Xiao, continuing their study of the house. How is the learning going? The sudden voice startled Ali, who was deeply engrossed in the study. Ali is great talent. He is merely lacking in practice that we were just discussing that while we cannot build a real house for now, we can create a model using wood. What is a model? A model is a scaled-down version of a house, maintaining the same structure and materials as a real house, just smaller. They spoke. Several elder orcs entered, each carrying a hefty tree trunk. Fortunately, this cave was relatively spacious. Otherwise, they would have had to handle the trunks outside. In the following period, Ali and the others spent their time processing the tree trunks and constructing the model. Approximately half a month later, after countless failures and extensive discussions with Lin Xiao, they finally succeeded in creating their first model amidst Ali's exclamations of triumph. We did it. Little female, look, is it like this? We succeeded. Lin Xiao, still groggy from sleep, was jolted awake by Ali's loud voice. It took her a moment to comprehend what he was saying. Success? Before long, Ali gently cradled a small house in both hands and carefully presented it to Lin Xiao. Upon seeing the model, Lin Xiao eagerly took it in her hands, her fingers brushing against the doors and windows, which could be opened and closed. Inside, there was a stove and a Kong. Though modest, it was undeniably a small house. Ali, you are truly remarkable for having created this, she exclaimed. You, little female, provided such detailed instructions, though our construction turned out somewhat rudimentary. This is already quite impressive. This small house can accommodate 2 or even more orcs. You have done splendidly, and I believe your skills will only improve with time. Once the weather warms up, I will take you to search for clay. The areas where you use tree resin in this model can be secured with clay. All right, let us craft several more models in the meantime, striving to ensure that when we finally build our house, it will be done in one go. Having said this, she turned back to her studies. Her enthusiasm heightened since the beginning. The others, especially you, could hardly contain their excitement at the sight of the house modeled out of Xiao. I have already spoken with the chief. When the warm season arrives, we will migrate our tribe. However, since building houses takes time, we may need to migrate in batches. This news was a source of immense joy for Lin Xiao, who had grown weary of living in the cave for so long. She longed for the warmth of an earthen Kong. How wonderful! The orcs in the tribe may not yet comprehend the concept of houses that I am willing to be among the first to migrate. And once our house is completed, we can invite the other orcs to visit. Thank you, little female. We have lived in caves for generations. Even the Beast King city is built upon a mountain. This revelation surprised Lin Xiao, who gazed at Yu with astonishment. After all, in her understanding, a city, if not bustling like the modern world, at least had walls and guards like those of ancient times. The notion of a city built upon a mountain sparked her curiosity. Yet, this was not the time for curiosity. Her priority was to enhance her quality of life. Food was dwindling, and she needed to ensure a proper sleeping arrangement first. Yu, how large is the area you have chosen, and is it far from here? It is much larger than our current tribe and not far, just on the other side of the forest. However, we have not ventured deep into the forest, so we may need Agu's assistance to traverse it. Agu, standing nearby, nodded expressionlessly. This thought had crossed Yu's mind when he mentioned migrating the tribe. After all, he was the only 4-star sacred beast in the entire tribe. It would be wonderful if we could check out the site. That's feasible, though it is cold now. Layering several skins will suffice. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened, but she recalled her previous impulsiveness in wanting to venture into the forest, which had resulted in encounters with stray beasts, leaving a Xiao and a Guang injured for quite some time, while a Gu had come perilously close to death. Even though that incident had occurred a long time ago, the memory still filled Lin Xiao with guilt that no, it is already late in the cold season, and food is becoming scarcer. We might encounter orcs out hunting, that if we run into stray beasts again, it would be disastrous. Not worried, I have significantly increased my strength. If we face a similar situation, I'm confident I can protect you without injury. Therefore, if you wish to go, I will take you. Gu hoped that the little female could do as she pleased under his protection, without overthinking. For her sake, he needed to improve his own strength as well. Nearby, a Miao observed the scene and shot a fierce glare at Lu, who merely returned her a silly grin, prompting a Miao to pout in irritation. This time, as they were to traverse deep into the forest, a Xiao and a Guang wished to accompany them, but were turned down by a Gu. His reasoning was that he could only protect the little female. The two of them would only be a hindrance. Yet his true desire was to cultivate his bond with the little female without their interference. They glanced at the weather and agreed to set off the following morning for the other side of the forest. That night, Lin Xiao dreamt of her grandmother, of Grandpa Tao and Tao Yi, and of the kind elders from her village. In her dream, they waved at her with warm smiles, their presence illuminated by the beloved village that had been the backdrop of her childhood, a place filled with cherished memories. Suddenly, the vivid scene shattered, and the familiar faces and village vanished from her sight, leaving her gazing at an endless expanse of snow, accompanied only by a Gu and the others. Upon seeing familiar figures, the panic from the previous vision seemed to dissipate. In the cave, the massive wolf beside Lin Xiao sensed her unease and gently shifted, pressing its soft belly against her in an attempt to soothe her. Once it felt her relax, a Gu remained in that position until dawn broke, but Xiao prepared a substantial amount of food, wrapping it in animal skins to prevent the little female from going hungry on the journey. A Gu assisted her in donning the animal skins one by one. Miao, wait here for my return. Your baby is very healthy, so do not worry. You must stay safe and return early. I will be waiting for you in the cave. Observing the reluctant farewell between the two little females, the males could not help but twitch their lips. Shouldn't these little females be at odds with each other? Why did their camaraderie seem stronger than that with their own partners? It can only be said that female friendships are simple, regardless of the world, as long as one wishes for it. A good friend can always be found. With all preparations complete, a Gu scooped up Lin Xiao